Welcome back to Password. That's it. We're doing another character because you need to do every character to get the true ending. And because that's how you get the medals.
This is the route where we hold the skip button a lot.
A lot. More than ever before, because we also
type Hoss.
Oh, I can't do it. This is my one. It doesn't say anything. he tasted. I wrote "tum" and I wrote "cum," and he said, "Grumbling." I took a sip. Thankfully, it tasted fine, and it's made way funnier by that. Oh my god! I forgot the bus driver had a Sprite.
Yeah, he was a polar bear, so I was predicting that because he had a special Sprite, he would be the mastermind. Remember when that happened? That would have been quaint.
I completely forgot he had an appearance.
He was a polar bear, right? I think it was.
Yeah, I think so. He flew by. We can just finish exploring. It's fine.
I forgot how we picked a boyfriend.
It's the person that you it's the person that you choose for the scavenger hunt as your partner.
That's what it was.
But technically, the medals caused the route split.
All right, we're gonna do Hoss, I guess.
Technically be clever. Among all my friends, the one that looked the most comfortable was Hoss, making himself at home. As I got closer, he pulled the chair out from me without getting up and patted on the vacant space.
Sit, Dave, you look like you could use a nap.
But I slept most of the afternoon away.
This has never been a problem for you, Dave. Shut the fuck up. Explains where you disappeared to. Still, maybe after a hot shower and a proper sleep, you'll be back to your old self.
Sleepy. Am I that, you know? Yes, we all know you're gay, Dave. I gestured loosely to myself, hoping Hoss would fill in the blanks.
Of a mess? Kinda. But if that's your aesthetic, then you do you.
Aesthetic?
His personality is just sliding off of people. Like, it just slides off of people. You can say whatever you want to Hoss, and he just has nothing to say, ever.
Yeah. I chuckled, scratching my head before turning to my food. Hoss, however, seemed to have more to say.
It's a good burrito. That's what he says.
They're eating.
From what you've seen of the mansion, what do you think?
That'd be the most realistic dialogue about food in the game. It's neat, I guess. I can't say I've been to anywhere like it before. What about you?
What do I think about it?
Yeah, sure.
Well, I still don't think this is somewhere I'd want to stay forever, but as a vacation spot, it's fine. Familiar, but just as ritzy.
What does the sentence mean? Familiar how? Have you been to a mansion before?
Well, sort of. The other one was a set, but could have fooled me.
Oh yeah, the TV show, huh?
That's right. Dave didn't have a butler, though.
I just remembered that Hoss's one defining trait, besides being a child actor and afraid of guns, is that he's a lie detector.
Yeah.
Which is like a thing you set up in a mystery story / really any story to come up later in an important part of the story. And I think it's never mentioned again after the question of whether or not to reveal Oz, which itself only delays revealing Oz for like a day. Then they just forget Oz is a lie detector and it never comes up again in the main story, despite seeming like a really important thing you established. Like the girl knowing gymnastics in Jurassic Park 2. Really? No butler?
Casting issues, I think. Or maybe we just didn't need one. Doesn't really matter, though.
Oz turned to his food and began to eat, having seemed to opt more for vegetables than meat, but still having some on his plate. We continued to eat until everything was gone and I sighed out. Ah, we're back to the old familiar days. Now content.
Feel less like a zombie now?
I guess so. I feel better after that shower, though.
What about dessert?
Oh, yeah, I can hang around for dessert.
Even if that's just some nice fruit salad?
Is that what we're having?
No idea, but I'd be down for a nice parfait or something. Live a little for once. What I could really go for is some mochi, but I don't think I'd be getting any of that unless Orlando put the time in to make it. Get it? He's a weeaboo.
Yeah.
Mochi's also
I like mochi
not
because
a good dessert, though.
No,
like mochi
great.
ice cream, maybe, but like plain mochi is kind of
just very gummy. I just kind of randomly have mochi as a snack. Kind of have it around. It's also like pretty intensive to make, I think.
It's extremely intensive to make.
Yeah.
Yes.
You got a whole hammer and everything. But I'm a weeb, so I like mochi, and Orlando would make it because he's Japanese. This is a microaggression. Good point.
And what's your preference?
Oh, I think it'd be fine. I'd be fine with anything, really.
Guess we'll just have to see then.
Oh no, we got
Google
you tea.
Chat GPTs talking to each other.
Yeah.
Of course you'd get tiramisu.
Fuck you. That's my response if someone says that to me.
What's your preference, Dave? Haha, just kidding. I already knew what your preference was.
What's wrong with that?
I don't think we should be feeding your coffee addiction at every waking moment. Who knows if you'll be up late because of it?
I think you're over-exaggerating. It's not that bad. Besides, Orlando made it for me, and so it'd be rude to not eat it, right? Dave just definitively does not actually like coffee that much.
No.
They just kind of say coffee around Dave a lot. Dave has a cup of coffee most mornings, and that's how much coffee he has in the story. He has less coffee than I have playing Password.
The other thing that sticks out to me is just like, it doesn't seem like he actually knows anything about coffee.
Yeah, it's never described. It just is coffee. You get it and then you drink it, and it's coffee. You know, coffee. Coffee? Coffee.
Guess you've got me there.
Haas swiped the tall glass in front of him and dug deep to reach some of the fruit layered underneath on the top layer of cream. Also just pot kettle black when Haas is judging our choices when he's a walking stereotype.
Yeah.
Even parfait is weeby to get, given how much it comes up in anime.
Still, Orlando must be psychic or something, making me parfait before I even know I wanted it.
Didn't you... You said it. You said parfait out loud. I heard you.
Fresh peaches, fresh strawberries, cream, maybe. I can't tell if this is oatmeal or butter biscuits, but seems good.
Haas took a bite of his dessert, smiling broadly.
I'm telling you, nice fruit after a meal like that is the real way to finish it off. Want to try try some?
Well, I sized up what he had and looked to my own. I didn't have anything against fruit, but peaches sometimes made my mouth tingle in a way I wasn't sure I liked. Are you allergic to peaches or citrus? Are you okay? I think I'm good.
Your loss.
I like fruit desserts a lot. As Haas continued to eat, I turned to my own dessert. Spoon in hand, I gave it a taste. I don't like tiramisu. Not really. I thought I liked tiramisu, but I found out that I just was having fake tiramisu. Because real tiramisu has weird wet bread in it. I'm like, oh, I don't like this part. I don't like this part.
Yeah, it has ladyfingers. It's good. It's tasty.
I do not enjoy that part. I like the everything else part of tiramisu. Something was giving me goosebumps, but looking around, there was no one here about to jump out at me. Okay. Oh, oop. Where to check? There's a conservatory. It's for... I wanted all the way to top floor to have a look around. Okay. It's me. It's a doing. It's a oh, I have to check all of them in this timeline, but we've just seen them all before.
I think I thought going to the vault just ends it.
Maybe. Oopsie. Sure. Make apple pie, please. Vault.
What was his password? Fuck.
My shit out of the way. Oh, but then it just quits on you. I feel like we do have a clue about what it was, but I don't remember what it was.
I don't remember.
Yeah, I don't know. I remember when people were like, why aren't you even theorizing about what the passwords are? I'm like, why would we theorize?
Yeah, theorizing about them.
What?
Yeah, you either know them or you don't. It's kind of insignificant. Like, if anyone is asking about
especially
that,
when you have
like,
to know the exact,
game.
especially when you have to know the correct password at the correct time every time. It's like, oh,
yeah,
fuck.
Yeah, you would know exactly. So there's like no point.
I needed someone laid back by default. With that, I typed out a message to Haas, just hoped that he wasn't in the middle of some morning yoga or something. We're on day 3. After sending my message, I left my... I forgot one of Haas's traits was being a fitness guy, kind of. Like yoga and Pilates and stuff.
Yeah.
I think the story forgot. After sending my message, I let the minutes tick by as I awaited a response. I was getting to the point of trying someone else when his reply came, inviting me to meet him upstairs. I threw on clothes and set off, assuming Haas was about to get started on his morning routine.
Glad you could make it.
He was already stretching out his limbs as I walked into the room, flashing me a quick smile. Sorry to bother you so early.
No bother. I'm normally up this early anyway. Easier to be a morning person, stay up until late hours of the night. Better for your body too, I think.
I don't feel like it's easier in any way.
I agree.
Oh yeah? I'm literally fresh off of struggling to sleep on time and not being able to go back to sleep when I woke up too early.
Makes the days seem longer too. I always feel like I get more done when I'm up and about this early.
I can agree with that part, but it never works out. Without breaking stride, he started on his stretches, and I sat down nearby to watch.
You know, with how much sleep you get, you could benefit from getting up at this time normally, Dave. You might start feeling better in general.
I scoffed, and he flashed me another smile.
And on that subject, what's bothering you?
It was about this place, actually.
Not liking it?
I guess I am, but something's feeling off with it.
Off as in wrong? Off as in a smell?
Haas sat up, looking at me and quirking a brow.
I guess the important thing is whether or not it's a bad thing, right? One thing to just be on unfamiliar ground. One thing to just be on unfamiliar ground. Another to have a gripe with it.
Well, I don't know. Whatever it was, I couldn't sleep well last night because of it.
Sounds like someone's overthinking things.
It's important to diminish the concerns of your friends. I don't even know what I'm overthinking. I just have a gut feeling, though.
Well, I think I might know something that could help.
Haas wandered closer and took one of my hands in his. He was gentle, and I watched him as he slid his hand down mine to hold my wrist.
I find this sometimes helps me.
Staring at my wrist, he started massaging in long strokes, working up each of my fingers before gesturing for the other hand to do the same.
There's this thing when I was on the set of Clearwater, yeah?
I kept silent, watching him work on my other hand. His expression was one of fondness, with a tinge of sad thrown into the mix.
They set up this mansion to be kind of spooky. They kept us in the dark as to what they were planning on doing, but that's what you get from a reality show like that. Wait, he was on a reality show?
He's not even an actor? I thought he was supposed to be an actor, but he didn't even act.
We don't have a butler. No shit. If you're on a reality show... Still don't even know what they were going to do before they pulled the plug, but...
Haas carefully took both my hands, flashing him a friendly smile.
It was all pretend. None of it was real. They even told us that if we were getting overwhelmed by it all, to just repeat a mantra over and over again.
A mantra?
Yeah, anything that would center us again, remind us that it was just in our heads.
You think I'm just imagining it?
Can't say for sure. I just know that whenever I feel off, I just remind myself that there are other things to worry about instead. When I have problems, I look away from them. Only thing you can do is remember that we look out for each other, right?
Yeah, I guess that makes sense.
Feel better now?
Well, lack of sleep is catching up to me, but yeah, I feel better. So this is a scene about Haas teaching Dave a mantra and then using that mantra to calm him, right? But he never said the mantra, right?
I don't think so.
I don't think he ever actually said what the mantra was, so he never calmed him in that way. Strange.
Glad I could help.
I had my eyes trained on Haas's hand, still holding mine. There's something about having your hand held that was nostalgic and made me feel safe. This is very funny, having the narrative be like, there's just something about holding hands. You gotta try it sometime. You'll understand. But with the edge taken off, I yawned, the lack of restful sleep catching up to me.
Looks like someone might need a little bit more sleep before breakfast.
Yeah, I think I'll head back to my room and rest up. Haas stood up, helping me up as he did so.
If anything like this is bothering you in the future, don't hesitate to call on me, alright?
Okay, and thanks for hearing me out, Haas.
Not a problem, Dave. I'll see you at breakfast.
He gave me a quick hug before sending me off with a quick wave. Quick. Always the repetition. Feeling better, I wandered back to my room and collapsed on my bed, resting up until it was time for breakfast. It's next to whatever Tyson shirt.
Oh yeah, the Dean or Tyson choice.
Yeah, there was a weird amount of Tyson Dean choices early on, even though they don't pan out.
I feel like we got this password, but I don't remember what it was.
Yeah, I don't know. Oh,
Wasn't this the one about the Sal dying?
I feel like it's too early. It's day 3.
I don't remember.
I think early on just sets up the expectation that you can go to the vault in order to, like, it sets up Dave contemplating the vault by going there every few days for a while before it actually is useful. But I think there's like like fourth wall breaky Easter egg developer passwords that you can put in these parts that you wouldn't ever know from the game. That are like jokes, but I don't know 'em, so. Whee! Oh, it just flies by. Hey, Haas. Haas and I got on well enough, and every memory I had of him from hanging out in the anime club was a good one. Well, most anyway. If this was going to be a fun activity, Haas was a solid pick. Plus, the longer I thought about it, I could really afford to know Haas better. I don't know how much his knowledge of horoscopes could come in handy here, but maybe it'd give him an edge? Give us an edge? Now, we got a purple route. I pick Haas.
Me? Well, all right. Where does that leave everyone else, though? I'll partner with Orlando.
Me? Well, alright, easy done. Orlando started to rile himself up, leaving Sal looking a little confused. That said, it seemed as though their team was set. Then there was 3 left.
What about you and me, Dean?
Me? Well, alright. That works. I didn't want to look at him, but out of the corner of my eye I could see Tyson sulking. Maybe it was for the best he'd already said he wasn't all that interested in playing. We can't possibly have a 3-person team. We better just exclude this person. Made all the funnier by the fact that he becomes besties with Haas, so he just and he's our brother, so he should just be in our group.
Ready, partner?
I think so. How should we tackle this?
Thankfully, we're in luck. I stumbled across an article recently that explained maze design. Using a few tips from that, we should reach the middle in no time.
And we're for sure heading to the middle?
Why not? Only one place to end up if you enter a maze, isn't there?
No. Usually you're trying to, when you solve a maze, you're trying to get to the outside of it. I guess so. Well, no time like the present.
Couldn't agree more. Just stick behind me and we'll be there in no time.
Haas took off at a jog with me close behind. Each turn he seemed to take was made as if he knew the layout of the maze already, which doesn't make sense. It was reassuring to say the least, but after a while it seemed like we weren't making any progress. And it was a little while after that I realized there was a pattern to all of Haas's turns. Is he just turning right the whole time? Wait, Haas, hold on. Panting, I tried to catch my breath, supporting myself on my knees as Haas wandered over. I got to the point of being able to form sentence again before continuing. I just realized we're always turning left. Why? By comparison, Haas seemed to be breathing heavier, but nowhere near as puffed as I was.
Of course we're always turning left. That's the strategy.
Really? Just go left?
It's not necessarily going left. It's, yeah, you stick to the left wall. But more accurately, you stick to the left wall.
There's a flaw in this strategy, because it only is a guaranteed solution if your answer is to go exit via the opposite wall, getting through a maze. If your destination's in the middle of the maze, it could be a floating island. It might never connect to the left wall.
Yeah.
It might, because it might be possible to circumnavigate the center, which means that it will never connect to any of the walls if you started from the outside. And then you're fucked. No, but wait, that just works?
Yep, that's all there is to it.
I've been in a corn maze that did that. It broke that rule, so you couldn't solve it that way. But it seems like we've been running for ages, and we haven't even run into anyone else yet.
You do raise a good point. I'm certain I'm doing this correctly, though.
But are you sure that that trick actually works?
Wouldn't be the first time false info has been passed on to the gullible public.
I don't know. I'm not ready for this. Like, I'm not ready for this guy. He's red-pilled. Oh. I pull my gaze slowly from Haas to look at the ground, not wanting to say it. Oh,
Yeah. There's another thing that could be going wrong. Sometimes this part doesn't work if they have separate walls from the internal maze.
Uh-huh.
Mind waiting here while I go test that? If I've been duped, I'll end up right back here.
His solution is to do it again.
No, just follow him the whole way. Either way, even if it doesn't work to get to the center of the maze, it will bring you back to the beginning. That's how it would work. So you don't need to split up. You can just stay together.
I was slightly pleased he caught up with what I said, because because this method can not work. But they would know if they were looping, because they would have found the entrance again.
I believe it technically works if it's a maze, in what it doesn't work in is a labyrinth, or the other way around, something like that. There's a difference between those two terms. But yeah. I
think that you can literally just like knock down to one wall and you can break this rule, basically. No. Fuck you. I'd rather not get left behind. I feel like you're trying to abandon me here.
Oh, no, I didn't mean to imply that. You're tired is all. Use the time to rest up. But if you really want to come, then I guess that's fine. We can take it slower. I have a funny suspicion we're gonna end up back here anyway, though. It's
important that when you acknowledge your methods aren't working, that you just stick with them instead of trying something else in a race. Sorry.
It's really fine. Just means we won't be able to test it nearly as fast. And I should probably mark this place somehow. Let's see.
Haas pulled at some of the covering on the walls, laying it in the crossroads where we currently stood. He's defacing the maze.
There. If we see this on the ground, we'll know we've just done a loop. All right?
I don't understand how they're brute forcing the entire maze, but somehow haven't seen anybody in the process.
Yeah, correct.
I nodded and the pair of us headed off head off in current tense, apparently, wandering down the left, hugging the wall. It was nice not running the whole time, but there really wasn't much to be said between us while we kept our eyes on the ground, searching for the mark we left. I'm glad that you came on this trip with friends that you don't have much to talk about with. It was only a few minutes before we ended up right where we started. That doesn't make sense. It doesn't make any sense. How are they not getting to the entrance?
Shoot, well that's a downer.
So we've just been going in circles?
Seems like it, and here I was certain that we were a sure thing to win this one. Oh well.
Wait, now that I think about it, did we take a right turn at some point? If we're only taking left turns, how are we now stuck in a loop without returning to the beginning?
The first turn you take is opposite to the wall you're following, apparently.
Oh god, they've thought of everything. We're the fools.
So right once we entered, we turned right and then followed the left wall until, well, we got here.
So how did we get out then?
Not sure, really. I guess nothing to it aside from just heading back and hoping for the rest. I'm sure we'll see something that looks vaguely familiar and know where to turn right again.
So we started walking back. Along the way we ran into Sal, who'd apparently been leaving himself a trail to follow back to the entrance, and together we left the maze. Thanks, Sal. Okay. So Roswell's getting ready to go into the woods. Now it's a day 4 password. I'm just saving all of them, I guess. Whoa. Purple save. Not really, just spent the afternoon taking a nap.
If you're not careful, you're gonna get fat, all that lounging around.
Hey, I did physical stuff today. We went in a maze.
We did, but you didn't run the whole maze, did you? If I'd known you were slacking off, I'd have told you to go swimming with Sal, or at the very least do stretches with me.
Fuck off, man. It's a vacation. Stretches, huh?
Oh, yes. I don't think you'd be game for the more intimate forms of stretching without some preparation.
What? Where the fuck did this come from?
I don't know.
Haas hasn't even come out to us as bi yet.
So actual exercise, buddy. Can't have my partner becoming a couch potato now. He's all about exercise now.
Okay, I'll try and do better. Just day 4, Haas has already talked about stretching our asshole. Explicit terms.
So now that we've found him, what now?
What do you mean?
Well, did you have anything planned for the day? Anything you want to do? We could spend the day scouring for clues on the next medallion if you want to get the leg up on this scavenger hunt. Or just spend the day watching TV like old times.
Without waiting for an answer, Haas took me by the arm and dragged me out into the foyer. Jeez, what's gotten into you? TV? Not like doing yoga? What's gotten into you? Suddenly having an interest in anime?
Not after finding what they've got in the rec room.
Do I want to know?
All right. Pull up a beanbag and I'll load up what we're going to watch. Although I guess I should ask if you have any requests, yeah?
You can pick. Oh my god. He didn't even make this face when he was talking about my asshole.
Oh, I was hoping you were going to say that.
I dropped the beanbags in front of the screen and sat down. Almost seemed like Haas was dancing for joy with how his hips were swaying in front of the DVD player.
Alright, this is going to be sweet.
Well, alright, but what is?
This.
As the DVD booted up, a very familiar fanfare played along with sudden displays of color. Oh, no.
Oh, yes.
What he'd managed to find was what could only be described as Haas's favorite show, to my understanding. Why is it written that way?
How could you not like shows like this? The whole Sentai genre is awesome! It's tokusatsu, it's Kamen Rider, or like Power Rangers.
Yeah.
But because you can't say names of things, you have to describe them in a roundabout way.
Everyone convinced themselves at some point you're not allowed to name things when you're talking about stuff. Seeing Haas giddy with excitement reminded me of the very first day we met. To be honest, he sort of appeared out of nowhere. A lion.
You!
Huh?
Civilian.
Uh-huh. Me?
This shirt still fits him.
Yeah. Well, I don't think they've known each other that long.
We're here to help.
But you're the only one here. Who's we?
Oh. Dude, come on, just roll with it. Never fear! Those evil slimes are no match for me!
Acting this way as like a 17-year-old is really weird.
I think they're like in middle school, but also this is Omega level cringe, and I would instantly die.
I think Haas was like one of the newest additions or something.
I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't care. Isn't Haas also older than Dave? So this is even more cringe.
Mm-hmm. We're literally the only ones around right now.
Dude, come on, try to stay in character.
In character?
Indoors. A great idea. We'll have a better tactical advantage if we change locations.
So I was left... It was so left field that I was taken by the hand and guided inside the school. As we got inside, the lion made a show of closing the doors behind us, checking if the coast was clear before chuckling to himself.
Woo, that was some solid improv work.
Excuse me?
I must have caught you by surprise with that, huh? Not every day you get swept up by a local superhero.
I don't get why his anonymous name is a different color than his real name.
It does take place in the United States. There's a flag.
Oh, there's an American flag. Respect. Responsibility. Trustworthiness. That's a long fucking word. Like, it just blurs into a white block of letters because it's so long for that label. What a sad classroom. America sucks. This just looks like a sad place.
That's an ASMR yawn for you, audience.
Hey, there you go, everybody. You can't be serious.
Oh, I'm no superhero, but I do pass for one if we're going by TV's standards.
What does that mean?
I'm cringe. It's Haas, by the way. Haas Warner. Like Warner Brothers. I'm on TV.
Get it? Oh, Dave, are you new, or?
Something like that. Started at the start of the year, when everyone else starts. The starting time for the year. Transferred in and all of that. He's a transfer student, just like anime.
What a weird
What about you?
What a weird of just saying I transferred in this year.
What about you? You look like you've been around for a bit.
What does that mean?
I wonder...
I'm the
I don't
normal
know how
age of
school,
a student boy.
I don't know how school works in Australia, but like also... like transferring to a new school isn't actually that big of a deal, especially at the start of a year, because normally in the US, you aren't in the same class with people. It's not like Japan where like
you're stuck with the same people year to year.
Yeah, exactly. It's like,
yeah,
you know, your homeroom isn't
I was kind of
matter.
with the same people every year, like in elementary school, and then never again. Because yeah, middle school and high school are basically like college, where it's just like, I don't know what classes are on your schedule. Fucking get scrambled, nerd. Like,
yeah,
let's just see who you match up with throughout the day, because you need to make those classes fit your schedule.
Even with my high school, like I went to a very small school because I'm from a very small town, like less than 500 kids total in the whole school. So like even then, when new people showed up, we were just like, oh, I wasn't in that class last year, so I had no idea who was in that class. I don't know some of these kids. Like, who are you? So it's just weird. Like the whole like mysterious transfer student thing doesn't really work.
Yeah, I have no idea. Intuitively, you have no idea who's new or not at that school each year.
Yeah,
there's just people you haven't met yet, which is most of the people.
I mean,
anyway.
there definitely were like new kids, right? But like you don't.
I wouldn't know.
You're not like, whoa, you transferred in? That's mysterious. Like, this is like the anime kid who's joining the class.
Like, you never have strangers at school.
Yeah.
But yeah, I had 2,000 students, and that's understood to be like reasonably small for a high school.
Yeah.
So we had 2,000, but we had...
My graduating class was like 104
students all the time, but I only knew they existed in concept because I lived by an Air Force base. So our school had people that were very much transferring every year because they'd literally just move across the country in and out of that Air Force base. Still had no fucking clue. Didn't really notice. I just intellectually knew there were new students all the time, but I didn't know which ones they were. What makes you say that?
That half-vacant expression you had when I ambushed you looked like you were at least half on auto.
Oh, well, I guess I did skip my morning coffee. It feels too young for coffee.
Ah, yes, the lifeblood of college students and actors alike.
Which you're not. You're not an actor. You're you did a reality show, and none of us are college students. Actors?
Oh yeah, known a few. Hope to be one eventually. Hell, even voice acting work would be fine with me if I was offered. Well, weird take for an anime fan to be like, voice acting, it's a lower tier than real acting.
Yeah. Just my dream.
Even I would stoop to that level if it were offered to me.
Well, you seem to have the enthusiasm at least.
I appreciate it. I promise next time I'll give you more of a heads up when I spring an impromptu improv session.
That comma doesn't make sense. For once, there's too many commas.
Yes. For now, though, I got a jet. Want to check out this anime club I've heard about? I'll see you around, Dave! Did we ever give him his actual name?
I don't remember.
I feel like the dialogue was nonsense. Oh, Dave.
Dave, okay, yep.
Okay, yeah.
I watched as Haas checked his watch before saluting me and hurrying down one of the corridors and out of sight. It was for sure the most intriguing way someone had introduced themselves to me. By the time I'd come out of reminiscing about the past, the first episode had already concluded, Haas's attention glued to the screen. You know, I don't think I really ever got an answer out of you about that thing.
What thing?
The thing about you ambushing me at school, about me being in danger.
Oh. I was on a Super Sentai kick at the time, but beyond that, it was honestly just nerves about meeting new people.
Unlike now, we're watching Sentai.
My defense mechanism for being worried about being awkward is to be as unbearably cringe as possible.
Honestly, I need this power. I'd actually meet people. Really? You were confident enough to go up to a random person and try to involve them in... Well, it wasn't a flash mob sort of thing, but still.
A little different. It's easier to be a character, to roleplay, than to be yourself sometimes. Don't get me wrong, it's great fun to be something you're not, and I've gotten quite good at it, but being yourself can be just hard sometimes. If I hadn't done that, I probably wouldn't have had the courage to introduce myself.
You risked a lot, though. A lot of people, I imagine, would brush you off as a weirdo. Or think you were high or something.
Okay, yeah, I get that. There's an improv fundamental that I was taught early. Say yes. So long as it's not dangerous, it's a good sport to go with what the other person suggests and build on it. Create the story together, you know? That said, maybe don't do that when you have a set script. Few directors will let you go off script without telling you to redo the scene.
Haas put his arm over my shoulder and press play on the next episode.
But hey, worked out for me just fine.
For the rest of the afternoon, we seemingly marathoned. I don't even know how you would read, whatever. Episode after episode of Super Sentai Thunder Force. With Haas giving me a running commentary on how certain scenes were shot for maximum effect. Now he's a he has an emphasis on cinematography. Is that a thing he takes interest in? Come on, Haas, let's go find a place to sit.
He's fine. Here's fine. I read that wrong 3 times.
I was pulled into the closet, the closest beanbag that had a spare spot to it, and Haas dropped down to the one next door?
So this is a nice change of pace, huh?
It's literally the last scene we read, so it's very funny. We were just here. You weren't a fan of the dining room?
Oh no. The dining room is fine, but it's always good to mingle with the fans.
What? Is Haas conceited? Wait, are we all just fans?
What? You're saying you're not a fan?
Well, I wouldn't say fan as such. We're all friends, right?
Of course we are. I'm a fan of yours, Dave, and everything you do, and everything you are.
Well, that got intense quickly, and I felt myself go red. Which is a reaction that that Dave did not have to Haas talking about loosening his asshole. Haas suddenly frowned, scratching his mane in deep thought.
What sort of movies are you into anyway?
Oh, anything, I guess? I don't really go to the movies all that often. Too pricey. Dave's taste in media would have never come up in Anime Club.
Ain't that the truth? I suppose I'm in the same sort of boat. Horror, action, comedy. It's all good. Favorite romantic comedy?
Really?
Well, why not? At least as far from an acting perspective goes, to me it's the most delicate balance to not just become terrible. You can have a terrible horror movie because of the special effects, but if something's neither funny nor a good love story, it's just bad. Okay, dude.
Okie dokie. What we didn't know is that we're torturing ourselves with media opinions character.
I am
as two
so
people with media opinions.
Fully dissociated right now that it's fine.
Let's visit the vault again.
I don't remember any of the passwords. This is day 6. Was this massacre? No.
No, not even close. Because we still have to have the your route character dies day. This might be the one we use when Haas dies, but he still has to die. My god, he just talks about acting all the time. That's how his character expresses in his route.
A good hero always has to stay in peak performance, and every good hero also needs a sidekick that can keep pace.
Ugh, just come on already. As Haas benched the weight, he occasionally looked at me and flashed me a smile, more often than not accompanied by a wink. Work out with Haas? Weights weren't really my thing, but running seemed fine, at least because I'd had a morning coffee. I also got the impression that Haas was going to be less likely to get me to push to my limit if I told him no. You're going for a run?
Yep, figure it's time to do some cardio, right?
Maybe?
Never know when you'll need to run away, Never know when you'll need to run away from or after bad guys, right?
You really think there's going to be a need for that?
What's a little fun to keep the stakes high? Or at least it works for me as a motivation. So long as you find what works for you and it keeps you healthy, then it's all good in my book.
If you say so. Haas started the treadmill and started off on a slow jog, occasionally shooting me a sideways look. I looked back over at Ty and it seemed he was now shirtless, lifting weights by himself.
Stop standing around and do something, Dave.
Treadmill? I stepped on the treadmill next to Haas and tried to set it to a similar setting as he seemed to be going at. You know, I wonder what sort of family has 2 treadmills. Like, surely there isn't that many people here to warrant there needing to be enough to stop everyone waiting a turn, right?
Guess when you're that rich, you can just buy whatever.
Well, sure, but isn't that a little wasteful? As he passes the fucking dining room with 1,000 plates.
I guess, but I plan on making it big someday. Gotta have something to buy.
What would you even spend that sort of money? What would you even spend with that sort of money? What? What would you even buy with that sort of money?
I guess fast cars and good food come to mind first.
I shot him a sideways glance. Somehow I don't think that's what you'd burn your first paycheck on. Oh, it's weird seeing it spelled that way, but it might be true for them.
Okay. Before the cars would probably be all the anime I wanted to own on disc. Whatever quality was the best at the time for sure.
Haas slowed down and turned the treadmill off, stepping off before stretching his arms.
Time for a break, methinks.
Oh yeah? I stepped off my machine and followed him over to where Tyson was, seemingly also taking a break. Haas shot me a wink while Tyson just stared daggers at him, jaw clenched. Oops, no, I hit log again. Where's my cursor? Following lunch, I was unsure where I should be going, what I should be doing. Not that I was sore from my workout earlier, but I felt I just needed to take it easy for the afternoon.
Dave, what are you doing out here by yourself?
Oh, hey, Haas. Just figured out what I wanted to use the rest of my afternoon for.
No plans, huh? Well, how about lounging around the pool with me? Could use the company.
Really? You in the pool? I didn't think that'd mix.
Hey, the pool itself is fine, but I was just thinking about lounging around on the deck chairs. You're welcome to paddle around, though.
Thought of at least being in the pool seemed alright. Beats standing around all day. All right, I'll meet you there. May as well grab my swimming stuff.
Works for me. I wanted to get your take on something too, so whatever's comfortable.
Oh, all right. One trip up to my room later, I'd abandoned my clothes in favor of swimming trunks and made my way over to the pool. It was a sunny enough day, and Haas seemed to already be here, lounging around in a chair with his clothes neatly folded off to the side. Oh, hey, Haas. What are you wearing? We get a dedicated Haas bulge CG.
Okay.
Full color. I forgot this game could have colored CGs. I can't think of one. Has there ever been a colored CG in this game? I can't think of a single one. That's fascinating to think about.
What? Is it too showy?
My eyes started down.
He's also cheeked up, if you look at it.
Cheeked up.
He's cheeked up.
Look at them back
cheeks. He
cheeks.
has side leg cheek.
He's got side leg cheek, but then he's got like the internship like chest fluff instead of like the definition furries usually draw. I remember there was like controversy once where people were like trying to fix the art of the internship because they showed Cooper shirtless and they're like, that's wrong. He has to have defined back muscles under all that fur. And they were mad about it because everyone's stupid. After all, a Speedo of that color was hard to miss already. It didn't help that it seemed either a tad too snug or that Haas was just filling it out quite well.
Hey buddy, eyes up here, although I'm flattered.
You just asked me about your Speedo. Oh, sorry, I was just, I gestured between what we were both wearing at a loss. I wasn't sure if I was feeling overdressed by comparison or if Haas was underdressed.
If you want one, I have a spare. Not on me, but perhaps for next time?
I'll think on it. Besides, you had a thing you wanted to run by me, yeah?
Right, just a sec.
He wandered over to his clothes before gesturing me to sit down on the deck chairs as he looked over his notes. Dedicated Haas defined bulge sprite.
Sheaf.
It's so shaded.
Sheaf.
There's so much happening on the shading. So after what we watched... Oh, it's you.
So after what we watched yesterday, I took some notes.
I forgot about the humans. I haven't thought about them in so long. Wait, some notes on the show?
What?
You love that show, right? What sort of notes could you be taking anyway?
Hey, you never know what might be useful for what might be useful for if I ever get to play a role in a show like that.
Okay, hit me with those notes.
Alright, so I think I have an idea with it for a spin-off.
Oh, you wrote fan fiction? I tried my best to smile, but may have shown too many teeth to come off as convincing.
This one's good though, I promise.
Here, all right. For the next hour, Haas went over his notes, describing in lengthy detail about how to fit into the canon of the show already, and how it wouldn't mess with the original content, but instead build on it. To be honest, that's about as most of it as I got. What? The rest was a blur of names and phrases from the show, but he looked so excited battling it off, I felt bad almost drifting off a few times.
Dave, wake up.
Huh? What happened?
Apparently someone didn't get enough sleep last night. You passed out there, buddy.
No, it's just you're so boring. Oh, sorry. How far in were you? Haas folded his paper up and put it back with his clothes before reclining next to me.
Depends. What was the last thing you remember?
What a mean test to give somebody. You're already practically just doing the equivalent of, like, talking about your dreams for an hour to someone. I don't know.
That's what I thought.
Sorry, it's just, why worry about that sort of thing anyway? Isn't the show good enough as it is?
Well, I'd probably have directed it different, but I suppose so.
Kind of harsh thing to say about your favorite show, though, right? I watched as Haas contemplated something before replying, turning to me with a toothy smile.
Maybe because it's my favorite that I'm allowed to mess with it. Takes a true fan to understand the intricacies of the story, right?
That's right, I'm just a true fan of Password. I guess if you want to act the part, you would need to know the story pretty well, too, huh?
I don't think that's wrong, but...
Haas trailed off, staring at the sky, his expression shifting from joy to neutrality and then setting on a thoughtful frown. Haas? I did have one question, though, something I didn't quite get from your notes. Immediately, Haas's eyes lit up curiously. In curiosity, but he stayed quiet, opting to quirk an eyebrow, prompting me to continue. I don't know the show as well as you do, but you said it wouldn't mess with the canon because of something, right?
Yeah.
But isn't the stuff that's canon what's on the show?
There's more to it than that.
Haas got up from his chair and paced in front of me for a while before turning to me again.
Let's see, what's a good way to explain it? You know how halfway through the season they went back in time to stop something happening?
That's what happened? I thought they were all just dreaming about something.
No. They went back in time to revive the God of Thunder so they could install it into their mech.
I gave Haas a blank stare, half impressed at how much of a straight face he said that with. Okay, sure, they went back in time.
Right. So they lost their big fight and the survivors were trying to figure out what to do. Black Gygus was able to go back in time on his own and let others know what was about to happen, and they were able to prepare. And then the show continued on with two versions of Black Gygus until one became White Gigant and it was all good, right?
Once again, I gave him the blank stare, only barely following. Okay, so if that all happened, how can you add or change to that?
Because canon. Or at the very least what we consider canon.
I still don't get it. I think maybe you're too deep in this for me to keep up.
Ugh, I thought that might be the case. Let me try again. First up, what's canon?
Whatever the creators say? Shouldn't it just come straight from who made the show, regardless of how it's given to the fans?
I can see how you'd think that, but it becomes hard when you do that way. Interviews and the like need to be considered as well. That's literally what Dave just said.
Yeah.
Without a solid form for it to be delivered in, that's when you get arguments within fandoms, right? It's not a bad way to think about it, but it's not entirely right.
Okay, so I don't think I know for sure what's canon.
That's alright, let me help you out here. Anything canon is probably best thought of anything that's officially part of the story.
That just sounds like you're covering all bases.
There's an important distinction here. So long as it's part of the story, it counts.
Oh, so your fanfiction is a side story.
It's not a side story.
Why'd the music cut out? What the fuck is the tension here? Alright.
It's an important conclusion.
Conclusion to what, though?
So Black Guy, I guess, went back in time, right?
Immediately, Haas's attitude shifted. He'd gone from rabid fanboy to serious in a split second. It was a little jarring and something I'd only seen once before. Right?
Think, what happened to everyone he left behind?
That matters?
Of course it matters.
And almost immediately the intensity he had faded back to his normal self.
Loose threads like that drive me nuts.
Where do you play this game, Haas?
Just because one of them went back in time doesn't make the other stop existing. Life doesn't end just because someone's no longer around.
Haas? Are you alright? This seems very, what I mean is,
Oh, don't mind me. I just like every story to have an ending, happy or sad, and even if it's not the main plot, leaving things unresolved seems like a waste. I don't think this has come up before, but if I don't get to be an actor, I don't think I'd mind getting a shot at directing. You literally just were talking about directing.
yeah. Whoa, really?
Would you believe that I used to be more interested in behind-the-scenes work? It's a lot more fun to be the one behind the curtain, lurking out of view, pulling all the strings. I imagine directing would be the same as that.
Isn't that the polar opposite of being on the spotlight, though?
True, but it's not a bad idea to have a backup plan. Besides, I've had more experience doing that than actual acting gigs, so that's another factor, too.
Oh. I watched as Haas looked up to the sky and I followed his gaze upwards.
Looks like it's going to rain, or at the very least, a storm is brewing. Want to head inside and catch a couple more episodes?
I actually had another question before we do at least.
Oh, what is it?
If you were interested in behind-the-scenes work, what made you go for an acting role?
Oh, is that all?
Oh, auto-proceed, that's annoying.
You can't see the appeal of being a hero, Dave? To be adored by that special someone? Well, that's the main drive anyway.
Oh.
Now here's a question for you, Dave. What sort of guys do you like?
Huh?
What sort of guys? There's no way that Orlando would have been the only one in our close-knit group to turn out gay, and by process of elimination it falls to you, or at least you're the ringer for a double-up.
You guys are not friends.
No.
I'm so confused.
Nope. I thought Haas also knew that Dean was trying to court Dave, and also because Haas is friends with Orlando, he would know that Orlando was trying to set Dave up with Dean.
I don't... Haas is such a bad friend if he got this far, and on top of not knowing Dave's dad is dead, also doesn't know Dave is gay yet. Like, what? What the fuck are you talking about? What's funny is I was about to compliment this game a little bit, which is that Haas being obsessed with what happens to the people left behind in a time travel story is decent foreshadowing and thematic stuff to touch upon in this game and what it's going to do, and is one of the most competent things I've seen. But within that same scene, I'm like, wait, oh god, it doesn't, these characters make no sense. I forgot. I forgot for a minute, but then Haas is like this, him coming on to Dave or asking this question is one thing, But him then explaining in excruciating detail that he doesn't actually know for sure Dave is gay is like, wait,
yeah,
what the fuck? And you're one of the closest friends that come on this vacation with Roswell and everything, and you don't even know Dave's gay? I was thrown for a loop, unsure whether to refuse his claim or just answer the question. It was presumptuous as all hell, but he wasn't wrong. It's presumptuous? Why would you refute the claim? This is the... Toaster. We're in hour 300 of password, and for the first time ever, Dave's in the closet. What?
Yeah.
He doesn't know whether to admit he's gay? That's a thing? That's a question to him?
he got clocked and he's like, I'm angry for the principle of it.
You were staring at his dick. I guess. Bigger guys, smaller guys, or guys like me? I don't even know if Haas is bigger or larger than Dave. I assume that Dave
His original sprite was a big guy, but now he looks positively normal.
And guys like me is also, I don't know what to do with that either. I don't know what these options mean. I assume Dave is smaller than everyone but Roswell, but I don't know if that's true or not. I don't know. Everyone just says bigger guys. Smaller guys would be no one, right? Isn't Dave the tiniest person? Sal, Dina, or Orlando are big guys. What does small mean? Roswell is cute. Is guys like me? This is stupid. Also, just the idea that his entire idea of type of guy is height. All the options are height. There's no other interesting options like cuddling or like being assertive or any other kind of like category. It's just guess Haas's height to come on to him. Which is a weird thing to run into. I don't know. He specified everyone else in the other one, so I'm just gonna say guys like I think I'd like someone to match me, at least in height. I don't really know much beyond that. But he was saying I want a boyfriend anyway.
I wasn't offering if that's what you took from that. Yes, you were. This is the romance route.
Yeah. Then why ask?
Curiosity mostly, to see if our interests line up at all. But I was also interested in one other thing, namely Tyson.
I frowned at Haas, but not really sure where he's going with this line of questioning. I guess he took my silence as permission to continue.
Does he play the hero or the villain in your story?
I thought he meant Haas was gonna come on to Tyson.
I'd want to say that he's the villain from what I've heard from the others, but what a twist it would be if it were the other way around. So which is it, Dave? Is Tyson your big bad or the hero?
These options are insane. You're brothers. Like, there's a canonical answer. These are not real options. What the fuck are you talking about? Fuck it, let's pick villain for fun. I don't think he's hero material, but he's not that bad, I swear. Well, you're just gonna betray my choice then, aren't you, Dave?
Oh?
As rough around the edges as he is, he's a good guy to me at least. So Dave's just ignoring my choice. I said villain. This is just fake choices.
Not what I was expecting of an answer, to say the least.
Almost like it was railroaded.
To be honest, I don't really know what I was expecting as far as an answer. But the answer was very you, Dave.
I wasn't sure how I was meant to be feeling after the sudden question about Ty, but I did catch Haas's gaze start to waver. Why the look? Why the question about Tyson?
Well, if we're being honest, something wasn't feeling right this morning.
What sort of thing?
I can't place it. The way you look at Tyson isn't the same way you look at the rest of the group. He has this intense predatory stare, and you have this awestruck look whenever he's around. For everyone else, you're bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. Well, almost everyone else. Not me, though. Why?
What? I don't even know how to unpack the reactions here because I'm like, is this how Dave is without anyone? I don't feel this dynamic at all. I tilted my head at him, having trouble processing the question. I don't look at you the same way?
No, and it's been bothering me for a while now. I just assumed it was because I was the most recent addition to the group, but still.
We didn't even know I was gay. Oh, I don't think that's it, really. The longer I thought about it, between my responses, the more it seemed to make sense what he was getting at. There was something how he behaved that seemed off, but not necessarily in a bad way. I just put it down to him being eccentric and hard to keep up with. But even with that factored in, he joined the anime club and made fast friends with Roswell and Orlando, no problem. So, was the problem on my end? Truth or lie? What is the truth? I don't know what the truth is. I think... I frowned. Not sure how to phrase it without potentially hurting his feelings, but there wasn't any real way around it. I think it's because sometimes you feel too... fake?
Fake. Of all the things I was expecting you to say, it wasn't fake.
How should I put it? I feel like you're trying too hard to be something you're not. It's fun, but I don't think I've gotten to know the real you at all in a whole year. Just some person you're pretending to be? Anyway, welcome to the friend vacation!
Oh, really now?
Like, think back to when we first met. You were that upbeat, scarily enthusiastic guy. Next time, you were a lot more mellow and sagely, barely saying anything. This time, the time after that, it was when you started going hardcore into pruning for the spotlight. At least you've been on about that for the longest. So, yeah, I think that might be why. Whenever I think of the others, all of them have been consistent, and I've learned more about them over time, but with you, the only time you've really lit up is when watching that show.
I see. Well, I guess there's nothing to it, right?
The Sentai helmet stays on during sex. Huh?
It's clear that you don't know me well enough, and that's bothering me enough that I should look into a way to fix it.
What did you have in mind?
Honestly, I don't know just yet, but I have a few things I want to look into first.
I gave him a look. I was suspicious and wanted him to know it. If he was just going to put on a different sort of persona, then what was even the point?
I think all things considered, it'd be best if we thought of this as going out on a date.
The look I was giving him intensified, shifting towards the confusion end of the spectrum.
Should I take that as a no?
You literally said you weren't offering to be a boyfriend like a minute ago. Haas flashed me a debonair smile, fixing his mane.
Because if that's a no, then I suppose I'll just have to try a bit harder. I think I see what Dean sees now. Wait, so you knew he was gay because you knew Dean was seeing this in you?
What? Writing. What do you mean? Why did you give such bullshit justification for how Dave must be gay if you just knew? In the next moment, Haas had spun on his feet and jumped into the pool, making me sit up in surprise. So much for the chlorine bothering him, but was this just an act or something genuine? On top of this, Haas said, well, Orlando's gay, and statistically someone else must be, which, one, isn't how the percentage of gay people works out for, like, 6 people. But he also knew Dean was gay, too? So he already knows that, like, half the people are gay.
Mm-hmm. Come on, Dave. May as well get a swim in before it starts raining.
I hesitated, getting up and standing by the edge of the pool as Haas half floated around, watching me curiously.
I'm not going to bite. Come on.
Okay, okay. Following Haas's example, I jumped in and started to paddle around. So what are you going to look into anyway?
I was going to ask Tyson a few things. He seems the least concerned with how people regard him anyway. Feel as that's a good a start as any.
You're worried about that sort of thing?
Who isn't self-conscious about themselves to some extent? Figured that if that's my problem, may as well ask the most hard-headed one here if that's what it's like.
Just don't annoy him. He's quick to anger.
Oh? Anything I should know of in particular? Not that I plan on being a hero and duking it out with him at all. Fairly certain he has me beat there.
Knowing Ty, even the little things could set him off. He's so just be mindful.
Alright, I'll keep that in mind.
I gotta ask though, this isn't some long elaborate plan to build just another character to hide behind, right?
Don't think so? Why? Were you after my tragic backstory?
At this stage, I'm not sure I'd believe you if you told me. This seems like a problem.
Well, how about we try anyway?
Haas seemed to float around for a bit at the sky. Haas seemed to float around a bit, staring at the sky, his smile fading to become something more somber.
It's not really all that tragic, really. Didn't have a lot of friends growing up, so I empathize with Tyson a bit there. Poor guy's been through some rough times. Don't need to know specifics to get that much. For me, it was just, I don't know, I liked my space, or maybe I was just comfortable with long stretches of silence. Didn't earn me a lot of friends, given I barely spoke to anyone, but I had books to keep me going.
I knew you liked to read, but you're that much of a bookworm?
Well, I wouldn't say bookworm, but I've read a fair bit, mostly fiction though.
Is that why you're so into anime?
Probably. Who doesn't like a good story that has a triumph over evil, or even the ones where the bad guys win? They're all good.
Anime fans famously don't read.
Yeah. But anyway, picked up backstage work during a school play and loved it. Ever since, setting up things like microphones, lights, and cameras. I thought his story was that he was literally a child star.
Yeah. I really thought he... yeah.
I'm tired.
Maybe it was just too intuitive and maybe it wasn't stated outright, but honestly, I don't know.
I don't care. We're getting off track, though.
Haas goes out into the pool, tapping his... got out of the pool, tapping his chin while he thought about something.
Scored an opportunity to be a cast member in this reality show that I'd signed on to help do the back-end stuff for. I think this really does conflict.
I could have sworn he was an actor, and nothing
Yeah,
about this
I remember
is
him,
having
like,
an acting role.
Being on like a TV show that like I guess wasn't actually aired, but like the implication of all the other routes was that he was a child actor on like a fiction show.
Now he's turned
not
out to be maybe an ascended cast member of a reality show that he was going to...
He's ascended tech crew of a reality show.
How was he tech crew in high school? What training could he have possibly had that made him somebody worth bringing on as tech crew when he wasn't even graduating high school yet? I don't understand. Just what reality show was running that way? I don't know. I'm not an expert, but that sounds stupid. Like, child star is the only thing that makes sense, because you need child actors for things sometimes. I don't know if having a kid on a reality TV show is ethical or allowed.
Figured that was more something to boast about, but well, when it went under, that was it. Both the acting role and the job of a stagehand.
It's not an acting role. It's kind of an acting role, because reality shows are really fake, but it's also not. Because it's not actually acting. It's YouTuber acting.
I thought it was regardless, the difference is between scripted content and unscripted content, and it was unscripted content. So what? Yeah. Then when you and I ran into each other, I was still riding high on the idea that I was going to make it, and sort of just kept that up, thinking it'd happen again. So how's that? Believable enough?
No, we poked a million holes in it. It's sinking into the bottom of the pool. Doubt. Much like any other story Haas had told in the past, it was hard to know just where he was making things up and where he was telling the truth. I'm amused that, like, Haas being a big fat liar is basically established in this scene, 6 days in, and not in any route we've ever been in. Like, I don't think we've ever gotten this vibe. We knew he was a lie detector, but that's different. I don't know.
But it's the truth.
And why does it make sense? See it from my perspective, Haas. You've told tall tales in the past. How do I know this isn't just another one of those?
Because.
Haas looked down at me from outside the pool with a look I'd never seen. He looked serious, or at least resolved.
I promise it's the truth.
From far away, thunder rumbled, causing us both to look over to the horizon. Time to head inside?
Looks like it. We have some time before it hits, but probably better we get the chlorine out of our fur.
Oh, so that part was true too.
Hey, I might have hammed it up before, but I do genuinely want to take care of my body.
I left the pool and shook myself dry enough to wander back inside. He didn't bother with the showers. While Haas quickly toweled off and grabbed his clothes to follow suit. He also didn't use the showers. I think they forgot that there's showers by the pool, which is established in Sal's route. There's showers outside the pool, which is for getting the chlorine off your body.
Are we going to manage getting all the chlorine out?
It's just a shower, man. I think so. I guess I better be real thorough.
You sure you can reach everywhere? Happy to lend a hand if you want.
Whoa, really?
Sure, just two guys getting clean together. Nothing wrong with that.
I can't believe you just said that with a straight face. His face is not straight.
Hey, I'm used to helping wash my little brother and sister. Doesn't have to be anything more than that.
The only straight character in this entire game is apparently Oz. I think I'll be fine, this time at least.
Well, all right, but I'll be checking tomorrow. If you've missed a spot, then I'm getting in with you and making sure you scrub properly.
This is so off-putting. The first line's coming on to you, but after that, all the follow-up just gets more... It just starts feeling intrusive and weird. Okay, fine. We split up and I took a shower. I was fairly certain I was thorough, especially considering I was there until the water went cold, scrubbing my back with a brush. After a quick blow-dry, I changed into some comfy clothes for that evening and went to see what people were doing for dinner. I think they definitely just forgot that there's pool showers in the setting. Sure enough, here was Orlando reheating some leftovers, although there wasn't any sign of anyone else. Hungry, Dave? I could eat. Do we still have leftover pizza?
Yup, not a whole lot, but enough for you and maybe one other person. Everyone else has been and gone already, so it's just you left to dig in.
Everyone's already eaten?
Yup, Haas and Tyson were in here last, talking about something. It was strange. I didn't think I'd see those two getting on. I think Tyson was even smiling.
Huh, that's actually kinda cool. Maybe Haas found something he and Ty have in common.
Seemed that way. I think they were gonna go work out or something.
Huh, well... I think Haas was gonna ask Ty some questions about something. Wouldn't give me specifics.
Oh, okay.
Orlando pulled some pizza out of the microwave and poked at it. checking its temperature with a brief frown before putting it back on for another minute.
Go grab some pizza and I'll heat it up for you. You have any plans for this evening?
I wandered over the fridge and pulled out a large plate that seemed to have a whole pizza still on it. There was another one in the fridge. You said there was enough for just one other person, right?
Yeah, why?
Orlando, there's a whole extra pizza in here. How much pizza do you think people eat?
Oh, that one's not for us. Well, it can be, but Benson asked if there'd be any leftover.
What, Benson wants pizza now?
Maybe. I didn't pick him for the type, but he was polite about asking if any would be available. Almost as if he was asking on behalf of someone else, really. Really just fucking spoiling everything here.
Oh, well, alright. Then, here. Orlando swapped the plates over, gesturing to the plate of hot pizza.
Dig in. I can wait for this lot.
Thanks. I went to grab a slice, and I had to try and scoop it in such a way that all the cheese didn't drip off onto the plate. By the time I had it halfway in my mouth, I noticed Orlando looking at me expectantly. What?
You didn't answer the question.
Oh, no plans, I guess? Want to hang out?
Hell yeah. What'd you want to do?
I don't know, butt stuff.
Want to go watch a DVD or something and have some guy talk?
Wait. You mean talking about guys?
What else could I have meant? So, let me just heat this up and we can go get a DVD.
So, what'd you want to watch anyway? I struggle with the idea that this game is a period piece where everyone uses DVDs, but also has smartphones.
Oh, whatever really, just have some background noise.
Alright, I'll just throw on some random animation thing then. Once we were both comfortable, it took about 5 minutes before Orlando started things off.
So, you and Haas, huh?
Huh?
Just thinking about how that sort of relationship would go.
Wait, what?
Yeah, like, I guess he's fine, but a little full on, don't you think?
I mean, sure, it's funny you say that. Apparently he's been half pretending this whole time. I was having trouble following exactly what was going on. He's been half pretending this whole time, apparently? What do you mean apparently? It was your interpretation of him that he's always lying. He made a dig at Tyson. I think he asked me out. It was strange.
How do you not know if he asked you out or not?
Because Dave's stupid. He literally called it a date and then talked about bathing with you. It was something along the lines of him wanting me to know more about him or something.
Oh, sounds interesting. Is he going to be the man? Is he going for the man of mystery angle? Still, gonna say yes?
Every time he smiles, I'm caught off guard by Orlando's weird teeth being from his top row of teeth. His tusks are from the top row, but they don't line up with his teeth to fit in his jaw anywhere, and I guess we'll just have to see what he turns out like, right? What about you and Sal? How's that going?
Wait, what? We're not dating?
Sorry, I meant about the scavenger hunt, given he's your partner and all. Last I heard, you didn't have your eyes on anyone. Orlando was terrible at keeping his composure, and I felt it worth prying given how nervous he seemed to be. Unless you and Sal are dating.
No, don't be silly. Although, I do think I'm crushing a little bit. Is that bad?
Have you told him?
I don't think he's picked up on it yet. I was hoping to be subtle. I don't even know if he's, well, you know.
The fact that every 10th you know is actually about being gay or fucking further throws off how much it's used casually outside of that context in the narrative constantly. I'm assuming so. Probably a big assumption, but it's never come up before. Maybe you should just ask him straight up, haha, and see what he says.
Ugh, you're right. There's no way around it, is there?
Hey, worst he can do is say he's not interested. Better to know now so you can laugh it off his friends later, right?
Yeah, I think that's not a bad way to think about it. I'll probably need some time to work up the courage, but I'll ask him. Promise. But if it goes well, I'll come running with treats for days.
Just remember it could go the other way.
And if it does, so long as I can come to you and get a hug to make me feel better, I think I'll be alright.
Orlando got comfy in his beanbag before sniffing the air. It's weird everyone's being proactive. They're engaging in things and having contingencies and thinking about consequences and planning in very minor ways, but people aren't just sitting around.
What's that smell?
Huh?
You smell like the swimming pool. Make sure you wash that chlorine out.
I grumbled, thinking that I'd washed thoroughly enough, but I guess I'd need to have another shower to really get the smell out. Being in the pool sounds like a massive pain in the ass in this universe. Like, at least take a bath, just for ease sake of just, bleh. This sounds like a nightmare. After the movie, I split off from Orlando, who ducked into his room to get ready for bed. It was late, and I was fairly certain I was probably the last one up with how quiet it was. Fuck. Tyson? It was faint, but I could hear him muttering to himself in his room. Tyson looked up at me, and I eased the door to his room open. You okay? Yeah, I just didn't know I'd left the door open. You're shaking. To make matters worse, his fur was a mess. Part of it matted and other parts just missing and now strewn on the floor. What the fuck? I was by his side in a second, looking him over, and no sooner than when I was in arm's reach, he grabbed me and clung tight. I fucked up bad. I fucked up real bad. Did you kill Haas? Is that... Wait, where is this going? Did Haas come onto you or something? It's around the time for Haas to die. How bad are we talking? What happened? I don't know. What am I gonna do, Dave? There's only a number of instances where Ty had called me by my name, and none of them... What? It's a character trait of Tyson that he doesn't normally call Dave Dave? That's not true.
No, and in fact, I thought that when we were talking about pet names, he was like, no, ew, I hate them in the other route.
He doesn't want he's iffy about boyfriend names, and he also gets mad if you call him a dog. But I think he sometimes calls Dave Pup or a couple of other things, but he definitely calls him Dave all the time. So what the fuck are you talking about? There was only a number of instances where Ty had called me by my name, and none of them were good. He had a whole list of pet names, but when he dropped my name, it was serious. It's like when your parent says your full name or whatever, but it's like that's the trope that they're almost calling on, but it just doesn't make sense. It's obviously not true. I tried thinking back. What was he doing this evening? Then it hit me. The next word out of my mouth was barely whispered. Haas. It was enough to make Tyson flinch, and he held on to me tighter. I didn't mean it. I shook him gently and he crumbled, collapsing on the floor. Ty, what did you do? It took him a few moments before he looked at me, fearful. More fearful than I'd ever seen him before. Did he kill Haas in gay panic? Is he gonna use the queer panic defense? Is that...
What?
How does Tyson get worse in every route? What the fuck do you mean he killed Haas? Day 6 of our vacation, where no one knows it's even a murder story yet, Tyson just murders Haas. Oh. Uh-huh. I killed him, Dave. He's dead. What? No, you couldn't have. I shook my head, but Ty's expression didn't change, shifting only to the floor instead of meeting my gaze. Ty, tell me what happened. Okay. Tyson started walking me through from when Haas approached him, then when they ran into Orlando in the kitchen before heading down to the gym. Apparently things were going alright before Haas started pressing him for information that Tyson didn't want to give me willingly. But as he said, Haas wanted to know just what relationship we had, and Tyson told him, which apparently had made Haas say something provoking enough that it's not even a weightlifting accident. I thought it might be a weightlifting accident or something, but no. Then I just lay into him. 2 hits and he was on the floor, stone cold. What the fuck am I gonna do, Dave? I can't. I couldn't help but hug him. Part of me still wondered if Haas was actually dead, but I knew that right in front of me, Ty was hurting something awful. But if he'd left Tyson on the floor, we had to do something about it. Ty, I need to go check Haas. Maybe he's not dead. Ty remained silent, keeping his gaze elsewhere. Anything I should know about? Is he still on the floor? Ty shook his head, speaking in a half mumble. I tried to wake him by putting him in the shower, left him there propped up against the wall. Okay, he might just be unconscious. Let me go check it out. Like, heads ripped off. I left Tyson a mess on the floor of his bedroom, closing the door behind me. There was a pit in my stomach that grew with each step towards the basement. Oh, the shower in the gym, I guess. The gym also has a shower in addition to the pool shower. And we forgot the pool shower, but we remembered the gym shower in this route. He could just be unconscious. He's probably fine. I didn't want to believe Haas was dead, or that Tyson had killed him, but it was something that had to be checked. I reached the basement, immediately feeling like I shouldn't have come alone. The whole place was quiet, and the gym had a certain smell to it. Not musky, as I had come to associate with it with, given Tyson's frequent visits, but something more metallic. He was bleeding everywhere from 2 punches? He said in the shower, right? Haas, you in here? No response. I breathed in deep, chanting in the back of my mind a prayer that Tyson hadn't killed Haas, and I wasn't about to walk in on something. This would have been a good time to be telling himself the mantra that Haas talked about, but Haas forgot to teach him it. I closed my eyes right as I got to the lockers, the metallic smell hitting me even harder to the point of making me almost gag. I don't understand why there are lockers in the gym when it's in a home. Your home gym. Why does your home gym have a locker? Who are you lockering things from? And, like, are you just not going to go upstairs and take a shower and get dressed? Like, what, do you have gym clothes that you reused in the gym locker? What?
I thought he was beating on him with his fists.
Yeah, he said he punched him twice. That's an entire giant knife.
This is so stupid.
And then somebody else killed him with a knife.
Tyson's a yandere now. It's so cool. Where was this knife in all the other routes? That's what I want to know.
It looks like Jack's knife, kind of, but it might be just the way that Roswell kills people, since we're under the impression that Roswell does the murders.
But it's a different knife than the one that stabbed Sal, I think.
Well, Sal wasn't stabbed, but there was a knife stabbed into the floor outside the fridge to keep it locked closed. And I think that was just a kitchen knife. Yeah, I don't think it was a giant cartoon knife. The kind of knife that you're like, why do you own this? This is a strange knife to have, because it doesn't serve purposes. Yeah. We have such a variety of murder weapons. My eyes were drawn to the pool of red coating the floor of the shower, trailing up to the object sticking out of Haas's chest. I wobbled, bracing myself on the wall nearby, and willed myself not to faint. There was no mistake. Haas was dead. Haas. I stared at his face, my mind racing. Did Tyson do this? Was he just lying about what he did? And how he left his body? Then there was the issue of the knife. Where did it come from? Who used it? Why? I heard footsteps behind me and I froze, my breath catching in my chest. They were slow, deliberate, and turned around to see who was there. Roswell. I crossed the distance between where I stood and where he waited, in the middle of the gym between its entrance and the showers. There's been hosses.
Dad?
How did you... Roswell shook his head.
The blood. I could smell it when I came downstairs with how strong the smell was.
He trailed off, the rest of his thought apparent with the cold logic of what the smell of blood could mean. So time to look for the password, by the way, from this point forward.
Yeah.
Dave, were you the one who...
No, I wasn't sure what to say. I couldn't rightly tell Roswell I was down here checking out if Tyson had killed Haas without immediately throwing him under the bus.
If it wasn't you, that leaves Tyson, Sal.
Apparently Orlando and Dean are off the table. I flinched when Roswell started painting the picture himself, but he continued on as if he hadn't noticed.
Maybe Haas himself if it was suicide.
Through the chest?
Benson, maybe. He's a wild card. Those are the ones that came down here most often, right?
Right? Moments passed as Roswell continued to think, his brow furrowed as the cogs in his head turned at an alarming rate.
Cause of death?
You didn't look? I gestured behind me, gulping. My throat was dry, unsure of where Roswell's train of thought was leading him. It'd be easier if he saw, and part of me didn't really want to describe what I'd seen anyway.
Oh no, I don't want to see the body. Just thinking about it makes me feel, not all that great. But we should call the police. Maybe let the others know so we're all on the same page.
He's ready to accuse people of the murder, but he's not willing to even confirm that Haas is definitely dead in this situation. Okay. Roswell led the way back out to the foyer, then headed upstairs to his room. He was taking it better than I expected, and maybe he was just treating this with cold logic to get through the bad news, as he was prone to do. Me, on the other hand... Tyson was right where I left him, on the floor, broken. Ty? Buddy? He didn't move, barely breathing. I knelt next to him and shook him gently. I need you to tell me what you did to Haas. Please, it's important. I cradled Tyson's jaw, lifting it slightly so he was looking at me. He let me move him effortlessly, eyes glassy and vacant, but slightly puffy from where I'd assumed he'd been crying. Alright, pup. Alright. His words were croaked out, volume brought down to a worried whisper. I punched him twice, I guess in the face. When he hit the ground, I dragged him to the shower to try and wake him up with cold water. It didn't work, so I bailed. Such a fucking coward.
The characterization of this game really sucks.
Uh-huh. Alright. If you did nothing else, you might be okay. Roswell's calling the police, so we'll just have to see how it goes. He does not mention the knife. I rounded everyone up so we could wait for the police. Despite the state I found Haas in, they took Tyson away for questioning first. I went second, then Roswell. It didn't go well. We were there for another day before Benson had everything arranged for us to go. Police had already started scoping out this crime scene for us, so us being around was just being in the way. Dean drove me home from the funeral, a lot of us still reeling from what could have happened even after a week. He walked me to my front door, the two of us waiting for the other to say something first. So, you gonna be alright? Yeah, I think so. You have my number, right? Call me anytime you need anything, Dave. Anything at all. Okay, thanks, Dean. Yeah, I'll let you get some rest. Wait, I need you to say a keyword that's conspicuous. Last I heard, Tyson was being pinned for it. We hadn't heard from him since we left, and his ride home was in the back of the police car. Do you think Ty did it?
I don't know. Well, it'd be something that comes down to what's proven in court, right? Famously accurate and true and final American justice system.
Do you?
Think he did it, I mean.
I don't think so, but I wouldn't know who else. What he told me before I found Haas didn't line up with how I found him.
Well, I guess we'll just have to see. Hope for the best and deal with it as we find out more. If he's innocent, then maybe we can go out for drinks or something.
Yeah.
It'll be alright, Dave. Might not happen right away, but it'll happen. Oh, almost forgot. I was given this to give to you. I wasn't really paying attention at the time, but yeah. Here, I brought you a metaphor.
Dean reached into his back pocket and handed the crumpled letter over to me, the seal broken.
Sorry, must have sat on it in the car. You should probably read it.
I took it from Dean and unfolded it. Who's it from?
Dunno, just signed OH at the bottom. Ring any bells?
I shook my head, reading the contents of the letter. To the holder of this letter, I trust that despite all things you are well, or at very least well enough to be on the road to recovery following this tragic loss. I need you to remember this word, and remember it well. Heroism. I blinked and looked at Dean. I forgot that the first one's just given to you. Waving the letter in my hand gently. What is this? I looked back down at the letter, realizing there was more written. I held up a finger to cut Dean off and continued to read. It was a trait Haas always aspired to, but he just wasn't ready for that fight. Not yet. Or maybe it was just that his villain rival was too strong. Regardless, carve that word into your heart and make the world a better place in his stead. I don't know what to think at first. Angry, frustrated, insulted. I cycled through them pretty quick before I looked Dean in the eye. Dean, you read this, right?
Yeah, sorry. Assumed it was for me at first and was on auto most of the day.
Okay, what's your take?
Dunno, was a bit to take in, but I guess I kinda understand it. Go make the world a better place because that's what Haas was trying to do, or something? I didn't really know the guy. We're not really friends on this trip. My mind began to race with ideas, trying to decipher what the letter was trying to mean. Call it a way to cope or a sudden stroke of inspiration. I wasn't sure which was more accurate. Can we meet for lunch or something tomorrow? I guess. I'm not doing anything.
Good. I just want to take some time to think things over and then want to know what you think about it.
Alright, I'll come pick you up tomorrow. Just don't go coming up with any crazy ideas.
The following day, Dean and I had lunch, and I pitched the idea of joining the police force.
Wow.
Because of hero, I guess? I guess. If anyone might go join the police force, it'd probably be Dave, but it's extremely funny that he would do it because of Haas's death and not his own father, who was a cop. I told him about how when I visited my mother to tell her, she was vehemently against it. Dean, though, was on board. I wasn't sure if the letter spoke to him in the same way it did to me, or if he was just taking the career path that seemed easiest. But we applied to the academy.
We? Dean joined the police too? You're ruining everyone's life.
But we applied for the academy that day, and moved in together to keep things easy. Dean was rapt at the prospect, obviously having me in such close quarters nearly all the time. I can't believe this is the ending where Dean wins. Like, Haas's murder is the best case scenario for Dean, even though we established in the other route that Dean feels nothing for Dave when he actually gets the chance.
Yeah.
Which is, I think, also he's so much older, which is also weird. Which I think is why we actually started dating proper, really. Although it wasn't dating so much as we were living as a couple for so long, one night it all just sort of came to a head and became official. With Dean by my side, I felt like I could make the world a better place, and live up to what that letter hinted of what Haas's wants for the world were. I didn't know how well we were going to go, but at least we were going to try. Okay. Bad end. Haas. It's a bad end because you date Dean. Bizarre. Is it heroism?
Heroism?
Yep. That is the keyword. We did it. Haas is now undead. As he's a zombie for the rest of the game. At first I didn't think anything had happened, but with a sudden blah blah blah, it's the light doing the thingy, who cares? A flash of Haas. I shook my head hurriedly, cursing how messed up it was that I was imagining Haas dead. I was imaging Haas dead. Whoops. But once more it came back in full force, taking shape in the same way as if it were a memory. What the hell? Blah blah, boring mechanics. I don't need to reread anything about how the stupid thing works. Wait, don't. Oh wait, no, don't hang out. Don't work out with Tyson. Wee, bulge is out. And now I just say the same options again because none of these are new.
Okay, hey, I have to hop anyway.
Well, next time we'll unkill Haas.
Just kidding, I lied. I didn't have anything to do, so I can finish this visual novel.
Marrow.
Okay?
Have I dissociated? Toaster thought that a work meeting could save him from this.
I did. I thought that I had a work meeting and
it was fake.
Then it got
it wasn't
canceled.
real. He's not saved.
Yeah, no.
I feel disgusting. I'm so sick of July.
Yeah, it's really warm for me too.
Oh.
Yeah. It's okay.
Enjoy your mud
gross
kink
out.
hypotheticals, everybody. Don't take a moment before that recollection came back, seeing Haas like that. Wait! Haas looked at me funny, and I couldn't blame him. I was several levels too loud and my voice cracked from the sudden outburst. Maybe Tyson isn't the best one to go talk to? He can be a bit touchy. Have you heard of the queer panic defense?
Well, yeah, you just said that.
The least realistic thing about this is that Tyson was charged for being come onto. About personal stuff, I mean, chances are you'd have a fight on your hands the moment you started prodding him for information. I gulped, watching Haas process the information. He didn't seem convinced, though.
Well, not as if there's another good option. At least from what I can tell, unless you have a suggestion.
What about Orlando? He's pretty honest about himself.
You know, that's probably the safer bet anyway. Less likely I'd get into a fight with Orlando anyway. Good call.
Anyway. I watched Haas for the next few moments. It seemed as though, as simple as that, he was dissuaded from engaging with Tyson. If there was any truth to what I saw, he should now be safe. I will not follow him to check. Rip.
Just eating up pizza before going to hang out with Haas. Apparently he has some questions for me. I'm flattered at the attention, but if he asks me out, I don't know what I'm gonna say. Any advice?
I sighed out. Oh, it's so interesting to be back in the first 20 days before he knows he should stop saying that. It seemed like whatever I had seen wasn't going to come to pass now. I guess just be honest. He might seem a little odd, but hear him out.
Haas and I have spoken loads of times. Well, how'd this be any different? You're the only one that's weird about this, Dave.
He was talking about trying to be truer to himself, so I don't know if he seems different. That might be why. He's still our friend, though.
Oh, for sure. What the fuck are you talking about, Dave? Although, that does make me wonder, why now? What changed? Did you call him a fake faker who's a fake? Why would you do that, Dave? I'm sure if I ask him, he'll tell me, right?
Orlando pulled the pizza he was eating and checked it, and threw it into the microwave for another minute. Rest of it's in the fridge, yeah?
Yeah, but don't take both plates of blah blah Benson. Leave you to it.
Once I'd eaten, I made my way back to the foyer, the sound of a coming storm rumbling somewhere off. So there's evidence throughout this that some of the stuff is planned, because there are moments of foreshadowing. Like, we skipped through this, but I had the choice of medicine or tea for Roswell, and now we know that, like, oh, it's because Roswell injected himself with the disease, so him being sick, and you being like, what do we help him with? It's like, that's foreshadowing him injecting himself with a virus to make himself die faster for the vault. In this case, they foreshadow the existence of Oz by having Benson asking coyly about, like, whether there's going to be leftovers for stuff.
Yep.
But then they write they blow the subtlety though, and they write it so that Orlando's just like, it's like he's asking for someone else or something. I'm like, oh, come on, man. You couldn't just let it be a hint, like, oh, well, yeah, because, like, you could just leave it as, like, yeah, I didn't figure him to be the type, and then leave it at that, and that's how much thought Orlando would think, but instead he's just intuiting a whole extra character, because the author can't hold back from hinting at the character that he knows exists, and it's like, no, stop. Oh, Tyson, what's up? He looked up from his phone while he was just sitting on the stairs, shrugging. Not much. You? Just ate. Cool. Heading to bed? Probably. Not much else going on, I think. Yeah, you look wrecked, pup. Go get some sleep. I went to walk. It would be extremely funny if you called him Dave in this scene, just to contradict the other one. I went to walk past Tyson before I felt something bugging me in the back of my mind. It's probably nothing, but Ty was the one to give it to me. But Ty was one to give it to me as it was. Can I ask you something, Ty? Sure, what's up? The weirdest thing happened to me today, but I'm not sure I'm just overreacting. If I'm just overreacting or just something else. That's not a question, but yeah, you're a dork, so what? No, not that. I think I got the vault open earlier and it showed me Haas dead. Oh yeah? Seemed pretty alive to me before. Am I crazy? I was convinced that if I didn't try doing something, that he'd be killed tonight. I'm saying it again. You're a dork, but... Tyson sighed and got up, putting his phone away before throwing his arm over my shoulders and walking with me upstairs. Nah, I don't think you're crazy, pup. I think there's a lot of crazy people in the world, but you're just... stupid. After a few moments of watching Ty search for the word with a scowl on his face, he sighed and seemingly gave up. Look, if you ask me to trust you on something, I'm gonna do it. If you say you opened the vault and saved the kitty, then whatever, you did it. And I'll back you up if anyone says otherwise. Really? I'm not the brightest, but I'm not stupid. I've been called worse, pup. Trust me. You're better at this stuff than I am. Best I can do is hitting you upside the head if you start fussing over it too much. When we got to the top of the stairs, Tyson smacked me on the butt and continued on towards his room. Don't lose any sleep over it, pup. You're all right. See you in the morning. And then we saved Haas, just like that. Who are you? Oh, I'm Oz, but I'm also Thanatos and blah blah. No, I'm... Then I suppose ensuring Haas watches his mouth around Tyson was just friendly advice. Granted, given how abrasive he seems, I can hardly blame you. Either way, I could not send blah 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 blah. Yeah, this is Thanatos, but it's Oz speaking through him, so I think it's Thanatos' voice, Oz's voice.
Yeah, it's Oz's voice.
Oops, that's the bad ending choice.
Yep.
That's leave the mansion, not the house, or not the room. Day 7. I figured there was nothing really left to do shy of getting ready for breakfast. I just finished putting on my pants when there was a knock at my door. Come in.
Good morning.
Oh, good morning. I slipped on a fresh shirt, followed by my hoodie as Haas started to talk again. How did yesterday go with Orlando?
Went well. He had some interesting thoughts on the subject.
What exactly did you tell him, though?
I wanted... Oh, that's
I wandered over to get my phone, tucking it in my pocket before making my bed.
I was upfront and honest about what I was feeling, told him that I don't feel as though he knew the real me. Honestly, I had to pry him off me with how he kept going on about how proud he was of me for coming out of the closet.
I stopped flipping my pillows to stare at him, confused. Wait, so you're gay too?
No, bi actually, but that's not the point. What kind of guys do you like?
Right.
I just want to see if we're on the same page.
No,
You're gay?
It makes no sense. Yeah, he says, but that's not important. And I'm like, it's the topic of this multi-day arc. What the fuck are you talking about? Oh, well, all right.
A lot of it was what Orlando kept reinforcing, that we were still friends and that he was willing to help me in whatever way he could. To be honest, it was really... I don't want to say full on, but it was stressing me out.
Everyone's current, like, queerness status being up for, like...
I did find
so
the
weird.
positing earlier of, like, I figured one of us must be gay in a group of, like, openly gay people is very weird. Like, very weird.
I cannot, like, it's one of those things where it's just, like... just strange, like, tropey writing just goes in all over the place. Even if these, like, kind of autopilot-y kind of, like, statements that you would hear someone say in real life sometimes just completely contradict the entire narrative surrounding it.
Yeah.
There's no universe where you could say that. It just didn't make any sense. And it's just in there. He just randomly says, like, I figured with Orlando being gay, someone else probably is in this group, haha. It's like, what? You personally know almost everyone in this group is gay. Weird. I tilted my head at him, curious. Haas always seemed calm and composed. Maybe that was part of his act? His support was stressing you out?
I don't want to say that Orlando's too nice, but you were on the money about him being a good one to talk to. Had a whole bunch of advice about what really matters.
Well, alright. That sounds like a good thing, at least. What's the next step, though?
Funny you should say that. We are gonna bone. So at some point last night, I went back to my room. Got left a note of random words that I brought to Orlando, given we were still just hanging out. In my room, alone. Two gay dudes.
Oh, is that bad? The mention of random words made me feel uneasy, wondering if this was going where I thought it would.
I wouldn't say bad, just... Well, consider what it'd be like to head into your room to find a note that someone else left. If anything, it's rude to go into someone else's room without permission.
Yeah, I think I can understand that.
So after talking about it with Orlando, we figured we'd see if there was any use for these words. Maybe they were a clue. To what mystery? To what mystery?
Like, what are the words? What did they say? Who would that come from? What the fuck's happening? What, like, potential passwords to the vault?
Well, yeah, actually, how did you know?
Oh, I couldn't keep looking at Haas, instead laughing. Just a hunch, promise.
Remind me to teach you how to lie better.
But Orlando... Oop.
But Orlando thought that we should bring you along too. May as well, right?
Orlando suggested it. Why?
Don't really know. Wouldn't tell me. Did seem distraught about the idea, though.
Distraught?
Come on, won't take long, and then you can get to coffee, promise.
Well, okay, but only if we're quick.
Well, let's get going then.
Haas led the way forward. It was easier to put myself on auto rather than consciously walk beside him. Hell, I was still rubbing my eyes as we descended the stairs. We descended again into the basement, heading towards the vault. The lights were already on, so we weren't the only ones down there. Orlando was already there waiting for us, sitting against one of the walls. He stood as we filed in. And with Haas closing the door to the room behind us. There's a door to this room? The vault room has a door? I thought it was just the hallway. So, now we're here.
Which means it's time for this creepy list, right?
Right, I've got it right here.
This was just in your room, right?
That's right, no indication of who left it there, but given it was sitting right in the middle of my bed, whoever left it there wanted me to find it.
Should we raise this with the others? It's probably not good if someone's snooping around the rooms.
Well, I agree with that, but we don't really have anyone to finger for it, right? Unless we start comparing handwriting. The 25th Ward soundtrack just popped into on my playlist. I'm really happy about it. Put me into a good mood. Good music. Good music. I like that.
You can simulate the toaster experience by looking up that.
You can listen to the song Metropolitan Edge off the 25th Ward, the Silver Case soundtrack.
Wouldn't that be a little telling? Also, if they're just leaving a note, is that so bad?
What if they're stealing stuff as well? I could think of someone if it's that bill.
Hey, that's not fair. You can't profile him like that. He only murdered Haas in the other timeline. And sexually assaulted me the same day in the other timeline. And murders you in another timeline. I think Tyson might be a bad guy, actually.
I'm with Dave on this one. Besides, there's other things clearing him of it anyway.
Oh, like what?
I don't think Tyson would know some of the words on this list anyway, so at the very least, he wouldn't have written it.
Well, I was intent on giving Haas the best disapproving stare I could manage. Orlando's moved the conversation back on track.
What words are on this note anyway? Is it a letter? A shopping list?
Just words here.
Haas straightened out the sheet of paper that he had and flipped it around so Orlando could read it. Sure enough, it was a list of words, all written in capital letters. Liminality, arbiter, discovery, suspend, matrimony, peacekeeper, deluge.
Was Peacekeeper a password before?
I don't remember if that's...
Peacemaker, maybe? I thought we had guessed that for like when...
I can't remember if it's Orlando's word or not, because it was...
That's what I thought it was.
Some kind of like paladin type word.
I genuinely don't remember at all.
Yep.
This is an odd list of words.
Any idea what they mean?
I feel like you're leading us along here, maybe a little bit. Why else would we be meeting here and here otherwise?
Fair point. But yeah, I feel like these might be potential things to try in the vault. That or some obscure reference to what to look for in the library. Anyway, why not work through this list? I like how you mentioned the library, even though I don't think we've been there yet, have we?
Yeah, and I don't... Let's see.
Is that just a mysterious reveal of Haas having been here before that we're just going to brush over because he just came out to us in this part of the playthrough?
Well, maybe, but it's also like... Everyone assumes the library is the library at this point.
Yeah.
Because there's a normal library with a knight. Not that normal library, but it has armor in it. And then there's the super library And that was the whole misunderstanding that delays the story by a day, because right out the gate it's already padding. So he could just be fucking with us. Take turns or leave it to Haas? Who cares?
Literally, who gives a fuck?
I don't know. Take turns? Let's take turns.
Why don't you kick us off, Dave? Then I'll go. Then Orlando. And we can rotate through like that.
Oh, alright. Working down the list, we took it in turns. After each attempt, a keypad just buzzed at us in error, no other message popping up. By the time we'd worked down the list...
Well, that's a shame. None of them worked.
You didn't really expect any of them to just work, right? Who would leave you the solution like that?
Yeah, can't blame me for hoping, though.
Still, if any of them did work, I don't think you'd be all too happy about it.
And why is that?
No reason at all.
You're almost as bad a liar as Dave. Only reason he's worse is because of that laugh.
As if to prove his point, I began to chuckle without realizing it. But once I did, I'd shut my mouth. Orlando, flustered, was trying to think of something to say in response before I felt it necessary to save him. I think I know the reason.
That would be you.
You do?
I nodded slowly, turning to Haas. I saw you die, Haas, stabbed in the chest.
What?
I shuddered, thinking back to what I'd seen.
But how?
With a knife. I pointed at the panel to which we were all familiar with at this point. Yesterday I tried the word heroism and, well, it showed me you dead.
What? Like on a screen somewhere?
No, more like a vision, right?
I looked to Orlando, worried. How did you... With a sigh, Orlando ran his digits through his beard, moving back to his mane.
To be honest, I've been thinking through the same thing. Looked into getting a word correctly, got a horrible image right in my head soon after. It was scary.
You just lucked into the password?
Hey, I made an educated guess. It's what you'd do if this was a video game, right? Try the things that stand out, pay attention to what seems relevant, get the reward.
Never mind the fact that the password comes from the vision you haven't had yet. So it makes no sense that you know it. So it's not an educated guess. You just magically get mind controlled into knowing a word for a second and then get the context for the memory afterwards.
Correct.
We've never resolved the inherently paradoxical nature of the entire premise here, which is just them trying to do Cape Escape.
Cape Escape? They're trying to play...
trying to do Zero Escape, but not Zero Escape. It doesn't work that the password is from the vision you don't have yet.
I was more hoping for the door to open and get some sort of treasure, but no, just visions of murder. Worst side quest ever.
I opted to have everyone try the passwords and not just Haas, because that might, like, technically, in the universe, that might RNG into Dave or Orlando getting a vision, whereas we know Haas can't get them. So if there was a correct answer, that just seemed like the one to do. Haas looked to Orlando with a sigh, attention on him after hearing that he, too, had used the vault, the same result that I got.
Well, that answers my other question about the door not being opened. What word did you use to see me dead? I can't tell if you're lying really well, or just both still half asleep in mid-nightmare.
Well, the first line was new.
Should I be worried about how both of you are imagining me dead? Okay.
I looked to Orlando, curious about what word he'd used, but found he was already looking at me, visibly upset. Something seemed off here, but he wasn't paying much attention to Haas's question.
I don't...
He shook his head, trying to change the subject.
Either way, Gonna go prepare for breakfast. I could use a cup of tea as it is. Better get the coffee started too, because it looks like Dave is needing it too. Who too? Orlando hurried out of the room without a word, ignoring the hard stare Haas was giving him.
Well, that was odd.
No kidding. I felt Haas's attention turned to me, the stare unwavering.
This thing you saw with me dead?
Oh, what about it?
Was it before or after we had our chat by the pool?
It was before. Why? Haas scratched his chin, thoughtful. There was a few moments of silence before he sighed out.
So I'm guessing that's why you redirected me to Orlando then.
Oh,
I wondered why that was the case. Part of me wondered if you were scared I was going to hit on your older brother.
Wait, so everyone knows that about Tyson?
We're brothers.
Why does Haas know that about Tyson?
I don't question it, because it's not going to make any sense at all.
I wasn't even entirely
whatsoever.
sure if we were on the threshold where the narrative knew yet that Tyson and Dave were brothers, but Haas knows?
Yeah, I got nothing. That's what he is to you, right? At least that's what it seems like.
It's complicated, but yeah, something told me that you and Ty would clash after the conversation. He's a bit homophobic. I pulled a face, trying to find the word to best describe how Tyson would be. Picky wasn't the right word, nor was sensitive. Granted, both weren't exactly wrong, just not exactly accurate for this case.
Well, here's my take. It must suck being down here by yourself. He's really only got you from what I can tell, so I'm willing to give him a shot.
Really?
Yep. Might see if he wants to watch some anime or something. Maybe find something he likes, unless you already know.
Not really. I mean, that's cool that you're willing to reach out like that. It makes me feel better, that's for sure. What a weird turnaround. You redirected me away from Tyson, implying that he killed me. I'm gonna go be his friend now. And then he's like, do you know what he likes? And I'm like, not really. What? Dave, you have no insight on the tastes and interests of the most important person in your life. Okay.
No sweat, but if he starts pushing me away, though, I've got better things that I can be doing. Some people just can't work out as friends, after all.
Right, well, that seems fair at least.
For now, breakfast?
Yeah, after all that, I could use some coffee, maybe a muffin or something. Or fruit. Fruit's good. Sandwiches? Sandwiches.
Well, let's go find out.
We headed back to the dining room, my thoughts on imminent coffee hurrying me along. When we got there, I found a spot and poured myself a cup. Haas, however, went into the kitchen, presumably looking for Orlando, given he was missing too. Orlando's missing from 2 seconds ago when he was right in front of us. I think what you mean is Orlando left. Haas winked at me when he noticed I was staring, and I turned away quickly to drink from my mug. He was a self-admitted liar, or at the very least knew when other people were lying. Maybe he was putting on an act and was potentially the murderer? Seemed odd that he'd say that he was trying to be better about being true to himself, unless it was some elaborate double bluff. It's not very elaborate. He's in the middle of suspecting everyone. So, I got a question for you. What sort of question? I've been trying something. Something good? Think so. Trying to be more nice, you know. Try to make friends. Oh, that's great, Ty. But, Am I doing a good job? It's hard and not sure it's worth the effort. But you're really trying? Of course I'm trying. I'm trying for you, you dork. For me? Yeah, why not? You like these people. It's easier for you if I get along, right? Well, yeah, sure, but I can't say I was expecting you to actively, you know, make an effort. That's very damning on you, Dave, that you brought him on a vacation and then split off and hung out with everyone except him and then didn't expect him to make friends in the process, too? So you just thought he'd just be miserable? Well, thanks for the vote of confidence. If they don't give me a shot, though, that's it. Fuck them. Oh, so I was thinking maybe trying with Haas first. I flinched, trying to stay calm. I didn't really know why, but something told me that this was a recipe for disaster. But I'd figured it'd be best to ask first. Why Haas? He's the new guy. Don't know him, he doesn't know me. Hopefully he can give me a fair shot. Yeah, that sounds like a good call. I have my moments. I need advice, though. Let's see. Maybe be ready to talk about anime for a while? Oh, like those dorky cartoons you watched? I watched past tense? I gave Ty a deadpan stare, catching him smirking. Alright, fine. I'll lay off his hobby. If he tries to make you watch some, I'll give it a shot. Sure, may as well. Didn't get to watch TV all that much, so... Something about this made me happy. Or maybe it was just relief. Why does Dave never know his own feelings, ever? I made to move forward and slipped in the soil, falling on my hands and knees. Doing alright there, or you just forgot how to walk? Nope, I slipped on something. I discovered this metal. I'm fascinated by... I'm pretty sure the scene of discovering the metal happened with Dean, and not him. So, the fact that it became skippable and never paused again is funny, so they just avoid having Tyson be mentioned again once the route joins, even though he's the person in the scene. Oh yeah, I don't think I've carved a pumpkin in a few years, though. What about you, Haas?
Huh? Me?
Yeah, you've done the carving thing before, right? How, of all things to know about people.
Same as you, I guess. Just been a few years, yeah? Sorry, was just distracted about something.
I looked at Haas, confused, tilting my head. Roswell grunted, seemingly just as confused.
By what? Oh, that's Roswell.
By what?
I just remembered that I owe Dave an apology for yesterday. That must have really come out of nowhere, so sorry about that. All true, though. Intend to keep what I said the truth.
You can have my matching Speedo.
You lied about something? I don't get it.
It's not important.
You can't say things like that and just expect me not to want to know.
Okay. The broad strokes are that I promised Dave that I'd try and be less fake, but I sort of dumped it on him after grilling him about why we're not better friends.
Ow!
I could tell Roswell was reeling from the sudden confession and not really knew how to process it. His eyes kept darting from Haas to somewhere else, anywhere else, only to return to the lion.
Well, that's,
It's not that bad, Roswell. Promise. Haas is just, trying to be a better person?
No, not that. I guess I'm just curious.
About what, though?
About what parts of our friendship were true? If he was faking, how much of it was an act?
Wait, no, I didn't mean...
I have knives! Uh-huh. Was something I said?
Quirky! Play the
no.
Quirky song now.
I looked between the three of them, needing to say something, anything at this point to break the silence. That's a good point, though. It feels intuitive that they would have an audio cue in moments like that.
Yeah.
They did not. The same elevator music has played all the way through.
This is where the annoying music starts playing in like Higurashi whenever they do like the joke game bullshit. Like this is how it works.
Or even like a moment of silence or a dumb noise or anything. We're all friends, right, Orlando?
Of course we're friends. The anime club Tomodachi is the real deal.
I think we just learned its name for the first time. Anime Club
Okay.
Tomodachi. I don't know.
Tomodachi means friend.
They're a friend club. A club of friends.
Yeah. Like when you want to talk about your friends, you say like if I was to say like, yeah, like Ka's my friend, I would say like he's my Tomodachi. Like Ka wa Tomodachi da. Is like to explain someone or like, yeah, that means friend.
I can't get over how these characters are dressed. Orlando has the Japanese wave because he's Japanese. Then Haas has purple and blue because he's bi.
And then Orlando is Steven
has
Universe because he's from hell.
Well, I figured he's got a star because it's Make-A-Wish. He's a dying child.
He's a Make-A-Wish child.
Yeah,
That's very
I thought
funny.
that all game long. I'm like, he's got a Make-A-Wish star. I'm just like, what? It's just very on the nose, just generally. I'm also amused by the continuity that Haas has the same shape of bulge in and out of Speedo. There's a continuity of bulge shading from his pants to his Speedo. That's attention to detail. Strangely placed.
Why wouldn't we be friends?
Yeah, you're right. Friends.
It's like,
Sandwiches.
we're on a friend vacation. What the fuck?
Yeah, I got fucking nothing. Truly nothing.
Friends now?
Oh, this isn't Roswell. Friends. Now pumpkin?
Pumpkin? Pumpkin.
Oh, been hiding something from me, Dave?
Well, no, the metal. No, I'm not, honest. I picked it up in the greenhouse under the pumpkin, see? I showed both him and Orlando, Haas plucking it out of my hands carefully.
Oh, it's Taurus.
It's me.
We've already had this conversation.
Yeah.
It just isn't marking it as having been.
Well, it's the Haas
yeah.
version of the conversation because he's our partner now. And they're just like talking about getting the medals.
Hey, Roswell.
Yes.
Do you mind giving Orlando another set of hands to finish things up here? I have a certain hyena cleaned.
Get a certain hyena cleaned. Wait, I'm still here.
I think Dave's able to wash himself, Haas.
After that warning from Tyson, explains why he didn't wash out the chlorine from his fur properly yesterday.
I shrank into my shoulders, laughing bashfully. There was just some spots where it was too hard for one person to reach, thus the brush, but oftentimes I just forgot or still missed that spot anyway.
Is this appropriate?
God, I hope not.
I'm not going to be jumping in with him, don't worry. Just going to make sure he gets it all out. Unless we want a bright orange hyena from the pumpkin staining his fur.
I don't think that can happen.
Oh, good point. Carry on then.
Well, I guess I'll handle the cleanup while you handle cleanup on Dave.
Wait, don't I get a say in this?
Nope, now come on. Time for a bath or well shower.
A bath would actually fix the problem, because you would in fact get everywhere. Next, I was thoroughly marched upstairs. How do you march thoroughly?
In case anyone was wondering, Haas is bi because, you know, I know it was very hard to tell because of all of his extremely straight behavior, like bathing with other men intimately.
Mm-hmm. We're doing the thing where whenever a character is bi, they're the horniest character in the story.
Yeah.
That's how you know they're bi. Haas guided me along by the shoulders. Sal shot us a confused look on the way out, but made no effort to intervene.
All right, strip down and get in the shower.
What, like right now? Don't say that.
We both have a dick, Dave. My younger brother even has one. So what? Weird thing to say. Weird thing to say. Why are you talking about your younger brother right now, you weirdo?
No.
Weird thing to say. I'm really weirded out.
Yeah, I don't like it. I don't like it at all. One, the whole we're all girls here thing is supposedly a thing, but I've never heard it actually fly with dudes. Like outside of a couple movies, basically. I don't know dudes that are just casually nude with each other as a thing. But this is the second time that he's talked about bathing Dave, and he keeps mentioning his younger siblings while doing so. Like, yeah. He already did this before. I'm like, stop. Haas, please stop mentioning those around now. Okay, for starters, that was maybe only the second thing worrying about this.
What, did you want me to undress too? That'd be a bit too much like Dean, wouldn't it?
What? Is Dean known for showering naked with Dave despite the fact that they're not dating or whatever the fuck is happening with them? My cheeks went red mid-rebuttal. I'm really not really sure how to continue with how flustered Haas had gotten me after only a few statements. I'm so flustered.
Why does... what?
You're right.
Yeah, no, the Discord was being weird. Seriously though, get those clothes off and get in the shower. I thought, so the screen went like really bright, but it was because I dragged a window onto my other monitor, so it like altered the HDR contrast, and I just like couldn't see anything on the screen, and then I realized like what had happened, and I had to just drag it back over.
Weird. What are you going to do?
Me? Well, for starters, I'm going to go to my room and get clean. I'm a lot less messy than you are.
Hey, I'll be done in no time.
No, you are going to keep scrugging until I get back so I can check. This is weird. Why do you care?
It's unnerving.
I mean, outside of like wanting to bang Dave, but this is the weirdest.
That's the thing, is I'm like, it's just like last time where I commented on how like the opening line is like coming on to you a little bit, and that's like, I understand that part. Yeah. But then he's like weirdly pushy about bathing to the point where it gets creepy and like parent-like, and then it's just unnerving, and I don't want him to be in the room anymore. It gets so much worse so fast, and it makes him deeply unappealing and upsetting. Like, yeah. I'm like, fuck off, you weird, fussy, pushy person that's policing me now? Like, I hate this.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan.
Fine. Let me get my scrubbing brush. It's a super weird dynamic.
Yeah, I find it unbearably bad. Yeah. This hurts me.
I would not want to talk to someone anymore when they're acting like this. It's a creepy way to treat someone. After I retrieved it from my bag, I showed Haas, who seemingly was satisfied enough to leave me be. Retrieved it from your bag? He's stowing his scrubbing brush every day, which is wet, and he's staying here for a month?
I think the implication is he's never taken it out of his bag.
No, because he used it last time. He specifically used the scrubbing brush for so long the water went cold when he was trying to get the chlorine out of his fur, which makes it weird all the more that he somehow missed or whatever.
Yeah.
So he's used the scrubbing brush already, and it's like, you're here for a month. Why are you packing it after every use? What are you doing? It's your bathroom. You literally all have your own entire bathroom. Weird.
Yeah.
I wandered into the bathroom and stripped down, setting the water to hot and getting into the shower. Maybe I went overkill on the temperature as I yelped the moment I stepped in, but quickly acclimatized to the water. The water ran tinged with orange as the pulp and seeds that had stuck fell from my fur to the floor of the shower. Oh god, I realize how stupid they are. Ah, god. You needed to go outside and hose off. This stuff, you're gonna have to clean the shower now. There's gonna be so much shit that will not go down the drain. You're gonna have to fucking, like, pick it up. It's gonna be a gross mix of pumpkin pulp and seeds and hyena fur in a gross, upsetting clump that looks like... More again when I lathered up and started to tease bunches of my fur with the shampoo. Sometimes I wish I wasn't so fluffy. I continued cleaning, grumbling as I did until it was time to use the brush. Bracing myself against the wall of the shower, I started to scrub my back. Not being able to see which parts you'd gotten made being thorough difficult, especially when there was one spot in particular you always missed. Okay, learn where that spot is? After repeating the whole process a few times, I heard the door to the bathroom open and I immediately covered myself with my hands for modesty.
Still scrubbing?
I hate Haas.
Yeah, me too.
I
This
thought
was a mistake.
I thought I might like him or something, but oh my god, everyone's ruined by their route.
Yeah.
Consistently. Just like how you might vaguely like Sal till you find out he's a cop.
Yep.
I'm still in the shower, yes, you can hear it from outside. That's how showers work? Goodbye. Yes, but do you need to come into the bathroom?
Hey, you've still got the shower curtain. It wasn't like I was going to just walk in and see you through a glass door. Haas is a creep.
Yeah, he's being really creepy. But you could have... What? No, you already know that it's a... Whatever.
In a house this old? Not likely.
God damn it. Once again, there's a logical follow-up statement to a scenario posed by password, and then I hit A expecting that obvious thing to be the logic we're flowing with, and then a character says an insane thing. In a house this old, not likely? You already know what the bathroom is like, Haas. Why do you have to intuit what it is? It's not a guess. You know it's a shower curtain and not a glass door. It's not a guess. You've been here for a week. It's like the gay comment where it just actively contradicts the basic observable facts, like why would he not know people are gay?
Either way, let me see if you got everywhere.
He just expressed shock at the
This
idea
is
of you
so
seeing him
weird.
naked, and now you want to check him. He just expressed that he doesn't want you to look at him. This contradicts the previous statement, even harder. I barely had time to turn away from Haas as he flung back the curtain. I even tucked my tail between my legs, nervous, just waiting for the cat call. But it never came. Instead, he was gentle, staring at my neck and teasing the fur to inspect it. He worked lower, only getting as far as just under my shoulders before I couldn't feel him touching me anymore.
Yep, looks clean to me. I brought something that might help your fur, though, so get dry and meet me out in your room once you're decent.
But my clothes are all out there still.
I am... Well, yeah, you're not putting that hoodie back on till it's clean. You can wear something else. These guys just have no charisma. And a towel will do fine. You can get changed after I'm gone.
I am so receptive to overly forward, horny werewolf fiction.
Yeah.
And Haas just sounds like a fucking pervert. He just sounds like a creep that doesn't respect boundaries and is like oddly predatory in the way they're like talking down to Dave and not giving him space. It's not fun. It's just creepy. It's not in any way like romantically charged or like, oh man, me and who? It's like, I hate it. I want out. I want out of this scene. I feel uncomfortable. I feel like I'm being Louis C.K'd.
Who's thought about that guy in like a decade? God damn. Literally, my brain had to stop to remember him.
Yeah.
He's culturally irrelevant now.
Yeah, that was sad. Whoa, that text did not do well.
No, it didn't. If you're gonna write a novel, maybe you should use novel mode.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm not gonna be catty.
You've never been catty in this game.
I've never been catty.
No,
I'm nice.
So annoyingly, there was a period of time where I would have said like Louis C.K. was like my favorite comedian from like running stand-up stuff all the time on my TV, just on loop. And I was watching his show constantly, and I liked his show a lot as this weird like half artsy drama, half like dark comedy sort of thing. And it was really engaging. I watched one episode of his show with Steve Buscemi where they run a bar together. And then all the news came out after I watched one episode. And I just had that show stolen from me. It's like how Baby Driver isn't fun. You're like, motherfucker. I hate that people just ruin projects they're in by being in them when all already being a creep and just letting that be a ticking time bomb for a bunch of stuff. You're like, man, I want to watch a Steve Buscemi show. I can. It's just not the same as it was before he made it shittier.
Sure, yeah. I don't have a thought about this. I was just really shocked that Louis C.K. came up, and it was like
because it's been like what Me Too was 2016, I think
2015 or 16.
I think it was
something.
I feel like Me Too happened like right after Trump was elected or something. Like it almost felt like a response in a way. Not that it changed much because every conservative woman I know was involved, like was doing their Me Too post and so on, and then
starting in 2017.
went back to being
Wow,
conservative.
That's later than I thought it was. It was only 7 years ago.
Yeah. I was pretty
in my
sure
head.
I was pretty sure Trump was like elected because that was like the context for it in a way.
Yeah, I don't know. That's weird. Anyway.
So now it's Me Too host for the next 12 hours of the game. I kept my eyes glued to the tiles in front of me, but I could hear Haas backing out of the bathroom and closing the door behind him. What breath I had been holding in came out a relieved sigh, not knowing if it was because I was deemed adequately clean or if it was because he saw me naked for the most part? I don't know how you... This is another form of not proofreading, is just not noticing it doesn't fit the dialogue box. Whoops. Yeah, no, you were holding your breath because you're stressed out, Dave, because you were being creeped on. How many of your romantic interests are going to be really creepy and predatory feeling? Because that's 2 for 2 now. Like, Sal got by on just not being romantically interested in you, apparently. And that was, like, the least sabotaged character out in his route so far. Rinsing once more and
really
shutting off the water.
By the writing.
I don't.
You know what I mean?
I'm just waiting to see how is the game gonna ruin Orlando? What's gonna happen? Why is
yeah.
I just
He's gonna be
gonna keep happening?
Orlando's gonna be like a war crime denier.
Oh no. Zionist Orlando. Rinsing once more and shutting off the water, I grabbed the towel I'd left out and gave myself a preliminary dry. Next came the blow dryer, my smile broadening as the hot air made my fur fluffy and warm. Normally would be the time I'd brush or be brushed against my will, depending. Okay, rewrite that. Just rewrite all that. But I figured the less I messed with it, the better, until whatever Haas wanted to do was done. Haas was waiting on my bed, coiling part of his mane idly around a finger, while he held a small container in the other.
All dry?
Alright, coin toss. Is it some kind of fur lather thing, or lube? All dry. I held the towel protectively against my waist, wandering halfway to the bed and stopping. It's just extremely loaded to come out of a bathroom in a towel to a man in a bed. That's not normally in an innocent context.
Why'd you stop there? Either hop up on the bed or kneel on the floor, facing the other way. Come on.
Shuffling closer, I opted with sitting on the edge of the bed next to Haas, only for him to roll back and kneel behind me. Haas, what are you... Oh. Immediately after he was in position, he started kneading a spot on my back, a little ways down from the neck. It felt sore and then good, then back to sore, and then relaxing.
You're tense.
Normally people ask to give someone a massage and don't just start touching somebody. That's really creepy. Because you walked in on me in the shower.
It's not that big of a deal. I didn't even see anything.
I think the person,
It's a big deal.
I think the recipient's opinion is what matters, and not you. I hate him. I hate him so much now. He's so creepy.
Yeah.
Well, good. Haas chuckled soon after my reply. I could almost imagine what his face would look like if I leaned more into his massage.
Someone's liking this.
Shut up, it feels nice.
You're a fucking creep. A lot of things feel nice, Dave. Next, you'll be asking me to brush your fur.
Well, if you're offering.
As you wish.
What?
Or you wish.
What are these lines? Next I heard him opening the tub, a pleasant aroma wafting from whatever was inside. It becoming a tub. It feels weird.
It's the lube jar.
Amicus's lube jar. Strange container names. Oh, what's that?
Product. Stuff that I use for my fur to keep it healthy.
But what's that smell?
No, this stuff smells like coconut and lime. Here.
I'm allergic to lime. Haas handed me the container, a thick white substance contained within. As I held it up to my nose, that strong, pleasant scent took me over. Oh, it reminds me of the beach. The beach famously smells like coconuts and lime.
The beach, huh?
What do you think what does the beach smell like to you? I took another whiff of the lotion while Haas started to knead the spot on my back again, working whatever the stuff was into my fur. But then I realized upon pulling the container away from my nose, this was not what Haas was normally like. Conscious of his appearance, maybe, but this bordering on doting, right? Very few people had done something like this to me, even discounting my current state of undress. Not that it was a bad thing, but I felt I had to ask. Hey, Haas?
What's up?
Why are you doing this?
I'm helping you out.
No, I mean, is this just another act? My question went unanswered, and Haas just continued to massage my back. I shrank, keeping as quiet as he was until he pulled away a minute later.
All right, all done.
I handed the container back and he screwed the lid back on, sliding off the bed and wandering towards the door. Haas, wait! He stopped, turning halfway and looking at me with a smile. Are you just faking? Is this the real you, or...?
It's a start.
It turns out the real me is a huge creep, Dave. Get ready for that. Got like 12 more days of it.
It's less scary behind closed doors, less fear of judgment. This is just a taste, Dave. I'm sorry that it's, well, not the whole deal, but trust me, I'm trying. I don't want to hit the ground running, so much just start at maybe a jog first.
How is this only partly the true what does that mean? How do you interpret that?
Yeah, this
ultimately
is
the answer
insanity.
is yes, you are still lying somehow about yourself, or whatever that means. What? Okay. Haas rolled the container in his hand, seeming thoughtful.
You get dressed and I'll meet you back downstairs, all right? Take as long as you need.
This is like a weird read on actors that comes up sometimes, but he's not even an actor, so it's more confusing.
Yeah.
Very strange. Whatever this scene is. Okay.
This is the Roswell Tyson all fighting each other scene, I think. About being called a dog.
I think so.
I don't care.
What was your home life like, Haas? Anyway. I'd been in there earlier in the day, already trying various words out. Nothing worked then, but maybe now is different. Blah, blah, blah. Just one line of dialogue hinting, indicating that we'd been here because of the Haas specific try some words route, which gives us insight just on some level that hadn't happened necessarily. Although it doesn't tell us, for as much as we're told that Roswell and Orlando have vault access and successfully used the vault at some point in the narrative, it has as little impact on the narrative as physically possible. I actually don't really know why I'm making saves all these points, because you do resonate. I guess, whatever. It's just helpful on some level, maybe.
Dave?
Oh, sorry. I must have, you know, been gay again.
Zoned out? You seem to be in thought over dinner. Anything important?
Probably not, just the house getting to me again, I think.
Turning into Orlando?
Not in the same way, I don't think. Just I have the same sinking feeling like before.
Oh, do you mean?
I nodded, assuming he knew where I was going with my train of thought.
Have you clued Orlando in?
I shook my head, sticking to nonverbal communication.
Well, is there anything I can do?
I don't know, it's just, I'm getting overwhelmed a little bit, if I'm being honest.
So you just need to calm down? Well, that's easy. We could try meditating or just chilling to some calming music.
No, I think maybe I just need to lay down and get some rest.
For someone apparently overwhelmed, you don't seem too keen on trying to solve it.
Oh no, it's not that, I chuckled slightly, pulling my gaze away. Just, certain things do it for me, is all. It's silly.
Oh, no, that makes sense. In that case, I'd recommend Dean. He'd be able to help you out.
I was gonna say, I also read that as innuendo. I just can only relax when someone's elbow deep or something. Wait, why Dean?
Were you not talking about tending to personal matters? No,
What?
never. We have never talked to Dean ever in this story.
It's, yeah. How is everyone universally on the same page here somehow? What? No, I was just...
You're way too easy to get flustered, Dave. For starters, I'll have you know that maybe rubbing one out might do you some good to relieve some
Oh my
stress.
God.
Works for some, and if you're headed to bed, why not? You'll have the privacy.
Shut up. You fucking weirdo. You're way too easy to get flustered, Dave. Yeah, people tend to get flustered when you don't respect their boundaries, Haas. You fucking weirdo.
I guess it's a porn game. You know, it's a porn game, and I shouldn't expect anything else, but...
I'm phased
You know.
less when a game is just unabashedly a porn game, and everyone's just, like, horny as shit.
Yeah.
Like, I played the Polydog game about police dogs, which is already a wild thing to mix together as gay porn and police, but
Yeah.
in that setting, they literally hire people, and there's a hierarchy based on how big your dick is. So, like,
What?
normalcy expectations
I
are
didn't
out
watch
the
this,
window
so-
immediately. So you're like, okay, I understand what we're dealing with today. But this game wants to be a murder mystery with character arcs and stakes and, like, trauma and, like, loss of your dad and suicide. So you expect the characters to be a little grounded and not act like the insane porn characters from furry visual novels that only exist to make porn CGs happen. Ugh. Well,
Maybe some aromatherapy might help.
if you know what I mean. Maybe?
You seem to like the stuff I put in your fur. Did you want to borrow the container? So long as you don't go using it all, you're welcome to smell it all you like.
I had trouble swallowing. That's obviously not working, Haas. It's in him. It's in his fur today. That scent clearly does not stop him from feeling overwhelmed because it's still here. That might actually be nice. You really don't mind?
Hey, nothing like a good comforting scent to ground yourself again. I'm more of a sandalwood guy myself, but if you like the coconut and lime stuff, then all the more power to you. I'll drop the thing off in your room in a bit then.
Or of a sandalwood
I'll drop the thing
myself.
off to your room in a bit then. That's a weird phrase.
Weird line. If you're more of a sandalwood guy, then why did you have this other one? Sorry to be a bother about it, Haas.
No bother. I'm probably going to be turning in soon myself, so I'll go sort that out for you before I forget.
You should turn yourself into the police.
Yeah. Any issues, feel free to grab me.
Go to the police. Now. Bye. The road's still open. With a wave, Haas bounced off, taking the stairs 2 at a time and disappearing from sight. The music fades away. What?
Come on, hurry! I need your help!
Oh, it's day 8, so it's time for Benson to be dead? Was I dreaming or is this actually happening?
Something terrible has happened.
A sinking feeling in my stomach came immediately after. I didn't want to move, but I was already half up from being concerned about how upset Orlando was. I was scared to ask, scared to find out who was the next victim. In a daze, I got up and stared at Orlando, trying to figure out anything from his sobs.
Come on, let me show you. No one else is up yet, so...
Orlando started moving before I could protest, and we went down to the foyer. We paused before the door of the dining room. Orlando went to open the door but shied away, looking at me. I knew what this meant. Whatever was on the other side of this door wasn't going to be good. Ah, he's been shot. Dang. Resonate? Oops. Ah, fuck. Keep moving where they keep moving where return is in each menu. Sometimes it's in the bottom, and sometimes it's like in the middle. Peacekeeper? Okay, we got it. I didn't have to really unfortunately search for it. I felt the wind knocked out of me and I doubled over, blah blah blah. None of this is new, so oh, look at this progress. Reveal Oz or stay quiet. So stay quiet. Resonate. What did it? Fuck, what was this one?
Arbiter? That was one of the words that was mentioned in the note, wasn't it?
Arbiter. Oops. I typoed.
You did typo. You fucked it up. You beefed it.
Yep. Decent Tyson fighting over a gun? Gun? There's a gun? Looking between Dean and Tyson, they seem carefree and harmless, with one shoveling fried chicken in his mouth and the other shoveling in fries. Wow. Even people with different cultures can get along together through the power of food. Moment of clarity. I don't know why it's I don't know why this is ranked as being new dialogue when it's just
it's literally exactly the same.
Yeah. It's literally just the same moments as before.
Stay quiet. What?
Wait.
What? What?
Stockholm Syndrome. I know what he did. I can't believe you're doing this. Trespassing. I have to research what the password is again.
No, I remember it. It was
Why did they both work? Why did Peacekeeper and Arbiter both work?
I feel like we knew this. It's we made fun of it. We made fun of this password. It was betrayal, I think, or betrayer or something.
Betrayer?
Betrayal, maybe?
Because of the death of Benson?
Yeah. Because we were, it's like, someone's betraying me.
I was guided upstairs into Haas's room, Roswell being a mess, and supposedly the same. With Roswell's being a mess and supposedly the same thing as Orlando's, it was only a suitable one for all four of us. When we got there, Roswell left to grab a deck of cards from his room and returned just as we were spreading out blankets and pillows.
This is nice. Just like when we stayed up all night that one weekend, right?
Thanks, Roswell. Fucking Fundoshi.
Don't know about you guys, but I don't think it'll be staying up all night tonight.
Me neither. Had enough excitement for one day, I think.
But we can still play cards for a bit, right?
As long as you don't cheat.
Oh, I never cheat. I'm just very lucky.
I feel like we already got this
Probably.
scene. I remember this very distinctly. No, I was just thinking we could play a casual game of Go. Yeah, they're talking about Go Fish now. I think we had this with what's his name? I keep in my head. His name is Craig. Sal with Sal. Forgot his name for a second.
Craig.
Yeah, I don't know.
Craig the alligator.
Because his name just came to my head as Craig. I don't know why. Yeah, and then they talk about the metals, and basically they're saying the same thing. And yeah, and because I remember Sal was like talking about the rules of Go Fish, or like Mousetrap or something at some point. Craig the cop.
About Orlando. What of Mr. Noble? About him using the vault. Have you talked to him too? As far as I know, no such anomaly has happened. If he can, this is news to me. But at the same time, I cannot watch the cameras all day, every day. Okay, cool. I shuffled towards Haas, curling up with a blanket, feeling a little odd about how I treated him over the past couple of days. Was I too harsh, just calling him out like that? He'd only been nice to me, so maybe I owed him an apology. I mean, it was weird to just out of nowhere be like, yeah, you're just a really fake person, I don't trust you. But since then, he's gotten weirder, so you don't really owe him an apology anymore. He's really weird. As I got close to the scent of that stuff he put in my fur got stronger, likely lingering in his mane. It was a calming smell, almost like the beach or someplace sunny, which you've already said before. I lay down behind him, wrapping an arm over him and burying my nose into his soft fur, getting a stronger hit of the coconut and lime.
Can't sleep?
He yawned, shifting slightly but making no effort to remove me from where I decided to lay. His voice held low, likely to not disturb the others. Oh,
It's fine, buddy. Get comfy. Get some sleep.
He left it at that, letting me cuddle in as sleep made its way to me. When I awoke, I felt oddly rested. For everything that had been running through my mind when I went to sleep, I must have slept all right. As the room came into view, I realized that I was in a different position than when I laid down. Carefully, I looked down, seeing Haas's arm draped over me. I did fall asleep with us the other way, right? Me stirring must have started to wake him as well. His hand rubbing its spot on my chest in small circles. Slowly he cuddled in,
This is so not romantic. This is so sketchy. Fuck, dude. I'm so weirded out by this.
I kept my voice low as to only bother Haas if he was awake. Haas? I didn't realize how loud Haas could yawn, a slight rumble in his throat, sounding somewhere like in the ballpark of a muted roar.
Huh?
Oh, just checking if you're awake.
Now, yeah. Did you sleep well?
I made a noise in affirmation, or at least I hoped Haas interpreted it as such. Much like I did when I was cuddled up behind him, Haas buried his face into the massive fur on the back of my neck as he stretched. Apparently he was ready to get up, though, sitting up next to me and prompting me to do the same.
Feeling better after yesterday?
A little bit? I mean, it's crazy, right?
Well, you caught a fair few of us off guard, that's for sure.
Oh, because they did the gun search. I looked to the other's still asleep. Roswell looked peaceful, spooning a pillow with a broad smile. It seemed as though he'd been drooling a little too. Orlando was just sprawled out on his back, leg twitching every now and again as he mumbled in his sleep. Seemed like everyone was getting a decent rest, at least those in this room.
Time to get up.
Is it bad that I just want to lounge around for a bit?
Why? Something on your mind still?
Maybe just... I don't know. No sooner than the words were out of my mouth that the others began to stir, all three of us taking a few moments to properly wake up before acknowledging one another. Morning.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. Did everyone sleep okay?
Brilliantly, in fact, ready for another day.
Didn't sleep too badly myself. Gotta get that beauty sleep in, right?
Beauty sleep? Really?
Do you have to be so extra in the morning, Haas?
Oh, sorry.
Extra what?
Extra, you know.
More than what you can handle before coffee, Dave.
Oh, yeah, hard skip on that then, please.
Why do they talk like this?
No, they suck. They're weird. It was not weird for him to just be like, gotta get that beauty sleep in. It's like a meaningless thing to add, but making a scene out of that line is weird. So everyone's just being weird about him saying that. It's like, what? Are they trying to get at Haas? I don't know if they're even trying to get at the idea that him caring about his appearance is the fake version of himself, or if him saying
I just thought Orlando was calling him gay.
It could be, but I think they're riffing on Haas's identity thing. But like, it's such a weird line that I'm like, I can't even tell whether or not I should think that like him coming on his beauty sleep is him putting on a facade or not.
Yeah,
or if it's him being genuine and then being bashed down and being like, oh, I'll go back to pretending, sorry. Because these people also don't notice that he's pretending with them. Only Dave specifically picks up on that. So
no, I think what it was is like Haas is being horny towards Dave, like sleeping with his arm over him with two other people in the room. The two other super gay boys are like, wow, Haas, could you not be so, extra? And then, Orlando, the other super gay one, is like, it's more than you can handle in the morning, Dave. Like, it's just like...
I don't think they noticed that he was like that, because they were still asleep when we woke up.
Sure, but I think that this route is...
They just know about... I think they literally are just reacting to the beauty sleep line, which is the most nothing thing ever.
It's just... I think they have clued into the fact that Haas likes Dave in this route, and they're saying chill before breakfast. Because this route is also doing a lot to set up Haas as like a weird, horny freak.
I can't tell if it means that or not.
Haas, do you really care about your appearance that much?
Yeah, because they don't seem to actually care that, like, they're not... I think the comment about the appearance is like not... I don't think it has anything to do with being fake.
Well, I'm saying like the route is supposed to be about that.
Sure.
And they're reacting weirdly heavily to him saying, "Gotta get your beauty sleep, am I right?" And like, do you really care about your appearance that much? I'm like, what?
Except that he's the guy who like actively cares about his appearance the whole fucking route and like does Pilates shit, which is weird.
He does, but it's weird that they're reacting to that line, and because because like he's known for being vain, but he's not. It's not that vain of a line to say, so they're reacting to the route. Like they're saying the thing the route wants them to say about him to give pressure for that character trait, but he didn't prompt it, so it doesn't make sense. Because that is such a placeholder nothing line that people say, like "have a nice day" and shit like that. Like it's just it's just space filler. So like making a scene about it is super weird, and they're being really weird.
What makes you ask?
Well, your mane is a mess for starters.
Yeah, you just woke up. What is this related to this? It is?
Haas hurriedly tried to comb it back into place with his fingers. It was hard to tell if he was putting on an act or if his efforts were genuine.
Just don't get it.
It doesn't look that bad, Haas. Don't worry about it.
To be honest, not getting it sorted soon after waking can get it all tangled, which is a pain already to comb out.
Oh yeah, I don't like getting my fur brushed when it's like that. It hurts.
Let it get too bad and you have to trim it down.
Really? It can get that bad? I'll count myself lucky that mine never bunches up like that.
It's one of the advantages of having short fur, I suppose, but those two are just really fluffy.
I wonder if Dean and Tyson have the same sort of problem.
Can we not talk about him, please?
Why? What's wrong?
I just really don't want to be thinking about him this early in the morning.
Oh,
I guess we can talk about something else. Dave, how are you feeling after yesterday? Better?
Wait, what?
Yeah. All the stuff that upset you last night with the vault showing you stuff. Nothing happened, right? We're all here. The other group should be too, right? Actually, we should go make breakfast, right?
Stop saying right.
Meet up with the others?
Probably a good idea. Guess I'll head back to mine and put on some pants at the very least.
Let's do this again, though. It was nice. I love sleeping on the floor.
Yeah, time for breakfast. Thanks again, Hoss.
Orlando and Roswell shuffled out of the room, leaving just Haas and I behind.
Not gonna join them, Dave?
Oh, in a bit?
What's sticking around to watch me get changed then?
No, I'll get going.
Hold on there, mister.
I stopped mid-turn, giving Haas a look.
You doing alright? And I mean that. Are you really doing alright after yesterday?
I started speaking without any answer prepared. It was still early enough that I hadn't really processed much beyond plans to seek out Oz tonight in the right location.
You?
Oh, I'm fine, I think.
So this whole thing with the vault, it's legit?
Yeah, that's what I was saying to people. Is it that hard to believe?
Dave, listen. Think about it from our perspective. It's a little hard to just believe what's going on, right? Even if Orlando claims the same thing, who knows if he's just thinking he saw something too? It's a lot to ask to just have us believe that you can see dead people.
Well, that's disappointing.
Hey now, it's alright. Not saying that I won't believe you, just might take some proof. Same exact conversation we had with Sal and with Tyson.
How am I meant to prove that?
It'll be hard for sure. Maybe have someone in the room with you when you mess with it next. Maybe if someone else could verify how it works and confirm that you're seeing stuff is, for lack of a better word, normal.
Who should I be asking?
Don't know, but hey, maybe make a game of it. See if you can rope someone into your investigation.
Are you volunteering?
No. But try not to let it drag you down. If you're legitimately worried about something, grab me and we can talk it through. If what you're feeling is legitimate, that's all that matters to me.
You don't care about my legitimate concerns when I tell you to fuck off. I sighed out as Haas made his way over to me. He wrapped both his arms around me and pulled me in close. Then, While he held me there by my shoulder, he stroked my head gently.
Anything goes wrong, you can count me in your corner, all right?
I hesitated, wrapping my arms around him to return the hug. He seemed to have my number, though, knowing where to touch and how to bring me a sense of calm. Then, as a flourish, he wrapped his arms around me and gave me a tight squeeze, making me squeak quietly.
Dave, did you just squeak?
Maybe?
Well, geez, isn't that adorable?
I felt my cheeks go red. Once again, that hyena chuckle coming through. Flattery was something that was hard to accept, or even respond to. I wasn't anything that special, right? It was just me.
Now, go on, scram. I have to get changed, and you do too.
Alright, see you at breakfast?
See you at breakfast.
I left Haas to head back down to my room, changing into a fresh set of clothes before heading on downstairs for breakfast. Huh. Starting relatively early in the game, I was already, like, thinking of potential rewrites and so on, and, like, how to, like, rearrange things and make things more active and more interesting and dynamic. One of my go-to examples was the idea that Dave, when he's trying to keep the vault stuff relatively secret, and when he's not really being communicative about it, would end up having Haas come in on the whole thing because he's a lie detector, and that'd be like a way of employing that plot element. It's like he sees past Dave trying to hide what's happening because he's a lie detector. And so that'd bring Haas in on the secret and give him something to talk to and actually have like a kind of a shitty Sherlock and Watson as they try to figure out the supposed mystery they're supposed to be in narratively. So I'm really annoyed by comparison when it is Haas's route and he still doesn't believe Dave. When he can tell if people are lying. And it doesn't matter, he still doesn't believe Dave. You're like, what? He's like the one person who should believe Dave. Very strange. Support Benson? Clean dishes, but badly, or whatever. Oh, I did it right that time, but fuck it. Let's do it wrong again. I don't want new dialogue. Checking on Orlando and Haas, I guess, because there are dudes. I could hear them as I approached, discussing something in earnest. The moment I heard my name come up, I hid on the outside of the room, listening in. What about him?
So did he seem odd this morning to you, or what?
Not really. Why?
Do you really believe him when he said with the thing downstairs?
Why are you being coy? There's no one to hide the information from, so like, why did you say the thing correctly? Yeah. Also, is this always in every... I think the scene might be in every route, but in this route specifically, we went to the vault with Haas and Orlando and confirmed that Orlando also has the visions, so it's even dumber that Haas doesn't believe us. My breath caught in my chest, waiting for the answer from Orlando.
Of course I do. I just worry that... What if I was wrong in what I saw? What if I was wrong in... well...
Wrong in what?
What I experienced and what he experienced being the same thing.
But you did see something.
I'm positive. I just don't know what to make of it. It was fuzzy, like I was dreaming, or that there was a few things going on at once.
I feel like we never saw this sprite until this route, where Haas looks to the side.
I just worry that this is going to mess with him in some serious ways.
Both of them fell silent, and sneaking a peek, I could see them both thinking it over. I took this as my cue to enter, doing my best to pretend I hadn't overheard anything. Hey guys!
Dave!
How long have you been there?
What a suspicious thing to ask. That inherently implies that you've been talking about that exact person. I caught some of the conversation, but Should I pretend I didn't hear it? Dave, that's also not how you answer that. What? What?
No, it's alright. Just talking about yesterday.
Just, it's weird, right? The whole thing about downstairs? What is that thing? Why is it affecting you like that?
I wish I knew. You guys have been talking about that all morning?
Oh no, just came up really. We've just been swapping back and forth between shows. Just relaxing.
It's another day at the anime club, huh?
Sort of. All we're missing is Roswell.
Oh, don't go expecting him to just join us. He's settled in to do some reading at the moment.
Did you run into him?
Yeah, I was just looking in the museum for something and he ran into me. It wasn't much of one, but I spoke with him about yesterday too.
What did he say?
You'd probably guess, essentially he's jealous, but what Ty did to him way back runs deep.
I didn't realize that it was, well, that bad. Sure, Tyson still gives me the shakes when he's talking to me, but...
He hasn't actually done anything that bad.
You don't think so?
All things considered, he's been pretty blunt, and outside that one thing with Roswell, he hasn't been that bad. Can't be that bad a guy if he's willing to help me out in the gym, right?
What? Weird judge of character, and also just so many cases of that bad in a row.
That makes sense, I suppose, if I lie. I don't know, I'm still a little bit skeptical.
Well, you said you were going to give him a shot, right, Haas?
That's right.
Wait, really?
Sure, couldn't hurt, right? Feel like he and I have a couple things in common.
Jeez, guess I better give it a shot too.
If it helps, maybe I can be in the room too.
What do you mean?
What do you mean, what do I mean? Like, how about you, me, and Tyson do something? Same with you, Haas.
I don't know.
Doesn't have to be anything big, maybe we can just watch a show together.
Anime, got it.
Wait, no.
Tyson likes anime too. Maybe we should make him a shirt.
Okay, maybe we should slow down a little bit. Maybe find out if he wants to watch anime first?
We've had this exact conversation with Tyson.
I think so, yeah. Yeah, I feel like we're gonna be sitting through the same scene again.
Yeah, and then they argue
anime.
over whether or not there's something to watch, and then the Tyson stuff.
Haas, can I borrow you for a moment?
Me, what's up?
I just need your opinion on something, but in private.
Sure. Alright.
Orlando wandered towards the dining room on his own while Haas and I remained on the stairs.
So need my opinion on something?
Yeah, sorry.
Don't apologize. Were you wanting some more advice for your fur? Can you get some of that? Can get you some more of that stuff you like if you want.
Some more of that stuff you like that he presumably hasn't returned yet, and he said not to use all of.
Or if you want something that had a different scent, I'm sure I could maybe figure something out.
Oh, no, not that. Well, maybe that too, but maybe later?
Well, alright, what's on your mind?
Have you been here before, Haas? Haas?
Sorry, did I hear you correctly? Were you asking if I'd been here before?
Yeah, to the mansion, like, Benson reckons one of us has.
Does he now?
Uh-huh.
How did that come up anyway?
Oh,
Remember, I'll know if you're lying.
I know, I was looking for something, but that's the only clue Benson gave me. Well, if you can call it a clue.
So far, so good. What are you looking for?
A room, actually. Wait. I thought back, memory coming back to me, something Haas had said the way back when we arrived. Haas, there's a library here, right?
Yep.
Can you show me where it is?
But you already know where it is. Surely you've been there already with the suit of armor, no?
No, that's a different room. That's the museum.
Well, I guess I was mistaken then.
You're lying? Haas, the day we said here, you said, the library was a big room that covered multiple floors. Right after Roswell talked about the museum. How did he slip up that bad? So you must have found it then, right? That or you'd been here before? Haas sighed out, running his fingers through his mane, sizing me up. The corners of his mouth twitched upwards, almost if he was trying not to laugh, but he kept a straight face beyond that.
Sure, I can show you the library.
You mean it?
Yep, catch out of the bag. I know where it is, so I'll show you after lunch.
Sweet, thanks.
We've already seen this. I mean, like, I know we've already seen this, but this is literally a play-by-play of the same exact scene where we confronted him last time.
Yeah. It's, I'm annoyed.
Yeah.
So, I commented on the first version of this, where we get into the library and then he randomly calls himself bi, and you're like, we were laughing because we're like, does he mean he likes women? Like, what does that mean? Because we presumed everyone's gay, and it's the first time that the idea of sexuality had even come up, so because we were in Sal's route, so it's like, it doesn't work at all. But I commented on how it is a good scene in a vacuum, in that when you and Haas, when he reveals the secret of this location, that could be a culmination of his character that also results in him, like, trusting you enough to also admit that he's bi and stuff like that, like, in his own route. Then we play his route and find out he just casually admits he's bi, like, ages before then. So that reveal doesn't happen at that point then in his route, which means it doesn't work. He only does that reveal when it's not his route, where the context is just nonsense. He just randomly admits he's bi and it'll never come up. It's like, what the fuck is happening? So the hypothetical good scene that I talked about happening doesn't happen explicitly.
Mm-hmm.
Bizarre. I even know where the library is.
Yeah, we've already had this scene as well.
Yeah. Just a lot of logistics about the library, but we mostly know all this. We're all the way back around to the vault. Okay, so that nothing about that scene was new in his route. That's weird. That is very weird to do the Haas route and get to the part where he shows you his private room he's keeping a secret, and none of the dialogue is new in his route. It's probably less of it, because he probably doesn't admit he's bi, because he already know, so he's probably skipped that. Weird. Huh. Let's see. That's just him saying that he died. Haas wandered over to the desk and sat on it next to me, looking around. I watched him as he did so and witnessed him start to look at the ground with a troubled frown. Are you okay?
Yeah, I think so, just...
Okay, so we're back in the library, so maybe that was a flash of the... I don't think we went to the vault. I think that was a flash of the vault. He gestured in the air dismissively around us, as if alluding to something.
Secrets, I guess.
Good ones?
Depends. Could go either way.
Oh. We spent the next few moments in silence before he broke it again, his voice low.
It's just hard.
I blinked, having missed something, looking at him with a level of concern. Did you want to talk about it? You look like you want to talk about it, whatever it is.
My parents.
Your parents?
Yeah. Yeah, he's just doing the bi scene again.
Can't tell.
Yeah, that's what's happening for sure.
Oh, they don't know about...
I told you yesterday morning, right? That I'm bi?
They don't know?
liking guys isn't exactly something that's considered a good role model for younger siblings. At least I think so. Don't know what my parents would think either, given how much mom wants grandkids. Dad, yep, this is exactly the same conversation. Word for word.
I don't remember it happening before.
Yeah, this happened. This is when he came out in the library.
At least I think so. He thinks being bisexual is a bad role model for siblings? Wait.
Yeah, we had this conversation before. This has happened. Ones I keep from others from finding out about, or might make them think less of me, or even ones that I feel special, even ones that just feel special to me. I'd rather them just stay secret. This is exactly what he said last time.
It's been a year. I don't remember.
This is his weird scene. This is him coming out in the library to us and telling us he wants to talk to us. This is what we were just talking about.
I don't know.
Yes, 100%. I'm going to pull it up.
I know that he came out to us in the library. I'm just saying I don't know if this version of the conversation happened.
This 100% happened.
I don't remember Haas crying.
I remember Haas crying. I fully remember this. I fully 100% remember this. Keith is gaslighting me now.
I'm not gaslighting you, as the game says it's new and I can't remember this exact dialogue, and I'm just trying to read the dialogue that's new for the audience because of the thing. I can't tell. That's just the struggle. Like, whenever I do like a second playthrough of a game, it's like, oh, stuff might change. I'm like, wait, is this new? I can't tell. Like, when I played Nier, the original Nier again, because you have to play multiple playthroughs, and I was just staring at things. I'm like, wait, did they change anything, or is it literally the same? I can't tell. Because it's like, so much of it's the same, but you hear some of it will change, but you don't know which parts are going to change, and you're like, I don't know if it's just stuff I don't remember clearly, or if it changed, and you just lose your mind trying to remember doing it live. It's just hard.
The library, part 28.
You're going to manually scrabble to it instead of just reading dialogue.
I found it, yeah, I found it. We've had this conversation before.
Okay. Blah, blah, blah. Talk. Gay couples can adopt. All right, well. In the dark, my eyes glanced down to his spare hand hanging by his side. Hold his hand. My hesitation caused Haas to look back at me briefly with a curious smile, waiting for me to do whatever it was that I was waiting for. Carefully, I reached out his hand, brushing it, and making him flinch away, only briefly before his hand closed gently around mine.
So I just verified. The words are extremely slightly rearranged, but it's almost exactly the same words. So he says, like, there's certain views about what a family should be that makes it hard. Me liking guys isn't setting a good example for my siblings, for instance. That's like the only difference there. Yeah, this is the same exact scene.
Haas squeezed my hand back, leading me out of the library. So what happens now?
What do you mean?
Did you want to do anything? Still got a while before dinner, at least.
Have any ideas in mind? Anime?
You fucker. Now, I'd be happy with anime, or if you want to hang by the pool, I'm easy.
Well, how about we go find something to watch? I'll even let you pick.
Really?
Doesn't even need to be anime, but if you're not sure, I could always.
Third base is when Haas watches something besides anime. No, I got it. Let's go. Haas and I spent the rest of the afternoon watching anime. That didn't change. Something about alien clothing? I enjoyed how flashy it was, and Haas seemed to have a smile plastered on his face, even to the point where I caught him stealing glances at me through the episodes.
Wonder which anime that was supposed to be. Alien 9, maybe? Probably not.
Or Monster.
It was Monster.
I've never seen Monster.
Monster's about... It's like a historical drama about a serial killer.
I was thinking of the body horror one. Whatever the one was where you're... Let's see.
Gleipnir?
No. A guy whose, like, body is morphing.
Parasite.
Parasite, there it is. I haven't seen it.
Okay.
I haven't seen Gleipnir either. And I haven't even read Volume 1, which I've had on my shelf for like 2 years now, because I just had a cool cover. I barely heard it too, thinking I just imagined it through closed eyes until I could smell him. That and the beverage he was carrying. Grumbling, I cuddled into my pillow tighter, curling up in defiance for what he'd brought me.
Oh good, you're awake.
Eyes open, you're on a cart in the middle of the mountains. I opened my eyes to look at him in a half scowl, awake but barely.
I brought you some tea.
My eyes dipped to the cup in his hand, then back up to his face. But coffee.
But coffee, nothing. With the dependency you have on it, this'll do you some good.
But I want coffee, not leaf juice. I want bean juice. It's completely different.
I'm gonna chalk your reaction to withdrawals, given you probably also had a rough night.
Now that caught my attention, and I looked him over, wondering if he knew more than he let on.
You have no idea how late it is, do you?
How late is it?
Late enough. Closer to lunchtime than breakfast, that's for sure.
Really? Why didn't anyone wake me? Because it's a vacation.
We just considered, but we considered it, but all things considered, we assumed you might just want to sleep in.
Oh. Haas held out a cup of tea towards me and I frowned, taking it from him carefully and pouting towards the contents of the cup. I don't understand. I can't comprehend the idea of not liking tea. It makes no sense to me.
I hate it.
Tea is great. But
It
also, like,
immediately makes me need to puke.
That's bizarre. You're strange.
The tannins in it are really, really, really like nauseating to me.
I don't understand. Is it like a fucking cilantro thing? Or is this people who are genetically predisposed to like not tea? It doesn't make weird.
It's just really rough on your stomach on an empty stomach.
Yeah. I get that with coffee. I've never had that with tea. But I've never had a cup of tea that was bad. I could drink tea, but first thing in the morning?
Oh, come on. It's not that bad. Water is better for you first thing when you wake up anyway. This is closer to that.
They both have water. They're both a thing brewed in water.
Yeah.
But coffee has water.
Also, a bunch of other things that made it not as good of an option still.
Tea and coffee are pretty similar. I don't understand this dichotomy.
Coffee's actually better for you. It's really good for your liver. Everything all right?
I went to reply, opting to just sigh out instead. I was almost certain Haas didn't know about what happened, or at least the specifics. I would have just filled him now if I felt up for it, especially after yesterday. I had a rough night.
Okay, well...
Scratched his head through his mane, looking genuinely uncertain as to what to say next. What's wrong?
I'm not sure if you want me to offer an ear to let you vent, or if you want to talk about it at all, but I do want something. I do want to do something to help.
Haas shook his head, sighing out.
I can leave if you want to. That's an option.
I took another sip of tea, grimacing before putting it down. If I'm being honest, I don't think there's anything to fix this problem.
But what's the problem? Assuming you want to talk about it.
I shook my head, looking at him with a weak smile. I'm just missing someone very important, that's all.
Oh, well...
Haas pulled out his phone, seemingly on reflex before freezing. His eyes flicked down to his phone, then to me, before sliding it back into his pocket.
I'm sorry.
That was a weird thing to do before saying I'm sorry. Like, hear you say that's that you're sad. Oh, I'm sorry. Like, that's like an automatic response. Pausing to check your phone and then saying I'm sorry is a weird sequence that would take way more seconds. Don't be, it's just something that happens sometimes.
Well, if you're sure, but would a hug help? Is there anything I can do if just talking about it doesn't work?
A hug, yeah, that'd be nice.
All right, one hug coming up.
He got onto the bed, getting up close and easing me back onto my back. With his arms hooked under mine, he pulled me so close we were chest to chest. I closed my eyes as I hugged him around the neck. His mane was soft and smelled nice. Despite laying on my front, he was supporting his weight on his arms and knees. With the covers between us, too, there was enough covering that I was quite comfortable. There was something to this, being held the way Haas was hugging me. It was intimate without being raunchy, a big leap from what I was used to with Dean. What? What is your relationship with Dean? You need to fucking establish this in the writing. But even after spending a lot of time cuddled up to Orlando, to a lesser extent Tyson, there was something different here. I must have dozed off, as next thing I knew, the weight atop me had shifted enough to rouse me back to reality.
Feeling better? You dozed off there for a bit.
Wait, I really did fall asleep? How long was I out for?
Only a couple minutes. But I'm glad. You seem more perky. Want me to stick around any longer?
I shook my head. No, thanks. I think what I need to do now is get dressed and go for a walk.
A walk, huh? Well, whenever you get back from your walk or want an ear to listen to your troubles, just let me know, alright?
Okay, thanks. Haas got up from bed and left the room without looking back. A combination with what happened yesterday and everything about him being less fake, I was just confused. Was Haas... Did Haas? More importantly, did I? I shook my head, getting up and getting ready for the day. There was no point in dwelling on it right away, right now anyway. What the fuck? Just say your actual thoughts. It's your brain. Thinking back the other night, I remembered how comfortable Haas was to lay next to. If we were going to be settled in for multiple episodes of anime, sharing a beanbag might not be a bad idea. Go hang out with Haas, make Tyson jealous. I was sure it wasn't going to please Dean, but Ty wouldn't mind, right? Alright, this is when fucking Dean, like, and then we ghost him in every route. Beanbags! But if you want to share one with me, I don't mind. You were planning that? At least you had the decency to bring his own if he shut you down. Of course. I don't want to force any decisions on him. Good, because he's sitting with me anyway. Wait, what? Yeah, what he said. Since when? And if he is, why'd you bring a spare too? I wasn't being serious. Offer is there if you want it, pup. Same here. Thanks, really, but I was actually planning on sitting with Haas. I would leave the room. I would just leave. Having this level of weird attention from everyone at once, and it being a choice where I have to exclude or include people, and they've made it that way, I would leave. I would opt out of this entire interaction. I hate it.
Yep.
What? Seriously? Yeah, why not? Nothing. Well, I suppose it makes sense. We're watching one of those cartoons he knows about, right? That doesn't relate. Could have spoken up sooner so we didn't have to lug a spare over, though. It's just, you should just, where else are the beanbag chairs are gonna go, besides here? The one place to use them. No, a spare might be needed. No telling if Haas is gonna let you share anyway. Why is there a whole discussion about Haas in front of Haas? Fuck off.
What's that spare for? What am I sharing?
Oh, they were offering for me to sit with them or on their beanbag.
Oh, really now?
What's with the tone?
I expected this from Dean with them being buddy-buddy, but what's with your stake in it?
We're close enough. Fuck off.
Oh, well, in that case, you can absolutely sit with me, Dave.
Whoa, really?
Sure. I have ground to make up, it seems.
Ground? To make up? Stop getting the wrong idea. And you, stop antagonizing the bear. Tyson jabbed Haas in the chest with a finger, causing him to throw his hands up a lot more dramatically than he should have if it was genuine. Squeezing into the space between them, I pried Tyson away. Ty, be nice, please. Fine. He then dropped into the closest beanbag with Dean, sitting down carefully into one of his own. Haas wandered over to the lights, flicking them off before sitting down in a third beanbag and taking up most of the space.
Come on, let me rub your shoulders while the other two get an education.
I feel myself go red beneath my fur, hidden only because of the dark of the room. Still, I eased myself down, and once I was comfortable, Haas started to knead my shoulders, neck, and head. And... oh, one line. Well, not that much watching was really happening on my side of things. Haas's hands were like magic, and every now and then I sighed out happily. Still, if we were going to watch anime, I would have picked something different. Bye! Not that I was really paying attention, Haas kept massaging my scalp as he talked to Ty, and it felt good. Okay. Any ideas?
Oh, I had one, but that's more of a Dave and me thing.
What do you mean?
Nothing bad, promise.
Well, don't let me stop you. No, we can do something as a group. Just let me think a minute. Pop. Yeah? Stay out of trouble. I'm gonna go walk on my own, so I'll see you guys at dinner. Tyson pushed himself out of his beanbag and stretched, joints popping as he did so. Oh, and Haas? Thanks. I watched Ty leave before I turned back to Haas, who was stroking his mane.
Another successful conversion.
Who, Tyson?
Yep, didn't think he'd be into that first part. A few people find it a bit odd, given how it develops later. I suppose it helps that you didn't taint... Yeah.
But this is JoJo's.
Nothing wrong with what you like, nothing wrong with what I like, but Tyson's allowed to like what he likes too, right?
Of course he is. Is it still an anime?
Yeah, talking about, yeah.
Oh, here's something new, I guess.
Oh, that's an easy one. I was going to teach you how to lie.
I narrowed my eyes at him, pouting. Lying's bad, Haas.
I thought you'd say that, but especially after yesterday, I think it's best that we get your tells under control at the very least.
Why would I need
wonder
that
if this
skill?
is consistent, because I doubt that I doubt that this has been communicated in the text. Let's test, shall we?
That what's been consisted? Or
what Dave's actual tells are.
He like pulls his fur and he chuckles.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is it's very rarely communicated in the text when he is lying that he pulls his fur and chuckles. It's just other people saying that conveniently. So learning this from his route doesn't actually give us any new information to work on. When we're like, for example, if we were in like the Roswell route where we're playing as Roswell, like we wouldn't be able to know when Dave is lying from it. So it's kind of meaningless theater.
Yeah. There's not a lot of opportunities for the game to present a situation where Dave would be lying and we wouldn't know.
We wouldn't know, yeah, exactly. But I'm just saying, like, it's not going to come up in the text basically at all, even for other people. Like, It's just meaningless fluff. Hey, Dave, know any of the secret places in the mansion?
My eyes went wide and I looked away, half chuckling. Nope.
Busted.
But
I figured that'd be the case. It's your laugh, buddy. That's more than anything gives you away.
That didn't make any sense.
No, he also asked him a question he knew that you were lying about.
Yeah.
And so it's like
Why would you have a tell when you lied about a thing to the face of somebody who knew you were lying anyway?
Yeah.
Like
Like, you don't have a tell.
The tells are from deceiving people, but you know you're not deceiving him, so it shouldn't. That's just a bit. That's just doing a bit. I huffed, crossing my arms tight across my chest. Well, alright. What are we gonna do about it?
We're going to break it down to a few things. Then maybe we'll go find someone you can practice on.
I can't practice on you?
Really think that's a good idea? Remember, I know your tells already.
But how will you know what I say is a lie? You don't know everything about me.
Well, that's true. Does that mean you're going to tell me all your secrets now, or what? Already managed to get out of you what sort of guys you like. Was that a secret that you got out of him, or did you just ask him a question that he answered?
Yeah, we just said. And there was no pushback, so I assume people my height was the answer or whatever. I don't understand. Hey, yeah, you never told me what sort of guys you like.
This isn't about me.
Fuck you. Now that's just not fair.
It's still very weird that Haas is like, what kind of guys do you like? I just want to see if our tastes align. Yeah, Roswell could be cute. I could see how Dean's hot. And then the next day is like, I like guys. I know it's a shocker. I just put it together that you must have been the other gay person. Like, what the fuck? Still don't get that character decision.
I have no idea what he's saying half the time.
What, did you really want to know?
I mean, fair's fair.
Even when you're giving different people different looks? Honestly, I'm not even convinced you know what you like, and you're still stuck in that horny teenager phase.
Wow, rude much? Also, he's literally a teenager.
Is this quippy and funny for people, or is this because they have no charisma at all? No chemistry?
No.
Hey, Dean's still in that phase too, from how he behaves, although I don't think it's entirely genuine. Not all the time, at least.
So now I'm like Dean?
I think it's more, and I'll tell you now that I'm speaking from experience, when you get your first taste of sex, it's like a drug. I've had sex before. I'm a sex haver, Dave.
Did you know that I've had a sex?
You want it more than you ever thought you did, even with your hormones all over the place.
What, so you're saying I'm going to like sex?
No guarantee, but probably. I mean more that you're not likely to know what you like until you get there.
Oh, I mean, there are things I want to try, sure, but...
But what?
I don't know, it's hard to really know where to start when you haven't fooled around with anyone.
That right there, you were telling the truth.
Why would I lie about that?
You tell me, for all I know you could just be trying to impress me. Impress you about being a virgin? What? I don't understand.
I don't understand.
Also,
just you tell me is a thing you say after the person you're talking to has done the thing.
Yeah.
Like, it's like, he didn't lie. So what do you mean you tell me? He didn't... He doesn't understand because he doesn't lie about it. Hey, I can impress you for sure. That's not what the topic was, though.
What?
Yeah, just you watch. I wasn't sure what had done it, but Haas was stunned, looking me over. It was only for a few moments before he started laughing, wiping his eyes.
Okay, maybe you are good at lying.
No, I'm a horn dog. Let me go.
That wasn't a lie. He just said that he could possibly impress you in the future, indeterminate. That's not a lie.
It's not a lie. He could just fail.
That's like a claim. He could just fail at that. He doesn't know the outcome of it. What are you talking about?
It's not deceptive. I wasn't lying. Oh no.
What? And if I called your bluff right now to see if you could impress me with a blowjob, would you? He didn't say that, and it wasn't a bluff. What are you talking about? I don't know if Grizz knows what a lie is.
Nothing makes sense.
I'm truly losing this. What? This is not a conversation. These people have no chemistry. Please stop. I feel so gross. See? That's not a lie.
It's not a lie.
But we're getting off track again. I was teaching you to lie, right? Turns out you might be better at it than I thought.
How? What makes you say that?
Well, a good lie is made up of a few things. The rest is just being body language. The few main things being simplicity, singularity, and safe.
I don't like how you insisted on it being the same letter. What was the point of that? The look I was giving him, hopefully, was one of me understanding, but so far, those were just words that sounded cool and didn't mean much.
Alright, let me explain. You want your lies to be simple. If you start going into all the details, you're going to find it harder to keep track of everything you've said.
So, like what, though?
Like how I had some toast and an apple for breakfast.
Oh.
But I didn't.
Oh.
Oh. But that was also the second thing, too. Notice how my lie didn't involve anyone else?
But didn't you eat breakfast with everyone else?
And that's the third. I got the first two, but you picked out that my lie wasn't safe. A safe lie is one that's seated in the truth, and typically that there's someone there to corroborate at least a part of it.
But if Orlando saw you at breakfast and saw you eating a banana, would that be so bad?
Not for something about breakfast, at least, but then you'd be asking yourself why I lied in the first place. Having suspicion placed on you is the last thing you want if you're trying to get away with a lie. In fact, an advanced trick is to offer the information first. You're less likely to have someone question you if you're freely giving them information that's at least a bit plausible.
Huh. It made me think back to every interaction now, wondering if there were any lies I hadn't noticed.
Another thing to keep in mind is to watch someone's hands. Someone lying is more likely to touch their face.
But I'm always touching my face. What should I do then? Keep my hands in my pockets? Because if I just do that every time I'm going to lie, then that's going to make it obvious, right?
Bingo. Not that you should be lying unless it's necessary, but sometimes it is, and it's better that you don't get found out when you do.
I nodded slowly. So if that's the case, can I ask you something, Haas?
Sure, what's up?
I've been confused about this for a bit. Do you like me, as in more than a friend? I watched as Haas's eyes darted down. He looked me in the eye before messing with his mane, a slight smile on his face.
And if I do?
That's not an answer. I was certain that Haas was messing with me now. He had just told me about touching your face as well, so now I wasn't sure if he was doing it on purpose or not.
Hey, maybe it is. Hey, maybe it isn't. It's not all that important, not yet anyway. Why? Do you like me in that way? How could anyone like you? Answer just so we can move on.
I frowned, almost copying what Haas did before speaking. And if I do?
Then I'd probably have to tell Dean that you're no longer available for dating, at least until I get a shot at it.
Wait, really?
Sure, if you're interested, why not? Unless I'm lying.
I hate this. I hate
That's
you.
not a lie! What?
I hate you. You can't say it's unless I'm lying when you say a statement that includes all of possibilities.
Yeah. What?
I groaned, burying my face in my hands. Why teach me to lie anyway?
It's a good skill to have under your belt, both to keep secrets and also to know when someone else is lying to you.
I mean, at this point in the narrative, we already successfully hid Oz. The only time to lie in the game already happened.
Gonna take some practice, but it should keep you safe.
You say it like I'm in danger, Haas.
What? And you wanting to know about the library and you freaking out about a gun isn't enough cause to worry about? Whether you're aware of it or not, you're breaking and could do with just something to keep you safer, just in case one of us isn't around.
You say I'm breaking, but...
Well, adjusted people don't sleep in and then go for a walk by themselves with droopy ears, Dave. Oh yeah, this random thing. I meant it though. If you want to talk, I'll listen.
I know. Thanks, Haas. But not now. I want to keep my mind off it for a bit longer, so could we do something to pass the time until dinner?
Like what?
Anything, really. We could join the others for a board game. I'd take a nap, but I'm not all that tired.
What about if I brush you while we watch a movie or something?
I could feel my ears stand upright at the prospect of a brushing. That works.
All right, you pick something out and I'll be back with some stuff.
Don't you just need a brush? I have one of those in my room, I think.
With how much you seem to like the fur balm I let you smell, I figured I can get some more of that if you wanted.
I cooed at the prospect, nodding eagerly. Yeah.
Well, all right. You find something to watch and I'll be right back.
Haas has died somehow. Given that we keep reestablishing that everybody has a super sense of smell, this is like claiming. Like he's just gonna notice we smell like Haas all the time now, going forward. Was that an I gotta go all right?
Yeah, that's I gotta go now because I have to go to the airport to pick up my parents. So,
ooh, have fun?
Nope. All right, bye.
Greetings, Toaster. I have begun recording.
Hello.
This start screen seems mean. I don't know if you're picking up on the detail here, but that's the knife that killed Haas.
Him. Yeah.
Why is he...
Haas looks different every time
he's drawn. Yeah.
Yeah, he does not look like a consistent person.
Everyone's decidedly not really on model ever.
Yeah.
I guess this time we have a weapon that exists in the story, as opposed to Tyson's sickle, I think it was, which when he finally does pick up a weapon at the very end of the game and accomplishes nothing with it, it's a gun he holds sideways. But he in fact did not ever wield the weapon he was shown wielding. Sal also never wielded the weapon he was shown wielding, but I think the axe does exist. But but of all things, Sal eventually wields a sword.
Yeah, this is stupid.
Every one of these screens is just a false promise. It never will be related to any of the events of the game. But I am amused by the fact that in every single one of them, Dave is too lame to have a weapon himself. He just has a fleshlight.
Yeah, he's just holding the sex toy.
Yep. Womp womp. It didn't take me long to pick out something to watch, and no sooner had I finished getting it ready to play, did Haas return with brush in hand. This controller's not on. Now it's on.
You've mentioned it before, and I feel like playing a visual novel with a controller, especially through Ren'Py, is just so cursed. It just never works right. It's so weird.
I played all of them with it. It's easy.
I know. It's so bizarre.
I even have this nice... It's even easy to find the button that hides the interface because it's just Y, as opposed to searching the whole keyboard for what hotkey it might be and trying to remember. It's just a face button. It's neat.
Yeah.
You can navigate all of the menus via the D-pad.
Whenever I tried to do that on Steam Deck for Echo, it would skip a line, so I had to save on every other slot because it wouldn't go down one, it would always go down two.
Yeah, Echo does have that problem.
It's awful. Also, hiding the text box is easy. You press H to hide. You hide it.
Yeah, but you have to know it's H.
Yeah, by pressing the hide button. That's the magic of a keyboard.
That is not a consistent bit of logic in video games. Video games especially do not follow fucking 1995 Mac logic for their hotkey names. To be honest, I didn't pay much attention to the movie I put on, but it was nice to just relax and not have to worry about anything going on, if only for a little bit. And then... I guess that scene wasn't a scene.
Yep.
We were settling in for a scene with Haas where he's gonna brush us while watching a movie, but then immediately it ended. So it's a scene by approximation. I looked across to Haas and away again before he noticed. He was going to be the one I needed to be careful about. He hadn't called me on it once, so maybe I'd be in the clear if it came up again. The lie about Oz existing. I hate everything all the time, but I especially hate that the Oz choice is the most impactful choice in the entire game, and it only delays his discovery for like a day anyway. Because the timeline where you don't reveal Oz is the timeline where Oz is around all the time for the entire campaign in public. I was halfway up the stairs before...
Heading to bed?
I looked behind me and sure enough, there was Haas, still standing at the bottom. Considering it, I'm beat.
Still relaxed from the brushing I gave you?
Oh, well, that helped for sure.
Well, I know what you were up to today, and I can't say you were all that busy.
I wandered back down the stairs to stand in front of Haas, scratching my head. It was still exhausting. Not physically, but,
Mentally? Emotionally?
also just like, fuck you, man. I'm thinking of going to bed, I'm tired. No, you're not. You're not tired. What? Shut the fuck up. First one, then the other, right.
Well, alright then. Don't worry about it. You could probably do with the rest.
Did you need me for something?
I mean it. Don't worry about it. You go get some rest.
I gave him a look, but his smile was unflinching. Part of me wondered if this was another test, and I felt it wouldn't hurt to call him out on it just in case.
What's wrong?
He wasn't touching his face, and he was keeping eye contact, so I felt that he was being genuine about not wanting to worry about whatever it was he raised. Was this even how lying worked on a deeper level? Dave. I want to think that even the story isn't dumb enough to think that lying is literally just reducible to these very specific tics that you presumably can't even stop yourself from doing when you know they exist and so on or something, but like, he's just so goofy. Like, oh, I checked the things he told me to check and he must not be lying. I'm like, I don't think, what?
I'm not lying, or am I?
Also, the intentional emphasis on the dynamic of am I lying all the time to you or not is like just a really weird thing to base a relationship on. I want out. My eyes went wide, stunned at how transparent I must have been for him to know where my mind was at. The only topic we ever discussed, brushing and lying.
Go to bed, Dave. I'll see you later.
I hesitated but ultimately turned away, hitting the halfway mark again before looking down the stairs to see if Haas was still there. He was, and he just waved me off before he wandered away towards the kitchen again. I grumbled to myself once I had the door on my room closed. Why was Haas so hard to figure out? Part of me wanted for it to be like the old days when he'd just rant about anime for a while and then go fix his main. That was what I used to do. At the same time, it was nice seeing this more affectionate side of him. Maybe I was just used to it with Tyson or Dean, but throwing Haas into the mix too was fine. I jumped in the shower, thinking the hot water would do me some good. If anything, it just made myself think things over more. Famously, showers are where the brain stops thinking about things. I liked Haas, but did I like him in that way? More importantly, did he like me back? Some of the things he said I was now second-guessing, wondering if he had been dropping hints. What kind of boys do you like? I can share a Speedo with you. I just want to bathe you for no reason twice. He was handsome enough, very handsome in fact. Then again, it could just be that because he was the one out of all of us that took care of his appearance and wardrobe. His wardrobe. He has a second shirt that is a print tee that just has Japanese text on it that's crooked. Sighing out, I rinsed myself and started getting dry. First a quick shake before grabbing the towel, then onto the blow dryer. Maybe it was just heat that was doing it. The longer I felt exposed to the comforting warmth, the more I had to fight back my yawns. Thoroughly clean, I changed it in some sleeping shorts and collapsed onto my bed, laying on my back and grabbing my phone. I kept it plugged in, though. No way I was gonna let it run flat on me again. 5 minutes into playing games, I heard a knock on my door. Come in. Haas opened the door and entered soon after, closing the door behind him. I feel like you could just say Haas entered. First, he opened the door, then he walked in the door, and then he closed the door. Oh, Haas, what's up?
Just checking in.
I looked to the 2 mugs he had in his hands, confused. With 2 mugs?
Figured you could use something to help you sleep or relax a little.
It's not tea, is it? Of course it's tea. Haas wandered a little closer, and I sat up quickly as the scent hit my nose, milky and sweet with those bitter tones that were all too familiar. Bitter? I guess so. I was like, milk was bitter. I'm like, it still sounds like tea. No, it's cocoa, hot chocolate.
Yup. Consider it a peace offering given what I gave you this morning.
He handed over one of the mugs, and I took it eagerly, looking down at the frothy liquid. What did you bribe Orlando with to make this? I was in the middle of counting how many marshmallows I had when Haas replied, a slight grin on his face.
Absolutely nothing. I made this myself.
I personally dry cocoa beans. Whoa, really?
Gee, thanks for the vote of confidence, Dave. I'm able to do stuff in the kitchen, too.
It's hot cocoa.
I might not be a gourmand like Orlando, but I'm more than capable of putting a meal together, and I've had plenty of practice making hot chocolate. I feel like most people who like make hot chocolate, even nice hot chocolate, aren't physically drying and handling their own cocoa beans. That's kind of insane.
Yeah, well, he didn't say that. I said that.
Oh, okay.
Because I was like, he said he made it himself, and I'm like, cool. It's hot cocoa.
Yeah.
This is a lower standard than the pancakes that were mentioned earlier.
Yes.
You're mixing cocoa into hot.
Sure. I guess what I'm saying is there's just nowhere...
like saying you made it yourself is extremely funny because like there's an extreme level of manufacturing and
there's just like nowhere you can go to improve that quality other than like, what did you do? Buy nicer hot cocoa from the store? Like it's not something to like brag about.
Yeah, it's like you either mixed hot cocoa mix in, which means you did basically nothing, or you just like figured out how to kind of dissolve some chocolate in hot
some powder milk. Better, yeah.
It's like cool, good job, buddy. You're a real chef now. Like, at least Sal's pancake did involve multiple ingredients having to be mixed together in correct proportions and mixed correctly, and then like cooked and paid attention to and flipped and what's not. Like, it is cooking by comparison. He took a sip from the mug he was carrying and sat down on the bed, looking between me and the mug I held.
Also, I got the impression that you liked it less on the sweeter side, given how much you like coffee. I had Roswell telling me that the correct ratio of marshmallows was 10, and then started counting from there.
10. 10, that's... Well, I guess that's on brand for Roswell, at least given his sweet tooth. Unlike... Can you really emphasize a specific part of hot cocoa to have a sweet tooth? There's no part that isn't sweet tooth. Just means he doesn't like chocolate.
Right?
Not that I mind, but why the peace offering in the first place? Did he do something wrong? I'm hitting on you, you dumb bastard.
Well, no, but you've had a rough time of things from what I gather, plus hot milk before bed sometimes helps me and my siblings sleep.
I'm guessing that's where you got your practice in? Part of me wanted to ask him if cats and milk thing rang true here, but instead I opted to just drink from the mug to keep my mouth busy.
Right. Besides, believe it or not, I'm still trying to, you know, be less fake.
What do you mean? Is bringing me drinks less fake? I remember you brought us all that fancy drink one time that we had a little marble in it.
That was different.
Oh, and then the drinks you got us that were had little jelly things inside.
That was also different. I do more than bring you things to drink. I just thought you guys would like to try something different. Thankfully, Orlando had my back there.
Is this an insecurity of yours? I don't understand this conversation. They're also, like, not allowed to have mixed drinks yet, so the types of things they could be drinking is, like, almost nothing. Then what?
So first, let's tackle what you mean by fake. What I understood from that was that you wanted me to be less who I felt I needed to be and more who I am, right?
Right. Like, it feels like it's all an act just so you can be popular. And it's also setting us up for failure with a level of nuanced character writing that I don't think Password's capable of. So what is this ultimately going to mean?
Not too wrong, I suppose. I wouldn't say popular so much as just wanting to be liked.
I gave him a look, not convinced. That kind of implies that you're a jerk, Haas, but I don't think you're that bad, even if you're a good actor. What? even if you're a good actor, the famously jerky position to be in.
You think I'm a good actor?
Well, you practice enough at least, but still, I don't think you should be trying too hard to be someone likable. Just be you. The way I see it anyway, is that you must be getting tired of being someone else all the time, and if people like you for the wrong reasons, isn't that bad?
It makes sense, but begs the question why you know that.
I've seen children's television and am spouting its morality at you. It's come up a few times, especially with Roswell and Orlando coming from families with lots of money. More than what my parents made anyway, and we live in a fucking mansion.
So they thought you were just friends with them to get money?
I nodded meekly. It wasn't the truth. I enjoyed spending time around them and didn't know how wealthy either of them were before we'd been hanging out for a while. In retrospect, it made sense given what they brought for lunch or what presents they got for their birthdays, but I didn't really think anything of it. I'm dumb. What about you? Is this where I find out that I'm the only one in the anime club that didn't have a wealthy upbringing?
No, my parents weren't wealthy. Sure, we won the lottery once, but it wasn't first place.
Oh, second place?
Try maybe 8th. But as far as being less fake, I guess I'm just treating you like I would one of my siblings.
I don't like that. I don't like that. I don't like that being the start of the romance. I don't like that after Tyson also being brother. Like a little brother?
Right. Which has its own problems. You're cute, but a different kind of cute.
There are different kinds of cute?
Right. There's a little sibling cute, but then there's a kind of cute that makes me want to kiss you.
Yeah, sure wish you would stop bringing up the first one every time you're trying to get to the second one. You want to kiss me? He held my gaze for a moment, bringing his mug up to his mouth and drinking without breaking eye contact for a moment.
I've thought about it.
In Dave's next shower, he's gonna be like, I'm still trying to figure out what's going on with Haas. I'm reanalyzing every interaction with him. Has he been dropping hints or something? I giggled slightly as I took another drink, torn between keeping my eyes on the mug and sneaking peeks at Haas. I wasn't sure what I should say to something like that.
Everything all right?
I nodded slowly, wearing a broad grin. Well, that's nice to know.
But it wouldn't be a good idea to take me at my word, you know? I could always be just lying to you still.
This isn't cute. Why would you say that? Just read it as
because it's the
genuinely
truth.
aghast.
I could be lying. Trust no one, Dave.
Why would you say that? No, I mean, why would you cast suspicion on yourself like that? Why would you raise that now, especially when I'm as tired as I am?
Maybe as a reminder to just stay safe, maybe as a hint.
I hate you. I hate you.
Maybe.
Maybe what? Haas placed a hand over the top of my mug, easing it down and out of the way. Haas? He didn't break stride, even though he was not walking, leaning in and kissing me slowly, softly on the mouth. It didn't last more than a couple seconds, but it was there. As he eased off, I stared at him, eyes wide and cheeks burning under my fur.
Maybe that actions speak louder than words sometimes. Maybe that actions speak louder than words sometimes.
I gulped, watching him settle back to where he was sitting before taking another sip of his drink. He watched as my hand went to my mouth, lightly touching the point of contact he held with his kiss. My first kiss. I just need you to define what you have and haven't done with Dean. I'm so unclear. You've never had a kiss? Because it always sounds like you've been basically more involved with Dean than that. Haas drummed his fingers against his mug, looking at me with a satisfied smile, watching as I composed myself.
If you take anything away from this, take that I trust you, Dave.
What?
Except that you could be lying, and I could be lying. Anyone could lie. Whether or not you trust me, or trust that me trusting you is the truth, doesn't matter. I don't know, but it seems like it matters.
I blinked, a little lost.
I feel like I keep shooting myself in the foot. You don't think, buddy?
Yeah, you need to stop your entire shtick.
It's been incredible how every single character's route has been just revealing them to be the worst possible versions of themselves.
Yeah, no, it's awful. I hate Haas already, and he didn't even have to do anything as egregious as last time. No, I think I get it.
Then good. Well, finish up your cocoa and I'll let you get some sleep.
Haas?
Yes.
Part of me wanted him to stay. The other part, though, was unsure if that was a good idea. It was a question of whether I trusted him, right? Or was it just inappropriate to ask him to share a bed given everything that was going on? I want you to stay.
What? You want?
I nodded slowly. If that's alright, like... I guess I liked sleeping together. You smell nice and are comfortable, and I don't know. Haas laughed, shaking his head.
Well, I'm glad you think so. But if you're asking me to spend the night, sorry to say, but I can't tonight. Maybe tomorrow?
You can't?
I've still got a few things I need to take care of, so I don't know how much longer I'll be up for.
What sort of things? You could always just join me after.
In that case, bump that no up to a maybe. Careful about being too eager, though, otherwise I might feel you have something else in mind.
I finished off my cocoa and he offered out a hand to take the mug from me.
I'll hit the light on my way out if you want. You look comfy.
Thanks, Haas.
Don't worry about it. I'll see you in the morning.
Sure enough, he left, turning off the lights before closing the door behind him. I rolled over and cuddled into my pillow, wondering what to make of Haas. I felt bad that I was questioning my friendship with him at the same time, trying to figure out if he saw me as a little brother or something more. What? He already specified. Why is this being brought up so much? It's so weird. Obviously, the kiss implied more, maybe, but with everything going on, it was hard to say.
How stupid is Dave?
Hey,
How fucking dumb is this idiot?
he's actually insane.
The kiss implied more, maybe. Are you fucking stupid? How stupid are you? This is not cute.
It's your first
This is not how you
kiss.
make characters like have chemistry or have a meet cute. You're just fucking crazy. You're just an actually insane person. Shut the fuck up. This is not how you write characters.
I'm worried that this is just every route with every character is the equivalent of like Tyson being like, I don't even know if we're in a relationship or not after they've like already fucked.
After they've already fucked and he called him his boyfriend.
Yeah, and if like they keep hitting milestones, then just forgetting their own milestones, like they didn't keep notes and then just forgot. And so they just reset to not remembering they're in a relationship over and over again. It's like, Dave doesn't understand that getting kissed means someone is interested in you. Like, what the fuck? Not to mention how forward he is constantly. I don't understand. I don't understand. He literally like opened it with like talking about stretching your asshole like 6 days ago. Like, that's not like wacky straight boy talk. With everything going on, it was hard to say. I don't know, man. It could mean anything. I've never heard of gay people before. Maybe he just wanted something casual. Maybe it was just worth asking him directly what he wanted. With another yawn, I cuddled in closer to my pillow.
I just feel like at this point in the narrative, if Dave did ask him directly what he wanted and he was like, yeah, I want to be your boyfriend, Dave would be like, does he like me? I can't tell.
Well, Haas would infuriate me being, I don't know, maybe I'm lying. It could be a trick. Don't trust anyone. I love you, Dave. I mean, just kidding. Ha ha ha. Then he leaves for some reason.
Stupid.
Like, what the fuck is this? What is this bit? Especially when the point is he's supposed to be trying to be sincere and he refuses to be sincere at all. He's just annoying. Like, he will not engage sincerely at all in the narrative about him being honest. And it's like, no. It was a job for tomorrow anyway. Whoa! I'm dead, Dave. Still dead. So good at being dead. You won't believe that I'm so dead. We're thinking about death and stuff.
Something to do with last night, you remember, right?
I thought back, nodding slowly. Yeah, you said you had things to take care of.
That's right.
Have you been up all night?
What? Oh. Not all night. I got a couple hours in before I had to go fix a problem.
These excuses don't work at all. Like, we're on a mysterious we're on a vacation at a location that nobody has a connection to. These are like the blow-off vague things you say when you're physically separated from somebody, talking about your plans for tonight or whatever and why you can't make it in the wide world of, like, I don't know, man, maybe they have like their job or something came up with family or like, you know, the real world where there are things that can come up. They're just at a house where nothing is expected of any of them and they're just hanging out. So it's like, what the fuck are you talking about, Haas? It's incredibly suspicious. You're either lying or some weird murdery shit is going on and you're hiding it from me. What sort of problem?
Something that Benson asked me to do. Would you believe that I'd forgotten about it until last night?
Well, I don't know how long you forgot about it, so... That seems like a lie.
Well, am I lying?
I hate you. I grumbled, shaking my head. I didn't answer
It's just
him.
not interesting character development to be like, his one trait is lying or not lying. He taught Dave how to lie and detect lies. But the thing is it like never communicates to us like what his body language is.
Mm-hmm.
So whenever he's like, I don't know, am I lying? Like, it doesn't mean anything to the audience who was taught and it was signposted that your body language changes, but we never hear about his body language. So it is literally just like a pithy thing that you just throw into the text.
Meanwhile, his acting is like some LA noir shit where it's like, I don't even know what I'm supposed to take from this. What the fuck is this alien person in front of me? I can't read into this at all. He's just insane. It's also just hilarious to even try to think about the idea that like, I taught you 2 tells total as a general concept, Dave. Now you can tell lies, right? I'm like, what? You could just intentionally not do those tells.
It's also just incredible knowing that it will be completely irrelevant to the rest of the route because the romance just stops mattering.
Yeah, we know that none of the romances affect the story. So we're just waiting to see the payoff of their relationship, which is that they vaguely start one. And then in the epilogue, they'll be like, and then we moved in together and they were roommates. I grumbled, shaking my head. I didn't answer him, as it should have been clear enough from my expression I was too tired for guessing games so early in the morning.
Better question, why are you awake?
What do you mean?
You weren't cuddled up all comfy in bed?
I was for sure, but...
Not to mention yesterday morning where you slept most of the day away.
It's not impressive to just simply recap previous scenes from this arc. Like, just to, like, basically brag that you have some continuity. Like... This isn't adding anything, it's just the scene. There's a scene here that happens with Haas no matter what, and it's randomly stopping us in the middle of it to be like, you slept in yesterday. I remember. I am Liara Tisone, and I remember the events of the previous game. You're like, what the f- shut up. Well, yes, but...
But you're up now because something's troubling you, right?
Well, yeah, actually.
Did you need to talk about it?
I don't know.
Come on, maybe we can watch the sunrise. He looks nothing.
Like a different character yet again.
Completely different character. Is he missing the bottom part of his beard? Go back for a second.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, he definitely has like a middle chin beard thing.
Yeah, this is not the same character. Look at that.
That's a wildly different character design than we've seen elsewhere.
It's remarkably terrible. Okay,
it's
whatever.
It's Happy Dave. I don't remember that one.
I don't care.
This probably explains... I think this is the Dave where I always notice that there's a lasso tool that was used somewhere, and it just like feels extra sloppy for a sketch. Like even as a sketch, it feels too sloppy to put in your game. Like why not even put 10 more minutes into it? And now I have the answer, which is that he was moved slightly from this version of the character. They probably like selected his eyes and redrew that part or something. Oh, you can still see this. You can still see the lasso selection a little bit above his eyebrow. Yeah, there's a break in all of the lines where they just like got rid of one part and then drew something else. It's rough. Haas and I stood outside, leaning over the railing that ran along the outside of the deck.
So what's got you out of bed this early? For someone that spends a lot of time in bed, I half assumed I'd be running into Sal this morning.
Why Sal?
He's normally up early, sometimes up late. You can never tell with him. With you, though?
He poked me gently in the shoulder, flashing a quick smile.
You sleep half the day away unless you've got a reason to be up.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
And?
I think I've come to a decision. I don't know if it's entirely good or entirely bad yet, just that, but it's something.
Sounds important. Anything you can share about it?
I drummed my fingers on the railing of the deck before looking at Haas. I want to keep everyone alive, no matter what.
Ah, the hero life, the selfless sacrificing road, very respectable.
Something like that, maybe. I just have, I guess, a want to do it. I looked away, letting those words sink in. Did I really want to do it, or did I just feel backed into the corner? Forcing down my feelings of Dad dying was something I did to cope on a daily basis. Adding the risk of my friends dying as well felt suffocating.
Well, props to you, I guess. I don't think I could live that life.
Wait, really?
Is that really much of a surprise? I can't do any good if I'm completely selfless. At some point, you have to look out for yourself, Dave.
Well, yeah, obviously, but I just thought...
Thought what? That despite being super into Sentai, that I'd be wanting that life?
That's not what the word despite means. It's called Sentai and it's art. I guess a little, yeah. Haas laughed, shaking his head.
Well, it'd be nice. Shame real life doesn't work out that way.
At the same time, we shielded our eyes as the sun crested over the trees. It was pretty, and in an odd way, inspiring. Maybe it was just because Haas was next to me, but it seemed like the sun rising was giving me a sense of purpose, or rather, just the feeling that I could rise to the occasion. The sun was always going to rise the morning after, much like Dad had said in my dream. If I did my best, he'd be proud.
Well, sun's up, so I'm gonna take a nap to catch up on some sleep.
Oh.
Wanna join me?
No, but thanks. There was just something else, though. What is that thing in your pocket?
After my nap, come find me and I'll show you properly. It'd take a bit of explaining, and with the amount of sleep I've had, it wouldn't, you'd have questions afterwards.
You see, when you come from overseas, you don't end up circumcised, and... I nodded slowly, and he took the chance to head back inside. I was going to have questions regardless, I just knew it. Watching the world go by gave me some time to think, but ultimately I couldn't get anywhere right now. What I could achieve is coffee. Beyond that, it was just a matter of waiting until everyone else was awake. It's time for Dave's coffee addiction, where he has one cup of coffee in the morning. The fucking pervert. As I sighed out, I caught Haas giving me a sly smile. I was about to say something before he turned to Tyson quickly.
Hey buddy, mind if I give it a try?
I looked at Tyson, who seemed to be assuming that Haas was talking to me, but when he didn't reply, Haas cleared his throat. What?
I was talking to you.
Oh, sure, knock yourself out, but first... Ty put a hand on my shoulder, giving me a firm look before backing off. Yeah, he'll be fine. I'll catch you two later.
So...
I straightened up, catching the back of my head, scratching the back of my head while Haas looked me over.
Mind filling me in on what caused that? It wasn't about what we talked about this morning, right?
Kinda. I'm second-guessing myself a little, whether or not I'd be able to do it after all.
Well, where do we start? Do you know where the danger is so we can get to keeping people safe?
I looked at him, unsure.
What? No good?
You said you trust me, right?
That's right.
Then what was that thing you had this morning that Benson asked you to do or whatever?
Ah, that's complicated.
Complicated how?
Complicated enough that you're gonna get the wrong idea when I tell you what it is.
Then how can I trust you back?
Are you saying you don't?
I'm saying I want to, but I'm worried. We've been through the vault stuff already, and someone's behind it. You knew about the library. You were given a note of passwords.
And you used a password to save my life.
Yeah. I scratched my neck, wondering what I was supposed to think. That alone should have cleared Haas from being the suspicious one here. But why was I second-guessing it still?
Well, if we tried to figure out what had happened when you saw me die... What if we tried to figure out what happened when I died? Got any other ideas? You know what happened, so you'd be leading this thing. Best I can offer is to round up some assistance.
I guess it's a good place to start, but I still want to know what that thing was.
And I promise I'll tell you.
But not now?
Later, after we've done something else first.
I shot him a look, but ended up sighing out soon after while I shook my head. Okay, well, I'll go get ready and I'll meet you in the foyer.
Alright, I'll see you in a bit.
I made it back to my room and took a shower, using the hot water to clear my head. It was early and Haas wasn't helping me with my thoughts. He'd made me feel uneasy in so many different ways that I wasn't sure if it was a good way or a bad way anymore. But for now I need to focus, reminding myself that Haas had something to answer for after we'd done some investigating, which I'd need a couple things for. But first, my notebook. I figured that while I was intending to use this as more of a journal, having something to keep notes might help me filter out anything Haas might say as a distraction. I forgot about his notebook, because he does too. He's like, I'm an investigator, I'm gonna have a notebook so it'll help out with the... And then it never gets mentioned again like a day later. I grumbled, rubbing the cover. I'd probably end up filling this whole book if I let Haas go on about an anime tangent investigation. Next up, phone. Just in case I need to call someone or use something on it. Haas would almost certainly have his own, but having a backup never hurt. It physically harms me that they just have cell service when there's multiple suspected murders and so on. All I had to do was remember to keep it charged and I wouldn't run into the same problem I had the other day. All you had to do was have the story take place in a place that didn't have cell reception, like every story.
Yeah.
It's just so obvious that everyone does it. So why didn't you? I was a little apprehensive when I reached the foyer, unsure of how all this was really going to go down. My eyes were immediately drawn to the side where Haas was arriving with Sal now. Sal in tow.
I don't understand.
Don't worry about it, it'll be fine.
Why is Sal here?
I don't really know why either. Haas just said I needed to come with him for something.
Hey, I said that Dave needed help with something.
And he chose Sal? What about, like, Roswell or...
These people are so not friends. It's so crazy to be like, you want to get help? And you picked Sal? Why Sal? Why not Roswell? It's like just, you invited this person. This person is on this trip with you. What are you doing?
And he's also, like, right in front of you while you're saying this. So it's like...
Of course.
Why would you bring Sal, you say, in front of Sal?
Oh, well, I could go get him if you'd rather.
Hey now, that's not very nice. There was a good reason I chose Sal. He's very level-headed and would probably know better than the others here. Think about it. Roswell would go hard and fast with investigating death. Orlando would be freaking out. Tyson would think it's stupid. Dean wouldn't get it. And given you're likely the same, I don't think doubling up would be wise.
Hey, I get it just fine.
Get what?
Maybe I chose wrong after all.
I wanted to investigate what I saw in the vault, Sal, Haas being dead.
But Haas is right here and he's fine.
Well, mystery solved. To illustrate his point, he lightly poked Haas in the chest. Soon after, Haas fixed his mane, shooting me a grin.
Oh, I'm more than fine, but this is to put his head at ease, Sal. He's been fretting over us ever since the other day, I'm guessing.
Sal looked from Haas to me, giving me a smile, his voice relieved and genuine.
Oh,
that's very kind of you.
I laughed, scratching my head with my notebook. Like I said to Haas this morning, I just want to keep everyone alive and safe is all.
Which is why you wanted to investigate this thing. I don't get it. How are you going to do that when Haas is still alive?
I don't really know, but I've got to do something.
Role play.
Sure, we can roleplay it, but I guess first question should be, where are we headed?
Oh, I don't know. You looked wet?
Well, that's helpful. So the pool then? No,
No,
it was...
well, maybe
This-
I thought you were, or that I saw you, yeah, no, it's infuriating. Their version
It's
of
so-
Zero Escape Memories is so fragile
vague,
that they're
they just like don't remember. So like it's just so weird that they would spend time telling us in the route like he's in Tyson's shower, Tyson killed him, well, how are we gonna deal with this? And then finally when it comes back up they're like I don't know, the pool maybe. It's like why? There's no way to get this password unless you saw the last route, so why are you keeping it from Dave? It's stupid.
It doesn't really make sense because, like, whenever Dave goes on to refer back to the memories of these password visions, they're apparently so useless and vague he can't even say what room they took place in, but he somehow gets enough information to stop the murder each time, despite having no knowledge of it whatsoever. And then by the end of the game, they just give up, and you just have entire visions of objective facts, and you just know the entire thing that happened essentially. Like, I know it's him developing or whatnot, but it's like this version is so useless. Literally, how did he solve any of these murders? Let alone literally all of them in every timeline, because that's their own purpose in the narrative. Like, you can grapple with the utility of solving a murder that never happened without making it this dumb. You don't have to make the vision so useless that it makes the whole endeavor extra pointless to even set out on.
One of the bathrooms.
Maybe. I want to say I saw tiles, but
Then that'd be the shower downstairs attached to the gym.
Would it be better if we headed downstairs for a closer look then?
Haas strode past me without waiting for a reply, assuming that that's where we were headed anyway. Sal left next, shrugging and following Haas downstairs. I was left in a daze for a few moments before I followed them, heading to the gym and stopping short the moment I stepped inside. Haas was on the floor, sprawled out, and Sal seemed to be giving him an unimpressed look. Why is Haas on the floor?
He's role-playing.
Take off his pants.
Is it helping?
He stood up, stretching his back before looking at me.
Before that, I should probably ask how I died, huh? I don't think I died from being wet after all.
My eyes went to the floor, not wanting to look at him. The heavy footfalls of Sal coming closer, only to put a hand on my shoulder, roused me back to remembering how to respond. Stabbed in the chest. As expected, there was silence following what I'd said, broken eventually by my own sigh. If I had to guess, it was in the shower, because your fur was kind of matted down, and the blood, and... I started to choke on my words, the vision of it flashing to the forefront of my mind. But to ease me back down, Sal gripped my shoulder slightly tighter, almost as if massaging the spot with his fingers.
That's a fairly quick death.
Well, that's good, I think. It doesn't exactly make me feel any better, though.
Stabbed with what?
A novelty drink umbrella. Groaning, I thought back. I hadn't expected Sal to be the level-headed one here, but it made sense. Meanwhile, Haas seemed to be stiff as a board, flexing his hands with his eyes trained on me. A knife? It looked really thick for a knife, though.
Could have been a hunting knife.
Why would anyone stab me with a hunting knife? Who would even have one of those anyway?
Dean has one.
We're best friends. My eyes went wide at what Sal said, the implication of such clear as day. Why would Dean... Sal shook his head, taking a step back to think.
I don't think he would. He only has one because of how often he goes out camping and to do this little woods thing.
Little... what? All that got me was a shrug before Sal continued.
I don't think you've given him much reason to want to come after you anyway, unless there's something you've done without me knowing.
It wasn't over the anime stuff, was it?
That happened only after you used the password, so that idea goes out the window. Honestly, I'm surprised as you are that he opted for that over a board game.
So, if not Dean, who?
Well, if we've all got to work off... If all we've got to work off of is me being wet and stabbed... Wait, I wasn't naked, was I?
No, you had pants on.
Well, alright. At least I wasn't jumped while having a shower. But that just means Tyson's the top suspect, right?
That doesn't sit right with me for reasons I wasn't quite sure of. I knew he could have a violent streak, but that didn't really involve weapons. At least not knives. What do you mean at least not knives? What other weapons?
Why, Tyson, if we're talking knives, it could be anyone.
The day that Dave told me about all of this was the day I was planning on going to chat to Tyson about stuff.
Go on.
Nothing to really go on about. Dave talked me out of doing it, so I went and talked to Orlando instead.
It couldn't be.
Well, I'm just saying he's the top suspect, not that he did it. Honestly, it could have been someone like Benson. I hate this. I hate that the game's routes continue to pretend that, like, Dave's friends are the reason why it's happening. I understand that it expects you to go through them in different routes, but it is such skippable content.
It's just really frustrating, too, because, like, I feel like... when Password was at its prime of being the best version of itself, it was around now when it had done the ambitious move of having literally every single romance target get murdered in their own route, and then you solve that murder, and then you do both Benson and Orlando in the following thing. So there's been like a density of stuff happening, so it seems like this is going to be an involved visual novel. So this sounds like it's going somewhere at this point in the game. You think that they might actually be investigating stuff in a serious way and that these clues add up in some way. We've now beaten the game multiple times and we still don't know who technically who caused the murders on when everyone died.
Yeah.
Like, it sounded like they implied Roswell did them, but even that's hard to square because in Tyson's route he seems to get killed by Dom in the woods or something, or a real bear maybe. Like, I don't think Roswell could do what happened to Tyson based on how it's described. Whereas Roswell could easily kill Sal by locking him in a freezer, apparently. Although the level of scheming he has to do is insane there, where he has to like contrive, but it's insane, but in the Phoenix Wright level of insane, where every Phoenix Wright case is that level of like, oh my god, you had to. Well, actually, he's taking sleeping pills, and the sleeping pills put him in a trance, and then you locked him in the freezer, and like that's exactly the kind of stupid mystery that whole series is about. But these investigations never go anywhere. Dave just forgets he has a notebook and never comes up again. These never solve anything, and comically, it takes them until like day 17 to remember to even investigate Benson's murder, which also is an investigation where nothing is discovered because they just have nothing to go on. So it's just brutal, but I think this is what led to, like, days like this, though, this moment in the narrative, it led to people being like, it's like the best mystery narrative I've ever written, or I've ever read, and they had no idea that, like, none of it goes anywhere, and it doesn't actually come together as a mystery, and it never made sense, and it was just pointing out how much stuff we don't know yet, but yeah, fruitlessly, and without any end in sight. Like, this will just be dropped, and that'll be the end of its story. I also just hate that Dave is acting surprised at the idea of Tyson being a suspect, because his memory is vague enough he doesn't even remember that Tyson was a suspect. But he still remembered enough to specifically warn Haas not to go to Tyson, which causes the death, which he knew somehow, but he doesn't know that because, like, it's so annoying how vague it is what Dave knows. Because, like, what are you talking about? How are you surprised by Tyson being a suspect when you yourself warned Haas not to go to Tyson? And that was how you considered that saving him. And then you're like, I guess it's working. I successfully saved him from Tyson.
Yeah.
It's awful.
Without a timeline of events or alibis, I don't think we can narrow down who it could be either.
This is where the over specificity of where everyone is every day all the time and lines like that would imply to a reader that they need to pay attention and this will all come up and it matters who was where when, because that'd be like the specificity of language that happens in a murder mystery, but none of that comes up again. Is there anyone we can eliminate?
Well, you for one, I'm comfortable ruling out. Wouldn't make sense for you to warn me away from it if you were the one behind it, right?
I know this is bad of me to ask, but we're sure what he saw was real, right?
I'm more annoyed again that they didn't bring Orlando, the other person who saw the vision, who can help remember what it was. I felt a little ashamed at being questioned about it, but he had a point that all of this could have been really just in my head and Orlando's, unless we forgot already that Orlando had the same vision. It's the most corroborated vision ever in the game.
I was a little uncertain at first, but the moment it happened again with Benson, I was convinced something was happening. If it was another one of us, then Dave freaking out makes sense, but...
But a relative stranger. I see your point. This creates a problem where we're going to end up accusing everyone with nothing to go off of.
Yeah, I'm feeling that way too.
If we could find this knife, then maybe, but I'm sorry, Dave, I don't think we're gonna get anywhere.
I grumbled, thinking it over. We were at the pool. Haas wanted to go talk to Ty, then didn't when I intervened. The reason I stopped him was because I saw him in the vault, stabbed to the chest with a thick knife. Which has nothing to do with Tyson. Even he doesn't have an explanation for his own behavior. I think you're right, but there has to be something, right? Something to make sure we all stay safe. Lumbering over, Sal placed a hand on my shoulder.
I'll try my best to keep everyone safe. But if we find the knife you saw, even better. Would that help?
I nodded quickly and Sal stepped back, looking to Haas.
Well, what now? This is about you, right?
I was doing this mostly for Dave, but if we've hit a dead end, then I think we're done.
Are we really out of suspects? We haven't talked about everyone, though.
Are you sure you want to be accusing Orlando?
What? But Orlando couldn't have done it. None of you guys could have.
Which is kind of the point I'm getting at. If you're not willing to consider us as potential murderers, then it must be someone else, or well...
I trust everyone here.
How? Especially with Tyson around.
Maybe more than I should, but I don't think anyone would have killed you, Haas. I might get frustrated at Dean from time to time, but I don't see how you could push anyone's buttons.
Oh, I can do that easily enough, but... I try and keep it in good fun. Probably a good reminder for me to hold back on doing that with Tyson until I know him a little bit better, but I think he's been enjoying himself.
With anime?
Always anime. Well, except for Dean, I guess, but maybe we just need to find him the right show.
I might do something else now if we're stuck, but if you need anything, I'll make myself available.
Oh, well, alright, Sal, thanks. Haas and I watched him wandering away, leaving the two of us alone. Listening until I was certain Sal had gone upstairs, I looked at Haas with a frown. Okay, now start talking.
What?
We did the thing. Now you can tell me about the thing from this morning.
What's gotten into you all of a sudden?
You're keeping a secret from me very openly while continually saying you'll say what it is later again and again. I don't want to have to question myself over you anymore. Why can't you just tell me things? Everyone else does.
And I said I would. You don't have to be an ass about it.
But I'm not. You're just avoiding telling me for whatever reason. It sucks feeling this way.
Feeling what way?
I don't even know. When I look at you, I'm so confused and I'm torn between that we're friends or that it's an act or... The words are barely out of my mouth before he lunged forward and pulled me into a hug. The shock made me go limp slightly.
I can see the anime, like, scene of this that... Like, yeah, like... and then the music swells and the Radwimp's guitar starts to get more nostalgic and sad, and then the camera spins around them as the wind blows Dave's hair, and Haas hugs him. It's just anime writing.
Almost dropping my notebook. We're mentioning my notebook constantly. I hope we don't suddenly forget it.
I'm sorry, of course we're friends. It's just, I worry.
About yourself?
About you. I've heard bits and pieces from the others about what you were like growing up, and I saw a glimpse of it once, but then never again.
I sighed out, suddenly exhausted. That's not your fault, though. Toaster sighed out.
Maybe not, but I'm still allowed to care. I'm not the best at showing it properly around others, but that's kind of why I wanted to talk to Tyson the other day.
I don't get it. You're friendly enough around everyone, right?
That's not what I'm getting at. Tyson cares about you and has trouble showing it. Or maybe he just doesn't consciously do it around the others. I don't know, but he's so cool about it.
About caring for me?
Yes, about caring for you.
I chuckled a little, feeling it hard to stay annoyed at him, or at the very least focus on what I'd pointedly asked him.
But even beyond that, he just doesn't care what other people think. I want to learn to be more like that.
Ty is kind of a special case, though. I wouldn't say he's confident so much as that he's given up on most people.
Well, he hasn't given up on you, that's for sure. I just wish it was easier not caring what other people think.
Then start with me.
What?
If you trust me, then I promise no matter what that thing is, I won't hate you for it.
You can't promise that.
Why not?
What if I said it was a bomb? Would you still not hate me for having a bomb, Dave?
Would you still love me if I was a worm? What if it was a bomb? I whined, suddenly feeling uneasy about what Haas was implying. He didn't really have a bomb, or at least that's what I was hoping for. He ran his hands through his mane, sighing out.
Don't worry, it's not a bomb.
Then what is it that Benson got you to fix?
Not that I really got it working, but I knew what it was at least.
Haas, you're killing me. Just what is it?
It's an ECM jammer. Oh yeah, I forgot he had the characteristic of like being good with technology.
Once.
Yeah.
For this one device. I have no idea what that is.
Of course you don't.
But a jammer? Like something to block something? Block what?
Stands for electronic countermeasure. It's what you use when you don't want people to use things like radar and other sort of stuff in that area. They're pretty illegal because they can block cell phone signals too.
Why would Benson ask you to fix this? Why you, and why does he have one of these?
That's likely my fault. The details aren't really all that important right now, but when I know more, I'll tell you. I'd rather not ask him just in case something bad happens.
But do you know how to fix one of these?
Not even a little bit. I made a deal with Benson and he left me some instructions to follow. Don't even know what his plans were behind offering me this specifically anyway.
How do you just get convinced to fix a cell phone jammer in the middle of your remote vacation with your friends by the butler? What the fuck is that conversation like? And why does Benson want a jammer? Well, that's all it was though? Just a jammer? Why would you bring up bombs then?
It's very illegal to have one of these, remember, but just think about what this means overall. With one of these, you could stop our cell phones from working.
You seem to ignore my question of the bomb, but the idea of losing phone reception was troubling. That would suck.
Which would mean if anything were to happen, we couldn't call for help.
My eyes widened as if the revelation hit, and panic started to set in. What if something happened? What do we do?
But it's alright. If anything bad happens, trust me that we'll get through it, alright?
This conversation's insane. If, like... It's come up countless times before, but I'm just like, if we're having this conversation, I'm going home. Like, who wants a vacation with us hanging over them? Like, what the fuck? He pulled me in close and hugged me tight. He keeps doing that. I think he's pulled us in close and hugged us tight 3 times this scene, just like how Sal kept walking up to us and holding our shoulder over and over again, but never actually being described as leaving or stopping doing that. So he just would triple and hold our shoulder at some point. The shoulder hold was prestiging. He pulled me in close and hugged me tight. At any point I could have pushed him away and I didn't. The only reason I had become conscious of how long we'd been hugging was due to my legs getting tired. Haas guided me by the hand to the rec room and we watched anime in tense silence for a bit. Serious anime watching. What could we say to one another? What could I say to him? Before I knew it was time for lunch, we wandered downstairs. Maybe I was overthinking things. He seemed quieter than normal, but he was still smiling, so things were okay. Right? What an insane conversation, and lack of conversation. If someone told me that stuff, I'd be like, why? Why are you fixing a signal jammer? Why did he ask you to fix a signal jammer? What do you think he wants to use it for? Like, there's like 100 follow-up questions, because it's so unhinged of a thing just for someone just to say to you. Yeah, I'm just fixing a signal jammer. It might take out our cell phones. Like, what? How does it even come up on this vacation? Who really killed Haas? We're just recapping the scene from a minute ago. Oh, remember when I talked to Haas a minute ago?
Remember, the offer is still there from this morning.
They're just referencing the fact that the scene happened again.
Yeah.
It works through trauma. What if it's Sal? Their pattern? Sure, why not? Massacre. Whoa. I stripped down and plugged my phone in before collapsing to bed, staring at the ceiling. My mind started to wander. A jammer. Why would someone need one of those anyway? I looked towards the door to my room and I heard it close quietly, with Haas now leaning against the door. He approached the bed, stopping next to it, looking down at me, the scent of coconut and lime following him as he got closer. I'm more of a sandalwood guy myself, he says.
Hey.
Maybe don't let him in your bed when he's making a signal jammer. That's creepy serial killer shit. Hey, is everything alright?
Yeah, it's all great.
There was more silence and it was getting uncomfortable. Why,
Did you want some company tonight? Did you, I mean, I can spend the night with you. Can I spend the night with you?
Oh, that's fine, I guess.
I don't have to if you don't want the company. Like, I just figured I'd ask given I caught wind of what, well...
He gestured over his shoulder towards the door with a thumb.
Sal looked like a mess, and Dean, well, I know what stress looks like.
It didn't go well. I shuffled across on the bed, and Haas took it as an invitation to join me.
Want to talk about it? You kind of left me in the lurch after claiming he was going to kill someone.
That's all it is. I got the vault working, and now... Sighing out, I went limp on the bed, letting my arms fall to my sides. Sal's upset, and I probably upset Dean too. He said it was fine, but I don't know, I feel terrible.
Can't fix it in the morning?
I guess. Maybe, but shouldn't I be helping now?
Sometimes giving people their space is important too.
Like how you're giving me space now?
Hey now, don't be a brat. I get enough of that from my siblings.
Sorry, I'm just... Stop bringing up your siblings.
What you need is some rest.
He leaned in and kissed me quickly on the cheek, rolling me over onto my side.
Stay right there. I'm gonna hit the light.
He disappeared for all of a second before returning once all the lights had been turned off. With him as the big spoon, he pressed up right into my back. It helped a little, but I still had so many questions running through my head. Hey, Haas?
Yeah?
But I didn't have a reply. I was so exhausted that the moment the words started to form in my mouth, I fell asleep. I remember tossing and turning in my sleep, restless. Come on, buddy, blah blah blah, I'm dead still. Haas was still behind me. I could feel his breath and his fur against my back, signaling that he was still asleep. Okay. I'm Benson, I'm wandering around now.
Well,
so they're still down.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, was a bit surprised that I woke up by myself this morning.
Why?
Well, I'm guessing it'd be because a certain someone didn't sleep well, right?
Why are you just sharing that we spooned all night? He ruffled the fur on top of my head and I forced a laugh. Something like that at least. Okay.
Great, so without further ado, let me just go get that game. Hey Dave, mind giving me a hand?
Oh, sure. Haas wandered over to the side where all the games were kept and started looking through them, but it didn't take long before I realized he was just making a show of it. Haas? He kept his voice low, eyes glued to the games in front of him.
So, I didn't think this far ahead.
Frowning, I shot a glance over to Roswell and Tyson, both of them seemingly minding their own business without interacting with one another. You didn't?
Hey, it was hard enough to get them in the same room. And God knows Tyson needs more friends.
But you're starting with Roswell? Of all the people, you choose him over, like, Dean or Orlando?
I tried with Dean as far as anime was concerned, and that was a bust. At least Roswell was in the anime club.
He cannot stop talking about siblings and anime in every scene. I think you're missing the point. You do know they don't get on, right?
Oh, I know, but trust that I've thought this through enough that this is the right place to start.
You just said you didn't think this far ahead.
Yeah.
He pulled a game at random off the shelf, looking it over before pushing it back.
Just wish I'd thought the choice of game through a bit more.
I grabbed one off the shelf and started walking towards Roswell and Tyson, leaving Haas behind. That said, he didn't linger too far behind as we got back to the others. Okay. Oops. Unnecessary level of specificity. Was this what Haas was planning after all? Was he deliberately trying to rock the boat to incite change? Okay. I lingered a little longer on Haas, who had been throwing me for a loop more than usual. Stupid, pretty-faced Haas, playing both the suave potential boyfriend energy and the up-to-no-good energy at the same time. What? Okay.
If you want to lose again, we could go again.
I ain't losing to you again, pig. Load it up.
Fighting worse, but sure.
As I set my controller down, I looked to Haas, who had done the same. He was shaking his head at the other two, gesturing with his head for me to follow him. In the same movement, he got up. In the same movement, he got up from he got up. And I did the same, just as Roswell booted up the next round of games. In the same movement, he got up from he got up. Okay, whatever.
They might need a moment.
I looked over to the pair of them, hurriedly smashing buttons with their eyes trained on the screen in front of them. At least they aren't fighting.
There's that. Might not become friends over this, but it's a start.
Well, thanks for doing this.
Why are you thanking me?
Didn't you do this for me, or...?
I meant it when I said Tyson needed more friends. This was just a convenient bonus that it's something you'd like. But no, I didn't do this because of you.
Oh. I shuffled nervously on the spot, fiddling with my hands.
Not everything's about you. God, this guy's such an unbelievable asshole.
Yeah.
You do know that, right? This is an incredibly, again, just hammering on this fact, we're 3 routes in, never had a single moment of, like, honest chemistry with any character in this game. They're all psychopaths.
Just why would you say that to someone?
A Jet in Sandals romance is more believable than this. That's all I'm gonna say.
And inevitable. I know, but just... Haas sighed out, running a hand through his mane and scratching his head.
What's the matter with you? Is it still the thing from last night? Did you talk to Sal?
I shook my head, scuffing my foot against the floor. Dean said not to worry about it.
Did he say not to worry about making it up to him or making it up to Sal?
I don't remember. He shook his head, patting me on the shoulder.
If I didn't already know that Sal's got his hands full dealing with Orlando's swimming lesson, I'd say go talk to him now.
Right, this is the alternative to that scene. A cheer from off the side signaled that the game had finished, with Ty throwing down his controller in triumph, with Roswell sitting in his beanbag with his jaw clenched.
Okay, we're doing anime now. Okay, they're getting too heated for their own good.
We wandered over, just in time to catch Tyson razzing Roswell over the last game. Get fucked, nerd. Who's the loser now? Ty. Ty shrugged, rolling his eyes. What?
Playing nice, I see. You can't go doing that, big dog.
Big dog? Don't call me a dog.
You're right. A dog would know how to behave.
He said
in
it was
this route, Haas is just an asshole. That's his character trait, is that he's a dickwad.
Yep. Nope, he's just awful all the time. And somehow he's here on this trip. Despite presumably behaving this way up until now. Everyone just brought him. Cool. He said it with such a straight face, even when Roswell flinched, fearing what he'd do. Haas, maybe you shouldn't... Fine, I'll lay off him. I respond well to I said microtransactions. Microaggressions. Hitting
Going
you
to
with racialized
apologize,
language. Don't push your luck. He growled and Haas threw up his hands lazily, backing down. I looked between the three of them, wondering how we'd gotten here.
Either way, we're done with games for now.
Why?
He's gonna say anime, isn't he, Dave?
I checked as Haas threw a sour look at Roswell. I mean, I'm down, but what?
Lunchtime! We've been at this for a few hours.
I guess that's true.
I might bow out of anime, though. Might do some reading instead so I don't spend all day staring at a screen.
I'm gonna read on my Kindle.
Also, because if we're watching anime, I figure Haas is going to get a bit much.
Wow. You're just a repellent person, Haas. How's that feel? He can't be that bad. Wasn't that bad the other day, anyway?
You're new to this. Trust me, he's been holding back on you.
You guys are awful people. Just right in front of him is just like, you'll understand, he's correct to be afraid of being the real him. He should hide his interests and his enthusiasm from us because it's off-putting. He's holding back because he's afraid to be honest with you. And then saying that all in front of him. Just like, holy shit. Why did you invite him on this trip?
I don't know why, given none of us got the same treatment.
Well, if he's... Actually, yeah, fuck that. I'm gonna need a break before getting back into anime. You just talked him out of hanging out with somebody else? You're both bailing on Haas and talking other people out of hanging out with Haas. These are horrible people. I would so correctly identify this as shitty behavior and not come back with these people. It's so upsetting. How much of a break? Ty shrugged.
Neither of you are coming back after lunch, are you?
I could watch anime.
That you could, buddy. I knew one of you had taste.
That's not the topic. All of us headed downstairs for lunch with Haas leading the way. When he hit the kitchen, Roswell and Tyson made themselves food and left in different directions, leaving just Haas and myself. With sandwiches in hand, we headed back to the rec room, or at least I thought that was where we were going. Haas? He closed the door behind us, leaning back against it.
So, you don't seem happy.
Well, yeah, but you know why.
Not that. I would have assumed you'd have been more thrilled that Roswell and Tyson weren't at each other's throats.
I guess I am, but you said it wasn't for me, so... I only care about Tyson getting along with people if it's a gift to me, specifically.
It wasn't, but I didn't expect your reaction to two of your favorite people getting on to be so muted.
Sorry. I love having my mood policed.
Yeah, I love my mood being dependent on two other people that we have established I am not good friends with, being friendly with each other in one interaction.
I don't even know if they were friendly, even. He rubbed his temples before reaching behind him and opening the door again.
Well, come on then. Let's go watch some anime and pick your spirits up.
Well, they came in this room for 2 seconds of conversation, okay?
To not watch anime, and now they're going back to watch anime.
Yeah, I thought he was redirecting because he had Dave alone, but no. He has no ulterior motive. They just weirdly stopped in a room for no reason. We wandered in and took up my beanbag again, getting comfortable. Haas put on something and sat down too, taking the beanbag next to me. Something felt off. Rather than being excited, he looked bored or frustrated with something. It's alright, Haas. I'm sure they'll get on eventually. He shrugged, keeping his eyes on the screen, and I sank deeper into my beanbag. Episode after episode went by before he finally spoke.
Tell me something.
Huh? What is it?
What's really got you down? What's the thing that Roswell and Orlando know about that I don't?
I don't know what they know that you don't.
Then narrow it down to what's got you upset. It's more than just what's going on with Sal. You two aren't even that close.
We're just... How do you know? I'm Sal's... like, in point to the group, right? I think Dave met Sal at the gym, and that's how Sal met the group, or something.
No.
Even though he's best with Dean somehow, maybe coincidentally, separately, I don't know. I think that the dad scene hasn't happened yet, so I think this is maybe highlighting that Dave's sad about his dad in this part of the story, and Haas, I guess, is the person who doesn't understand that his dad is dead. But we went over this, like when the reveal scene happens about his dad being dead, which we already knew he was dead because it was obvious. I don't even think it was a secret in the story. It was just a reveal to his friends, but it's unclear who it was revealed to. The only person we could figure out is that maybe Haas didn't know, and maybe only Haas. So maybe that's what this is about? It's strange. We're close. Maybe not as close as some of the others, but he's still a friend.
And Dean?
He's a friend too?
For someone that's meant to be dating him, that's a very cruel way to put it. You are dating, right?
What?
Why would you? No.
We've never been on a date explicitly.
We've never been on a date. We've never spent any time with him. We kissed you. We said we were interested in you.
Yeah.
What?
Dave's first kiss is Haas, which means that he's never kissed Dean. They've maybe spooned before in some context, I think might have come up, but they've explicitly, like, Dean says they've never dated. So they're not dating, because that's what dating is.
Conversation
the ing implies
ever.
the state of doing dates.
I can't do it. I can't do it anymore. I can't do these. I feel like I'm being gaslit. Like, it's just not okay.
It's just a fundamental misunderstanding of how romantic drama is written.
It's so stupid.
Like, just, they cannot come up with any actually good conflicts between any of these things. So it's just people arguing moon logic over nothing happening between everyone because nobody has any chemistry, and also no one has any romantic history with each other in the entire cast. Or the polar opposite, going straight to 11 and having Tyson sexually assault the protagonist. There's no, like, understanding of how to actually write romantic drama that's based in anything that's between those two polar opposites of absolutely zero sexual history and the worst things you could do. So everyone's just arguing about nothing, and they have no history. The game just artificially projects Dean onto the protagonist, but without earning it, and also without having even factually them having a history with each other. And it's just, it's impossible not to think about Leo, because that's just what the point is. Like, Leo is the ex that you can't avoid in all of Echo's routes, and is always, like, roped up in things and is involving himself and is jealous of whatever's happening and so on. But you understand what their deal was. It's explained. They make a point to explain it before the route split. It's important, so they do that. And they know they have to do that because it's going to be dealt with in every route in some way. And it's just basic setup. Sort of, maybe, I don't know.
Why not? Orlando's been on your case about that for a while. Whenever it gets brought up, you just laugh and get all bashful. You want to know what's really fun? When your friends tell you who you're dating.
Yeah.
That's a fun and not weird thing.
It's such a creepy, weird thing that everyone prescribes us Dean. Like, forcefully. It's like, what the fuck off, man. We haven't done anything.
I think the other crazy thing about this is that Orlando is really gunning for us and Dean dating, but actually in the narrative, anytime Dean and Orlando have interacted, it has been a negative experience for both of them.
Yeah. Dean gets knocked out for commenting on Orlando, and I'm just looking forward to the route where inevitably we are dating Orlando while he has to humiliatingly serve us dinner with Dean. Because I'm sure that happens in his route too. It's so much. Everything is so strange.
Just, I don't know, you're keeping something pressed right down and it's annoying.
And also, how is the Dean dynamic bothering you now? You didn't clear any of this before you started hitting on me and kissing me and sleeping with me. Non-sexually. But like, why would it suddenly matter on day 11? Where we've done nothing with Dean. Annoying how? I'm allowed to have secrets.
Yes, you are, but the moment it starts impacting how you're interacting with others, you need to talk to someone about it. You need to let someone help.
Like who?
Literally anyone, Dave. I asked Tyson what was happening with you, and he didn't want to say either. Said that's something you had to tell me.
It's nothing, really. Haas threw up his hands, frowning.
I'm not going to say that I'm entitled to know because I trusted you with my secret, but I assumed by now I'd get to know something to start figuring things out.
My secret? You know, that I was fixing a gadget. It's just as intimate. What?
Forget it. Don't worry. I'll just put it on the next episode and we'll just keep going. God, he's so insufferable. How could the character that had no character development for the whole game be this annoying?
It's awful.
I picked this route because I thought it was going to be mundane.
Yeah. No, he's
I mean,
deeply,
and it is, but not in the way that I was hoping for.
I want him to stop so badly.
There is truly not a single likable character in this cast.
If you think someone is, you'll find out. You'll find out. As he got up, I reached forward and grabbed his hand. It's hard to talk about, is all.
Yeah, well, none of this stuff ever is, Dave. Like, God, this indignant asshole.
He pulled his hand and gazed away, trying to find something to look at while he thought his words over.
I've been wanting to tell someone about myself and liking guys for a while because keeping it repressed was getting to me, especially hanging around with Orlando for so long.
So long, but you're the newest addition to the friend group. So I didn't realize that that's what he was talking about. I guess it was what he was talking about, yeah.
Then there's you and Dean. It's just...
He threw his hands up and stomped over to put on the next episode of anime, returning to his beanbag and collapsing into it. Because they don't have a remote? Tell me that...
Tell me this, at least. What did you really think about us spending the night together?
I thought back, immediately remembering the overwhelming but pleasant scent of coconut and lime. I remembered the softness of the fur, the way he cradled his body in mine. It was nice. It was nice, I think.
But would you have come to ask me the same?
Huh? As in go to your room and...
Obviously, like, if you're not interested, just say so.
Interested what? As in you?
You can't be serious. I'm gonna gag. I'm gonna gag and choke.
What are they doing? What the fuck are they doing? What is any of this? It's also like... It's like... Why wouldn't you ask me to do this? Why wouldn't you ever proposition me for us to sleep in the bed together? You know, like Dave did the night before, and he said no, and didn't come, because he had to work on his gadget? What the fuck are you talking about? Dave has literally done that. He did... What the fuck?
I can't do it.
And then Dave responds weirdly like, what do you mean? Oh, should I be interested in you? Are we romantically interested in each other? It's like, you made out and have spooned for multiple entire nights together. No one talks like this. Like, even within the realm of like insecurities within intimate relationships, this is not how that sounds. Like, this is insane. I was torn between whining and laughing, a mix between nervous and upset without knowing how best to respond.
Don't you dare laugh, Dave!
I can't help it.
Why do you think I told you what I did in the library?
You trusted me?
That's one reason. Sure. I hate this guy so much. You know what? I don't want to talk about this anymore.
I went to speak and he just held up a hand, cutting me off without a word. His eyes were trained on the screen and we once again were watching anime in tense silence. Who would do this? Who would just sit here and watch a show with someone who's pissed at them for, at this point, hours? They keep putting on the next episode, and I feel like we're forgetting how long episodes of anime are. They're not, like, movies, but fuck, like, it's been like 2 hours.
Anime episodes are roughly 22 minutes long, so
yeah,
you can do about three an hour.
Yeah, so they were described as putting the next episode on so many times, and I'm like, fuck, I think it's been 2 hours of this. Like, I would pull my hair out. Just give up, Dave.
I am pulling my hair out.
Whatever happens, happen.
I'm a mess. Fuck this.
I'm so mad. I have to assume it's because it was written day by day linearly across all routes, so like, and not reread and revised, so you just forget the basic relationship status of the characters you're writing and just reset every day. It's so weird. And it's insane that it's insane trying to process who liked it. Where it's like, who got attached to these characters? I got quote retweeted yesterday of somebody like, if anybody hits me with the stupid Keith excuses about blah 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 about the most important visual novel I've ever played, it's just some nonsense about someone just being too emotionally protective of the game to process basic feedback unnecessarily, and then unnecessarily doing it as a quote retweet, which is because they're too dumb and young, and they're 18, so they're dumb and tiny baby people. But I'm like, how did you attach to these characters? What did they do to earn that? I don't understand.
Yeah, I think that things being important to people is not important and is stupid and doesn't actually reflect on the quality of the thing. So
yeah, I'm just like, just go watch a cartoon.
Yeah, I mean,
go watch Korra or whatever. Like, you'll have a character.
Thanks for your viewer engagement, people, for watching this playthrough. The harm that you are doing to yourself might equal maybe a fraction of the harm that has been done to me by reading this awful novel. So I feel for you. You have none of my sympathies. Like better things, have better taste.
Thank you for your viewership. Hate you. Buy the merch.
Put a comment underneath. It'll boost me in your algorithm. It feeds me. It gives me money.
Just give an overly in-depth explanation of the last thing you cooked. Food. I won't remember.
That's
prompting
unrelatable
this.
to password feds because the characters in this don't even know what food is.
I just enjoy those kinds of moments because I won't remember prompting that, so I'll be like, what the fuck is happening in the comments? Like the one where there's just a bunch of people talking about fish in the comments of a random episode of Echo, and I'm like, I don't know what happened. Did Stephanie say something? I don't know what's happening.
No, this sucks. This game sucks. Liking this game is a character flaw, I think. It's just embarrassing. It's fine. It's whatever. People are allowed to like it. I'm not saying they can't be allowed to. I am just saying
just a red flag.
Bad taste. Yeah.
The words echoed around in my head. Maybe I should give up and just leave Haas alone. We didn't want to talk about things, so that's that. As the episodes continued, I fidgeted, watching as Haas's expression eased slightly and he seemed to be enjoying himself. How do you just come back from that? Why was I fighting things? Letting things just play out just seemed to just make things better. But then I remembered how he'd proposed talking to Tyson to find out more about him and what I'd seen in the vault. There wasn't anything indicating Tyson had ever done anything, but I butted in anyway. Even the game's acknowledging that his interference doesn't make sense. Like, more so than ever before, Dave didn't know what the fuck he was doing and somehow prevented a death based on nothing. What?
Hey.
I flinched, having been lost in my thoughts, and looking to Haas quickly.
So, sorry about getting in your face about things.
It's okay. We're friends, so you should know, but it's hard.
Yeah, I hear that.
But I don't think I can tell you just yet.
It's fine. Don't worry about it.
The scene was already written for tomorrow, so we have to wait till then. He sounded apathetic, making me wonder. But I did want to know one thing.
What is it?
The jammer. What did Benson... Why did Benson side out, glancing at me quickly?
I know the house fairly well back from the Clearwater days, but not everything about it. I don't understand. the weird reality show that was set in a mansion that wasn't their mansion and had no connection to the people in it, but also was kind of fiction but wasn't fiction.
Yeah. He also weirdly at one point said it's not a mansion but a set, but I think he was lying about that. But it's like,
yeah.
Why would... It's incomprehensible that they just randomly filmed a reality show at this mansion once, for some reason, in the place where the disgraced scientist lives who killed 100 children. Which would be known. Like, they know that. They can't not know that part, right? So... I feel like reality shows mostly just get filmed in LA. Like, at a McMansion or some shit. Like, there's just some place they have they can get for the week or whatever. I don't know if you just need to go to a weird, like, remote Michigan mountain mansion or whatever the fuck this is. It's like wherever we are. I don't understand. Like, it's just because they needed Haas. They just decided that Haas should have a history here, so they broke the universe to make that true. Just what the fuck? Why would they? Why?
I asked him if there was anything I didn't know about the house. Secret passages outside of the one from the conservatory, or where that other door in the library went.
You ever just stare at the ceiling above, like, your ceiling fan and just see as, like, the extended shadows of the blades just distort and spread across the ceiling? Alright.
He offered a trade, fix the jammer, and he'll tell me everything I wanted to know. I still don't know why we have the jammer. I don't remember. Why does Benson want it fixed? I don't remember.
That's confusing, because the enemies use a jammer against us.
Yeah.
It's strange that we would have a jammer. They even explicitly are like Dom and Jack say they'll turn off the jammer on the way out. So why is there also a jammer here? And what is that one doing? Oh, well, I guess that's a fair trade. It gave me a confused look, but I knew what likely was making the trade difficult on Haas's end. Oswin's secrecy and what he had behind the door in the library was likely something big, given until now he'd been hidden away.
It's no secret that the whole vault thing has been messing with you more than once. First, it was seeing me dead, then the thing with Benson, then the thing with Sal last night. I'm just looking out for you is all.
I don't understand. I don't need to be looked out for, do I?
It's what friends do, idiot. I did the same for Roswell and Orlando too if they were freaking out about something. It's why I'm reaching out to Tyson, because he's bothered by that stuff.
He is?
You can't be that naive, Dave. Or maybe you are. Oh well, guess that's that then.
He paused the episode that was playing and lay back, a playful smile on his face. What's what?
Nothing, just guess my read on you was wrong. Don't worry about it. This guy is an asshole.
Like,
this is crazy. If anyone ever talked to me about this, I would punch them out. What are you talking about?
I guess my read was wrong. You're just a huge idiot. I get it. Okay. Oh, this will be easy. Like, that's his reaction, basically. He's like, oh, Dave's just
Christ.
an idiot.
Just incredible.
Why would you keep... How do you stay in this person, in this
if someone I was like,
for
yeah,
hours
if I was...
this?
if I was in a seemingly romantic relationship with this person, I would not be.
Yes.
Like, just no.
It's an impossibility. Like, there's no... Nuh-uh. False premise. Your question is malformed.
No, just fucking no.
No, I don't understand. What do you mean?
I just assume that given enough time or people you're comfortable around, I might see the emergence of this fabled fun Dave I've heard about. This is awful. How can anyone like these characters? I don't. If this game means a lot to you, get better friends.
That is the meanest thing anyone has ever said in this entire game.
Oh my god. This is crazy. This is utter bananas. If you read this and are like, it reminds me of my friends and makes me nostalgic and I really like these characters are so real, get better friends. Just leave.
I thought I'd see the emergence of this fun Dave I've heard of.
You deserve better.
Just an absolute roast of just like, one, it's just really cruel to just say to someone like, I like you more when you're fun and not like in a bad mood. Like you are right now, you should stop being a complex person with emotions that goes through things. You should just only be the fun person. But it's even crueler to summarize that as like, to say it in a way that summarizes that as being your entire friendship is you've never been fun. It's like, well,
what's crazy to me is he's
vicious.
Like,
it just makes him sound like a sociopath.
I'm noticing something changing in you. You seem like sad and you seem like you're going through things. Yeah, I mean, I guess it's like pretty intense. Guess my read on you was wrong. I just assumed that maybe I'd get to meet the fun Dave. Why would you do this to me, Dave? It's like, whoa! You are a psychopath. What?
It reveals Haas as being incredibly cruel, but it also, once again, raises the question of why the fuck he's into Dave. Like, why did the flirting ever start then? What the fuck's happening?
There's no flirting because there's no charisma. I don't get this. This is so painfully bad.
I mean, he was flirting at the pool. He hasn't really successfully done it since, but that was flirting, or an attempt at flirting way back then. So early that you're like, oh, he must be into Dave. So like, but he's not. Why would he be into Dave? He's never had a good experience with him, seemingly. He's never seen this fun Dave before. I want to fire him out of a cannon.
Yeah, I hate this so much.
There was an air of sadness in his voice when he continued, punctuating with a slight chuckle.
Guess what, that version of you is long dead, huh?
You're gonna feel like a real dick when you find out that this is all because my dad died.
This is gonna... I think I've actually figured it out. We don't need to investigate anymore because I'm the one that killed Haas in the other timeline. I stabbed him and did the world a favor.
Yeah, I think Toaster actually is the villain on day 7.
God, I wish.
Toaster personally I was killed the villain. Every character, and then we have to save them from Toaster.
Do not threaten me with a good time. Oh, I would love to make this world a better place.
Just imagining it as like a fan art thing of just like a shot of Toaster planning and executing every single one of the murders in this game.
I can't fucking do it. This is crazy. This is crazy.
Jesus Christ. I was stunned, a sinking feeling in my chest making itself known.
Well, I think I might go see what Big Dog is up to. Enjoy watching anime, Dave.
Just leaving
like now. A loser, Dave.
This is like the midpoint of their romantic, like, arc. Unless this is a story about them not getting together.
I cannot wait until we get to the point where this romance route is over so that we can just skip to the end.
Uh-huh. You're leaving? I thought watching anime was your idea.
It was, but now I need a break.
Oh, well, that's fine. Let me turn this off and I'll come too.
No, Dave, I need a break from you. This is unbelievable. This is actually crazy. Sorry, but I have stuff I want to sort out. Stuff I can't sort out with you around. This is fucking bananas.
He flashed me a weak smile before turning away. Feebly, I reached out to stop him from going, but he left all the same. Just give up, Dave. Let whatever happens happen. As I sat there, as I sat there watching him go and then disappear out of the room, a quiet whine escaped my maw. He didn't hate me, did he? Should I go apologize? Should I do anything? Times like this, when Tyson was upset, we'd do something. Be it get food and talk, or just lay next to each other on the floor until we apologized to one another. But he was normally around.
Can you fucking imagine? Holy shit. I can't fucking fathom.
Imagine speaking to that person ever again.
No, yeah. Holy fuck. That shit is insane, fully.
With Orlando, he'd apologize by baking a cake, and when I'd apologize, he'd bake a cake to show there was no bad air between us. So just cakes. Roswell, it was candy. Dean, it was food. That one time I upset Sal, I wrote him a letter that I gave to Orlando to pass on and got one back. Apologizing was meant to be easy, right? But with Haas, I didn't know where we stood. Did he like me? Did I like him? Was this just something I'd come up with, given the vault had been stressing me out so much? Who was Haas? What was he to me? Who was I to him? Let's just keep looping on this thought forever. I sat there with my thoughts, wondering if there was some way to just unload all the stress. Crying would have been perfect, if I only knew how. I tugged at my fur and managed to pull out a clump, but the sting alone wasn't enough to set me off. Nothing ever was these days, and instead I just felt it festering somewhere deep in my chest making me sick.
I'm sorry. It's like, it's gonna take a lot for me to move past how fucking insane this is.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
It's truly just...
We've got like 8 more days of him, too.
Yeah. I fucking hope that they end soon.
We don't even get to watch him die again. He's seemingly incapable of dying in all of the remaining outcomes.
This is crazy. This is absolutely fucking crazy.
One of the most unhinged things to think about is how, from this point forward, the entire main cast is functionally immortal.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's a murder mystery thing, and oh no, anyone could die, but like, really, almost no one can die now. Like, we're past that point. Like, Orlando and Tyson can die in the werewolf ending, and then we're all out of endings mostly, so it's just like, everyone lives, except like, I think Roswell dies in the fire ending, and because I don't think you find him afterwards or something. But like, everyone's gonna be fine. The stakes are already out when that's the whole point of the narrative. I turned things off and figured that was enough for today, and that, for better or worse, it was probably best if I had a change in scenery. No. Fast forward more. Let what happened happen. The vault, the bed. Should I go? Sure. Why not? No. Enter. There we go.
I don't remember what the password was.
I don't think we have a password right now.
Day 11. Open my notes.
Because it's the... I believe we already... Because we already did the massacre password, and we're not at werewolf yet. I don't remember anymore. Oh, the introduction of Thanatos, and then we get stabbed. Do you feel safe?
God,
no.
yes, the game is ending. That we're getting to the point where it's just so much shit to skip.
Yay. Day
We're
12.
getting a flashback about Haas?
Yep.
Okay.
Haas had been a solid friend from the moment he came into my life, but being at the mansion had shown me just how much we'd catch from each other. Maybe it was just an expectation that someone else would have told him about Dad, because I sure hadn't. No surprise he was confused and offended that I wasn't opening up about it. It is weird that no one told him. It's not like a secret, right? Like, people just die, and then that's... everyone talks about the person that died. Why is it a secret to Haas? I don't understand. Maybe upset was the wrong word about it, but I was coming from the room... But it was coming from the room off to the side. I eased the door open. The moment I did, everything stopped. Ty? Hey. He wiped his face, pocketing his phone and looking at me from the sofa. It's the room that mysteriously materializes midway through the narrative, despite the tour we had earlier of all the rooms.
I'm so fucking ready for this shit to be done.
I wanted closer and he shuffled over, making space for me to sit next to him. Hey, are you alright? Yeah, I'm good. Can't sleep? I shook my head, slumping my shoulders. He carefully put an arm around my shoulders and I leaned back against it to rest my head. I don't feel good. Yeah, I hear you, pup. I miss Dad, Ty, and then all the stuff going on, yeah, no shit. I know when you're upset, you worried the fuck out of all of us at dinner. I did? Hell, started before dinner with Haas coming to find me to bitch about you. He really did that? Well, maybe not like that, but I had to take him down to the gym so he would shut up. Went at it for a while on the punching bag, really letting loose about how you were keeping him in the dark about shit. Not intentionally. Bullshit, you didn't tell him about your dad. It's hard, you know that. He's your fucking friend. Rate he's going, he might end up being mine too, so you better tell him eventually. See, this is why the fucking reveal is so confusing when it happens, is because they put the fact that it's a point of drama that he hasn't told Haas yet in the Haas route exclusively. So if you're not dating Haas, the entire scene makes no sense, because who is he even coming clean to? Because you don't understand the stakes. And no, weirdos that argue against that, that is not a valid way of doing multiple routes of the narrative, because the route you're doing still has to make sense to the characters in it right now, because that's the story you're reading. Because the characters aren't behaving based on other routes, so why should the story depend on the other routes? The characters don't know the other routes exist. I whined, rolling my shoulders in a half-hearted attempt to get away, but he held me there. But he's pressuring you, then, well, I got something that might help. Huh? He pulled away and reached into his pocket for his phone, swiping through something until settling on something and showing me the screen. Here. He handed the phone out to me and placed an arm back around my shoulders and cuddled in so we could watch together. It was a video, and I was scared to hit play just from the thumbnail. It's a video of Dad. Ty nodded and reached over and hit play, while my shaky hands held the phone. It's Dad.
Oh, just a sec, honey.
Dad was waving to Mom, off-screen, with an ice cream cone in one hand, with the camera in the other. It was the day we were at the beach, with the camera angled up just enough that Ty and I were in the background. What were we doing that day? Frisbee. Without fail, the me in the recording stood up from digging something up out of the sand and flashed it up towards Tyson, who looked about ready to run. I felt Ty rub my shoulder and arm as we continued to watch my dad talk about how we were at the beach with his 2 boys and lovely wife, as if this was some video journal. Ty, why do you have this? Why would you ask that? Why do you have a video of our dead father figure? I never heard Dad refer to Tyson as his son either, so part of me was still reeling how casually he said it in the video. He said nothing, instead just staring at the recording as Dad continued to ramble about stuff and the things that he had planned, the things we ended up doing. Right up until the Frisbee hit him in the back of the head from a stray thrown by me. Ty? Sometimes I just watch this. Remember that I had some sort of decent family for a bit, you know? Your dad helped me with a bunch of stuff. He sent me a copy of this when I was feeling insecure about my own stuff because, well... He left the thought there, pulling his arm away again to sit in his lap. The video ended with my dad stunned from the Frisbee hitting the back of his head, tongue half out of his mouth and ice cream at risk of falling to the ground. Because, why? He snuck a glance at me before closing his eyes, breathing in deep and turned to look at me properly. Because he wanted to make sure that neither of us ever forgot that we were loved. That he loved me. That he loved you. He gulped, gaze wavering before he eased the phone from my hands. Look, I'm not gonna go all gay on you, but you're my brother. Not like, 'cause of blood, but that's the closest thing I can put it to. When you're hurting, it hurts me. So, just remember if shit goes down, I've got your back, alright? And, you know, the other thing.
I'm so fucking ready. I'm so fucking ready for this interaction to be over. Like, so fucking... I feel truly homicidal right now.
This is comparatively a highlight.
Press click. Click the fucking button, Keith.
You're talking. I mean, this part of Tyson and Dave's dynamic is better established than the entirety of Haas as a character.
It would be if it made sense in this part of the narrative as we have had established in this route.
Well, this is the part issue. This is the part of the narrative where they suddenly retcon it into existence.
Yeah.
Which is right before Dad's death is resolved with.
Oh, fuck.
What? I don't... He looked me dead in the eye, pocketing the phone so he could place his hands freely on my shoulders. He stayed quiet, just holding me there. My heartbeat slowed down to a calm pace as we just stared at one another. The only sound were our breaths as quiet as they were. Ty? Do you love me too? His grip tightened ever so slightly. The next thing I knew, he'd pulled me into his chest, his heart beating heavily. Do you? He just rubbed the back of my head. With his heart beating in my ear, I started to doze off. He just starts falling asleep. Ty? I didn't get an answer, but I blacked out again soon after. What? One, the implication was not romantic, so... It's just the thing he should already know, which is that they see each other as brothers, which is not a reveal on day 12 to them? So... What?
My stomach hurts so much.
This hurts tum-tum. I feel like I was
stupid.
I don't understand. How do you have that scene and then end it with that question? It's just so incoherent. That question, that entire scene was dependent on the question already being answered.
This is truly... I feel like I'm being put to sleep, like, but in the way that, like, someone overdosing on morphine slowly passes out and then never wakes up. Like, that's what's happened to me here.
It's just,
yeah.
It's just like the thing where I endlessly point out that, like, this character will say something that makes sense to me, but then they'll then specify why they said it, and that'll be insane. And I've said that 100 times, like how that kind of thing happens. On a regular basis, a scene will happen that makes sense, but then you'll have a comment at the end of the scene that seems to specify that it didn't happen for any of the reasons that made sense. And you're like, what? Wait, no, you didn't know why the scene was happening? You wrote it. How do you not... Are you running entirely on tropes and autopilot? I don't understand. I feel like I was being rocked to sleep, weightless, and when I came to again, it was morning again. Whee!
What?
Nothing, just... Haas shook his head, shrugging.
Fine, keep your secrets. Haha, it's a meme. We're memeing.
There's so much. There's just... I'm sorry, Dave, and fine, keep your secrets. It's like, why is it always the specific word choice of the meme? With how fast Haas cut in, Dane flinched, looking between us quickly. What's up?
Nothing. I just had a thought about something completely unrelated because my brain is trying to. I saw a picture of a bear trap on Reddit, and I was just thinking, like, it might be fun to touch that. Like, I was like to, you know, sometimes like flipping a light switch is like a fun feeling of like, there's like tension and buildup, and then it passes the break point and it like snaps up into place. And I just looked at the center of the bear trap and I was like, that could be like a fun, I wonder if the snapback on that would be nice.
Just the call of the abyss.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Continue.
Uh-huh. Hey, that's a bit rough, isn't it?
I feel like I've never voiced him in Haas's route before. His only reply came in the form of another shrug.
Dave, what's going on?
Oh, brief skip.
Alone?
That's what I was planning, yeah. Haas went to say something else, but then just decided to shake his head, backing down. Ah, damn it. Stop clicking on that. It was hard to know exactly what to feel when it came to Haas in particular. Almost like he's some kind of fucking psycho no one should date. Everyone else had found out about Dad either by being around when it happened or in Deed's case having been told by Orlando by accident. Okay.
This is crazy.
This is a line of narration that establishes clearly that everyone in the group knows about Dad except Haas, and it's Haas exclusive. So you don't know that in every other route. So this major scene that is in every route makes no sense unless you're in Haas's route, because you don't know what the drama is. You don't even know who it's a reveal to. So all of that, after all this time, we now know that this was all about Dave giving Tyson the permission to finally tell the story of their dad's death to Haas and only Haas, because everyone else already fucking knew. It's so bad.
It's fine. Yeah.
Your brain tries to save you from how bad the narrative is by anticipating better versions of it. It's like just like how you inherently intuit that this place must be closed off by something and can't just be an open thing. So you're so shocked when ambulances just drive up because you're waiting for that. Oh, they're trapped here and they just don't know yet. We're waiting for the reveal. You just intuit that this revelation scene must be a revelation to the characters it's to, because that's the point of it. And so it's not. You're like, what the fuck? Part of me wishes that Tyson had just told him so I didn't have to, but I figure that would probably also make things worse if it wasn't me that came clean about it. It would be a real shame if you then tell Tyson to do it in 5 minutes from now, huh? Because it's not going to be you anyway. Whoops. Haas was nice. No, he's not. Very much the kind of friend that I got along with, given that he was just a more active Orlando, and I respected him for that. Haas is not similar to Orlando in any way that I can tell. Even if he was a bit over the top sometimes, he knew how to have fun, and it was a nice distraction for me. I owe you an apology, Haas. I sighed out. I rolled my shoulders, sniffing at the air as I tried to catch a whiff of his mane balm. Not that I had a chance of doing it all the way out here. But the scent, much like Haas, put me at ease and reminded me of a happier time and place. It feels like Haas is designed to get a Huff Aromas brand or something. Like, that's like, here's what he smells like. You know, like the lavender one. I just wish I could get back there someday. Okay, and then he continues, he contemplates jumping off a cliff and dying. I looked between the two of them, each of them looking like they were waiting for the other to start. What's wrong? You see, earlier today... The fuck was the yelling about? Yeah. Well, you'll get there. Dean, help him out. He stepped forward, wrapped his arms carefully around me in an awkward hug. His heart wasn't in it, and after patting me gently on the back, he stepped back, despite me left wanting more. Okay, then just hug him again. Whatever. Fuck it. Who cares? Okay, day 13. It's the day he gets attacked by Jack. What? I thought with... the dog thing, Ty grumbled, rubbing his head. He's your friend. You should know what he's like.
I forced it on him and made him accept it.
That's not good. That's not good when it's a racialized comment. I made him just accept that I call him the thing that I was uncomfortable with and asked you to stop calling him. Let's not get fixated.
I need to move on.
This was the primary sign that Haas was a nightmare character before we got here.
I just can't.
Because this wasn't the Tyson route.
I need to imagine a world where we're not playing Password, which means we have to keep playing Password. So keep it moving.
I know, but you talking sometimes is also part of the show.
No.
You can't just like...
No.
I don't just read it all aloud and then you make sighing noises continually the whole time in the background silently, and then sometimes remember 10 seconds later that it's time for your line.
No, it's okay. No. I think the audience likes it when I'm just barely clinging to life. It adds to the drama.
So when we did the podcast with Andrew, where he explained to him what quiet quitting was. Toaster has quiet quit password.
Quiet quit password. It just doesn't. It honestly isn't even that, because I am not getting paid for it. So it's not even quiet quitting. It's just taking it and dead fishing it. I'm dead fishing password.
But how?
That's a secret.
It sounded like Roswell. He was an annoying asshole mostly, but it's fine. I can take it like a man. I have a good enough incentive to anyway. Oh. Give me a hard stare before nodding, looking back to Haas. Anyway. Brrr. Hey, Jack. How you doing? You were...
Oh, it's so nice that we're moving this fast.
Yep, it's day 14 now. Here we go. I knew about the jammer, but Haas hadn't fixed it. Did that mean someone else had fixed it? Or was there another? Or was this some freak cell phone outage? I'm so deeply confused by the jammer being introduced.
Yes, get
as a
more.
Thing that Haas has access to.
Blood for the blood god.
I don't understand why they had to Chekhov's jammer it, because it's so confusing that Benson and Haas had the jammer that the narrative needs. I don't understand it.
So I guess I know what you'd been keeping buried now, huh?
My gaze dipped to the floor, and quietly I mumbled my reply. That means the scene happened already, and there was no new Haas dialogue in it for his route. It has to happen afterwards. Yeah, sorry that it took this long for you to find out. It's completely incomprehensible how a friend group could not tell you this, but... He sighed, shifting how he was sitting, looking uncomfortable. I'm just like... I've been accidentally outed by people in different social contexts because of the fact that, like, it's... For people that it's a casual fact for, it's weird to not just... It's weird to dance around it or not mention it. Like, and I've come to terms that I'll just get outed sometimes to people that I didn't get around to talking to it about. How the fuck does that happen with a death of your father? How does that not just casually come up sometimes, and then everyone eventually knows?
Now that I know what it is, I can't blame you. Hearing it from Tyson, seeing you just break like that was kind of scary.
If Ty weren't around, I don't know if I'd even still be here.
You can't mean...
When Dad died, I guess I mostly just gave up because it was easier than just accepting what had happened. The first week I spent it nearly entirely in my room, huddled in the corner. Probably wouldn't have bathed unless Tyson dragged me in there and washed me himself.
He really went that far?
As far as you went with no incentive? I meant it when I said Tyson was a good person. Maybe he just didn't want me to forget things, or maybe he was keeping himself busy. I don't know. What? Why'd you say it like that?
The way you talk about him almost makes him sound like a boyfriend, or at least that's what I would have thought if he didn't just straight up call you a brother.
Honestly, I don't really know anymore. All I know is that he's special to me, and I think that's good enough. Haas nodded slowly.
Well, I'm not sure if you saw the note, but...
I did, yeah. It was nice. I'm still not sure how I feel, but I'm lighter now, I guess.
Well, that's a plus. Thank fuck.
Maybe now that he'd found a friend in Haas, that meant they'd both stick around, or maybe I'd see more of Haas because of it. Day 15. Day 15! My mind turned to school and how Haas showed up the one day made everything more exciting. Maybe it was because of the first time we crossed paths, or maybe it was because Anime Club was a lot more energetic with him around. From sitting in my bed to sitting at one of the school desks, I looked around at the familiar sight of the room we used at Anime Club from time to time.
But you enjoyed it.
I did, yeah. Maybe not at first, but I think it was just so different to begin with.
Even making you dance?
I didn't mind, though I remember Orlando being constantly out of breath whenever you wanted us to do group stuff.
And the cosplay?
I didn't mind that too, although I'm still something I don't quite understand. Almost seems like I won't get a chance to now.
You sure there's not a more important thing on your mind?
Like what?
Like if the kiss meant anything.
This is just mean. It's not deep. It's not a lot to interpret. Did it?
When has anything been that clear-cut between the two of us?
Before we arrived, I didn't think you even could be into guys. Why? Or that you had a bunch of secrets about your past you've been keeping from us.
You had your secrets too, Dave. Secrets that you seem to keep from me as well, despite everyone else apparently knowing. Does that hold up, though? Because, like, everyone else didn't really know in the other routes.
I don't know.
I don't care. I'm not going to dwell on it.
I think everyone knew about Dave's dad, and it was just so poorly communicated, and that's why we yelled about it at the time when it first came up.
It's just very funny that that whole scene, that big scene that's supposed to be like a character-defining change moment, was literally now revealed to be strictly for Haas's benefit.
Yeah, no, it's completely
bananas.
baffling. And it's like a 3 or 4 day arc that leads up to that scene, and it's completely bungled in its execution, so it doesn't feel like it has any impact.
Oh, fuck, that would be funny.
I didn't mean to, Haas. It's just hard, you know? For what it's worth, I'm sorry.
You should probably apologize to the real me instead of just a dream version, though.
I wanted him to get closer to the desk I was sitting at, planting his... I watched him get closer to the desk I was sitting at, planting his hands for support near the edge and leaning closer to my face. My heart seemed to flutter in my chest and I gulped, finding myself leaning forward as well, barely inches from his face. Before I could kiss him, he faded away. Soon with him, the rest of the room. Whee! With a frown, I scratched my chin. Was it really alright to be watching a movie at this time? Okay, well, I'm down for a movie.
Sure, then let's do a movie. If Dave wants to join us, he can.
I turned to look at Haas, thinking back to the dream I'd had. If he was going to be watching a movie, then talking to him might need to wait. But how long could a movie go for anyway? Sure, I was curious about whether or not we'd be sticking around or at the very least keeping in contact with Tyson after the month was up, but a lot of that was for selfish reasons.
Dave, if you decide you want to watch a movie later, you're welcome to join us.
You're joining us, Sal? Thank fuck for that, because I thought I'd be in for another day of anime.
Excuse you, nothing wrong with watching anime for a whole day again.
You can't be this shitty of a character. It's impossible. Not everyone likes anime like you do.
Like we do, you mean? Have you told Dave yet how you're a fellow weeb?
This is seemingly written by an anime fan, so it's weird that the anime character is the worst character. Just annoying and shallow and seemingly intentionally.
Yeah.
Time made a grab for Haas, but was body blocked by Sal with a lazy hand on his chest. It seemed to be enough for him to concede at the point, though. Not that he took that as a sign to fill me in on what I'd missed, though. Haas annoys me in his way that I haven't felt since, like, the American and Tokyo Mirage sessions. Just the most insufferable character that's weirdly obsessed with the microwave girl that's underage and is the American weeb character. Whoa! He's large and fat and blonde and American. I sighed out, scratching my head. Fear was getting to me despite all the other important things going on. I almost died. Someone else still could if Oswin's warning rang true, and the pressure of me being the only one to do anything about it was causing me distress. Shooting the back door one last look, I turned around and wandered over to the stairs just to sit down.
Can't do it, huh?
I looked up, surprised at his sudden appearance, and then around, as if expecting others to be around, given I hadn't heard him approach. Can't do what?
I caught you staring at the back door. No wonder after what happened you're scared of going outside.
No kidding, I feel like I shouldn't be, but...
Dave, you almost died. You're allowed to be scared, and honestly, I wouldn't expect anything else, less.
But it's so silly, isn't it, to be scared of just outside? The location where the stabby man is? Haas sat down next to me, leaning back to rest his elbows as he sighed out.
Are you scared of outside, or of who you ran into?
I think both, maybe? Whining, I rubbed my face and mimicked how he was sitting. I don't think I've had enough coffee to really know. That's my character trait, is coffee.
If you're struggling to think, water is going to be better for that. Or, you know, tea.
I made a face, thinking about leaf juice and sitting up a bit straighter. I don't know why you like that stuff so much. Because it's tasty and it smells good.
Maybe the same reason you like coffee.
Yeah, I don't think that's it.
Well, come on, let's go somewhere.
What do you mean go somewhere? Don't you have a movie to go watch like with the others?
It can wait.
Why can it wait? Won't they be sitting there wondering where you went?
They're adults. They can figure it out.
Exploring each other's bodies. Leading the way upstairs, Haas took us into the conservatory.
I don't want any of the characters in this game to have sex. Ever.
With
I
anyone.
do not want it to happen.
They're all banned from the concept of sex permanently.
None of these people should ever feel pleasure. Period. End of sentence.
Leading the way upstairs, Haas took us into the conservatory and ushered me inside. Also, just what a shitty, shallow, flaky behavior. I hate when people do that. It's like, didn't you agree to do something with them? They're adults, they'll figure it out when I don't show up. Fuck you, man. Just fucking say you're not gonna let them move on. Tell them so they can move on. They're waiting for you, you asshole. Once I was in the middle of the room, he closed the door behind us and wandered over the window past me.
Come sit over here. You'll get a nice view of outside from up here.
Carefully, I did so, sitting next to him near the windowsill, and looked out over forest. It was just a sea of green leaves, while the same thing I had been staring at from the back door, it didn't look nearly as menacing. I don't know, there's a lot of scenes of you standing in this room and looking at the forest afraid.
How's this look compared to downstairs?
I'm still a little unsure. Could be the height, though.
As in it's helping or making things worse?
Different, maybe? Just different?
Well, given how high up we are, there's no way you're in danger from anything down there. You'll have ample time to react if you see anything happen, good or bad. Or you can just get shot with a gun. What?
Also, ample time to react in what way? From the guy you can't escape from, and have nowhere to escape to, and no way of fighting, and there's only one way up and down, which is the staircase that he can get to first? Seems trapped, actually.
From a bullet from outside, because height doesn't stop a bullet.
Yeah. I nodded slowly, taking solace in that this vantage point, I could see more, and it did feel a little safer than downstairs. Granted, I didn't know if this was because I'd tricked myself into thinking that way or not.
So, how are you after last night?
I'm doing okay. I slept. I had a dream, but I'm still mostly just lost, I think. Recovering, but it's still just a big mess, if that makes sense.
Right, at least it wasn't a nightmare.
I don't really know what to expect moving forward. Is this just going to be a thing I have to get used to now?
Maybe for the next little bit, if it gets real bad, we can consider looking into getting you some therapy for it. Maybe medicine if you need it.
Is that smart, though? It's all in my head, so... Haas bumped me lightly on the nose, making me squeak. As I shot him a look while checking if my nose was okay, he shot me one back.
Just because it's in your head doesn't make it less real. A whole bunch of stuff can happen in your head, and only your head, too. Doesn't make it any less of a thing you should consider treating, if you can.
I don't know, it just makes me feel silly. I came away with barely a graze and maybe a little bit of sheared fur, so I should just be thankful, right?
That makes it sound like you're not thankful for being alive.
I am.
I'm not thankful for that.
Thankful, I mean. But it just feels like I have no right to be upset or scared that something almost happened.
Why wouldn't you have any right to feel like that? Seems reasonable to me.
We just did like a multi-day arc about Dave grieving his father dying, which is a thing that doesn't even directly happen to him. But now he's like unsure if he's allowed to feel traumatized by his attempted murder. Like, what a bizarre follow-up arc. Because to me, it almost feels like Christmas. What? You get excited for the days leading up to it because it's something you know is going to happen. Or better yet, going to the dentist. What the fuck did I just read?
I don't know. I want to go to the dentist so they give me laughing gas so I don't have to keep reading this.
I could just, like, take you out with a pillow.
That would be great, thank you. You don't like the dentist?
#1 dentist stan here. No, I mean, I do. The dentist is fine. No, it's not. No one likes the dentist. What the fuck are you talking about? But I know some people don't like the dentist because of potentially needing to get stuff done to their teeth and it can hurt and stuff. No, it's just a baseline. Every interaction with the dentist is an unpleasant thing. Like, that's just a universal. Why are we debating this? What the fuck are you talking about? How are you making me feel weird about not liking going to the dentist, the thing that everyone agrees on?
So how is what happened to you any different? I don't really think I understand.
It's all because it didn't happen, right? If you're excited about winning the lottery and then you don't, you're just disappointed. If you're excited about Christmas, you're happy because you got what you wanted. This is not a relatable explanation of trauma. What the fuck are you talking about? With a sigh, I looked back to the window and the world beyond, my voice quieter when I spoke again. But with what happened, it was just fear replaced with fear again. Like I'm still going through the moment.
Right, I think I get it.
Really? Because I made it as incomprehensible as possible.
Well, when you disappeared into the forest, a lot of us were upset, confused, and worried about what might have happened.
I'm imagining
yeah, that's what happens when you say that's what being upset and confused means.
I imagine this is what happens when you write a traumatic scene in a game where you have route love interest, but the same trauma scene happens no matter what. So you then have to write the scene of the love interest reconciling with the protagonist about the scene that happens, but you have all those scenes side by side. You're like, well, I can't write the same conversation each time. So, and then they just get increasingly unhinged as you try to write 6 different conversations about trauma, and then you start talking about the dentist, and you're like, what the fuck is happening? It's like Christmas, but it's not like Christmas, but it's like the dentist, but if Christmas was the dentist, and then you knew where I went? How?
Not right away. We searched the whole house until there was only one place left you could have gone. Dean was frustrated that you'd have done that and was ready to head on in, but that was around the time it was getting dark.
That was when Benson showed up, or the gunshot.
Yeah, the...
Haas was lost in a daze for a few moments before shaking his head.
Right. After you'd been scared off and you were brought inside, I think a good number of us were relieved that you were back more than anything else that was going on, at least immediately.
Did we ever establish that Haas's acting gig was cut short because there was like a shooting incident on set and that canceled the show? Or did I just like backfill that because it would make sense and that's not the case?
Don't remember. Everything that happened in Password before this moment that I'm experiencing right now is rapidly being eaten by the Langoliers in my brain to just prevent me from losing my mind. So I can't give you any information. I'm sorry.
It's just his other character trait is that he's afraid of guns, and it seems traumatic and not just like spontaneous.
Was that his character trait? I didn't realize. Oh well, yeah, probably. I've lost it completely. I have deleted this game from my brain just as a survival mechanism, so I can't tell you.
I've never had a combative co-commentator before. Actually, of course I have. I've had Bird, but it's different.
Yeah, Bird has never gone through this degree of trauma on the show before, I don't think. Except maybe in Outbreak.
Yeah. Bird was not having any fun in the best game we've ever played.
It's true.
I could not comprehend that.
God, what I would
Resident
give
Evil
right
Outbreak
now
is such a good video game that I could play it again, and I'm like,
yeah, Outbreak is a phenomenal game to play with people.
I don't understand hating it. It was so strange.
Oh, that was a great time.
You know, now that I think about it, where were you?
Cowering in the side room under a desk.
I turned away from the window, confused. Something wasn't adding up, and I gave him a look to hint I wasn't completely sold on what he'd claimed.
It's not a lie. I was in the side room and only came out after the arguing started about you being drugged into unconsciousness.
But why were you cowering? Did you see who...
No. Only got the details afterwards from Dean and Benson as to what they'd seen chasing you.
Then what scared you?
A gunshot.
Because it was loud? With a sigh, Haas shook his head, and it was his turn to look out the window.
Because I thought I was at my old school. Wait, it was a school shooting?
A school shooting?
Seeing stuff happen on the TV or anime or games, it's all fictional, so it's fine, but hearing a gun going off?
What about when you and Tyson were searching for the gun? Did that...
No, that's fine too. I can look at guns now, but it's a sound that sets me off.
I don't understand.
It's kind of why I brought you up here. If you're scared of something, sometimes it's better just learn more about it or be exposed to it more in a safe environment until you're less scared.
That hasn't really been working for Orlando, given how much of a rise Roswell gets out of him with ghosts and stuff. Also, you end this game still afraid of guns.
Roswell's hardly doing a good job of trying to get him desensitized, though.
I guess that's fair.
I'm a little surprised the same sort of thing doesn't happen with you, given how
Dad died?
Right, I'm sorry. I don't know what's okay to bring up and what isn't. Watching you break down and cry like that was scary in its own way.
You've said that already. You keep saying it was scary.
Yeah.
I'll be okay. Maybe talking about it more will help with that desensitized thing that helped you.
Alright. Given how it happened, I'm just surprised you haven't also developed some sort of aversion to guns.
I sort of do, maybe. I haven't really been able to go to laser tag because the thought of holding something gun-shaped freaks me out, or like when I was stressed out about how Benson died.
Well, thanks to you, he didn't, if I understand what sort of intervention we had on that.
Right, well...
That was a weird sentence.
Yes. Just thinking about what could have happened felt sort of surreal. What if Benson ended up like Dad? Would I have potentially seen it if I didn't say anything? What about the blood?
Listen, whatever could have happened didn't because of you. Or at least, it's nice to think things ended up that way because of you.
I gotta ask, what really made you move out here?
What? Where's this coming from?
I'm sorry, it's just you moved out here because your parents didn't approve of the bisexual thing, or was it the acting thing?
It's kind of both, sort of. I confided in my mom and dad that I had an interest in both guys and girls, and that didn't go over so great. Wait, I thought he said that he didn't tell them because he was nervous to come out to them.
You would think that he...
What?
I don't remember, honestly, but you would think that he would have moved because of the school shooting.
He said
like
he
you
had
have
to,
it
like,
right there in your lap that for a reason for him to move is that he was in a school shooting.
This is so nonsensical because he was like, I had to keep it secret because like in lion families, liking guys like isn't like a good role model for your kids, and it's something that I've been repressing and bottling up. Bruh, you already told your family. Bruh, what?
Well, what happened?
Mom seemed fine with it, but Dad seemed to feel strongly about it. He didn't say anything outside of saying that he hoped I'd settle for a nice girl instead, but that's just the start of things going wrong.
Wrong how?
Next was the acting gig. It seemed neat, but if I wanted to audition, I'd need to head over to the other side of the country. Failing that, I figured if I could see if I could intern as a techie and do backstage work.
That also doesn't sound so bad. I mean, it's sucky, but sure. Also, that's not what the story was. He was there as a tech person, and then he got a surprise opportunity to do acting, even though he prefers tech work. Now it was going across the country to audition for an acting thing, even though it's not acting because it's a reality show. Every single factoid about this job doesn't line up even slightly.
That same week at the school had an intruder. With a gun.
Oh, how? And I could tell Haas was getting a little misty-eyed thinking about it and took one of his hands, giving it a reassuring squeeze.
They caught the guy, so I'm not left wondering if I'll run into them again, but I still remember the sound. I still remember the yelling to get under our desks, the sound of gunshots echoing in the hallways, and then the deadly silence that came after while everyone in the classroom just waited.
He gasped out a breath before locking his jaw, baring his teeth and quickly shaking his head to look at me again.
I'm okay, I'm safe.
We can change the subject if you want, I don't mind, really.
This is like a weirdly insensitive, it just feels extremely performative and posturing, like take on like gun violence and PTSD, especially from someone who's like not American.
It's a weird vibe.
Yeah, it's just kind of a weird vibe. Bit too late for that, Dave, but this helps too, kind of talking about it, facing it rather than just ignoring it and hoping I don't run into it again.
It's made patronizing by the fact that it doesn't really inform his character in any real way. It just makes him periodically go, ugh, a gun. And that's it. That's the manifestation of his trauma. Because there's no deeper exploration on any level, because that's how every character expresses every character trait is anime! Oh no, a gun!
Mm-hmm.
Cooking!
Yeah.
Coffee. The police force is a good thing. Is that why you're a year older than me? Because you needed a break? No, because he was born before you. Is that why you're a year older than me?
Pretty much. Mom was worried for me, and after counseling wasn't working as well, we hoped she helped me move away just to try and recover. Gave me an excuse to try that acting job too.
But then it fell through.
It did, but that's not so bad. It meant that eventually I could re-enroll for school and finish my final year, and if I never did that, we'd have never met.
Which I'm glad we did, so that you could tell me that I'm not fun, Dave, and I never will be.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I mentioned that I had a dream last night and you were in it. Nothing overly interesting happened, just, I don't know. It made me think about how things were since you arrived.
And were things good?
They were great, even if Orlando didn't like the dancing.
What kind of dream was this anyway? Were the others even around?
No, just us. I shuffled closer with my hands in his. I held on tight and urged him closer still. The scent of his mane still made my nose twitch in the nicest of ways, despite the smell not being overpowering today. Although it ended before we kissed.
Dreaming about things in particular? Didn't think you enjoyed it that much.
I did, I think. Lacing his fingers around mine, we inched closer together before he dipped up at the last moment and kissed my forehead. Huh? But I thought...
If you're lucky, I'll kiss you again, but I think there's someone else you should be kissing first. What?
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 Oh, you're talking about Dean, right? The way that the game has to just reach up and snap its own neck to make the Dean date happen in each arc in the middle of, like, other scenes. The fuck are you talking about? You better go have your Dean date fresh after your stabbing trauma and the road exploding just like 2 days later. It's important for some reason.
I'm saying that if you two are dating, either get his permission to make it clear that you're not dating him first. Get his permission to make it clear that you're not dating him first.
You didn't care about this boundary the first time you kissed me.
If you ever have that talk, well, just let me know.
I whined, embarrassed, but he held me close to him for a bit, and I looked out the window. This is made funnier by the forethought of knowing how the date goes, and how it's like... It feels like a fucking high school teacher and their student. That's the level of chemistry. It's just nothing. It's just like chaperoning an idiot child that isn't even thinking on those terms.
It's so hard for me to watch this as it happens. It's really painful. I want to eat an entire box of Swiss cake rolls and then pass out into like
I like
sugar
little Debbies. They're little Debbies. I haven't had those forever. This was something else too. There was something else too.
What's that?
It wasn't fair that everyone except you knew about Dad. Why are we still going back to this?
It's fine, really. I know now, and that's all that matters.
But we're friends, and I guess hiding something that impactful shouldn't be so important?
It was important to you for whatever reasons you had. What reasons those are isn't any of my business either, but I guess I'm just curious as to how things are going to be now.
Because I finally shared that?
You might not have noticed it, but just over breakfast I noticed there's a spark in your eyes now. Maybe it was there before I got to know you, but it's there now.
Wow, Fun Dave came out because he said his dad died and cried a lot and then got attacked and then he got stabbed and put to sleep. Fun Dave's here now. That's what it takes to make someone fun again. Are you saying my eyes are pretty?
I'm saying that you've got me curious about the person you're going to become now. And I'm being completely honest. I'm a little excited to see how that affects the others too.
Hopefully in good ways.
Almost certainly in good ways. You made Tyson cry after you passed out. Never thought I'd see him smile so happily given he has resting bitch face.
Well, he's a dog, so you know. Ha ha ha!
Yeah.
Dog jokes. Dog jokes when we've conflated the dog comment with being a racial comment.
Don't let him hear you say that. What a jokester.
Ha ha ha. Don't say the D word. Not in a heated gamer moment. I'm his brother. I'm allowed to be a brat.
I guess that's true.
We stayed like that for another minute before Haas stretched out, rubbing my shoulder.
How are you feeling about that movie?
Maybe. It's not as if we have anything better to do.
Don't be like that. I'd like it if you were there. I'm sure Tyson and Sal wouldn't mind either.
Okay, yeah. I think I'd like it if it was just the four of us. The moment you start adding people, though, I don't know if it's going to feel odd. It's good to exclude group people in your friend group on your
Don't worry.
Trip.
One step at a time.
Another minute of us looking out the window passed by before Haas got up and
I really thought Haas would be like milquetoast and like fine, you know, like I thought we were gonna go into this route and it was gonna be boring, but like he was gonna be just like a nice dude, you know, just
no.
I thought he was gonna be as bland as like 2% milk, you know what I mean? Just like straight up, just middle of the road character, and instead he is a charisma void. I can't just feel like I'm losing my mind. I feel high.
I feel like I'm on a vacation with him right now and stressed about that.
Yeah.
And that's the start of our return to this.
Damn it.
Another minute of us just looking out the window passed by before Haas got up, and together we headed on over to the rec room to see how the others were going.
Shit.
Yeah!
The one with the space bunny.
The fuck is that one? As we entered, it seemed like Sal and Tyson were talking about something, both lounging around in beanbags when they seemingly waited for the movie to be put on. Hey guys. Oh, hey Dave, you here for the movie?
Hold up, what were you two talking about?
Anime.
Great, that's gonna set him off.
Why, Sal, I didn't know you were that interested in it to bring it up without me.
Tyson did. Was asking me about what I liked and if I had recommendations.
Why didn't you
The
ask
Space
me,
Bunny,
Ty?
is that Tenchi Muyo? Is that they talking about Ryo-Oki?
Maybe? I thought it might be Space Dandy.
But there's no bunny in that one.
I don't know what that... I mean, it's not a real creature. He might
His
call
name
it a
is
Space
literally
Bunny.
Meow.
Is his name Meow?
Yeah, he's a cat.
Isn't he like a bounty hunter or something? I don't know. I've never seen Space Dandy.
No, he's just a slacker loser who hangs out on the ship.
Womp womp. Why didn't you ask me, Ty? We have some at the house. Cool. We're here though, Dave. Also, stop diving in to convince everyone not to interact with Sal. Dunno. So I guess I should ask, is it anime we're watching, or?
Yes.
No.
Take a seat, Dave. We can wait for them to burn themselves out before we decide on anything.
Whee! Haas, stabbed downstairs in the gym. Heroism. Password names. Sometimes we just recap various things from the past and count that as story. Haas? He was sitting on the edge of his bed with his phone, staring at it as if waiting for something to happen.
Yeah.
I need you to tell me it's not my fault. I need to hear that I didn't do muscle by bringing... You alright?
Yeah. My nose is running from when I sneezed. That's fine. Let's go. Keep going. Keep
I
going.
collapsed on the ground near the door and whined, clutching my chest. Haas wandered over and gently closed the door behind me, and I flicked off the light before helping me to my feet.
Hey, you're all right. Of course this isn't your fault.
But how are we meant to get home?
We'll find a way, but you're staying in here with me tonight.
I am?
You came into my room, you tell me. I'm only assuming that's why you're here after all.
Only if that's okay. I just don't feel like I want to be in my room by myself, not tonight. Gently he guided me by the hand over to the bed, letting go so I could climb under the covers with him right behind me. Thanks, Haas. I should be alright now, although my mind is still racing as to what's going to be happening in the morning.
Like a bad Christmas?
This is their callback? Something like that, yeah. Bracing himself on his elbows, he rolled over so he was hovering over me, his face inches away from mine.
Maybe this will keep your mind off it. And he starts bouncing his tits like Terry Crews or whatever.
Just like stimming.
Yeah. This is stupid.
Oh, you're still here? Zoned out. It started off slow and gentle, but he parted my mouth with his before deepening the kiss by cradling my cheek in his hand. You don't deepen a kiss by touching someone's face, and saying it started off in close to...
I think he's saying he like
off
tilted his chin up and like held it in his hand and made it like a...
Strange.
Yeah.
It started off slow and gentle, but he parted my mouth with his. Was this just a weird way of describing a kiss? And I don't mean the parted my mouth with his. It's just the sentence is structured insanely again. It's so strange. I whimpered and whined into his mouth, not because I wasn't enjoying it, but maybe it was something deep down triggering in me because he was a lion? I never know where these sentences are going. Or maybe it was just because it was something I needed in the moment. His whiskers... because he's a lion? His whiskers tickled my nose the way he rumbled as he moved to be able to rub my chest, hunched over me. When he finally broke away, I was out of breath, but my mind was clear of the worry that had filled it before.
Better?
His voice was quiet in the dark, and as I nodded, he nuzzled me gently before taking up the spot behind me in the bed, rolling me over to make me the little spoon. Thank you, Haas.
Don't worry about it, Dave. Sweet dreams.
Sighing
These
out.
characters have less sexual charisma than Tsukihime protagonists.
There's just nothing to them. They don't have a dynamic, really.
I mean, no, their dynamics that Haas is an unrepentant asshole, and Dave has literally no brain.
They don't feel like characters. It's so strange. And we're nearing the end. Like, they didn't really have a story. Like, less than ever so far. They just really didn't have a story. Sighing out, I rested back against him, and sure enough, I was out like a light soon after. I sat up and looked over to Haas, who was curled up with his back facing me. It seemed at some point during the night we'd shifted away from one another. It's a sign. Run. It was bad. It was bad that the first thought I had looking at him was how much I wanted to kiss him again. Why? It could have been that the taste of him... It could have been the taste of him on my tongue, or just how I felt after that left me wanting more. You can't taste him right now, you have morning breath now. But even beyond that, he'd been honest and open with me, even about not being honest, and that felt special to me somehow. I'm lying to you, Dave. Oh, fuck me. It made me feel trusted with the lying. As funny as it was to me that Haas and Ty had started becoming friends, what I felt for Haas was kind of similar to what I had with Tyson, but different. A good different, I think. Rolling out of bed, I put on some clothes. I needed to clear my head if I was going to have any chance of getting back to sleep.
It's so relieving. Like, every time we skip this much text, it's just like I breathe out and I lose 50 pounds. Like it's just great.
It's like, on a different day, that was 2 hours. 2 hours we've already lived and suffered through.
Oh.
My eyes went to Tyson, wondering where he'd go. It seemed Haas knew where my mind was at, near immediately, scratching his chin.
I'm so curious what Orlando's cardinal sin is going to be. Although not all of us have a partner, so someone's going to need to group up as a 3 at the very least. You and Dean don't mind Tyson tagging along, right, Roswell?
I guess that's fine.
Looking across to Tyson, his attention was already
eyebrows
on Dean. The pair of them nodding to one another. All right, cool. Oops. Getting bad at this.
Yes.
I followed close behind Haas, lingering only a couple steps behind, unsure of what to say. It seemed as though he had an idea of where he wanted to go, and wordlessly I followed him upstairs. I think this is when they're all, like, bribed into looking for the medals again for a minute, and then they forget again. Haas, can we talk? I was already closing the door behind me for the privacy when I noticed him going to the bookshelf, opening the passage to the library. He seemed to just watch me, quirking an eyebrow as if waiting for me to do or say something. So, Approaching carefully, fiddling with my fingers as I stopped before him, I glanced down the passage he'd opened up. Those medals, right?
Figured we'd have to look in the library after all. Don't think anyone's given that place a proper look, right? I'm really curious if we're actually going to find another medal or if they're just going to give us a different medal at the end of the route.
I don't know.
Because imagine if
we're so
at the end of this,
unengaged in the search that it's just who cares. Like, you
imagine,
just play every route.
It just feels like I'm going to lose my mind if at the end it just turns out Florencia just gives us every medal.
She said she only had 2.
Yeah.
So she gives us 2 of them overall. I don't remember if we have both of them yet or not. But no, I think it's like when you go to save Tyson in in the other route, and
oh yeah, didn't we just like trip over one, like literally just laying there on the ground or something?
Well, it's that half of Tyson's medal is in the maze at the beginning of his route, and the other half of Tyson's medal is in the shack when you go to try to save him in Route B. For some reason, the bad guys have it. So they're planted at various plot points that happen in exclusive routes, just to make sure you've done them all. But they're just kind of like thrown in there randomly, and then people are like, "Huh, a medal." Anyway, and that's the level of involvement that the hunt has. And I think they basically never find a medal when they actively look for one, except for the strange maze where they were just told a medal was there.
Yeah.
I guess not, no. But separate to that, I wanted to ask something.
Sure, what's up?
Do you like me? How?
Every time Dave talks, I literally lose brain cells. What? Of course I like you.
This is what depression looks like. Deep insecurity, just balls deep. You're like, but do you like me? No, I mean as more than just a friend. Just yesterday and then last night, I'm just not really sure where we stand.
I don't understand. Did something happen?
You kissed me last night. You kissed me after you said you wouldn't until I'd spoken with Dean or whatever.
And did you?
If I did, I hadn't told you yet. He sighed out, running his hand through his mane.
It's complicated.
Complicated how? I bet I could understand if you tried explaining it in excruciating
you sure
detail.
About that?
Of all the things that has happened so far, why does this have to be the thing that becomes the exception? We talked yesterday and just, I don't know, I liked what happened. I've been thinking about you a lot and it's just confusing.
Yeah, that's my fault. I'm sorry, I really shouldn't have kissed you before bed.
I forgot. Like the writer, I forgot that I'd said an ultimatum. Okay, but why did you? Don't get me wrong. It was when I needed it and it calmed me down, so it can't have been a bad thing, right?
That's just it. You knew what you wanted or needed, or maybe both. I understood that and did what I assumed was the right call.
That's really all there was to it? I wanted a kiss and you just figured you'd help me out as a friend?
No kidding about being a brat, although I figured that was exclusive to Tyson.
He threw his arms up, groaning.
Fine, there was more to it, but I don't want to be known as the guy that messed our friendship circle up by trying to weasel in on someone else's prospective date.
Is that what they call a bro code?
It's what they call being a decent person. Hell, I haven't even talked to Dean about pursuing you yet.
So he's not being a decent person, is what's happening. He's not being a decent person at all. He's being a huge coward and not talking about his things based on his own morality.
I'm gonna choke on my microphone.
Mine is easy to choke on. I've got a foot-long Sennheiser, as video essay comments are happy to point out based on where it's angled at each shot. What he said made me do a double take. Yet, you were planning to?
Look, I know that others have a hard time understanding that pushing you towards Dean may not necessarily be a good thing. Who's to say someone else doesn't potentially want a shot? What about your feelings?
Uh-huh. The premise of the game. But trailing off, I wasn't sure what to say. Sure, Orlando had encouraged it a bunch, but how often had it come up with the others? Every time.
So when I say I like you, yeah, I like you enough that I'd want to date you.
I must have had a stupid grin on my face from how he started to look at me.
What's that look for?
It's just nice to hear, especially because, like, I've felt like we've been getting closer.
Then I'm glad, but think about it some more for me. If that's what you decide, then you're gonna have to let Dean know so you can be let down easily, as opposed to it being a big mess, alright?
Sure, but I'm sorry for asking this. You're not lying, right?
No, why would I lie about that?
Why would you lie about a lot of things you do? I just don't want to be let down.
It would be a character moment if Haas left this conversation and then Dave said, I knew he wasn't lying because of those things he taught me. But instead, Dave is just an idiot who never changes. He's just dumb the whole way through. My track record isn't great, I know, but if you want to believe me this time, I promise it's the truth.
It's also just weird that it became about lying so heavily, because, like, the inherent starting point of a character like Haas is, like, basically kind of being Stephanie, like a social chameleon that, like, adapts to different people, and you get different versions of her from different people in certain ways, and, like, that's... which is not the same thing as lying. Like, the starting point of this route was about how Haas kind of comes, like
he's different people to different people, yeah.
Yeah. And then it became about lying, and I'm like, that's not what that is. That's not lying. That's just a type of person that does that. And it's not even dishonest when people do that. That's just a way that some people interact with people. It's just weird. And now it's like his primary trait is that he lies, which is weird in its own way, because not only does he not have a lot of lies in his route to begin with, but, like, he weirdly was bragging about it for some reason for most of the route. For some reason, and now it's obviously a bad thing, but without it having had consequences. Okay. We stood staring at one another for a bit, neither of us saying a word, assuming the other would talk first. Sure enough, though, it was him that broke the silence before turning away.
Just think on it. If that's what you decide, get back to me on it, alright?
With that, he disappeared into the dark of the passage. We were meant to stick together, and given that he had a point about searching for the medals, I wandered in on him too. The library was much like I remembered from the other times I was there. Cold, dark, good traits for a library, plus that old book smell. Although I didn't mind that one so much. The dust, though, was another story. I followed Haas down the stairs to where I talked to Oswin, eyes looking across the door he'd emerged through.
Doing alright?
Yeah, just thinking.
Dave, this whole thing was meant to stop you overthinking things.
I know, but just thinking about the vault with a door like that, just there, makes it hard.
Fair, but maybe try and ignore it. Look around for a medal, maybe.
I was half paying attention.
Oh, doy, we didn't think about that the whole time, looking for medals like a big idiot.
Here to do. I don't know how they expect to look for medals in a library of thousands of books where any of that could be where the medal's hidden. Sounds like a fucking nightmare. I was half paying attention, eyes still locked on the door. Yeah, it's probably a good idea. He placed a hand on my shoulder and I jumped, almost squeaking as he did so.
I mean it. Go over to that bookshelf over there and start looking.
Grumbling, I wandered over and looked over at the books, not really sure what I was looking for. How do we know what we're looking for? A medal should probably stand out amongst all these books, right?
You're right. It should, but maybe consider this like cleaning your room, rearrange stuff, see what goes where. Maybe something will turn up.
But my room is tidy already. Okay.
Fucking bananas. That's fucking banana pants. I just... Tyson says otherwise.
Yeah, well, his room is worse. At least I make my bed.
And everything else, making one's bed should be a baseline, Dave.
I don't make my bed. Fuck it. I have a lot of stuff is all. Sure, maybe I shove a bunch of it under my bed, but at least you can't see the mess. It's fine, right? Quirky.
Which kind of makes me wonder how these metals have been hidden, right? You found Taurus under a pumpkin after all. Why hide it there of all places?
Maybe they just dropped it when they planted the pumpkin?
An Aquarius in the hedge maze. How do you even lose that? Benson knew where it was, so these things can't just be lost, right?
I guess not. I knew what he was doing, but it was working, keeping me talking about the metals, drawing my focus away from the door, as much as now thinking about home wasn't much of an improvement. I don't know, Haas, this whole thing is kind of, you know, right? Please just write real sentences.
I really don't.
So like Roswell and Benson put together the scavenger hunt as some fun thing for us to do. If Benson knew that some of these were unable to be found just because they were in dumb locations, why bother?
Got me there.
And another thing, like, why is it important to still be looking for them now when it's just meant to be a game?
Don't want to look for them after all?
That's not it, I just wish I knew why they were so important, beyond, like, getting the vault door open at least. I turned when I heard him chuckling, shaking his head.
You know, it wouldn't surprise me if they're not important at all. After all, why make a set of something based on the Zodiac?
What else would you make a set out of?
Well, cardinal sins maybe, the 4 elements, 5 depending on where in the world you look, major arcana perhaps.
Sure, I've played puzzle games before on my channel. These are lists of things you can look at. Why would you make a set of anything based on those too?
For fun, people like putting things into groups. If the group is already pre-established, then it's all the easier.
What about fruit?
What about fruit? As in a sorting group?
Sure, fruit salad is a bunch of different things in one set, right?
But I don't think fruit salad is all that rigid in its set. After all, you could omit any given fruit in flavor of another, and it'd still count.
I grimaced, turning back to the bookshelf I was looking through and running my hands over the spines of what books I'd found myself in front of. So the fact that they're zodiacs doesn't matter, it's just a thing they chose to theme them after?
Maybe, maybe not. A bunch of people are fascinated by the stars after all, the expanse of space and whatever.
Or maybe they just like knowing what their day is going to be like?
You didn't jump on me reading your horoscope out to you on the bus, so I guess you're not one of those people.
I guess not. I smiled a little, thinking back to when we got here, thinking back to when this was just a normal vacation without anything bad happening. We were settling in, and gradually my mind crept forward until things started to go sour. Haas had his hand on my shoulder while I was staring at the floor. I had no idea how long I'd been zoned out. He just waited until I came back to reality.
What's wrong?
Just thinking. This house and everything that's gone on so far is just... I couldn't put into words, but I looked back at Haas with a slight frown. You probably know this house better than any of us, right? Because of the thing?
Clearwater? Yeah.
With a sigh, he leaned back against the bookshelf and stuck his hands in his pockets.
If I'd known the things I did now back then, well, things would have panned out different, I think.
Like what?
Well, I didn't know that Benson wasn't the owner, at least. When we were there to shoot, he was just in normal clothes, no vest or anything. You wouldn't have picked him as a butler.
I gave him a wary look, immediately wondering where Osmond was then.
To be fair, I wasn't really thinking about any of that stuff. On the back of moving away and landing the gig, I was relaxed and happy for the first time in a long time. Why would I question it?
But then it all went south?
Right. Right. Me and the other guy on set, well, we were the first ones to show up for the actual cast anyway. He and I were checking the place out. We both seemed stoked that we'd get to be on the big screen or even just TV.
What happened to him?
No idea. Much like me, he was disappointed when the whole thing got called off. Not sure if I told you or not, but he might have been one of Dean's cousins, maybe?
What makes you say that?
Fairly large black bear, a few years older than me. 2, hell, it could have been Dean if I hadn't heard about what Dean was like. 1, why would you assume that moving across the country would just make him Dean's cousin? Secondly, it's Dom. I forgot about that, but it is Dom.
Dom is just a few years older than Haas.
Yeah. I forgot how weirdly connected this was, but this did come back to me. I do remember Haas and Dom knowing each other.
Yeah,
but I do think it's extraordinarily.
Dom and Haas knew each other. How are their ages similar?
It's just This is like me being like, yeah, Harris Bomber guy. He could have been Keith's brother. When I went to England and met Harris Bomber guy, they both had blonde hair, so you know, could just be related to Keith. It's like, what? How is this? What? Why would your brain jump there, you crazy person?
Like, hear me out. There's more than one person who's the same species. They must all know each other. This is a thing a racist would say to about a group of people, where you're just like, oh, it's your brother, right? Like, that's like inherently the thing that people
it's just not great.
It's like if you have a Chinese coworker and you see a Chinese person competing in the Olympics on TV, and then a racist is like, is that your sibling? That's a thing like people do. That's what that kind of connection is. It's an insane thing for him to come up. So all bears are related? I shot him a cheeky grin, poking my tongue out.
Teehee, racism is funny. Fine, call me a racist, but there was some sort of family resemblance, I swear. Way to check would be to see if Dean has a relative named Dominic, and if the answer is no, then we're golden, right?
They don't have any family resemblance.
They don't have any family resemblance.
Their sprites aren't drawn even slightly similarly, and also they're a brown bear and a black bear. Different bears. They're not even the same type of bear.
It's true.
It's just... he likes talking about his family a bunch, but nothing about a relative maybe being on TV has come up yet.
Then maybe that's a sign.
But still, Benson owning the place, really?
Would I lie to you about that?
Yes? Why? The words were out of my mouth before I realized what I'd said, and I clamped my hand over my muzzle, ears drooping soon after. Sorry.
No, I get it, but when I arrived here the first time, I mean, no butler. No Osmond either. Trust me, I would have asked Roswell about his relatives a bit harder if I'd known the guy that owned the place was a bore.
I nodded slowly, turning back to the bookcase. You would ask him about it, knowing that the owner's a bore, because of how you apparently think everyone that's the same species is related. But then in all of that, you found the library.
But you know all that already.
I'm so glad we're recapping. Yeah. For the next little bit, we continued to sift through books, working through the shelves until eventually I stopped when Haas sighed out.
You know, after all this is over, I don't know what I'll end up doing. Kind of put a dampener on things.
In what way?
Well, I know I'm going to feel better, maybe avoiding mountains for a while, maybe spend more time in the city. Before all that, though, depending on how bad things get, go seek out a therapist. God knows you need one. Holy fuck.
Do you think I should do the same?
Honestly, you would have benefited from one a long time ago. So yes, not only do I think you should do the same, I'll absolutely go with you as support if you're not sure.
It's that good, huh?
There's a reason there's a whole medical field about it, after all. If you're curious, maybe one of those books will have something you can read to inform yourself.
I guess it couldn't hurt to look. You found the therapy book. It has Pisces in it. Whoa. It was getting close to lunch, but I'd found a book and tried reading it in the dark. Not that I got very far with how much I was straining my eyes. You fucking idiot. You know there's a table over there with a light on it. What is wrong with you? Instead, I used it as a pillow and stared at the vault door off to the side, scowling at it as if wanting it to move. I could have been like that for an hour, if not more, just zoned out of my own thoughts.
Dave?
Yeah?
But going all right, because I found something you might want to see.
It's a good pillow. He wandered around in front of me, quirking a brow.
Not what I had in mind, but given the light, no surprise. Don't need light to see this, though.
He dangled from a finger a medal, dusty but unmistakable, having seen others just like it. It made me sit up quickly, reaching out for it. A medal! There was one here after all. Where?
Honestly, it was just sitting on a shelf. Given how dark it was in here, no wonder we hadn't found it sooner.
Is it bad I'm a little disappointed it was that easy? Which one was it anyway? Haas turned it over, double-checking before sliding it over to me.
Libra.
Is that good? I mean, it's good that we found another, but does it have any meaning? He ran a hand through his mane, thinking on it.
It's an air sign like Aquarius, although this place feels very well. It's not as free as outdoors, anyway.
Free? Why free?
Air in zodiac terms is all about freedom. It's the main thing that distinguishes it from water.
But like, okay, so Taurus is a bull, right? What's Libra?
A set of scales, you know, justice or balance or whatever. It's a sign of harmony after all.
I picked up the medal and ran my thumb over the engraving. 2 lines, but one with the bump in the middle. Nothing that really seemed scales to me, but Haas seemed to know what he was talking about.
Go on, you're thinking about something.
Just thinking about what we do now. Should we tell the others? We should, right?
If you want, could probably go for some lunch first and then denote more searching after.
Not more anime?
Did you not see how Orlando was when we left breakfast? Chances are he's gonna have a claim over the TV for video games for most of the day.
So, exercise? I pulled a face, and Haas placed a hand on my shoulder.
I'll let you choose. We can work out or keep searching for medals, but only after we've gotten some food into us.
Somebody just fucking enter the mansion and start shooting. Just make the plot go. We know that none of this leads to the ending, so who cares? We doubled back to the dining room and got something to eat. Funnily, we didn't run into anyone else on the way, but I could hear them about the house. Orlando wailing about something upstairs, Tyson yelling about something stupid. It wasn't danger yelling, but little things like vague frustrations. I knew they were okay, and Haas seemed to feel the same from how he paid it no mind. That said, having already found one medal, he ended up dragging me downstairs to the gym and forced me to at least walk on the treadmill next to him. I don't know how long we were at it, but I was tired. Tired enough that our earlier discovery almost went forgotten. After a quick shower, I met back up with Haas, and the two of us set off to the dining room, dinner time having crept up on us. We just skipped the entire second half of the day. Now let's skip the rest of it. But with phones not working, I guess calling her or snapping a picture is going to be impossible, since we're one step closer now. Or still we're one step closer now.
This is... oh, Benson.
I think we're just fine. We're just saying that we found Libra.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, he did. We did talk about the last time we got a medal, he said basically the same thing.
Mm-hmm. But I liked smelling clean. I liked water. All that was missing was some nice smelling stuff like what Haas had.
You mean the stuff he gave you that is in your room?
Yeah, he just forgot he was given that and told not to use all of it. And he also forgot about his journal. It's never been mentioned again. Sure, I had a nice smelling soap, but that was mostly just because I liked that scent. It didn't really linger all that long after my shower. I wanted something for after. Tugging a little at the fur on my cheeks, I wondered if I should trim some of the excess back. I'd let it get a bit out of control, so maybe that was something else Haas could help me with. I didn't really consider self-care to be so important, but I was at least starting to understand how important it was just from hanging out with him. I didn't have anyone else to look nice for, so I never thought about it. But now maybe I wanted to try a little harder. So then why do we pretend you're in a relationship with Dean if you've never had anyone to look nice for? I got up to turn off the light and put myself to bed. Then I could hear the other things going on in the house. I could hear Dean and Sal wandering about. Just from how heavy their footsteps were, I could hear Tyson groaning over something I assumed Haas had said. Sure enough, they moved on and I was left with some quiet. It was nice, if a little lonely, and I found myself thinking about spending more time with Haas tomorrow. If I was lucky, maybe we could hang out, maybe find another medal. But before I could think on it too hard, I found myself drifting off to sleep. Good! Ah, we never have to do a single Thanatos scene ever again, probably.
So beautiful.
Time to type in the werewolf answer. No time for Haas scenes now, because we need to do the werewolf prompt.
Here's Orlando said it.
Hope so. I'm just gonna save here in case it fucks us up. Not that one. Oh my god, the last didn't save us on day 9. We've gone to from 9 to 17 today. Doesn't that feel
Fucking
good?
Blessings. Blessings be.
Then you have to unskip because skip breaks the password. Alright. Werewolf. Can't reach around it. My Arizona's in the way. Whoa! Look at us go! Whee! Day
My
9.
heart rate is slowing.
Did it say day 18 again?
Yeah. Haas I could barely see on the other side of Dean, but he seemed distracted by something. Maybe something happened in the kitchen, cause not once did he look up from his food and then his tea afterwards.
Thanks, narrator toaster.
Whatever. Sorry, I saw Haas's name and just glossed over.
What just happened?
Just glossed over it. I just posted the Cape Escape story that I wrote, so like I'm preoccupied.
Oh, you finished the Cape Escape story?
Yeah, it's up on Patreon.
I get to read that later.
It's
Everyone support Cape Escape on Patreon. It doesn't support Toaster financially, but it does financially support his dreams and love for
it does.
creation.
I would stop everything if I could do Cape Escape. Not Cape Escape, null playing games.
He needs
for the
null
rest of my
playing
life.
games to do well enough that he can keep being on it because it's
Imagine
the only thing
if
that
null
gives him
playing
joy
games-
anymore.
Imagine if null playing games did well enough that it could pay me to be on null playing games. Just think about that. That could be cool.
Yeah.
That's all. I wrote a thing. It's fine.
I hope null playing games does well so I can continue to just show up and be like, this is neat. I get to just be on this.
Yep. Yeah, well, that post is up on Patreon now.
Yay.
This is an advertisement.
By the time this episode airs, I think the new season's already happening. So if you don't know what that means, you better fucking look up null playing games because we're on our 3rd season and y'all aren't clicking on it statistically.
YouTube.com/null playing games. That is GNOLL playing games. Look it up. It's our tabletop show. We do custom homebrew campaigns with a whole storyline written out that is written by me and Ka. So enjoy that. Thank you.
Every season, we get new OCs to commission porn of. Hooray.
It's art. We have fully commissioned backgrounds and character art, and it's like cool. It's costs a lot of money to make. Watch it. We put a lot of work into it. It's really good.
Haas? I called out into the openness of the house, looking around. It hadn't been that long after breakfast, so he couldn't have gotten far, but with no one else around, it appeared that people moved faster than I gave them credit for. As I was heading for the stairs to go looking, a hand suddenly snatched me by the scruff and pulled me back. Whoa! Oh, Ty, you didn't need to be so rough. You looking for a Haas? I was, yeah. How you doing? I want to be fucking alone for starters. Okay, why are you coming up to me? You're the one that grabbed me. Yeah, well, Haas went outside. He let me go and went to push past me up the stairs before I stopped him with a hand on his chest. Ty, are you okay? Fucking great. Now fuck off outside before Haas wanders somewhere else again. He continued upstairs with, I don't know, I don't remember what happened on
so
day 18.
puzzled.
But why is he bothering us if he wants to be alone? And why is he grabbing us instead of just saying Dave? He continued upstairs with his hands in his pockets, making me worried. It was one thing for Tyson to be cranky, but this was worse than I'd ever seen him. My mind flashed to what I knew was coming up. How he and Orlando were both in danger, and I got the feeling, oh right, it's the siren in his brain shit. He's being attacked by Thanatos. How he and Orlando are in danger, and Dean moving things around that didn't seem to be headed inside. I'm in Coconut. Followed my nose, I turned towards the pool and saw just enough of him that I knew where to head and wandered inside. Haas, you okay? He looked up and I closed the gate behind me and watched as... He looked up as I closed the gate behind me and watched as I came to stand next to him. He was sitting on the edge of the pool, feet dangling on the water with a confused expression.
Yeah, why?
You seemed off at breakfast is all, and, well, I wanted to talk to you about stuff, but now I'm not so sure. Cool, why'd you say that? He sighed as I sat down next to him, glad I went without footwear and put my feet in the water next to his. They wear shoes?
Huh, I didn't even think about that.
I thought about it once at the beginning of the playthrough when Tyson shoved his foot on Dave's face on the bus, and I was like, do they wear shoes in this universe or not? And we've never thought about it again since, basically.
It's alright, you can talk to me about that stuff.
But what's on your mind, though?
Nothing important.
His expression lasted all for a couple of seconds before it faded back into what he had when I arrived.
At least that's what I'd normally say, but everything going on has got me worried, scared even.
You too?
Well, yeah. The past few days really got me thinking about things, like when we're leaving, if we get to, you know...
Butt stuff. It's the same for me, really. Just worrying about everything that's going to happen makes me freeze up sometimes, in the sense that I can't stop thinking about the stuff I don't know about and then worrying about how much time I'm devoting to that.
I know that feeling all too well, although you're doing better being out here now.
I am?
Come on, only a couple days ago you didn't want to go near the back door and now you're out here in a pool with me.
I just wanted to talk is all.
Bad enough to face your fear and come out to the pool completely unarmed?
Not that I knew at the time, but you did the same thing.
You've got me there. I don't think I'm gonna need a weapon, though. We have enough places to hide should we need it.
Right. I looked down into the water, seeing my blurry reflection staring back at me.
So what did you want to talk about?
I feel bad wanting to talk about it now. Are you sure you're up to talking at all?
Dave, if I didn't want to talk about things, I wouldn't have offered. Now what's on your mind?
For the most part, it's the same sort of stuff. When we're going home, if we can, how much danger we're in, but it's other things too. Haas, am I a burden? Yes.
What? Where's this coming from?
Just my everything. I just wanted to check. I know it's not easy trying to get me to talk about things, but it's been getting easier. I guess specifically not talking about things is easier because it doesn't make people worry.
It's the opposite, actually.
With how much I'd been doing it, yeah, but because that was, like, the easy thing to do, the polite thing.
Yeah, I get that. That's part of what's bothering me as well.
In what way?
Well, I keep thinking back to my brother and sister, right?
They're dead. You miss them?
Yeah, but not just that. I keep thinking if I'll ever get to see them in person again, but also how they'd feel if I actually told them about liking guys.
Would they care?
I care, Dave. Those kids mean the world to me.
But if they're family, won't they continue to love you regardless?
Honestly, talking to Tyson about his home life has been enough. It hasn't been a lot, but it's for sure been enough.
Yeah, his family life is not great, but he's got me. He had dad too, but I chuckled, but it quickly devolved into a whine.
That's why I'm scared of letting them down, Dave. Those two are like what Tyson is to you, if that makes sense.
But they're already your siblings, right? Haas pulled a face before shuffling around in his pocket before pulling out his wallet. Then from within, a photo. Who's keeping their wallet on them on a day 18 of a vacation? Where you don't go anywhere.
Kind of, here.
He once again is not the same character at all. Those are tigers. Tigers and lions can have kids together in this setting? I guess they're ligers.
They can in real life. Yeah, they're just ligers.
Yeah, I guess
this
they're
also
ligers.
just doesn't look like Haas at all.
Not even remotely, no.
I like how every route has like a picture that Dave looks at, just like magically pulled out of a hat.
Family. The theme is family. This game's brought to you by Vin Diesel. You can tell which one's the girl because she has a bow. Gender. Huh?
I like how they have the the Bloodborne brand on their foreheads. The hunter's mark. That's them. On the left is Ayano, and Kai's on the right. Wait, they have Japanese names?
I don't know what's going on there. How would they have a sibling named Haas?
Haas Warner, the most like American German name I've ever heard.
Haas Warner and then Ayano and Kai. I'm guessing that one of their parents isn't the same parent. Like, why are they like identical Liger twins and Haas is just Haas with a completely different name?
Yeah.
But they're tigers. You're a lion. It's very good, Dave.
Right. Mom couldn't have any more kids after me, so they adopted. I remember all the talks and excitement Mom had adopting 2 babies from Japan, but I want you to know that it's deeply hard to adopt babies from Japan to other countries because of Japan's extremely declining birth rate.
Yeah,
this is like
that's
actually
very
like
strange.
That's like actually like a really hot button political issue. And granted, this was probably written before right now when it's like especially bad, but that is wacky. That's weird. This is weird.
It's also just very, it's already usually considered really weird to be like adopting people from other cultures in weird like export baby ways. Like it feels like a move, like a weird celebrity move or some kind of other like exoticizing thing. Like it's just,
yeah.
Made even weirder by this game's already strange relationship with Japanese culture. In every way, basically. Just everything about how Japanese culture comes up in this game is already like collectively weird feeling. And then we find out that Haas's mom imported 2 Japanese adopted babies, which I assume is completely independent of his obsession with anime, which must have predated that and also would not be part of his mom's decision-making process.
I have so many thoughts, but I just am not going to talk about them. It's not worth talking about. It's not worth getting into. It's weird and sus as fuck. That's all I'm going to say.
I'm melting. I'm falling apart. And I'm gone. Japanese tigers.
Yeah, also weird.
I defaulted to a logical explanation, and I wish I could have it back. I wish I could have back that she remarried to a tiger, and that's it. That's a normal family that happens. Is that why you like anime so much?
I think I was more excited because I liked anime about them being Japanese, but to me, they're just my brother and sister. I love the Orientalism on display here.
It's so weird.
That's what the world needs more of.
Upsetting, yeah, to be like, oh my god, they're Japanese, like in my anime. I'm like, well, they're not. I mean, they're so young. I don't know how Japanese they're going to especially be to begin with, culturally. Like, I don't... When were they adopted?
I don't
As
want to
babies?
even... Keith, I'm not even going to begin to litigate this.
We're
not going to talk about it.
Did you get people that learned Japanese and then adopted them into America and made them learn a new language
Keith,
and everything?
We're not going to get into it. I'm not going to open up this Pandora's box. I'm not going to touch it.
I just... How does it keep happening? It's happened every new reveal.
There's an explanation, but we'll leave it to the chat. Put your explanation down in the comments.
Oh no. I'm gonna forget you did that.
Yeah.
He put the picture back into his wallet and fell onto his back, stretching out. I say no.
I say just, but I do anything for those guys. I can't imagine what it'd be like to not just have your parents want you anymore.
Are you sure that's what happened? Maybe it was less severe than that, and they just couldn't be taken care of because of money, or something happened to their parents?
I don't know, but I just don't like the idea that your family just up and abandons you. Well, blood family, anyway.
Isn't it most, like, usually assumed... I feel like my default assumption about orphans is that their parents died. Maybe that's not maybe that's too charitable, but I feel like that's the cultural assumption too. I think I understand.
You should, given Tyson.
I guess you're right. I just don't know what he has and hasn't told you, but yeah, that's a suspicious thing to say. I think what you feel about your brother and sister is what I feel towards Tyson, maybe? I know, we already talked about that, Dave. Just that I'd do anything for him if he asked.
Trust me, I've heard the stories.
What does that mean? What stories?
Big Dog has told me stuff about what it's like to basically living with you. What it's like basically living with you. What you're like, or were like anyway. Plus the ones from Roswell and Orlando about who he was before all that too.
And what did you think? Was it good or bad?
Well... You were already making excuses for him earlier in our stay, even inviting him along without asking any of us.
Like you said, he's my brother, sort of. I didn't feel right leaving him behind.
Imagine leaving him behind and then finding yourself stranded on this mountain now. That's kind of where I'm at with Ayano and Kai. Will I get to see them again? Even just tell them that I love them one more time?
I hope so.
Me too.
I hate more than ever Haas comparing us to his siblings right before he comes on to us half the time. Now knowing that his siblings are fucking tiny. They are not like similar age younger siblings or anything like that. I turned to look back at the water and whined quietly to myself, the reflection looking back at me reminding me of Dad and in turn Mom. The idea that I might not see Mom again worried me, even if what words we shared were few and far between. Then I thought about things left unsaid to Tyson if he'd been left at home, and that rattled me. Looking at Haas, I can only imagine just how bad it was given his family was on the other side of the country.
Is there anything I can do to help?
Is there anything I can do to help?
My eyes are glazing over, I'm sorry. I don't think there's much anyone can do right now unless you can magically get us off the mountain. We could, though. You can walk off the mountain, as established by the ending where you walk off the mountain.
Yeah, we have so much time and no one's watching. We've now thoroughly established via the endings of this game that not only can they just walk away and leave at any moment and no one will stop them, because it's just a minor obstacle, they also can just at any point just pick up weapons and go kill Memphis. They can just do that. they can in fact kill Memphis if they all just try. So the entire game is made just extremely pointless by that. Sorry. Right. I'm sorry I can't offer much else, Haas.
You know the worst thing though, Dave?
What?
I've actually considered looking into how you saw me die again. Maybe Roswell is rubbing off on me.
You want to go look into it? Why?
Well, someone wanted me dead, right?
Given what happened yesterday, that might not be such a bad idea.
What happened yesterday? Orlando and Tyson arguing, flowing into this morning.
I don't remember their argument. Oh, right. No, yeah. It's the whole... It's because he's being buzzed at. Not just that. I got the vault to work again, too. Haas breathed in deep inside, visibly unsure what to ask first. You wouldn't happen to know when the next full moon is, would you?
Tomorrow, guessing that's a clue to what's going on.
Yeah, I saw Tyson looking wild and killing Orlando, or had just killed Orlando anyway. That made Haas sit up, looking me over quickly.
You sure? That's what you saw?
Not gonna ask if it's the truth?
We're past that, Dave. If you were lying, you'd pick something else other than your brother murdering your best friend after what we just talked about.
Also, lying isn't a character trait of Dave's. Right, well, yeah. I don't care about the werewolf ending. We know.
They literally just reiterated. I was reading all the lines that you were skipping, and it's literally just
Jesus Christ.
It's literally. I can read fast. It's literally just. It's not hard to read.
It's fucked up. You're fucked up.
That's moving. It's moving a little bit too fast for me to read the multi-line ones, but like a line or two, I could probably do instantly. But they're literally just reiterating the scene we had with Sal. Like, none of this is new information.
Yeah,
they're literally going over the same exact things they said.
They have so little to talk about, they're just reinvestigating the same murder that still doesn't have any evidence. Could have just been following orders.
They're literally reiterating the logic. Oh my god.
Let's skip the werewolf ending. There's freshly brewed tea and undoubtedly where Haas was waiting. Taking a seat, it wasn't long until Haas joined me. He emerged from the kitchen with a tray, balancing a teapot and a couple of cups, setting it on the table and sitting beside me.
Now, isn't this better?
What's better, the tea?
Well, it beats dangling my feet in the pool. Plus, the smell of tea always does help me relax.
You just do both. Why were you by the pool anyway?
I just wanted to get out of the house. Plus, there's a sound of water being somewhat relaxing, too.
The sound of water? At a pool? He poured the tea and placed a cup delicately in front of me, but placed a hand over it when I went to grab it.
Much like tea being relaxing, you're not going to be up for the rest of the day from the caffeine coffee is going to give you. You're not going to be up the rest of the day from the caffeine coffee is going to give you? What? Tea has like just as much caffeine as coffee. What are you talking about?
You really don't like coffee, do you? He removed his hand and I took the cup up, breathing in through my nose. It smelled kind of like honey, but also something herbal and pleasant.
I guess if it's herbal, then it's not caffeinated. But if it was actual tea, then it would be
green
heavily
tea is caffeinated, and black tea is plenty caffeinated, and herbal tea
even white tea is caffeinated.
Has smell. Herbal tea. It's the LaCroix of tea. Except for caffeinated LaCroix.
Coffee is fine, but I just don't think what it offers is as good for you than what tea can offer. It would be as good for you as what tea can offer, but that's fine.
I still think I prefer coffee.
What about Tyson? Think he'd rather coffee or tea?
I think coffee, for similar reasons to me.
Then I hate to break it to ya, but he seemed interested in trying boba once we get home.
Okay.
You can have different drinks sometimes. Coffee and boba are not mutually exclusive. Also, you can have boba in coffee. I get it all the time.
I hate boba. Blech. I like bubble tea. It's fine. I just don't like the actual bobas. I don't like them at all. that's not tea. That's just milk and balls.
Then you get to be the one to call him out on it. If he hates it, fine, but he at least seems willing to try it.
Grumbling, I sipped my drink and looked around the room, enjoying Haas's company, but I caught him looking at me and straightened, wondering what was wrong. I'm trying to parse in my brain how close we are to finishing Haas. I'm like, it feels like we're so close. Where is it?
I want it to be over so bad.
Haas?
Sorry to bring this up, but how do you really feel about Dean? Are you kidding? Are we really doing this? Dave, listen, if we're being open and honest about things, I want to know what's happening between you two. Are you into him or aren't you?
Well, sure. I like Dean. He's nice.
But are you dating?
Actually, no. I don't know. You're not dating. You've not dated. He's never kissed you.
Does he think you're dating?
Maybe?
Dave, that's really not good.
I guess it was just easier having someone interested. The most correct thing Haas has ever said is that line. What the fuck do you mean he doesn't know? Having someone interested in me in the middle of being upset and lost about Dad was just nice to hold on to.
So you've just been stringing him along this whole time?
What is this, Jenna's route? No, I really do like Dean, but...
Come on, Dave, you can't really think that's fair to anyone if you're not actively interested in pursuing him.
I know. Haas just shook his head and I sighed, looking down at the tea. I really like Dean, but it's not enough to just like Dean, is it?
Only you can really answer that. But if he thinks you two are more serious than what you do, that's just going to end up really messy unless you two have a serious talk about where you stand and what you both want.
But what if I don't know what I want?
Then you say that? It's not hard, Dave. But if you find yourself in a position where Dean thinks you two are an item when you aren't, well, you're just gonna break his heart.
So what do I do?
Dave, it's not that complicated. You just have to talk to him, that's all. It's so hard for me to exist while this is happening at the screen right now.
Just slowly peeling back the skin. That's it?
That's it. Like I said, it's not complicated, but it might be awkward. Who knows how he's going to react or how he might feel, but he deserves better.
Okay.
Above all else, I don't want you to be caught out later and this becomes more of a mess than what it is. There's every chance that you two actually are into each other and everything will be fine.
And if they're
not?
It
just feels like this is happening because the Dean, like Grizz wrote the Dean route first and like made it the main branch of the novel. And then afterward was like, oh shit, I meant to write this in a different document, fuck. And now it just has to happen in every route because it's just on the main production route of the novel.
There's just an impending Dean date that is has so much gravitational pull. It gets talked about for multiple days.
It's a load-bearing Dean date that has to be in the code.
And it specifically happens like right before the ending of every character's romance, and it just like upends the entire storyline of a multi-route like harem thing. It's insane.
This is so bad. Well, that's just something we can deal with together. Not just me, but the others too, especially while we're on this mountain.
He breathed in deeply through his nose as if to say something, but hesitating. What?
Just... if you two aren't dating, there might be other options.
Other options? Like what?
An orbital cannon to glass the area this game takes place in.
How is this conversation even happening?
Like other people that might want to ask you out once we get off this mountain, but you're not allowed to consider any of that until after you talk to Dean.
We've already had this conversation. Why is this?
We've also talked about how we want to date you. What are you talking about?
I don't understand why Dave's acting like this is new information. That this ultimatum happened several times already, and it's being reiterated again, but Dave doesn't sound like he's ever heard of the previous ones. He must have genuinely not like reviewed the previous day before writing the new one each time, and just like went on vibes and memory alone of what the route was even like or what the arc is. So there isn't an arc. Every day is just reiterating the same thing over and over again. And is that how all the routes are? They just get stuck and confused because they don't have any continuity? Okay. I drained the rest of my tea and set my cup aside, looking to Haas. Sorry, and thanks.
It's what friends are for, Dave. We're not your personal therapists. We're around to help if you call on us.
Speaking of...
Oh?
I looked at Tyson's room. He wasn't there.
Oh, well, did you learn anything?
I did, yeah. So turns out... Blah, 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 we gotta save Tyson. A high-pitched noise. Dinner was funnily enough... hey.
I cannot believe what just happened on screen.
After reiterating the Dean ultimatum for that long, they then reiterate the news about Tyson for that long.
The last scene with him was him saying you need to talk to Dean.
Yeah.
Then we skipped a bunch of dialogue, and the immediate next new scene with him was him saying we need to talk to Dean.
There's literally nothing else to do with these characters. There's nothing to them. There's nothing to reconcile. There's no deeper themes to plumb. Not even like interesting conversations to be had between them that's illuminating. There's just nowhere to go with these characters.
I'm so tired.
It's just aren't characters. There just aren't any. They just forgot. Everyone just gets sucked into Dean's gravity. The personal senpai of protagonist, who is also author insert. After swinging by my room to grab some things, I wandered over to Haas's and made my way inside. Hey, hope I'm not, still gay.
I really don't.
They keep doing this. A bother? It's fine I share your bed tonight, right?
Of course, otherwise it kind of makes your plan for Tyson a bit strange, right?
I guess so.
David's fine. Go shower and I'll grab one after you. Just don't go using all the hot water and we're fine.
Right. Sorry. I guess I'm still reeling after a day is all.
Good thing it's over then.
He wandered closer, ruffling the fur atop my head.
So go shower unless you want me to have one first.
Okay, I'm going. Haas wandered over to the bed and I caught a glimpse of him looking at the photo of his wallet as I closed the door to the bathroom. I kept things quick, washing as thoroughly as I could and tagged you out with Haas when done.
I'm gonna switch off the light.
Haas is melting. Is he okay?
My heart rate is... I'm at a resting 20 right now.
He disappeared into the bathroom and emerged looking kind of floofy, but wandering over to the bed only in his underwear once clean. With the room in darkness, I could smell him applying that nice-smelling stuff to his fur before settling down and wiping his hands on me, passing on the coconut and lime smell into my fur as well. Putting on that before sleep feels weird. That feels like an odd move.
Sleep tight, Dave.
The reply was halfway out of my mouth before I yawned, and shortly after, I was readily falling asleep. In the last moments I had conscious, I remembered Haas coming in close and cuddling me tight, the warmth and pleasant smells lulling me to sleep. Whoa. It's Dean Date Day. Welcome back, everyone. I have Toaster as a hostage in my basement. You've suspected this all along throughout this series, but now it's gotten worse because now he's fully like miseried and his like limbs are broken, and so now he has to just sit here and hang out and do password with me because he can't play any other video games anymore. He's too
correct.
wounded.
I cannot. I played Sifu this week, which is a really good game. It's a really neat roguelike that I think people should give a try to if they like really skill-based action games. It's sort of like a beat 'em up brawler that has roguelike elements. And it has like Sekiro parrying and dodging, and it makes you feel like you're a Kung Fu action star. And it's a really good game, and a lot of people overlooked it. It's not like the best game ever, but it is really cool and really good. People should play it. But if you're an old man with bad bones and tendons, and you play games for a living, and sitting in a chair too long hurts your back, maybe don't play Sifu, because you'll parry so many times that your hands swell 2 times their regular size from the damage of holding a controller for a really long period of time. But yeah, Sifu is really good. It's worth playing. It's a pretty cool game. But right now, holding a controller hurts, and touching my keyboard and my mouse hurt. So we're doing password, because I can just stare at the screen instead of having to play a thing. So for once, password has my uninterrupted and rapt attention. Unfortunately for me. So
it's day 19. How long could Haas go for? Wouldn't it feel like an amazing breath of fresh air if we changed colors to a different character today? You're like, wow, we made it.
Yeah,
that's like a milestone. In the way that decades are milestones towards your untimely death. Actually, extremely timely death. It's by definition timely when you age. It's fine.
Yeah.
We're doing the thing where we procrastinate on reading, because why?
Yeah.
There was something scratching in the back of my mind, a thought or a sound. I wasn't sure until it became clear.
Oi.
Huh? Thanatos? Anyway, apparently this is skippable. I don't know why I guess I stopped when it became lit up and you were like, bye! That sounds like a great time to leave.
Speaking of, you were notably missing when I woke up this morning. Didn't think to wake me as well.
You don't understand. We need to write those scenes as having no overlap, so we can't acknowledge we're in bed with.
Oh yeah, that is the issue. I forgot about that.
Yeah, there's just like obvious join and splits happening, and it bizarrely takes the form of not acknowledging who Dave is sleeping with half the time.
Yeah.
I don't know, maybe they're not like, I just can't help but think like they're not the most creatively written scenes, so why not just automate your way through, just like, oh yeah, I woke up next to Haas, he makes me feel things. Anyway. It's not like it's gonna be like intense and like profound in its description, so like why not just acknowledge what's happening? Wait, hold on. What's happening with the bed situation? Oh, something came up with Tyson, so, with Tyson.
Yup, Dave here needed a break from his brother and ended up crashing with me.
Right, I suppose that makes sense. The idea that Dean is jealous of Tyson in the Haas route is just so much to take in.
I'm not gonna believe the point.
They interact so little that he doesn't even know what route we're in.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Like, just even paying attention to, like, Dean at all, it's just so weird that every time he shows up, he's like, but my relationship. But then, like, but we haven't talked to him even once. Who is this dude, you know?
No.
I mean, we said it a million times, but he just doesn't make any sense.
One of my favorite details is that after throwing Dean at you so much, but only in the abstract, like saying that they are throwing him at you, but never actually giving you scenes with Dean, when you do the hot tub / pool scene with Orlando learning to swim, even if you choose to hang out with Dean, they still just kick you out and make you go to Orlando instead. You actively cannot spend time with Dean in this game.
Yeah.
Dean, it's all right. Dave is just a very cuddly person.
Don't lead him on for us. What are you doing, you psychopath?
I know that.
Dean, did you want a hug?
This is my read on this social situation. Without waiting for his answer, Sal had his arms around Dean in a hug, getting a stunned one in return. Meanwhile, Haas flashed me a quick thumbs up and left it at that. Why are you stunned? Aren't you guys besties? Isn't this a normal interaction with Sal?
Yes.
All things considered. Was he crying? Did you... Whoa! Whoa!
What?
The Haas route is one of the routes where you break up with Dean in the greenhouse.
I would expect that.
I don't know. It happened. We went on a date with Dean and Tyson's route. I don't understand why it happens or doesn't happen.
In my head, it just all happens the same way. So I didn't even register that it was like that different. Huh. Yeah, I mean, I guess it makes sense. Haas is about as much of a character as Sal is, so it would make sense that they just kind of shuffle you into the same scenes.
Just kind of go back and forth between the two of them.
Yeah.
Did Haas also go... What caused the breakup, I wonder, this time? Was it just Sal
Haas
again?
said we just need... Well, Haas said we had to talk to Dean. He was like, you have to. I can't do this with you.
Oh, right. He does kind of do the same thing.
Yeah, so it makes sense that it would be like the same way to slot them in. You know?
Yeah, and at least Haas's... technically makes more sense. It doesn't make that much sense because Haas just suddenly cares so much about Dean this far into him actively pursuing you. Like,
yeah,
he clearly would have slept with you already by now without thinking about Dean, but then suddenly cares about Dean when it's time to lead up to the Dean date part of the thing. So it's very messily written. But Sal was so unhinged bringing in that character at that point that it's like, it almost is refreshing for it to almost make sense.
Yeah.
Stumbling into the door, I looked around, wondering where I should go and what I should do. I felt lost and confused, and soon enough found myself sitting down on the stairs. Haas started to wander downstairs, stopping once he'd passed me and looked back, looking me over.
What are you doing?
The wine that left my mouth clued him into something being wrong, and he backed up, sitting down next to me.
What happened? Oh, my headphones got unplugged. Milo,
just had
it.
a chat with Dean. Toaster's been catted.
I had to throw him out of my room. I'm sorry about that. Was it the talk? Yes, you idiot.
Yeah,
Shut the fuck up.
When a man and a woman love each other very much. Yeah, I told him that I wanted, or I guess not wanted.
This is like already almost. It's interesting because you did. Sorry, my brain is taking a while to catch up to what I want to say. You pointing out that it is like the same as the Sal route. Like, oh, we dated, we like went to the thingy or whatever, the greenhouse. It's kind of interesting that now this conversation is also almost exactly word for word the same. The only difference is Haas's dialogue. Like, there's really no difference between this and what Sal said, except that Haas is the one speaking back to us about, like, all right, I bet it didn't really go well. I wonder if Haas is going to go and, like, comfort Dean just like Sal did. You know what I mean? Because that would be
it was so
fucking weird.
Funny. Like, how, because it was almost thinking, like, I can't believe you did this to them when they did what I'd asked you to do. What the fuck's happening? He was so upset, and I did that to him. Haas, I feel awful.
You'd feel a lot worse if you had decided this and then didn't speak up. Heartbreak is, well, it's not nice anyway.
You've had your heart broken before?
Not exactly, but I've had to turn people down before, and it's never easy. I'm just so hot, Dave, that I have to tell people no.
I can totally talk about what it's like to have your heart broken, because I hurt people all the time.
Ha! Okay, well, and it's never easy. No one teaches you any of this stuff either, so imagine the skill level of a clueless teenager dealing with feelings after someone tells you that they're not interested. Dave doesn't need to imagine this, because that is Dave. That's Dave. That's what he just did. Okay, well, I mean, whatever.
Imagine what? I'm still a teenager, Haas.
I think it's fun to just not, you know what I mean? Like to not play this game. I'm already regretting my decision. You know what I mean? Besides, Dean is an adult, but I guess age doesn't always translate to emotional maturity, huh? Correct. That's why he's a weirdo who's trying to date a literal emotional child.
Yup.
It's weird. That's a weird thing. Anyone consider that aspect of it? Because it's kind of weird. Two of the
characters are so old. I don't think that's very fair. Like, he's upset because he had feelings. Yeah, strong feelings. It's very. I don't know how to read. I don't know how to read Dave's lines without doing a stupid voice that makes him sound like a child. Because, like, what does he say half the time? What is he doing? He speaks like an 8-year-old.
Yeah. Right, yeah, okay.
I just feel guilty seeing his reaction. He started talking about a date or, like, going on... Oh, I got interrupted. Haas reached over and placed a hand over my muzzle gently. The gesture made me stop, eyes wide but shaken from how I was rallying myself up towards crying.
For what it's worth, I still think this was the right thing. You did a good thing.
It sure doesn't feel that way.
And it might not for a few days, but the last thing you want is for this to come out when something more serious is going on, right?
Like what?
Like the literal mafia in the woods making a movie. Making a move, not a movie.
Making a movie. They're filming for the OnlyFans.
I just like totally misread that. That's funny.
Yeah.
Oops.
Haas, how do you expect that topic to come up in that context?
Yeah.
Like, it's a good thing you broke up with Dean right before we all go into a life or death situation. It would have been awkward if you had to break up with him during the life or death situation. Like, if anything, Dean might just die, and then it's like, well, I guess this isn't an issue anymore. Right.
Besides, it's not as if Dean's completely alone here. He's got Sal, so there's someone to at least talk to about this stuff. Sal, his best friend.
Yeah. He's so developed and full of personality. You're right, it's just bad feeling this way.
That's hardly surprising, but let's go do something to get your mind off of it.
Like what? We're taking you to the ice cream parlor.
Have anything in mind you'd like to do? Failing that, I have some options.
Nothing comes to mind so long as it's not something in the greenhouse. I'd be willing to give it a try.
All right, let's just walk off the mountain.
Yeah, what if we left?
Let's go for a swim then. Wait, are we going to do a swim again? Like right after this scene? Didn't this happen in the Sal route too?
Well, no, because Sal fucked off for the rest of the day.
Yeah, I know Sal fucked off for the rest
us.
of the day, but I thought we immediately went to the pool.
I don't know, maybe. We went to the pool like 30 times in Sal's route.
That is true.
He was the pool elemental. We even kept going back to the pool after he threatened to murder us at the pool.
That is true. We did. And frankly, we should have taken him up on the offer because it would have gotten us out of doing more of this.
Weirdly, Sal, like, strangling us over the pool was, like, the least red flaggy of all of the dates we've been on in this game so far. Like, we can come back from this. We can recover from this. What about your fur?
We can always shower later.
The humans are back. After we changed upstairs, we headed out for the pool. On our way out, we ran into Sal and pointed him in the direction of the greenhouse before splitting off towards the pool. Just really, really horrible way of just communicating actions. We went to the pool. We talked to Sal and told him to go to the greenhouse. Then we went to the pool. I'm like, you said that already. Like, why? Your actions are so poorly written out. Ah. Haas led the way and waited for me to be inside before closing the gate behind us. Being so exposed out here made me worry, but for now, it seemed we were safe. Okay.
Got the pool to ourselves, looks like.
We seemed to have it to ourselves yesterday, too.
That's true.
I watched as he got into the pool and I lingered by the side, looking around.
Come on, Dave, we're safe. Besides, I can't help you relax if you aren't in here with me.
Okay, just give me a second. Digitally, I got in the water, but kept my head above the surface, still a little on edge for being exposed. But Haas lightly splashing water in my face snapped me out of it, eyes narrowing at him.
Relax.
It's hard, okay? I'm trying.
Just float on your back.
Wait, why?
Trust me, just float on your back and I'll keep you above the water.
Being put on the spot, I tried to maneuver onto my back, but only was able to do so when Haas got tired of waiting. Now on my back, I looked up at the sky, Haas lingering just on the edges of my vision.
Now just go limp. I'll keep you up. Try and imagine just being weightless.
It feels silly.
Come on, just try, please.
Okay, I'm totally weightless. I weigh so not heavy. Probably the lightest thing ever, really.
This is what chemistry sounds like, everyone. Take note.
It's when you're glib at each other. I've seen a movie before. It's really weird whenever Dave is glib or it's like smart, like smart-assy, because you're like, it happens like once every 10 hours. And you're like, is this his personality? Is this a thing he does?
Yeah.
It doesn't. I thought he just acts like an 8-year-old mostly. This feels like those therapy things where a guy holds another guy in the pool and he cries while laying on his back.
Yeah.
And then people like get mad about it on Twitter.
I don't understand anything that you're talking about,
masculinity
but I'm
has
nodding.
decayed.
I'm nodding my head.
That's just usual. I could feel his hands twitch and flex under me. Why are they twitching? Whatever. But he kept me above the water.
He played too much
same.
seafood as well. His hands are just like really fucked up.
Strange description. You don't expect any kind of like abrupt, scratchy motions underwater. So it's just a strange description.
Okay, now what's above you?
The sky.
And how does that make you feel?
Small.
Why small?
Because it's big. Maybe not small, but insignificant. Like, everything up there just stretches on forever, right? And in all that endless forever, there's me, just a speck. That's not how you spell speck. here in this pool, and I feel so meaningless by comparison.
Is Haas gonna be like, is he gonna flip it back on him? Is he gonna be like, well, doesn't the fact that it's like a endless expanse just center you and make you realize that everything that matters to you is here, and that we live in this small but infinite playground with which we can construct meaning? I'm so deep. I expect that. Anyway.
Or he'll try to kiss him, but then the slight shift will just sort of lead to like a water surface panic moment where you just kind of like dip underwater and waterboard yourself slightly, and it all just completely falls apart.
I would like Haas more if he just waterboarded Dave right now. Anyway. Like if he just did it, if he just held him under. I like have some backbone, man. Just commit. Does that mean anything you do means nothing then?
In the grand scheme of things, I guess not.
Wrong answer, buddy. I like to think about it like you shouldn't worry about everything else going on, like it's all focusing on you and everything's about you.
So you're saying I'm not that important?
I feel like you're taking this in the wrong light, but yes, basically. What is he disagreeing with? Dave, he was like, so do you think you're not, like... He's like, do you think that means that what you do means nothing? And Dave is like, yeah, I guess so. And he's like, I disagree, buddy. It actually means that you're not that important and are nothing. What? It's not selfish to say you don't matter. It's not making it all about Dave. What are you talking about?
I feel like they're trying to inch towards the like nihilism but happy, like everything everywhere all at once direction, but it's not quite working.
Yeah. I feel like you're taking this wrong way, but yes, basically, the world is not out to get you. You do not need to wear the weight of the world on your shoulders, Dave. Yeah, sure. That's not what he was saying, though.
This also just inherently feels like a distancing thing that makes it clear that nobody relates to Dave or understands what he's going through, because, like, narratively, the weight of the world is on his shoulders. He's literally trapped in a time loopy thing where he has to find the solution, and he can never leave. Like, it is on him. And it was made to be on him.
Yeah. And he is the world literally does revolve around him.
Yeah. But Haas, I kind of do, don't I? The vault only works for me. I was the only one that was chased through the woods. Everyone hugged me when I broke down about Dad. What? Okay, that sentence got weird.
Yeah, it did.
At the beginning, you're like, the vault only works for me, which isn't true because it works for 2 other people here, at least, I think. But yeah, like he's become the person that has to magically not die or everyone dies, and that's the bizarre, vague curse that hasn't really been fully explained in any concrete terms, but everyone seems to understand despite that, except for the people that don't or whatever. And it's the main plot, but also was never defined mess. But then he's like, I was the one who was attacked. Okay, well, being attacked doesn't make you the main character of anything. That just happens. And then everyone hugged me when I was sad. I'm like, that doesn't... Wait. Hey, Dave, do you think you are the main character of this world? Because it's an age-old thing in this game where someone will respond correctly to an answer or a question, and I'll be like, aha, yes, and I understand, and I'm with you, and I understand why you're saying that. And then they explain their thought process, and it's insane. And it happens so often where I'm like, wait, maybe you don't understand what's happening in the story, because even your answer is bizarre. I sighed, eyes watering as everything just seemed to come to the forefront of my mind. Haas, then there's the thing with Dean, worrying about my brother when we're going to get home.
Mind if I weigh in?
Sure, I guess.
The vault only working for you is a thing, sure, but someone else is messing with us. They're not messing with you, it seems like, so that's something.
That's true, but what about me being the one that has to worry about who's next?
Let's tackle that along with the second thing, sure. You were chased through the woods, but those guys were already there for some other reason. You weren't the reason they were there in the first place, and if anything, you encountering them gave us a heads up.
Also, good news, Dave. The narrative forgets to ever do the vault ever again. So you're safe. You're done, actually. You're done vaulting, despite it being the core of the story. True, but like, I don't know.
Your dad. Okay then, that one might be a little hard, but know that it caused ripples through all of us. Tyson was worried he was gonna lose you, and the rest of us felt you withdraw into this shell, and that includes me only having come after the fact.
Him offering a perspective on the scenario that he was oblivious to is just a weird
It's
character
so
moment.
Bizarre, yeah. It doesn't make any sense.
Like, I can totally explain how different characters felt leading up to this.
Here's my outsider
perspective.
Here's my outsider perspective as someone who had no fucking clue what was going on.
Yeah. Meanwhile, this is all predicated on the fact that, like, from the false premise of, like, Dave's list making no sense. The things he brought up aren't related to the world being around about him. Only the vault part is. Like,
yeah.
he should be doing the thing that the guy in the death game always does, where they are just collapsing under the weight of the insane scenario they're in, like Junpei or whoever. But instead, they're like, but my dad died and my friends were sad. I'm like, okay. Weird non sequitur. Tyson was that worried? What the fuck do you mean?
Oh yeah, Big Dog loves you big time.
You're surprised Tyson was worried? You're a semi-adopted, almost actually adopted sibling of the said dead dad?
Kind of annoying, really. Figured that guy went on about my siblings too much, but get him in the mood and the guy doesn't shut up about you.
Really?
Dave, I'm not going to repeat myself. Sometimes
yes, you will.
I will hold you to that. Sometimes
don't
it's
make
dumb
promises
things.
you can't keep.
Yeah. Jeez. I'm not going to repeat myself. Sometimes it's dumb things that you've done, or legitimate worries about your mental state and stressed out that he doesn't know how to help. That sentence didn't make any sense.
Yeah. Sometimes it's dumb things that you've done or legitimate worries about your mental state and stressed out that he doesn't know.
Yeah.
And he gets stressed out. There's multiple words in a row missing to make that sentence make sense. Ty.
Didn't like me saying that he should just ask you out, though. Got real defensive over that one.
I chuckled lightly, just waiting for Haas to continue.
He's a good guy to have in your life. Good friend. Even better brother from what I can tell. But he was just as affected by your dad's passing as you are. Are. Okay. So again, you're not the center of the universe, Dave.
Okay.
Okay.
This is taking a weird angle where it's like calling Dave selfish for mourning his dad's death, essentially. I don't know what they're going for.
Yeah, I mean, like, I think it's trying to say, like, everyone's affected by everything, dude. So, like, it's not your responsibility to hold it all together. But what's exceptionally confusing to me about all of this is that
this is not a narrative about other people being affected by Dave's trauma ever.
Sure, yeah. And also, just Dave straight up said, like, I don't know, I feel like my suffering is meaningless. Like, everyone has to deal with stuff. Like, I'm not that important. And Haas predicates this entire conversation on, wow, Dave, you're so selfish. Why don't you just, like, get a grip and realize you're not the center of the universe? But, like, that argument only works in, like, I understand what it's trying to do, because it is trying to do the everything everywhere all at once thing as, like, there's no meaning, but that, like, means that you can create meaning freely, and, like, your problems aren't the end of the world. But then his argument for why his problems aren't the end of the world are that his problems affect everyone And also Dave already agreed to this point. So it isn't the fallacy of like, oh my God, I have the world on my shoulders and I can't do anything about it, because Dave wasn't claiming agency over the world. He was actually saying he didn't have any. He agreed with the premise of the conversation. So trying to make this argument just doesn't make sense anyway.
Have you forgotten what he did to us?
Literally. Like, have you forgotten what he... If Dave had said that is a good point for Haas to be like, the world does not center on you, you idiot. Like, who gives a fuck? But Dave being like, I don't know, I feel like I'm kind of meaningless in the grand scheme of things to this is just like so stupid. Like, yes, you're agreeing. Why are you correcting him? This is dumb.
Yeah, it's just... It's dialogue that's written when people aren't like set up going in as having a specific ideological like stance that they're going to discuss and debate, or how like a standpoint that they hold firm on, and then having to like debate from those perspectives consistently, and then having someone buckle or change their mind, or even a lack of resolution, but like having the characters be defined first so the conversation can make sense. It's weirdly reminiscent of like getting in arguments with Andrew circa like 2013, where he openly admits this, that he would just argue with people, and so you would try to like approach the situation with any kind of logic or consistency, but he would just be moving the whole time. So it's just the most infuriating conversation sometimes, and you would lose your fucking mind, and it was the worst. And there's people that just do that, but like it's very weird when it's written, because it's basically never on purpose when it's written that way. It's almost always just you forgot what you were writing and just kept going. And like most of the conversations and back and forth between characters in this game, they almost always feel like they are just stream of consciousness kind of vamping conversations, and then you kind of forget where you started, and that's how you end up with like the Roswell conversation that just started over halfway through.
Yeah. Well, we've had this conversation.
What we've known since is that is just a symptom of all of the writing, is that just every conversation might do that.
Yeah, I mean, we've talked a little bit like on the recording about like how characters in this game don't have a unique voice because none of them feel particularly like ideologically different. Like it's very clear that the same author wrote all the characters, because every character is just a mouthpiece for like whatever the author is thinking at that given point in time. And like you can do that and have character voices come through. It's just like this doesn't do a very good job of that. So when like I could imagine Sal saying this same exact thing to Dave, right? Like there's nothing here that speaks about Haas. So it feels like this scene was written and, you know, basically the author, it was just like, you know what would be a profound way to counter what Dave is saying? By like shutting down this perspective. I've seen movies do this before, and like as a result it weakens not only what Haas is saying, but like makes it ring untrue, because it is kind of like a non sequitur that just doesn't apply. Like it's just totally irrelevant, and it's like a conversation that feels like it was shoehorned into the text rather than like an actual thing that Haas believes, because Haas is literally like insanely selfish and entitled, and like the idea that he would be the one saying this is like, it's absurdly toxic and like gaslighty to be like, Dave, I can't believe you're so like you're not the center of the universe. It's like, dude, you literally told me 10 minutes ago like, I love you, bro, or do I? You know, and it's like, what the fuck? Like do you really think
it's also this just isn't like the way Dave's stated starting point in this conversation was to look up at the sky and say that he feels small?
Yeah, exactly.
So it's just like who even has a perspective in this conversation? Yeah.
Well, like, and it's just like a way for Haas to posture that he has like more control and more standing over Dave, to be like, Dave, I'll be the one to enlighten you to your character flaw, like, you know, blah blah blah. But like even that being on like an empty premise, all this does is serve to like characterize Haas more than it does to serve Dave at all, and it's just like such weak character writing. Like I don't know, I don't buy it. You know, that's how I feel. I think it's weak.
Yup. Okay, I get it.
We've covered Tyson, so let's tackle Dean next. Can you honestly say that you were happy being in a relationship limbo with him?
No, I guess I would have liked more, I guess. Not that I really knew what I was doing or was all that able with Dad weighing me down. What?
I don't know, man.
Do you mean Dad's death?
I think so. I think
or
he's
was
saying
Dad
like he could
somehow an obstacle.
No, I think he's saying like his emotional, like he wasn't in an emotional place for a relationship, so he could never be there with Dean or like there for Dean, like it was doomed from the start.
It's so hard to parse because it feels like the Dean situation's been ongoing for like a year or something, and that Dad died like a month ago.
Yeah, I don't remember the timeline on this,
like,
so
I don't know how to
ignore it. But
was Dad's death an obstacle in the relationship with Dean? Like,
I think
maybe
Dave's
just
emotional
now,
detachment
like,
was, yeah.
It's everything's so poorly defined that I'm just like, wait, what?
But then again, like Dave's emotional detachment being a part, like byproduct of his dad dying, and then like that getting in the way of Dean is like kind of weird because, like, Dave's right. He only quote unquote got over his father's death like a day ago. so like.
After
Dean was right there.
After he's already going on routes.
Yeah, exactly. So it's like, what is this trying to really say? It's just, again, it's like writing on autopilot.
Yeah, it just doesn't work. Because this is a game full of routes, and the routes were there from the moment the game starts, and it was written to have character romance routes. But then the dad storyline is seemingly just added, like retconned into existence midway through the narrative. So now Dave was always emotionally detached and deadened and never cries, and has not been coping with his dad's death. And you just have to like add that to the narrative.
Yeah.
After it's already been going on for more than 10 days, and then has to just it just has to come in and interrupt everybody's routes, and then we just go back to routes again.
Yeah.
And overall, his dad just kind of never comes up again, except for in his, in that ending where he's a ghost, which is a sign that you're dying.
I am currently dying. This game is killing me. It is true. Just kidding. Password is not strong enough to kill me.
Also, everyone talks about Dean and Dave's relationship like they have more information than we do, even though we've been playing this game for hundreds of hours. So it's just like, I don't know, what are you talking about? And how do you know this much? You know the exact relationship between Dean and Dave and how it was going and what wasn't working in it, but you didn't know Dave's dad was dead?
Yeah.
What is this character?
My salad just got here.
That's nice.
Taking a leisurely moment to eat a salad. More importantly, a relationship is two people. So again, you're not the center point there either. Oh, you're an idiot.
I'm sensing a pattern.
Haas side. Oh, this is not
Haas side clapping his hands for emphasis.
The universe does not revolve around you, Dave. He clapped at you. Get it? He's doing the emojis in between the words.
I don't understand what's happening in this conversation. Yeah, okay.
It's a nonsense conversation.
I thought I was supposed to relax. Was it supposed to make me relax?
As far as getting up the mountain, we're all with you on that. We want to go home and not have to worry about anything else going on wrong on this mountain. Yeah, so go home. We know you can do it.
Hey, Haas?
Yeah.
Yeah? You just clapped before, right? When did you stop supporting my back?
See? Wow. Trust fall.
Whoa.
So deep.
And then I looked back and there was only one set of footprints when Jesus carried me. Dave, people float. Are you stupid? What the fuck? I know you can swim. You have to know people float on their backs. What the fuck are you talking about?
Oh, around the time you said you felt small, you didn't notice you were floating by yourself, so I figured I'd leave you be. Haha, I'm so wise and cool. This guy's not a character. Is that a kind of made itself apparent to you?
Just hate this character.
It's incredible how every single route is just a character assassination of the character that we choose to be in the route with.
Whatever amount of character there ever was. Grumbling, I decided to just float there so I could stare at the sky. You decided to do the thing that was what you
were already doing. Yeah.
To his credit, I did feel somewhat more relaxed, but I didn't know what to do now. Thanks for helping, Haas. How was this weird interrogation argument thing relaxing?
Dave is a battered woman, and this is a relatively small amount of abuse compared to what he's dealt with from previous people. So long as it's actually helping.
It is. I guess I get lost sometimes in worrying about everything.
Trust me, we've all noticed, but you're also not alone in worrying. What isn't there to be worrying about right now?
If you're trying to make someone less... You're doing such a bad job at being not stressful, Haas. Yeah. You're both reminding me that there's a lot of reasons to be stressed right now, and you're making me conscious of the fact that everyone is always aware of me being stressed when I am, which is like the last thing you want to be thinking about, is that when you're like feeling like vulnerable or insecure or some other thing, that everyone can tell around you at all times, which is literally your fear in that scenario that you're feeling. Like with Tyson.
Right. But we've dealt with that, haven't we? I still think we should gather everyone and let them know.
Even after what happened between me and Dean?
I think it'd be worth it, but you wanted to hold off until tomorrow, right?
Yeah.
I'll say it again that I think we shouldn't be waiting on this, but I trust your judgment. They're waiting for tomorrow because that's when it was written for all the other routes, and he just doesn't have anything to do, so he'll go to bed.
I feel like I want to give Ty a big hug after all this blows over. Remember how... Remember how the strength of every other furry visual novel I've read is that in other routes they can just be paced to be as long as they need to be.
Mm-hmm.
Instead of them all being forced to keep pace with the main story.
Part of me...
food instead.
Food is good. It's just making me think, though. I'm sitting here thinking, like... It's amazing how Dave has like more chemistry and investment and more of an actual relationship with Tyson off screen in Haas's route than he does with Haas. I just don't get it. Why are we spending all this time focusing on like, I want to hug Tyson? Like, what are you doing? I don't know. This game is a bunch of missed opportunities. You know? That's all I'm saying. You'll get your chance. Maybe I'll sneak one in myself just to see if he tries to push me off him again.
You've been trying to hug him?
Only because I know it gets a rise out of him, but he's getting more receptive to affection the more we've been hanging out.
Huh, well, that's neat. Standing up in the ploy, I looked around before settling on Haas. Thanks, Haas, again, I guess.
Wow. Yeah, I just like I don't buy this. Hey, you're welcome. I hope you're feeling a little better now, if only a little.
I think so. I still have worries, like what's going to happen between Dean and me over the next couple of days, and I guess that's just something to deal with later.
Something to keep in mind for sure, but don't go putting it off forever. Remember, that's how you two ended up in the mess you found yourself in.
Right. Yeah. I waded over the side of the pool and got out, shaking quickly before looking back to Haas. I'm gonna go relax in the hot tub for a bit.
All right, enjoy. I'll come join you in a bit.
First wandering over to the control panel, I turned it on, waiting for the bubbles to start before easing myself into the water. It wasn't warm beyond what residual heat was there from the sun, which, given the time, wasn't all that much just yet. Not that it stopped it from warming up quickly, but soon enough I was laying back and laying my— Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! Swear to God. It's just such an exhausting description of getting in the hot tub. Who cares? Why do we need such a logistical discussion about the hot tub like it's the fucking Martian growing potatoes out of his own poop? It's like,
so,
it's not interesting. I promise it's not interesting.
I think about this a lot when it comes to prose, right? Like, sometimes people will be like, why do authors like yap so much? Can't they just describe what they're doing? Like, why does it have to be written like that? You see this a lot in the context of like genuinely really well written novels. Like, I've seen people, just to use like one of my favorite book series as an example, like people say things like, why is Book of the New Sun written in such like difficult language, right? Is there a purpose to it? And like part of that is aesthetic, certainly, but the other part of that is functional. It's there to obscure part of the text so that your understanding eventually evolves, and then you change and you understand the text better, which is interesting, right? Like there's like a thematic and an aesthetic value to that. And good prose is just pretty to write. Sometimes purple prose is purple because the mode that you are writing in is inherently flowery, and that's okay. That can be applied really well, and there's just joy in reading a well-constructed, very pretty sentence. Like there's a craft to that. This is not that. This is just logistics. And so I often find when people are like, yeah, I don't like understand why it's so wordy. Can't they just get to the point? I disagree with that, but I do think that text like this is a good example of like, you just used 6 lines of dialogue to communicate nothing, and it isn't even aesthetically pleasing or well-crafted dialogue or serving like a artistic purpose. It is literally just poorly written sentences.
Yo, it's just extremely boring logistical fluff about a well-understood activity that does not need to be explained. Like, this is how people explain in detail how someone is like crafting magic runes in a fantasy setting, because it's like such a crazy concept this person's doing. He's getting in a hot tub. A hot tub that's been here for the last 3 weeks.
Yeah, that he's gotten into multiple times.
The hot water as almost like a hug, or maybe just a hot bath. Also this bizarre thing where everything has to be described twice, or in uncertain terms, when it's an extremely objective experience.
Yeah.
And it's also, wow, this hot tub almost feels like a hug. Okay, that's a metaphor that is, well, it's a simile, but it's like, that is emotional language that's expressing what it means to him. To then immediately walk it back and being like, maybe it's just like a hot bath. I'm like, it's literally a hot bath. It's a hot tub. It's a pool of water that's hot. What the fuck do you mean it's like a hot bath? What does that add to explain that way? It's literally the dumbest thing you could say right now.
Yeah.
We know what a hot tub is, and if we didn't know, you already said it was hot water earlier. That sentence. You said you said it's hot water in the same sentence already, and then you said hot bath after that in the same sentence, after having already heightened things up to like a hug.
Yeah, communicating.
It's like how, you know how like in a musical, people are supposed to start singing when their emotions are too big to speak? Yeah. It's like they just went back to speaking in the middle of the song.
Yeah, completely.
You're just like, wait, no.
Yeah. I mean, I think there's, I think about this a lot because this is something that I do very frequently when I write, is I really like, this comes from my language background, right? Like Japanese is a very ambiguous language. You tend to talk around things, and the meaning lies in between the things that you're saying. There's a lot of subtext. In English can be the same way. And when I write in English, in my prose, I very often find myself doing the, like, describe something two ways so that the audience then understands that the truth of it is between them. And I think that that can be done really well. But that's a really specific mode to write in. And it's a very specific application where when you want to imply the kind of nebulous, ambiguous nuance in between two extremes, or even like imply a nuance between two very similar similes or metaphors, like that is something you very specifically do. You don't describe a light switch like this, you know, unless there's like very explicit meaning you are trying to conjure in the act of like utilizing a light switch, right? Like it has like some thematic or symbolic value. So this idea of like the hot water felt almost like a hug, or maybe just a hot bath, is kind of weird because it's, again, two similes, one of which is purely functional and already describes the thing that we know it's describing. Like, it is just what it is. There's no value added from knowing that Dave speaks about it in, like, simile at first and then switches over to describing it very pragmatically when he says maybe just a hot bath. Like, the actual nuance there is almost like a hug. What is the specialty of it almost being like a hug? What makes it different than a hug and not just like a hot bath? Because he just undoes that. But the thing is, they're juxtaposed against each other. Like, there's meaning between those two poles. When there isn't, the meaning is actually separate from that clause entirely. So it's like, why did you write it like this? It doesn't actually communicate nuance. It implies that you understand that authors sometimes imply nuance this way, but you don't actually grasp what they're doing. And so when you try to write it like this, it just structures a sentence poorly and just kind of makes like an otherwise completely normal comparison very unwieldy.
It's just, I don't know why almost every declaration made both in the narration and by characters out loud has to immediately be weakened by a shittier statement that's attached to the same sentence. It's so consistent. Either way, both made me feel relaxed, and in addition to what Haas walked through with me before, what tension I was feeling was falling away quickly.
Someone looks like he could use a nice cup of tea to go with that hot water. Get it? Because you're coffee and I'm tea, because I don't have enough character traits already.
Opening my eyes, I lazily watched Haas slide into the hot tub opposite me, resting back in less of a slouch than I was currently reclining. Iced tea, maybe?
I reserve the right to veto depending on who is making it. I feel like if we left it to Roswell, we'd just end up with liquid sugar.
Why are you bringing up Roswell?
Yeah, also
what
sweet tea.
What does Roswell have to do with anything?
It's like a thing that people like.
Then who else would be fine with making it? Would you be fine with making it?
Sal, maybe? I get the impression he could make iced tea.
Why?
Dude couldn't make a salad. His
defining trait is that he doesn't know what food is. Based on what?
Just the feeling I get.
The secret is that I don't know any of the people on this trip. Haas knows them less than Tyson. What about you?
Me? You'd let me make you iced tea?
What is the word "let" doing in the sentence?
Yeah.
it's iced tea. You're keen on me drinking hot tea, so at this point I don't think it'd be any different. What?
I see you don't remember the debate I had with Orlando over this very thing then.
I never understand what they're talking about.
I don't know what he's talking about either, but my guess is that he has a weeaboo like fascination with tea ceremony, and of course he argued with Orlando, the Japanese one, over it.
No, I mean, yes. I mean, what debate?
He's very much in the boat that you serve regular black tea and sweeten it, just not to the extent that someone like Roswell would sweeten it.
Oh god, they've had an argument about tea. As opposed to what? Like tea with milk?
Hey, you can do a lot with tea. Well, boba is obviously very good. Why not something like a green apple tea with some fresh mint?
Prospect made me sit up, shooting him a confused frown. Wait, that sounds actually kind of nice. Why haven't we been having that instead of, well, leaf juice?
How is what I described not still leaf juice? All this is just served cold instead. Haas, it's because you don't make sweet apple tea out of apple leaves. You fucking idiot. Do you know what tea is? What are you talking about?
Because you said it was apples. That's basically apple juice.
Well, guess that's something else we can try when we get out of here, huh? See? If that's the kind of tea you like more than coffee.
Pretty sure I'm gonna keep liking coffee more, but you're welcome to try. All he did was shrug, resting back to match how I was sitting.
I think he's an idiot, Keith. I think he's terminally dumb.
I'm thinking back to when I asked Grizz to draw us, and he asked whether we prefer tea or coffee. And I thought that was setting up a weird, like, ludonarrative element of the story that was going to get weird, especially when the game starts then, with the moment of you... What was the highlight of the entire video game so far was when they asked you what your name was in the form of, like, the coffee cup, and then they're like, oh, weird, they got my name wrong, and then they say your name's Dave. And it's like, all the stuff tied to coffee was happening, and I'm like, I've been so primed for something to happen, and there was nothing. But now we're at the top coffee and tea conversation, and I'm like, is this technically what was being foreshadowed by that conversation? Was just the fact that there are tea and coffee opinions that are very boring?
I think that this Let's Play should be time limited, and then it should self-destruct like a bomb, and we just don't know when it happens, and then we just never have to do a Let's Play again. Have you ever considered that? Sorry, I'm fantasizing.
We've had literally hundreds of opportunities to stop.
No, but I don't want to be responsible for it. I want it to just... I want it to kill me.
You and want then the series to be nuked by a third party, like akin to like when my Vampire the Masquerade series was nuked from YouTube by the soundtrack.
I didn't even mean like after upload. I meant like there should be an invisible timer ticking down while we're playing that then just the game deletes itself from your hard drive, and that's it. That's all we have for password. That's all. That's what I was thinking. Yeah. I don't know. I got distracted. Continue.
Yeah. He flashed a smile before closing his eyes and resting back, leaving me to my thoughts. I looked beyond him to the pool and beyond. Pool. Thinking about what he had said, I wasn't at the center of the universe. I couldn't be, right? Lightly splashing the water and watching it run through my fingers made me wonder how much control I had over things all over again, but figured that wasn't the point of what he was trying to get at. Hey, Haas?
Yeah?
Thanks for helping me.
You're welcome.
But, how are you holding up after yesterday?
Me?
I don't remember what happened yesterday. Yeah, with thinking about your siblings and whatever.
Still wondering about it. If anything, it's made me wonder just how we're supposed to get off this mountain, even if the month is up.
What do you mean?
With no reception, who's gonna come looking for us?
Did you not tell anyone you were coming here and when to expect you back? Well, my mom maybe?
That's reassuring for you, or that you're sitting on a maybe for your own mother.
Well, that's complicated. What about your parents?
My mom might wonder why she hasn't heard from me in a while, but who knows how long that might take.
Then Roswell's parents? They organized the vacation, right?
They might wonder why he's not home, that's true. Same with Dean's family, maybe.
Yeah, the people who specifically know where we are. What about Sal? I'd asked about Tyson, but that's just me now. I mean, Tyson does have a dad. They're not having a good relationship, but they might in fact notice and follow up on Tyson literally vanishing. Oops.
Can't say I know how much about Sal's situation. Figured that he's got Orlando in the same way Tyson's got you.
What does that mean? What the fuck does that mean?
They're brothers.
We have never in any way implied that Sal and Orlando have a relationship comparable to Tyson and Dave.
No, but Sal,
game.
remember, Sal's like, Orlando's like a sibling to me. I like him like a sibling.
Yeah.
But not in love. I think that's all he's saying.
But that's also different. Like, that's him saying, like, I like him, but, like, more like, vaguely like family, but, like, Tyson and Dave have a very intense, close relationship from living together and so on, and
yeah,
Tyson and Sal and Orlando do not seem to have that kind of relationship on any level.
I don't want to defend the game at all, but I do think that I think the game does a poor job of, like, actually making us realize that, but I do think that that's what it was setting up back in Sal's route, as, like, Orlando's his little brother who he's protective of. That's why he punches Dean. And, like, it's like they have, like, a close relationship that's, like, more nuanced than romance. And that's why Sal doesn't love him. And he's, like, a surrogate family member. Like, that was the impression that I got from that. So I understand what Haas is saying here. It's just, like, we just don't get any... it's just, like, an underdeveloped plot line. But I do think it was stated.
It's just wild. Well, we don't need to worry about Orlando's parents, huh?
Come on, Dave. That's not fair.
I know, I don't know what we're going to do now that you've mentioned it. When the month's off, then what? How do we leave? So much for being de-stressed.
We could try climbing the rocks, but that's risky. If we're that desperate, we could try, but that means stranding Orlando and Roswell at the very least. I don't see them making that climb. Tyson's maybe a bit too reckless, too. Actually, here's a fun fact. Everyone can make the climb because they do it.
Yup. One of the most poorly defined obstacles ever. I'm just kind of blown away by how they just, like, legitimately have nothing to talk about as a couple. So we're just kind of back
talking about other people,
rambling about the logistics of the game's stakes again. It'd be nice if we could signal someone or, like, get in contact with the police. They could maybe come fix the road.
Trust me, I've been trying to find a flare gun or anything to maybe get a signal out, but nothing. You think just people seeing, like, a random flare on a mountainside is going to be a big deal?
Yeah, I don't... Like they have the magic properties they have from video games, where you just fire a flare gun and something will happen. You didn't just ask Benson? He'd know where one was.
Sorry, I'm allergic to password. I did, but he didn't know, or rather said that if there was still one, it was tucked away somewhere.
What else does that leave? There's got to be an option, right?
Carrier pigeon?
What pigeon? Those still exist?
If we can catch one, maybe we can train it, but it's a bit of a long shot.
I think I'd rather try literally anything else before trying to catch a pigeon. I don't think I've ever seen one on this mountain.
So painful for me to...
Yeah.
It's so painful.
They've pivoted. they pivoted from the previous rediscussing logistics thing to now just being quirky.
Yeah. This hurts. Well, it was worth a shot anyway.
So we add that to our list of things to do. Secure a way out.
Guess so, yeah, but only if everyone can leave.
Of course. Wait, were we originally going to get home?
What do you mean?
Originally. Like, after the vacation, how were we meant to get home?
I'd assume the bus, right? It brought us here, so it'd be the thing to get us back?
I guess that makes sense, yeah. Not that I was going to be able to do that with the road blocked it. Blocked it? I'm smart. How did he never think about how the return trip was gonna work? Or why is it in question? He didn't think that the bus that brought him here would also be how they get back?
But hey, maybe that's our call for help. When it comes to pick us up and get stuck, it can get in contact with someone.
Means that we can probably meet the bus there.
I wouldn't get too far ahead of yourself, but it's an option for sure.
Hey, Oz?
Yeah?
You're really good at just putting things into perspective, you know?
No, explicitly incorrect. I like to think so. You can't just make this a character trait for someone, but then not have them actually be good at it. It's like saying, Toaster, you're so good. You're so incredibly good at applied physics. I like to think so. Toaster, your math skills are so good. You're basically a rocket scientist. True. Based.
But based on what?
It struggles. You know, I struggle with it. It's fine.
What'd you want to do after this?
Have a shower.
I mean, after that.
Orlando asked a few of us to clear out for this thing he was planning, so I didn't really have anything in mind. Just figured I'd keep myself busy, watch some anime or something. Are we still gonna have to go on the date with Dean?
I don't think so. He must be planning something else. What's the or something?
Might just pamper myself, do some light reading, go for a walk. Who knows?
What does that even mean?
It means I have no plans.
Oh, then want to do something together? I mean, we're doing something now, but I guess I'm free for stuff too.
Oh my god, Dave has no idea how to talk to people. Sure, feel like going for a walk?
Where would we even walk to? Walking around the mansion seems like, I don't know. Boring?
I'd rather just like sleep the day away.
I was gonna say dangerous, but I see he's gotten over his fears suddenly on an extreme level. He's just not at all afraid of walking around the mansion.
Agree to the walk first, then I'll consider telling you. Or
is it going to be
just,
dangerous?
Like, have a conversation, you idiot. Dave, it's a walk. You'll be fine.
The last time Dave went for a walk, he almost got stabbed.
Yeah, he almost got murdered.
That's the whole point, Haas.
Yeah, it is explicitly dangerous, in fact.
Yeah, what the fuck is he talking about? Okay, if you say so. I watched as Haas hauled himself out of the tub, darting my gaze away as I saw how the water clung to his fur. Dude. Why would you look away in that moment? What's the point? You're like actively pursuing this. It's probably on purpose, frankly. Where are you going?
To take a shower.
Couldn't you have waited until we were inside? Who cares? Once Haas had showered, I got my fill of the hot tub, we headed back inside, although he was right in that I should consider showering, and to his urging, we wandered up to my room. going. I'm going.
I'm aware. You're only going because I'm literally pushing you along.
I would have showered anyway. I remember from last time.
What? Oh yeah, then why didn't you shower at the pool? I don't know, dude. Why didn't you?
Because it's nicer inside. He did shower at the pool. That's why Dave was weirdly sticking on the fact that he didn't go to it inside for some reason. For some reason, it's a debate which shower they use. I don't know why.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. It's just like, why does it matter? Why? Well, who cares?
Because it's nicer inside.
And that's the only reason? But that's like, this is what I'm saying though, is like, why didn't Haas shower inside? What's the problem? Why does it matter which shower they use?
Yeah, no, it's because they...
Like, what is the equivalence here? I mean, I guess Dave just doesn't want to be seen naked.
Even then, we've established the showers are stalls.
Oh, I guess that's true. They are.
It was because we established the shower stalls in Sal's route, and like throwing trunks or towels over them or whatever was happening. It's just because their scenes can't happen. Nothing's going to happen.
Yeah.
So we're just caught with the most boring possible things being detailed, like taking showers and floating and re-explaining old concepts, and it's just not going anywhere. Whew.
Yeah.
Also, you were showering there, and I thought that might be weird.
What's weird is you and Tyson showering together.
You've also tried to shower with me. You said you bathed with your siblings.
And they're children, Dave. When two adults bathe together, it's a lot different.
You tried to bathe with me. Which is exactly why I didn't shower at the pool. He stopped pushing me towards the bathroom once I was by the door, rolling his eyes.
It's no different than showering at the gym. Showering together in the small shower of someone's house paints a very different picture. Is it though? The size of the showers is roughly the same, isn't it? They're stalls.
I don't know what's happening. You think so?
I think you should go wash that chlorine off.
He ushered me into the bathroom and wandered out of the room before I had the door closed. But I could feel my fur starting to stick and feel gross, and conceded that maybe I should just listen and question where he was going and when I saw him next. There was nothing like hot water. It was like a hug, or more like a hot bath. The way it seeped into my fur and made me feel warmer than wearing the fluffiest sweater. You always wear this fluffy sweater, you're a hyena. Feeling clean was great too, but I think at this point it was more of a pleasant bonus, which was why the hot tub felt wonderful too. As I stayed under the water, I caught the sound of the door closing, wondering if someone was in my room again. It was enough to make me shut off the water and give myself a blow dry all the same, keeping my ear out for anything that might indicate something was wrong. I'm just thinking about like this, like narratively and pacing wise, like we're essentially like in echo after the hysteria has started. So just like imagining writing scenes like this at this point in the narrative where the stakes have been, it just doesn't make sense to be like just chilling. And just having excruciatingly long scenes about how like hot water feels nice. Like it's not a reprieve from like crises that have been happening to him. It's just boring.
I just am caught up on I took a hot bath in the hot tub and now I'm going to take a hot shower in the shower, and there having been a 5-minute long conversation about why didn't we pick the same shower from before and why didn't Haas, and how it's different to shower with adults and why they keep bringing up showering with kids as a thing. That's weird. Why are they doing this? I don't get it.
Uh-huh.
I just don't understand why Haas even made a deal. He was like, you have to shower, Dave. And Dave was like, all right, I'm going inside to shower. And then he's like, why didn't you shower? I don't know, dude. Why didn't you come up here to shower? You fucking weirdo. What's the problem? I'm doing what you said. Haas does this thing where he makes Dave agree with him and then goes, you're agreeing with me wrong. This is like a consistent flaw in the writing that I find very weird. He's like, Dave, you need to do this. And then Dave is like, okay. And then Tyson heckles him for agreeing with him. This is straight up bizarre behavior.
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think anyone does.
I don't.
This is unparsable text.
As I stayed under the water, I caught the sound of a door closing, wondering if someone was in my room again. It was enough to make me shut off the water and give my... Okay. Haas?
Brought you something. Good thing you aren't dressed yet. That jar of lube.
I guess it's the scent stuff.
Yeah.
I felt my cheeks go red under my fur and awkwardly remained by the bathroom door.
Which cheeks, though? Am I right, dog? Let's go. I'm hooting and hollering. Why are you being bashful?
I just feel strange being so naked while you're fully dressed.
Then put on some pants or something. Get over here. Leave the shirt off, though.
Fumbling with my pants that I'd left on the floor, I wandered over before he motioned to the spot next to him on the bed.
Good idea, Haas. I didn't think about putting pants on when I was uncomfortable with being naked. All right, sit still.
What for, Dave? Dave.
Went and got my fur bomb. Figured you might like smelling nice for a bit.
I don't know.
As opposed to not smelling nice like before.
I don't know how Dave like
lives.
Well, yeah, on every level really, but like I don't know how Dave like manages to pretend that his friends are unpredictable when they have 3 repeating character traits, so their entire storylines.
Completely.
Like, it was obviously the fur bomb, which he keeps getting for you, even though he loaned it to you. And they forgot. They just immediately forgot that he gave it to Dave.
Yeah, it's a little rough. I am having difficulties. I just have difficulties like accepting the character writing. And it's not even like they're out of character thing. It's just like, do you forget the fucking story you're like literally writing? I don't understand.
Without waiting for me to say anything, he popped open the tin and I was hit with the fresh scent from within. Again, coconut and lime. And while I was reveling in the scene, Haas started to work into my fur. How'd you know? What? What?
You enjoyed it last time, so I figured why not share? You know, the 3rd time we've done this, and you've expressed joy over it.
How did you know? Aren't you going to run out if you waste it on me?
Waste? Why would it be a waste?
I don't know, you seem to care more about it than I do. Taking care of your appearance, I mean.
Doesn't mean I'm wasting it on you.
I don't know, I feel like it's been forever since I've trimmed my fur, too. I feel like I should take care of that at some point. Cool. Unrelated thoughts.
Then why don't you?
Because we're dying, Haas. Who am I gonna look good for? Why put in the effort?
You think I put in all the effort I do to my appearance for other people?
Yes.
Well, I don't. I do it for me.
But why?
You are literally, it does make sense. You are a vain ego narcissist, so it does make sense that you are self-obsessed in this way. I get that if you've been talking, it's important to practice a level of self-love, Dave. I get that if you've been talking to Dean, you might assume that means something sexual, or with Orlando just eating. Same applies to Roswell too, now that I think about it. I'm going to take this opportunity to talk about self-love by negging all of our friends, because I'm definitely a well-balanced individual and not a vain ego narcissist. These things are all the same, guys. What the fuck?
Don't understand.
Jesus Christ.
Just frustrated. He handed me a tin of balm before doubling down and teasing it into my fur as we continued to talk. For me, what I'm really waiting for is that now that we've finished A route and B route, at some point, we're just going to hit the final conversation of a route and not know that it was the final conversation until the skip just keeps going for so long that we're like, wait, oh, is that... And then we'll have a moment to think and be like, that was the last conversation, huh?
Yeah.
About the tiger balm? Or whatever. He handed me the tin of balm before doubling down and teasing it into my fur as he continued to talk.
Why not trim your fur? Dye it a bunch of different colors if you want. Wear some nice clothes. Do whatever just makes you feel nice. Just do it for you, though, not because someone else said it'd look nice.
You think so?
It's what I do most days. I know those shirts I've made aren't exactly fashionable, but I do like them, so I wear them. It's for me, get it? Good to know that he made the Ramen is my senpai shirt, because it reads like a crazy person made it.
I don't know. I feel kind of pudgy, scruffy maybe. I also don't think I really have anything as far as nice clothes, just clothes that I like the hoodie. I feel like Haas might be the most in need of the redesign that's coming, because he doesn't look like a character that cares about his appearance at all.
Yeah.
He just looks like a gamer. He just looks like a
he should.
bearded...
It is actually true that like lore accurate Hoth should be wearing a Triforce shirt and cargo pants. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, but he's supposed to be vain and care about his appearance a lot, and it's like...
So he wears one of those fake tuxedo t-shirts.
That's the level he's on.
That's the level he's on.
Oh no.
I am razzing people right now. I'm sorry, viewers. I'm talking about people too directly.
People are catching strays.
Sorry. I'm just mad. I lash out when I'm upset.
I just I don't know, I just feel kind of pudgy, scruffy maybe. I can't tell if I've read stuff before half the time because it's so spinning wheels in the mud at this point.
Yeah, I
also don't think I really have anything as far as nice clothes, just clothes I like the hoodie. TOASTER'S hoodie.
He stole it from me. Don't worry, Tyson's expressed the same worries, even throughout, that he wonders if you should get another orange hoodie to replace the one he gave you. Hey dude, don't dress differently based on what other people think, but also here's some direct advice from someone who tried to dress you.
Here's other people's opinions about your appearance that you're not supposed to care about. He likes it that much?
You should take a page out of his book, though. Despite me saying that orange is hard to pull off, he's insisting that he wants to wear orange.
You can be orange together.
So he wants to wear orange based on you. Okay. I think this is frustrating. Almost tempted to see what level of cringe I can print onto an orange shirt for him to wear just to see. Why is he so mean? This is actively defeating the message he's trying.
What is he talking about?
Yeah.
What is his point?
I'm gonna make him a Ramen is my senpai shirt, and then we're all gonna laugh at him behind his back, but he'll be empowered because he wants to wear the shirt for him, not based on how we would think or anyone else's opinion. Dude, why are you this evil? Why are you literally this awful? I don't understand.
What is his goal? I don't understand at all what's happening. Ugh, that sounds mean.
Not mean if he's wearing it for himself. Yeah, it feels good in it. If it's not harming anyone, why not? Haha. You are...
It's mean because you're being mean. You specifically want it to be something that you can get away with that makes him look bad and that you judge him for. But then it's okay because he feels
they're
okay.
Empowered. Oh my god. What a nightmare person. What an absolutely awful man. I think it's cruel.
It's
Like,
it's incredible how much he is just the worst character, and it's just gonna keep happening in every route, I guess.
is
Like that
so
just seems inevitable.
this characterization is crazy because on one hand I think that this is being positioned as like empowering, right? Like, it doesn't matter what I do, I could be as mean as possible, but if you like it, that's empowering to you, so that's why you should do things. But what this comes off as is Haas saying, I love to mine these lol cows who feel empowered, but really they're all just dancing to the tune of my drum, which is funny. It's funny to me. Dance, monkeys, dance. Haha, I'm absolved of all guilt because you guys felt empowered while I objectified you and made you into clowns for my little clown show. It's just like, you are such an asshole. You're like the kind of person that like co-opts empowering narratives from people and then uses them for your own gain. This guy is awful. This guy is a terrible person.
It's wild being at a point where it's like that's the one thing we're getting from all this. The only thing that's been successfully established by this massive amount of fluff is just that Haas is the worst character. But like they'll all be the worst character when it's their turn. We know this now.
Yeah. I would like anything else. I would like anything else to be happening right now.
I guess so.
Which begs the question, what you'd want to wear. Literally, he just described it. Did you listen to the conversation he just said? Because he said he likes wearing his hoodie. Why are you interrogating him?
You've poisoned the well so badly that this feels like a trap. There's no right answers now. Like, no matter what answer is provided, you respond with some kind of 4D chess answer about how I'm not fulfilling myself, but also it feels like a trap to be embarrassing, and because you've established that you do that on purpose to people now. I would never want to talk to Haas again after this conversation, basically. Like, he'd be so stressful to be around. Something comfy? Blue, maybe. That's not a comforter. Love, whatever. Oh, I kind of like the idea of something without sleeves. Then I've got my arms free for activities.
If only I didn't have those sleeves preventing me from doing activities.
I shot Haas a grin, wondering if he'd pick up on what I was getting at, but it seemed like he was a step ahead. What?
You're not swapping clothes with Tyson.
Why not?
If I'm taking him out to get clothes after this, you may as well tag along. You could both do with some help. Wear things that you want to wear, except when I say they're bad and dress you in something else.
For someone that's bisexual, you're a hell of a lot more gay than I am, Haas. I yelped as he lightly swatted me across the ears before gesturing for me to pass back the tin.
I can't do it. I can't do it. Ah! Well, you're lucky that I am, because you and your brother are walking disasters.
He said that people should wear what they want.
But I guess we all are a little bit.
No, you can't just walk that back like that. He rubbed my back and then stood up, looking me over.
How about that walk now? Have I won you over, Dave?
We can't eat first?
Sure, we can grab a bite then head out. That's fine by me.
As in outside?
Yep, we're heading outside. Like I said before this conversation.
I don't know, Haas.
I promise it's safe, so don't worry about it. 1, you can't promise that. 2, what the fuck are you talking about? What the fuck are you talking about?
After I'd put on a shirt, we headed downstairs for a snack before heading out. Oh, hey, Sal. Oh, hi, Mark.
Hello.
He looked tired and was rubbing his head as he sat there with what seemed to be a tub of ice cream.
Ice cream for dinner?
I thought we established that supplies were low and that requests like this would not be fulfilled.
Ice cream for a reward, mostly.
Okay.
For what?
Being patient with Dean. Orlando's with him now, fighting about something. I needed a break.
Kind of harsh, don't you think? Oh my god, Haas, read the room.
He wore me down. I feel bad enough throwing Orlando at him to try and help, but now I'll probably have to play the supportive role for both of them separately after they're done.
AKA that thing you fucking did in the last route. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? I'm gonna lose my mind.
Is it that bad?
Want to come for a walk with us, Sal? Please no, I don't want to do this voice.
A walk to where?
Just somewhere nearby.
Sim looked at me, raising his brow, but all I could offer was a shrug, looking as perplexed as he seemed to be.
All right, if I'm not going to be a bother.
You're never a bother at all.
False.
If you're sure.
Of course we're sure. What made you think you were a bother?
Just a feeling. The group hasn't done anything. Well, as a group, as a while.
Wait, what?
The group hasn't done anything as a group as a while. And if I'm being honest, we haven't really interacted all that much.
Sure we have, haven't we? No?
Not that I mean anything by it, just something I've noticed.
Can't believe that in this vacation where nobody hangs out, nobody hung out. I'm losing my mind a little bit. I need a scene to start. We've been playing for 90 minutes and some of it's our fault, but nothing's happened even a little bit. And it's like almost the end of the story, so something should happen at some point.
Well, if you wanted to hang out more, I'd be fine with that. Didn't know you were feeling lonely on this vacation we all came here on and knew none of each other on and haven't hung out at all on.
I'd appreciate that, thank you.
While they chatted a little, I made us sandwiches. The bread seemed to be going stale, and it was better to use it up before it went bad. Armed with sandwiches, Haas led the way out into the backyard. Haas then brought us over to the hedge maze, and I stared at the entrance into the turns beyond.
Figured an evening stroll in the maze might be alright. Plenty of cover from the outside. Plus, it's been a while. Okay.
What if one of us gets lost?
Well, the idea was that we wouldn't go splitting up, right?
Sal shrugged, looking to me.
Are you all right with that?
Why wouldn't you be? What are you talking about? We literally just said you could come hang out. What are you talking about? This is the manufactured problem. What are you talking about?
This also just isn't like was it rejection sensitivity dysphoria or whatever the fuck, like, is not a thing we've had with Sal. I don't think. It was just like, I don't remember Sal ever being like deeply insecure, so why is he like triple checking every single thing about us interacting with him? Like we're not on a trip together on purpose. It's just very weird. Yeah, we're just heading to the middle, right?
If we can make it, sure.
Breathing deep and nodding slowly, I wandered into the hedge maze first. Thanatos, taking me out here only a couple days prior, kept the directions fresh in my mind, and we all headed forward together. As we wandered through, we ate our sandwiches, idle chatter happening between us as I tried to remember the specific turn Santos had directed me to take. And soon enough, things started to feel familiar as I was let... You already said that. What do you mean they started to feel familiar? You already pre-explained how familiar everything was because of Thanatos in the last sentence. The middle of the maze opened up before us in no time, and we came to a stop before the fountain.
Yeah.
That was fast.
Just like thinking. Been practicing, Dave? I have like a thought brewing, but I just don't even know if I want to share it. It's just stupid.
Just don't have the energy. Just thinking about the opportunity cost of how it lengthens the series.
Yeah, literally what was the thought that was going through my head is like, is there even a point in interrogating why we're walking through the maze right now? And like just repeating, are we all not just in a maze? And that maze is known as password? Like, I just...
When reading the House of Leaves gave me nightmares, it was about this game. Oh, sure. You could say that.
Well, what do we do now that we're here?
Nothing.
I expected we'd be spending more time wandering around, so I don't really know.
Shall we just sit and talk?
What did you want to talk about?
As opposed to what you've been doing this whole time, which is standing and talking.
Anything is fine, Hoss. Perhaps you could talk about your siblings. I've only really heard bits and pieces in passing.
Please, no. I don't want to hear about his siblings. Oh, sure. What did you want to know?
What are they like?
Yay! It's going into blue text mode. You're saved.
Thank fuck.
Pa started to explain what he told me the day before, even pulling out the picture again. He handed it over to Sal, who handled it with such care it seemed like he'd think it'd break if he wasn't gentle enough. While I talked, I looked around, examining the fountain and looking up at the sky again. Haas and Sal's voices fell away into hushed tones, mostly after Sal started doing it, but they were talking about something to do with family. The thought made me wonder about Mom, Dad, and Tyson. Mom was gone, Dad was gone, Mom may as well have been, and while it was nice Tyson was here on the mountain, I worried that might change if things got worse. A tightness in my chest made me clutch at the spot above my heart, and gasp softly, having that sink in. That there was just so much to lose over the coming week, potentially, and it was steadily undoing all the work Haas had done in relaxing me. But a sudden yell snapped me out of it, following the sound of a door being thrown open. My blood ran cold for a second before it was followed up by another voice yelling, and then Sal groaning.
I should go and make sure they don't hurt themselves. I'm surprised they lasted this long, honestly.
No worries, we can talk more later. Literally any time, Sal.
I watched as Sal left and Haas came to stand next to me at the fountain. What were you talking about?
Just swapping notes. Sorry. Someone just called me on Discord, and it totally interrupted my train of thought completely, and I feel like I've been hit in the head by like a championship boxer.
It is terrifying to be called on Discord ever.
Yeah, he didn't mean to. It just was, I think Stagecoach dropped his phone and it just like grabbed it, but it just called me and it completely rattled my brain. I'm sorry.
It feels like an attack when it happens. Like it's just, you're like, what the fuck? No, stop.
Just swapping notes about our younger siblings. Well, there's only one on his side and two on mine, but he seemed happy just talking about them. Wow, I totally could not tell you what just happened for the past 20 minutes in Password because rattled me so hard.
Mainly because nothing happened, but also that's just a flashbang.
Yeah. Oh my God.
The worst thing about phone calls is their immediacy and how there's a thing that's happening right now and you're supposed to react to right now. And it's like upsetting on that level where you're like, no, please, why would you do this to me? They did have a kind of touching moment, which is that in the background, you realize like, oh, Sal's acting this way because he has a dead sister. And that's like, they even go as far as having it go unspoken, that's why he's reacting that way. But it's just buried in all of this mire. Not like anyone else has any younger siblings, right? Or like maybe just as young as Ayano and Kai?
I thought Dean had a big family. Maybe he's got a couple? Why are we talking about Dean?
Because we're just going on about siblings now.
Yeah, but why are we talking about Dean? Dean is the one person we shouldn't be talking about right now on our first official date after Dean is out of the picture. Why are we talking about Dean right now?
That's the thing, is it's so functionally not a date because we're just here.
Sure, but what I'm saying
Sal
is
for some reason. But yeah,
sure.
More specifically, we're trying not to be stressed about Dean because we're trying to get our mind off of dumping Dean, and now we're just talking about Dean. And the real answer is, it's the next like filler topic that came up to mind is let's all talk about everyone's siblings. That'll buy us some time. Let's go down the list of all the characters and then talk about their siblings now, or whether or not we know they have any, because they're just coming up with anything to fill scenes. I shrugged, looking over in the direction I could hear the yelling, immediately flinching upon hearing Sal bellow and then promptly drag them both inside. Guess he found his way back out of the maze.
Poor guy.
Yeah.
But they'll be fine. Promise.
Okay. Haas put an arm over my shoulder, pulling me in close.
Feeling better?
He's completely emotionally oblivious to the effects that any of this has on Dave. He's just so far off. Dave was just like gasping and sobbing. A little bit, just thinking really.
Good things?
Just things. There are a lot of things.
I know.
But even while a lot of them aren't great, I'm thankful for a bunch too. I just can't not think about the fact that Haas has not implanted a single positive thought in Dave's head to be thinking about. It's all worries and insecurities and stuff like that. Like they didn't even distract themselves with a topic that was actually divergent much from what's happening.
Yeah.
I appreciate everything you do for me, Haas. You're a great friend.
I try to be, Dave. For the most part, I have you to thank for that. Chin up, champ. I can nag you and get all my bad impulses out, and you don't even notice because you're so dumb.
Even in the build-up to this walk that's supposed to help make Dave feel better, the maze navigation was done in montage, and then the actual hangout was just Haas and Sal off screen talking about something while Dave had a panic attack in the corner. In what way?
For keeping me honest, mostly. I think it's one of the nicest things to come of this vacation, really.
It wouldn't have happened otherwise?
Hard to say.
He left it at that, and I looked him over, wondering something. Can I ask you something?
Sure.
If Dean and I didn't work out, do you think it'd work out with anyone else in our friendship group?
your immediate friendship circle isn't your dating pool out of obligation, you know? Sorry, I had to reread that sentence like 4 times to understand it. And it is just a totally, I don't think it actually has any issues, but for some reason the words just weren't parsing the first time I read it.
Yeah. It has the weird... It has that weird vibe of like TikTok emotional labor language that happened a few years ago.
Yeah.
Like that one.
That's
like
exactly.
like that TikTok or tweet or whatever of somebody like using extremely clinical language to break up with a friend, as in like they're not going to be friends because they'd be bad friends, and using like an incredibly just like cold, weird language surrounding it, where it's just like, what is he? Huh? Right, but I just meant it's something Jenna would say. And Jenna's not in this game. With a sigh, I shook my head. Notice how I said it's something what Jenna would say, because Jenna has a character and a voice. And so I could read a line and think, oh, that's a line Jenna would say. And it's completely incongruent with any character in this entire video game, which is why it flashbanged you when you tried to read it. You're like, what am I looking at?
The Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 1 and 2 collection remake is on sale on Steam right now. And that's what my mind's been on.
Weren't those like infamously bad?
No, they were really good.
Oh.
The new remake is really, really excellent.
Must have been the other remake or the other sequel or whatever that was like unplayable, I guess.
There was a really bad remaster on like 360, I think.
Yeah, something was deeply wrong at some point recently-ish with Tony Hawk. That was...
But the 1 and 2 remake is really good. I just got distracted by seeing...
1, 2.
Yeah. Seeing the little Steam start... I opened Steam to make sure that I had Elden Ring updated for later, and it flashbanged me with a "we're selling things to you." We're selling things to you advertisement. So I got very distracted by the nostalgic feeling of Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 1 and 2. As you were talking about Jenna, I think? I don't remember.
Oh no, I'm just as boring as Password.
No, it's just hard to care about Password.
When
you know
talk.
What I mean? Yeah, not when you talk. It would truly be when anyone talks. I like listening to you talk. It's one of my favorite activities most of the time. Sometimes, maybe not always, but
as you
a
try
lot
to
of the time.
Wait. Getting host right now.
It's a good joke. I'm funny.
Toaster's trying to recall the distant past when we talked about anything besides Password over a year ago.
Things have been hard, and making things is hard, and doing channels is hard, and I think that Password is difficult.
I can't wait to talk to you about Yick.
I, at this point, would love that. I think it would be really fun to go through, like, games that don't suck with my friends. And in fact, that's what we're gonna do later when we play Elden Ring. But I just, like, one of the things that I've been thinking about a lot whenever we go to do Password is, like, whenever we start, I'm always like, all right, 3 to 4 hours of Password. I'm ready for it. I can accept it. I can deal with it. I can stomach it. It will be great. And invariably within the first 20 minutes, I'm like, I am dying. I wish I was doing anything else. Like, it's pain. It's like being waterboarded. It's Chinese water torture. I'm slowly dying. And I just think about how great it would be to like I open Steam or I browse GOG and I just see all these weirdo little games where I'm like, oh, like the Tartarus Key. It's like a PS1 aesthetic throwback game, but it's also kind of like Myst. Imagine what your life would be like right now, Toaster, if you and Keith were playing this thing, this perfect marriage of things you like and things Keith likes. That would be really engaging to talk about. And then you say something like, yeah, I can't, like, this is something Jenna would say. And I like come back to, and I'm like, oh, Keith was talking. What was happening? Like, what's going on right now? It has poisoned your appetite for furry visual novels so much. Where like, once upon a time, you were the one that was like excitedly expositing at me about Echo and stuff like that. Yeah, I do.
And that part of you has died.
Yeah, it has. I mean, I don't know. I like, this is like an aspect that I like don't even know if I necessarily want to like litigate, but just like the how do I talk about this in like a judicial way? I think, and everyone who's watching this playthrough is going to laugh out loud when I say this, because they've gotten 140 hours of the greatest content that's ever been delivered to them, in the form of my constant and revolving mental breakdowns during Password. But like, I personally think that like visual novels are like really bad Let's Play content, and I understand why people like them, because who wants to read a book like this? I've been there, but like there's just like a switch that has flipped in my brain where it's like, this is a bad audiobook. And like, there is nothing more excruciating than listening to a bad audiobook, or like trying to force yourself through a book that sucks. And like, one of the concepts that I think about, this is something that's a little bit inside baseball, so it's something you will probably relate to, but it's something that a lot of our audience doesn't really understand, probably, is that like, Let's Playing is not as simple as playing a game and then just like vamping about it. A lot of the time you spend in a game, especially if you're not editing your VODs, is like spent finding things of value to talk about that like not only are engaging for your audience, but are engaging for yourself, right? Like, it sucks to just talk about something for no reason, because you get bored of yourself. Like, if I'm just sitting here talking about something that is uninteresting to me, then I am literally just spewing hot air, and there's like no point behind it, and you quickly lose the thread, and you don't want to talk anymore, and the playthrough just feels dead. And I've had this experience with games that I even like. Like, right now on stream, I'm playing a extremely good furry Metroidvania called 9 Souls, and it is a very, very good game, but it's very gameplay focused, and like, it is a hard game to Let's Play because so much of it is like, where do I go from here? Oh, I need to parry this guy 3 times instead of 2 times. Oh, I like the art design in this area. You know, and like, this is not me talking poorly.
I mean, there's a struggle where like there was a Let's Play boom for a long time, and it's been receding, and so like people are less interested in Let's Plays. So you have to play things that are really specifically good for Let's Plays for them to actually get any viewership, because people won't really watch stuff. And so like, so it's not a matter of good or bad even. There's just games where there isn't enough stuff for you to theorize about, or to ask questions about, or to learn, or to react to in a well-paced way. So even a very well-made game can just be you doing interesting rooms and fights at a good pace for hours, and in a way that gives you like nothing to actually like discuss.
Yeah, or like present even, you know?
Yeah.
And I've like talked about this before, but like Hollow Knight is like this amazing game that has like done really well off of streamers, and like there was very good word of mouth over it. But like, if I were to play Hollow Knight right now, a game I really like, and like I think there is a lot to say about, I don't really know what I bring to the table, because if you're just watching it, you're watching me play Hollow Knight competently, which kind of just looks like anyone playing Hollow Knight confidently. And then me talking about it is just me I'm going to be saying the same things that everyone else would be saying. It's like, oh, I like this room's design. This quest is kind of cool.
It's such a singular experience, and it's so straightforward, as opposed to like, the reason why Fear and Hunger, and in many ways Terminus specifically, is such a great Let's Play game, is because you have to, you're trying to even learn the shape of the game while you're playing it, and you're actively getting surprised, and there's huge consequences and upsets, and you get hit by like getting sent back huge amounts of time and having to cope with those things. Like, there's drama built into it and surprises. Like, you'd be mid-sentence and fall through the floor and get spiked, and you're like, oh.
Exactly.
Didn't even know that was on the table. And that happened now. And like, there's a billion scenarios like that throughout that experience, and that's why it's so fun to Let's Play, and also so watchable as a series. And almost any gameplay focused thing, more and more I'm struggling to get any viewership at all on half of them. And it's like, at least puzzle games are games where you have to like figure out the thing, and we have a clear dilemma, and you can kind of compete with each other on who's actually figuring out the puzzle between the audience and the player to some extent. But like, action games, open world games, it's like, it's the same 30 seconds repeating for 20 hours. So in some cases, so it's like, who cares? And like, And I'm extremely aware of, like, for example, out of all the From Software games, Elden Ring has the least viewership because it's just a big soupy thing that's not full of like the well-paced discoveries and surprises that they're known for to begin with. But that's why I kind of wrap back around into why visual novels are kind of great for Let's Plays. And that's because they slot perfectly into the low attention level that Let's Play audiences want to engage with most stuff on. Specifically, you can see this like constantly. Like the moment I play anything in Japanese that has subtitles, the viewership plummets immediately. Yeah, because they have to watch the Let's Play, and they don't want to do that. So like an incredibly like visuals optional thing where at most we'll might like exclaim, and then they look at the screen and like, oh, a CG popped up, and that's like the level of engagement they have to do, and otherwise they're just listening. It's why these work so well, and in a way, they are like, this is hilarious to say in the context of Password's playthrough, but they're weirdly like no fat. Like there's nothing like not filler in a visual novel Let's Play, because the entire Let's Play is either you reading the linear story at a fixed pace, or you having conversations, which is the stuff that people generally are there for, unless they're really stupid and annoying and like, why are they talking in this playthrough? Whereas like I every now and then I'll like skip around and look at like my playthroughs of like Fallout New Vegas or Dark Souls 2 or whatever, and it's like, okay, so like I think I go over here now, and you gotta deal with that. Like there's like, you kind of like, if you don't have like a podcast topic you're like conjuring, which itself can be distraction because you'll keep getting interrupted mid-thought, and also people get annoyed at you being bored, off topic sometimes. If you're just talking about what you're thinking and doing in the game, where you just walk around to hit things and pick up items as you go through the narrative, it's really boring to listen to if you're not looking at the screen, and increasingly people don't want to watch Let's Plays, they want to listen to a video.
Yeah, playing through Password, I feel like there's no spirit in this experience. We're just reading it to an audience that is disengaged and wants to hear us have a mental breakdown. And like, guys, if this screen right now was black and we had been making up all of the text to this point, you motherfuckers wouldn't know, because I know for a fact
music and spread information.
Exactly. Like, I know for a fact you fuckers are doing your dishes, or like sorting your laundry, or I don't know, watching something else at the same time, playing a game on your second monitor. Like, no hate. I fully get it. Like it's important
to show active hostility to your own audience.
It's not hostility. I'm just calling a spade a spade. And like, but that's what I'm saying is like, when you zoom out and you think about the interaction that viewers have with Let's Players and Let's Players have with the games they're playing, like, I'm trying to frame this discussion now around the idea of like, this is why I think Password really specifically, and like furry visual novels, my taste for them has like soured so much, is that like, I really don't feel like I am really even participating in the media that we're consuming. It is just like a performance that we do to like engage and bait engagement. And like, especially when they're bad, it's just like, great. This is time wasted for nothing, which is it's so sad when there's so many more interesting things we could be doing. And that's not to say that I think that we should quit Password or whatever. Like, the issue isn't the sunk cost. It's the like philosophical, ideological question posed by the experience of doing it, which is like, in a perfect world, if we did play like a super good furry visual novel that like really blew my socks off, like, can we even trust the genre to deliver and like be a meaningful experience? Does our Let's Play add anything to someone's actual enjoyment of a thing? Does it promote like media literacy and understanding? Like, I don't know. I have no idea. And more often than not, I feel like it doesn't, which is just so frustrating. But it is what it is. And I mean, like, I'll be around to play other furry visual novels at some point. George definitely wants us to read The Smoke Room. And I'm more than happy to do that. But at the same time, it's just like, God, what am I getting myself into? Because that is also a commitment. And I'm not talking about Smoker. I'm talking about just like any furry visual novel. That is me staring down the barrel of a gun, being like, is this going to be a 4-hour, a nice breezy 12 hours of good writing like Arches was?
To some extent, you're settling into like the fear response that you start to have to certain games as a Let's Player.
Yeah. Yep.
Like, I inherently was like, when the Elden Ring was having a DLC come out like a month ago or whatever, I was like, please no. And then everyone was like, oh, they're totally lying about how long it is. It's going to be so much longer. I'm like, no. No.
For me, this is how I feel about...
covering this one thing will take like 40 hours, and that's just a month gone, and that's just... that you start thinking... Well, an upsetting thing about Let's Plays is that more so than any other form of engaging with video games, it makes you think about games in terms of how long they are and how much of your life they take.
I think about this fucking constantly.
You think about them in intervals, yeah.
Yeah, and it's like, it's just so stressful, especially when it comes, like, people... I'm just going to keep on talking because what we're talking about now is more engaging and interesting than Password. This is what you pay for, folks. You're getting the real meat here. I'm being candid with you all. But, like, people think...
Give him $300.
Give me $300 right now. People think they have like a good indication. And this is true of the relationship that the viewers have with you too, Keith. Like this idea of people thinking that they know you parasocially through the content that you make and through that stuff. And that's fine. That's like, this is not a guilt trip. Like this happens with everyone. But like, I joke with my audience. My audience generally has a pretty strong understanding of like the kinds of games that I like to let's play for them. And they have a pretty solid understanding of like, they joke in my Discord of like, oh, like this game is totally Toaster core. He should play it. Like you'd love this. And they're usually right. But like, if you just look at my channel and listen to me talk about like the games that I talk about and the design that I talk about, like people don't actually have a good idea of the kinds of games that I personally like as a person. Like, because I play tons of games off stream and I like, it's been less now than I did in the past, but there are whole genres of video games that I'm extremely knowledgeable about and really like that I have not played in over a year and a half because they're bad stream games and they're bad Let's Play games. Like, guys, I play a lot of JRPGs. I've played every Shin Megami Tensei game. I've played every Final Fantasy. I've played every Dragon Quest. Like, these are games that I am deeply familiar with, and I do not have a single one on my channel. Like there is not, you wouldn't know that if you're just watching my content. And the reason is that like the idea of trying to commentate over a 180-hour completionist Persona playthrough makes me physically want to die. When we committed to this Password playthrough, like we had no idea of knowing how long it was going to be. People said it was relatively short, you know? It's been airing for over a fucking year. And even if we didn't have like weird scheduling issues like I've been having that are just like unforeseen, this playthrough still aired for like a solid year and we're not even done with it. And we record these in like 6-hour chunks. Like this is a ridiculous undertaking. And that's like real time that I have to carve out of my day and that you have to carve out of your day to listen to this. So it's like, it is a very big commitment that like sometimes the question becomes if it's even worth it to do. And that's where I am with furry visual novels, where it's like, I truly wonder if any of them are worth the time, even the best ones, because I fucking love Umineko. Umineko's not a furry visual novel, but it's really good VN. And I don't know if I would commit to reading it as a Let's Play with Keith. I don't know what you would get out of it. I don't know what other people would get out of it.
And it seems to be upsettingly long.
It is. It's like 2.5 million words or something. Like it's a ridiculous amount of text. And like, I don't remember the exact word count. People will be pedantic about it in the comments. But my point is like, even if it's good, is it worth the effort? And like, people don't understand how laborious doing VN, like covering VNs actually is, because it's a huge amount of time you're committing to doing something that is potentially not even engaging on like a tactile level of like, at least I can push fucking buttons and see something happen on screen that's kind of like interesting or weird. And that's rough. So that's my take on that.
That was a furry joke.
Yeah.
It's rough.
I don't know. It is what it is. But, well, I'll probably do more in the future. This
is a challenge to all furries to make art so good that it cures Toaster.
Yeah, make good art. That would be great.
Step it the fuck up.
And I'm sure that good furry visual novels exist and blah, blah, blah. People should feel entitled to make art and strike out and make amazing things and whatever. Like, don't take my opinion in my read of things as like the truth or whatever. I don't really care. But it's just like as a medium, as someone who has been exposed to a lot of it, even more than what I feel like is my personal taste, like I just truly feel like I haven't played one that I've been super impressed by since Arches. And like, that's fine. This is a very slow moving genre. I guess No Way Home happened, but even then that's like a conflict of interest. Like we know the person making it. I like their writing style. Like I'm working on things with them. So it's like I have like an even more intimate look at that maybe other people don't share. So it's like what you can even do in this field for me right now is like in question. And there isn't anything that like renews my hope in the genre yet. Granted, I haven't read Smoke Room and I haven't read whatever the other one that people really like is Minotaur Hotel or whatever. Like I haven't read all of these other ones. So maybe there is something out there, but you have to understand that from my perspective, I'm staring down the barrel of a gun of a maybe, having to take the word of strangers to heart when I don't trust them based on the things I've already experienced based on their word.
And then increasingly they're games that people that you personally have met have written. Then you're like,
yes. Yeah. And like people know this about me, but like as opinionated and strong-willed as I am, I don't actually like talking to people very much. Like I am a very socially anxious person and I don't like having an open opinion about things.
Immediately after every podcast, Toaster messages me like, why the fuck did I do this? Why did I speak? Why am I on podcasts ever? Why do I have opinions? Because he hates being observed having opinions and them being there and people reacting to them.
Yeah, it's just like...
Which might not be the best approach to Let's Playing, but... It's
true. Well, like, I originally wanted to do Let's Plays in stream and stuff because I was like, oh, I'll finally have a platform and I'll be able to advocate for the things that I like and like maybe these things that I think are high quality will like get the attention they deserve. And that's just like, that's total myopic, like egotistical greed that happens when you don't have a platform and idealize the idea of having one. Because when you do have a platform, which I'm very grateful for that I have the platform that I have, you just realize that like people, like your platform, in as much as it is a cognito hazard for people and can slowly change discourse over time, most of the time people just come to you to like not engage with the things you're saying and just like have things you're saying happen to them, which is fine. But it's exhausting. It's really exhausting when there's this really cool thing and then like it doesn't get traction, or like you make something that you're like, oh, this is really bad and I feel bad about it, and it becomes your most successful thing ever. Like, it's like, great. Really feeling awesome that my most viewed video is the Indigo Park video that has over 50,000 views now of me being like, I didn't really like this that much.
I was going to say the subtext here is the contrast between your Indigo Park video and the multi-hour scripted video you made that has like comparatively like I think 2,000 views.
Yeah, like my Panzer Dragon video I'm very proud of and I really like it. And like I, as someone who would watch it, really enjoys it. But like I got no traction, and that's fine. It's not even a monetized channel, so who cares? But like my Indigo Park video has 50,000 views, and I'm thankful for that. That's great. Whatever. I keyed into the algorithm for once. Good for me. And it made me $600 or whatever in ads. So cool. But like it just sucks that like I'm working on a Zone of the Enders video, and like that is a game series. This is like slight spoilers for like what I'm gonna say in my video about it if I ever finish it, which is just like, wow, I went through the experience of playing these 3 games and watching these 2 anime series, and now I'm recapping them for an audience, and my takeaway on them is like, that was interesting, I guess. These don't really have that much to say, and I don't really have much to say about them. So long, and thanks for all the fish. Like, I don't know what to say about it, right? And like, that's really defeating too, because I know there are going to be people in the comments being like, oh, this is my favorite game series. Thank you so much for covering this. Or like, oh, I hated these games. I can't believe you did them. and I just feel nothing. Like, I'm just like, okay, like they exist, you know? And there's value in the process of going through that. But like, as Let's Play games that I was like really hyped about, this is like an exhausting process to go through. So when you apply that amount of effort put into something that you know isn't going to get a return, and then you apply an even higher amount of something to you, effort to something you don't care about that gets even more return, it just feels bad. And that's what covering furry visual novels is like for me, when I'm staring at my Steam library of 2,000 games thinking, oh, there's 1,800 of these that could be infinitely more interesting and weird. And like, maybe they won't get viewership, but at least I'll find them scintillating, you know, on top of that. So it's just, it's like a really rough experience. And like, I don't know, maybe I'm just not cut out to consume and like engage with community-based art like this, because like, I don't want people out there, I don't want Grizz hearing me talk about not liking Password. Like, the greatest gift you can give to me, Toaster, the person, from this Password playthrough, is to just not fucking talk about my opinion about it, because I don't want people to know it, really. Like, you can watch the playthrough and I can get ad spend from it, but then you can close the tab and not tell anyone about it. You know what I mean? Like, that's the ultimate outcome, because it's not like being venomous about a game that I don't care about like makes me feel good. I would much rather be talking about something interesting that I like, that I think is good. But like, here we are, and like, this is part of the experience and people are responding to it. So I don't know, it's just, it's rough. It's just like, it's a weird, bad feedback loop, but it is what it is. The thing exists, so we must consume it.
And then this is all an a background radiation ocean of like people. Why do they keep doing this to themselves?
Yeah.
Why haven't they stopped?
Yeah, but then, you know, the second that we stop, people will post comments like, "When's the Password playthrough coming back?" And it's like, well, great.
Because it's simultaneously like the most popular thing on the channel.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. It's just truly crazy, but that's the world we live in.
I wish people liked the playthroughs that I enjoyed of bad games this much. I have a long history of having a great time playing really shitty video games, but they were more excitingly shitty and shorter. Just so much shorter.
Yeah, so much shorter. I mean, I just think about doing like 2-player runs all the time, and like, it's like our multiplayer playthroughs.
It's the only type of Let's Play stuff I particularly like making. It's the type that it's the only type I watch.
Yeah.
I do not watch people solo do video games. I do solo playthroughs because it's just a logistical reality of people don't have time to make content for your channel all the time. I literally started off with co-op playthroughs with Andrew, and after close to 2 years in, it was like just life was getting in the way, and I was like, well, I don't want to just stop. Sunk cost fallacy. It's been 2 years. It's been 2 whole years, so I better keep this going solo. And now it's been 13 years.
I would like,
which is much more sunk cost fallacy. So now I definitely can't quit. Just like in Password, it's a metaphor.
The thing about that too that's weird is like, there are games that I really like to play that are like contemplative, that I don't want to argue with a co-host during, but I know the playthroughs would be more engaging and more interesting and like less stressful to make if I just had a co-host while doing them. You know what I mean?
If I was just annoying at them.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I mean, a good example of this is
also,
like,
I just want to point, like, this is like a cul-de-sac. This is like a whole tangent and everything, right? And it has been for like probably half an hour now for all I know, but like, this is like an intense, like, sincere discussion about where people are at in life and stuff like that, and what's going on with them and how things are affecting them. And that's not what Password ever does. Yeah,
you just learned more about Keith and I as people than we've learned about Haas in 19 days of this game.
So if you're wondering about how to write dialogue, don't do literally what we did, but like, there's things to learn there.
Yeah.
Like this, we're intuitively honest about ourselves and like the dilemmas we go through, and as you deal with the nightmare of dealing with 2 people with anxiety trying to perform for an audience at the same time. And then think about how stressful. Like today's day with Haas was like, the world doesn't revolve around you. Taking showers with adults is weird. I still have siblings.
Yeah.
Balm.
Yeah. It's just like, what is even
just for
fucking
hundreds of
happening
words
right
of
now?
nothing.
And I mean, I know we're trying to rein it back in here to password, but like, I think about, like, do I think the best way to present Signalis to an audience is like with a co-host cracking jokes? Absolutely not. Do I think from a human existential standpoint that would probably be a good time? Yes. And like, that's hard.
It would have been more fun to just be able to talk about what's going on in it live and be able to try to like, because like it's so much more boring to talk about abstract imagery alone in a game like that, because you just like, oh, I wonder what that is. I kind of I joke about like this. Stop because there's no more conversation because no one else is there and your audience can't respond to you.
I joke about this in the Elden Ring playthrough all the time, and it's bled into seamless co-op, but like that's what's happening when I'm like, look at this weird body. It means this, but what does it mean? That's what the experience of being a solo Let's Player is. And like there is so many solutions that can, like, you can tell how good a game would be in co-op by how often that happens in an interesting way in a playthrough. And like, unfortunately, I think with Password and other visual novels like it is just like, I don't know how often you actually get that, even though there is a lot of content to discuss. And like, if this tangent is any fucking indication,
I mean, I guess that's why people like the series, is because we're the ones that are in the death game and we're having a character arc and we're real people.
Well, that's exactly what I was just going to say, is like, people listen for these unhinged tangent rants, but like, this is what we're forced to do to like I have felt lightheaded for the past 4 hours while playing this, and this is the most alive I've felt this entire time, is me ranting about this, because my heartbeat isn't slowing down from how fucking bored I am about Password. Like, that's what I mean. And like, it's like a tough pill to swallow. That's all I'm saying. So we can get back to it, but I just am so exhausted with furry visual novels.
And then I love when we pause for a very long time in your playthroughs and in Stephanie's playthroughs, and then the first line of dialogue back just like feels like commentary.
Yeah. Yep.
With a sigh, I shook my head, not really knowing what I meant.
Same, dude.
Sorry, don't worry about it.
If we're being honest, I've been thinking the same thing too, really.
You have?
Oh, sure, but obviously I'm not about to talk about dating prospects with you until the situation with you and Dean resolves first. I thought we fucking resolved it.
Dating? Dave. The
thing that the whole reason why you talked to Dean in the first place.
What the fuck are you? Why is he confused about the premise of the? One, on just a text level, you have to know your audience picked a route and knows they picked a route. So just like, why are you acting this way at them? But also, Dave, like always, these characters just have actively acknowledged what's happening multiple times, and they keep resetting like they don't know what they're talking about again.
Haas literally was like, I'm not going to date you unless you break up with Dean. We can't kiss anymore, and I know that's what you want to do. And Dave was like, yeah, I do, so I guess I'll break up with Dean. And now when he's like, you want to date? He's like, the dating? It was
just actively disastrous that this game was written horizontally.
Yeah, like very much so.
Just they were not capable of handling that at all.
Yeah.
So no character has any continuity or through line whatsoever. It's insane.
Sure, I think we're compatible enough to give it a shot, but if you're not feeling it, that's fine too. Obviously, can't do all that much officially until we're off the mountain, but...
Officially, like going out for dinner or whatever? Dave, I fucking hate you. Jesus Christ.
I want to put a fire hose in my own throat and then just hook it up to the fire hydrant.
Yay! I know a few people that will draw that.
I guess on the back of how you and Dean went, that's not really the right way to approach it, huh? But I would like to do things with a more romantic undertone off the mountain rather than on it, if that makes sense.
Somebody call Nick Wolf. It's time to water inflate Toaster.
No, don't do that.
Call Nick Wolf.
I can't be seen being inflated big and round. It would ruin my brand.
Oh, you made the reference.
I did.
So
I can play the game, guys. I'm a furry too.
No, but like, so it wasn't even during the last long tangent, but one of the many tangents that have happened, I just kind of like opened Twitter a little bit and scrolled because I just decided to set up another account. And on this new account, I was flashbanged, which is our word for the day. Everyone scream. By it was Core arguing with Diesel Raccoon on Twitter. The inflates too big and the guy who inflates too big and around. It was the like weird conservative raccoon that like had the opinion about January 6th, and that's why he's famous. And he's like, because if people don't remember, it was literally about January 6th. That's what that meme was about. Is the guy was like having weird conservative opinions, and somebody was like, they literally tried to do a coup, and he's like, I'm not gonna acknowledge that you said this because I value our friendship inflates too big and around. And I forgot that he's just is still real and roaming about. So I got hit by an argument about Kamala Harris featuring the guy who inflates too big and around, who's a weird conservative, moments before Toaster brought it up. Great. We are truly a thriving and interconnected community.
I watched the TV adaptation of Interview with the Vampire, and it was good and gay, and that's good gay content for people who want furry, not furry gay content. And I often feel let down by gay content, and it just feels relevant to bring up right now so that people know that I do in fact like indulgent, like LGBT related media, and I am in fact interested in queer stories. It's just not this one.
I've also been engaging with gay content, but it was in the form of I have to rewatch all of Cape Escape as fast as possible before Cape Escape 2 happens in a couple of days. And I forgot how sincerely uncomfortable Sandals makes me.
I'm so glad. So glad that Sandals... I have just so much work.
Character.
People...
It's not just that he's like... It's not even just like because people always hone in on like the serial killer-y type shit that he gets up to, but no, I just mean like he gets really mad.
Yeah,
and as the other character in the scene, I'm in the room with him basically, and I'm just with this person who's mad at me, and it stresses me out.
It's fun. It's fun.
It actually stresses me out in real life.
It's funny because I am like, this is another really good example of like people thinking they know me through the things that I make, which is like very, again, flattering, but not very accurate. Is that like a lot of people on like Twitter and like Retro Spring and stuff like that were like is Sandals like, is there any bit of Sandals that like comes from you that is like your self-insert? And I just like, the idea of this is very funny to me, and I think it's very funny, like Ka has laughed about this as well, because like Sandals is truly nothing like me at all, and he's so extra in terms of
like, ARGs.
Except he likes ARGs. Like, there's aspects of Sandals' life that I definitely relate to because you're writing from a place of truth. But like, when people are like, I don't know, like, do you believe in what Sandals is doing? And I'm like, no. Do you really think that me, socially anxious as I am, would go into someone's fucking RV, lock the door behind me, and then menace them to their face in front of their love interest? Like, what are you talking about?
And then steal my yearbook and then burn my house down?
Yeah, like, no. Like, I'm playing a character whose thematic archetype is simmering rage. Like, that is, like, he is misplaced anger that he holds inside of himself, and it slowly seeps out and hurts people around him. Like, that's the archetype. And like, it's very funny to me. It's very funny to me to see the way that people react to Sandals, especially other players, because I think part of what makes him very fun to role play is that like other people at the table might think they know what to expect from me, Toaster, the person, and they might think they know what to expect from like Sandals, the archetype. But like playing in between those two spaces is like really fun and weird and enjoyable. And so that's fun. And going back through Cape Escape was like fun for that reason, because like I'm playing a character that's very provocative. And I did the same thing with Dead Laws. You know, and Cape Escape 2 is going to be a very big change from that, because Sandals is a very different person now. So like that, you know, there's all of that going into that. But like, I like being that in that scene, in those scenes, because it's very active. Like you very actively change the context of a moment when you play that way. And sometimes it can be dominating, and other times it can be very subtle, but it's a very fun experience. And yeah, I don't know. I think about Sandals, and like, I do think that I've done he's a character that I struggle to role play, because he's very like difficult. Like, it's very difficult to get in the right mindset for him, and he doesn't come naturally to me like Beck does, because Beck is like in terms of writing, Beck is a much more well-written character than Sandals is, despite all of the work that I put into Sandals. And he's, you know, getting my sea legs and role playing for an audience and stuff. But it's just one of those things that you have to look back at and be like, well, happy accidents, I suppose. Like, just like enjoy what's there, and hope that it makes an interesting scene. But that, you know, is what it is.
I just hope that I do a better job this season, because holy fuck, listening back to the first season, I'm just so bad at it, and it's so frustrating. Doing stuff live is hard.
Yeah, I have a lot of sympathy, like, for the difficulty of like improv and stuff like that. And I do think that like as a group, I'm hoping that we're all able to like take more initiative on that and just jump in. Like, it's our third go around here. Like, we'll get better at it over time as we practice. But it is one of those things where it's like the more you engage, the more happy accidents happen. And yeah, I mean, I don't know, I don't want to take the password time to talk about Cape Escape, because it's like an uncomfortable adjacency in my brain of like, I don't like this furry media, but I like the furry media that I make. Because that's not my intention, but
yeah,
it
does end up feeling having this. It threatens to have the feeling of being like this individual indie creator is stupid and bad. You should like my indie creations instead.
Yeah,
directly competing with it in some ways.
Exactly. Like, that's not I don't want that. But when it comes, like, I think that is just kind of part of the issue with furry visual novels on my. And to loop it back to this Let's Playing conversation, is just like, I feel like Let's Playing them is really hard, because even when half of this playthrough depends on you and Mai's rapport and our tangents and stuff like that, like, when they're truly not feeding you something to react to in a cogent way that is new constantly, like, it just feels rote and boring. And that's part of why I struggle with Password and why I struggle with other furry VNs. Just like, there's so much content, but so little of it feels like an interesting like improv or discussion point that it's just tough to continue with them.
It's been refreshing in a way, going back and doing Glory Hounds with Bird, and we just have jokes the whole time, because the game's moving, and also it's a little silly. And we spent 10
Bird
minutes
is
calculating.
Funnier than me, so.
I mean,
it's
you've
fine.
admittedly never stopped the series for 10 minutes to calculate the caloric volume of whale cum.
This is true. I have stopped the series for 45 minutes to existentially bemoan the trap that I live in playing Password, but it is.
Anyway, I hope you guys enjoyed the bonus tangent after the last tangent. It was just our brains emotionally shielding us after Dave was that fucking stupid.
Yeah.
That he's like a date on day 19 of Haas's route, when he literally just broke up with somebody to date Haas, and has spent all day basically dating Haas.
It's so bad.
How do I live in this moment and keep pushing forward and pressing A and reading the next line? Like, how do you continue when it's doing that to you sometimes?
It is truly abusive. Like, I don't know. It's like, it's pain. It is pain. You know, I don't know. I
I
have
bring
no
you
idea.
pain, the kind you can't suffer quietly. So you go on about it for 45 minutes.
This is good content, and the Patreon and the YouTube viewers
This is
will love
the
it.
best part of the video, according to the comments.
Everyone
usually.
Yeah, I hope they like that, and I hope they don't mention anything that I said, and that I continue to go through my existence
Yeah,
completely and utterly unperceived.
Never say anything ever again, but send Toaster $300.
That would also be great. And if you make a comment about me, I will delete it if I look at the video, which I probably won't. So that's an ominous threat for the future. Believe in that or don't.
I nodded slowly with a frown, scratching my chin.
But no pressure either way. I'm interested, but if you're not, that's fine too. Yeah, just don't date me after all of the work that we put into dating you. It's fine. I'm not even that interested.
So, to be clear, you're asking me out? It's important to set boundaries and communicate with your partner. It helps if you don't also have, like, the anchor through the brain, like that happened to that one guy. That's bad.
I'm not sure I actually understand what you're saying or what you're talking about, but I'll believe you and I'll nod my head as if I do understand.
Was it Phineas Gage, I think, is the guy who...
It wasn't an anchor, that was like a metal rod.
I thought it was like maybe Phineas Gage came up in a conversation related to something else with the anchor. Somebody took an anchor through the brain and survived for a while, and it like changed their personality.
Phineas Gage got like a railroad construction piece through his brain, but but it wasn't an anchor. But I mean, it doesn't matter. I don't know.
Haas nodded to me, a warm smile on his face. The fact that you could opt out after
what
all this.
happens? I mean, I don't want to.
I guess you just stop.
What is the boyfriendless route of this game? I don't actually want to find out. I just want this over.
It sounds
with,
agonizing to sit through, but yeah, it's like, imagine going through all this and then just like,
nah,
giving up on the routes. Just, no thanks, I'm full. I think I'd like that.
Yeah.
I can't promise I'll know what I'm meant to be doing, but I'll try. Kiss. He didn't respond with words.
Didn't he just say, like, I don't want to commit to dating you until all this Dean stuff is resolved? Is it resolved now? 2 seconds after he said that?
Well, no, he didn't say that recently, because we were just yelling about that earlier. But like, no, that was the whole reason he broke up with him.
Yeah, I know, but he did say that like 5 minutes ago in game time. I mean,
that was 3 hours ago, so I don't know.
Yeah, well, no, I mean, it was in the maze. He was like, I just don't think that like I can.
No, I mean 3 hours ago in my real
that was
life that is leaving me.
Correct. That's just weird that he said that, and then because that was already he said that post us breaking up with Dean. So what changed? Anyway.
He didn't respond with words, instead turning me quickly and pressing his mouth to mine. His whiskers twitched, and tongue played against mine as I struggled to figure out exactly how to kiss him back. I hate the words. His whiskers twitched and tongue played against him. Like, that doesn't scan. I melted against him, but before long he was pulling away and leaving me breathless. Wow.
Glad you enjoyed it.
Yeah, it's pretty great. Sudden, but great. It's like a pair of sandbags. He stepped back, chuckling.
Yeah, I can tell.
What do you mean? Boner! He gestured downward and I yelped, quickly turning around to hide my visible excitement. Wrapping his arms around my middle, he rested his chin on my shoulder.
It's cute.
It's not cute, it's embarrassing.
Option is there if you wanted to go deal with it. I can either help or leave you alone. It doesn't bother me either way. Ooh woo!
Penis!
Just know that you're not alone.
You too?
maybe not as excited as you, but if you wanted to go somewhere more private, we could.
More private than isolated in the middle of the
Won't people
maze
wonder where
nobody
we
is.
are? Dave, if they're not wondering now, then what is changed? Once again, I have to ask, what has changed?
What does that mean? Who's gonna notice if you both go into a room together or something, as opposed to
also you've been
being
sleeping
alone?
in his room for days.
Yeah, it's a completely incomprehensible line from Dave. I know it's sort of God.
I think you're missing the point. I'm fine either way and don't want to force you into anything, but if you want to go experiment, we can.
What? Right here? That's not what the word go means. Dave doesn't know what any words mean. I don't know
My
if he...
45-minute long tangent is over and I'm back in hell.
Yeah. I don't think that Dave, like, under California law, can consent.
What?
I don't think he's got enough.
He's a ward of the state. You don't think he's got enough? Oh no, you can't say that. But also, you might be right.
No, there's just laws about like your mental capacity and what you've got going on, and that make it so you're not allowed. You legally can't consent, and like Dave can't.
He is suicidally depressed.
Anything. Ever.
Yeah, I don't know. If you want, didn't think you'd be so daring.
You're serious? If you wanted to do something, here would be fine?
I know that not everyone is as liberated and
as the sex chad toaster
is as me. I wasn't even gonna say me, but like as most gay people and furries that I know. But like it is once again so hard for me to relate to the character dynamics here of just like, I don't know, like Dave is simultaneously this like chaste virgin who has never had any impure thoughts and can't fully like can't fully commit, like even touching someone or kissing someone. He's like, wow. But then he's like, but you want to get down in public, baby? Like, it's just like, it doesn't read to me. I don't understand the line that this is the weird chemistry that's going on here, but maybe that's just me. I feel like I don't know.
I'm just like they are private. They are in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah.
Like, by definition, no randos are going to wander in, so it's just
to
people.
The center of the maze. Yeah.
Well, I mean, like they're not in like New York.
Yeah, they're not at a public park.
They're not cruising. They're literally in an isolated place that the stakes dictate that they're isolated. So it's just their handful of friends, and they're not coming. So it's like, and this is your explicit goal.
Yeah.
So it's like
exactly
in all of this context, like the fucking like, I can help you out if you want to take care of it. Like, frankly, would work on me.
Why are they being so coy
like
about it?
Like it wouldn't be that much of a fucking obstacle at that point. I'd be like, well, all right.
Yeah, like, why is he putting up so much of a fight? It, like, the coyness of it is the thing that's weird to me. I don't know, that's all.
Especially when you've already asked the player if they're into it, and they said yes.
Yeah.
It's like, you're really, like, I don't get their brains.
Yeah, fully.
He wandered over to the bench, sitting nearby, and sat down, stretching out. That toothy smile never left his face.
So what's it gonna be, Dave?
I think it's honestly a little much for my first time, don't you think? What is much? Which part? Outdoors? Is it just that part? Because you're completely private and all of the mechanical logistics are not specified yet, so it can't be that. He laughed, and soon after I joined him. Ha 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 ha! We will laugh the boners away. While the gesture was exciting, it was maybe jumping too quickly into the deep end for me to really be comfortable about it.
I mean, that's fair, but that's just like, you just communicate that. That's fine. Then want to head back inside?
I think so. Even if we don't do anything, just heading inside might be a good idea.
Sure thing. Remember the way out?
He got up and took me by the hand. The pair of us trekking back through the maze towards the back door. Towards my back door. Nothing was I kind of miss how unabashedly horny some of the dumber ones I've played lately are.
Yeah. Yeah.
Nothing was really said, but occasionally I caught his gaze, and he smiled at me, flexing his grip on my hand. I was giddy but nervous at the same time, right up until we were quietly behind the door to his bedroom. Starting with another sweet kiss, he guided me over to the bed while removing his shirt. Soon, my shirt joined his, then the pants, until we were completely bare. That roguish smile he flashed made me feel reassured that what was about to happen was going to be fun. I wasn't sure how much time had passed, an hour or two maybe. We were both still recovering our breath.
Everything good?
Yeah,
I like how we get the
good.
brutal, every single detail about the Tyson scene, but with Haas it just cuts to black, because, like, what are they going to say?
Yeah. They can't decide how much they want to write porn or not.
Yeah.
Which led to this strange, uncomfortable contrast where sex with Haas is euphemistic, but sexual assault by Tyson is explained in, like, agonizing detail for, like, 10 minutes.
Yeah.
And that's interesting.
I think I should go have a shower, though. You had one before, so unless you want to join me, I'll be back in a bit.
You both had one before. That was the whole point.
Correct.
Because you got out of the pool. Before you go?
What's up?
What we did is fine, right?
Why wouldn't it be?
I mean, more. Can we do it again? He pushed me away slightly as he laughed, shaking his head. Of course not. You're awful.
If you're good, now I'm gonna get a shower and we can settle in if you want.
I might go get a glass of water. Did you want anything from downstairs?
I'm good. See you in a bit then.
I got down to the kitchen and found it empty, wandering over to the cupboard and then over to the sink to get some water. God fucking damn it. Do I want to know why you smell like Haas? I almost choked as Tyson appeared next to me. He'd been so quiet, and he patted my back as I recovered. Where did you come from? I've been around. Outside your door for the last hour. He leaned in close, and I could see his nose working. Knowing full well what I'd been up to, I dreaded what his reaction would be, trying to drink my water in peace. Oh, dude. What? I'm allowed, right? With Haas? Really? He's nice. He grumbled, but took the cup when I offered it to him and drank while side-eyeing me. Are you jealous? Now it's his turn to choke, slamming down the cup dangerously hard while gripping onto my shoulder tight. I'm not jealous, it's just fucking gross. Totally jealous. Just fuck, alright. If he does anything to you, then I'm gonna kill him. Maybe don't be so drastic? I mean it though. I don't care if he's my friend, you come first. The only appropriate reaction I assumed was to hug him, so I did. Thanks, Ty, for threatening to murder people around me and policing my life. Yeah, just don't go getting gayer on me and it's fine. I don't think that's possible, Ty. Anyway, figure if you're hooking up with Haas now, I can crash in your bed again tonight, right? Oh yeah, for your headache? Yeah, that's cool, yeah. Of course, hopefully you sleep well. I'd say the same to you, but... He looked me over, rolling his eyes. Second thought, fuck it, I'm not saying anything else. I'm heading to bed, sleep tight, Dave. That was like a well-paced scene by password standards that was character-driven even, and functional. I'm not gonna like say it's amazing, but that was what scenes should be like, for the most part. It was like 30 seconds long. It matched up with the characters that we know as we know them so far. It didn't have any weird unhinged lines that I can't make sense of. It almost reminds me of back when I thought I liked Tyson the most.
Correct.
When I got back to Haas's room, I could hear him still in the shower. Stripping down, I laid down on the bed, deciding to leave my underwear on, at least for the time being. He's described as stripping, but he was never described as dressing, so I presume that he was just walking nude down to get a shower, to get water.
You're back.
That wasn't a long shower.
I'm efficient. Besides, I only needed a rinse given we weren't all that messy.
We could have been messier.
Dave, you have no idea.
I'll show you how the Germans do it.
I don't want to think about this.
Haas wandered over to the bed and crawled over me. Under him, I felt slightly smaller. The bulk of his fur making him seem all the larger from how he was looming. Okay. Carefully, I reached up and cupped his face. He sighed and leaned lightly into my touch. I appreciate you, Haas.
I appreciate you too, Dave.
Even after a rinse, I could still smell the lingering scent of the balm he normally used. And against the comfort of the mattress, I started to feel my eyelids grow heavy.
You tired?
Easing himself down against me, propped up against his elbows, he planted a kiss on the side of my muzzle. In that moment, I reveled in the feeling that I had just being near him. We connected in a way that I didn't think I would with anyone else, even Tyson. And amidst everything else going on, it was just nice. Not only has the campaign not effectively led up to this moment, today didn't effectively lead up to this moment. What a weird series of scenes that are supposed to be like the culmination of their entire romantic arc. The physical recoil I feel when I still see comments saying, I prefer this over Ad Astra. And I'm like, alright. I returned the kiss, and he took it as a challenge, doubling down until we were once again in the throes of expressing how we felt for one another. While it left us exhausted, and almost as messy as we'd ended up just before, we didn't worry about it. In that moment, it was just us, and to reinforce that, Haas held me close to him, with my hands holding him just as close. I fell asleep with the smell of my boyfriend comforting me, if that's what I could call him. It was a comfort either way. At least for the time being, I was happy. These were just dreams, right? But they felt different somehow. The feeling in my head, no better either. Then it was gone. Everything came back into focus, and I was right where I went to bed the night before. I love that it's described in relative terms, so that he doesn't have to specify in case there's a contradiction from all the routes. This has made it... We got upsetting news in the comments, which is that there's affection scores in this game, and that the dialogue and scenes can change based on what level of affection you have with characters, is what we were told, supposedly. And somehow we have low affection with Haas, somehow, even though I've been, like, trying to pick all the horny options or whatever, or I don't know what he wants. Which only further adds to the level of variability in the text, potentially, which would be impressive if any of it was done well, but instead it just further sounds like levels of intense complexity that make it do more to answer why there's nothing interesting happening.
Yeah.
Like, you had to write the AB route split and 6 characters routes at once, and variations on those 6 character routes, and you were juggling all that. Like, that would just become like, well, gotta keep braiding this hair. It looks like a braid. Gotta make sure it still looks like a braid in the next part of the braid. And like, you're just doing a repetitive pattern-seeking thing and not like writing a story at some point because you have so many wires to manage. That sounds upsetting. I feel like if I wrote multiple route stories, I would just write one story linearly, and then I'd look back and think of where it might be interesting to branch off and write a different story. Yeah. And then I'd just add a branch in one go, essentially, from there, and then maybe keep going like that if I want to keep having branching stories. But like, the idea of writing about branches from the get-go just sounds like self-sabotage.
My take is that I don't want branching stories. I truly don't care about them. And what I want is a story where if it has multiple routes, all of those routes are all
play
canon,
and
they play end to end, and they just are other people's focus. Like, and if your visual novel needs some sort of weird player agency of being able to choose the events, like, I think you maybe should just consider writing a more interesting story that will get them interested in just your different routes that you want to write instead of having to find a way to like shoehorn in a main character that interacts with them all.
Or you write horror and just write a bunch of bad endings.
Yes.
For fun.
Sure.
Just pick the right choice or die.
Yeah.
and that's just one real story, but a lot of opportunities to have a horrible thing happen.
Have like side things happen that are kind of quirky and fun. Yeah, I definitely get that. I think, I don't know, I'm at this point where it's like, I have to sit here and just wonder why people are like so touchy and important about player choice. Like, I don't know.
I don't know if they are.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how much people do care about having choices and routes in free visual novels.
I don't know, man.
Compared
I feel
to like the implied marketing value of it being in like a supposed RPG adjacent video game.
I mean, I guess that's kind of what's informing what I'm thinking about is just like whenever I think about like
probably gaming, player choice is framed as such a high watermark no matter what the context is.
It's like your choices matter. You actually have an influence over things, and it's just like,
Just like how linearity is seen as just being a bad thing in video games, no matter what.
Yeah.
Somehow, when it's obviously a great idea most of the time.
I think, I mean, I definitely think that there is value in games doing what games do best, which is being interactive. But I think that people devalue like context. Which is like kind of sad because like context is as meaningful as like a big ending change. It's just like people are like, it doesn't change the ending, so my choices don't matter. And it's like, well, I mean, can you not create a story out of the individual moments that you're creating? Like, that's kind of what ludonarrative is, and like that's kind of sad. I don't know. I've always been a big defender. This is such a weird tangent to go off immediately at the start, but I've always been a defender of the Telltale game model, not because I think that those games are particularly good on their own, but because I do think even if their endings, like there's only 3 different endings when you play all these 5 episodes or, you know, whatever.
Yeah.
I think that there is value in like allowing the player to be a director for a scene and like allowing them to make choices that change the context or create different like narrative theming based on the choices that are happening. So it's one of
the ultimate scenes of that is the beginning of episode 2 of The Walking Dead, where you have limited food supplies. You can give 3 food items to any of the characters in the entire roster. It basically never comes up, but you're essentially making the choice of, do I give this to the adults so that we're strong enough to survive what happens next, or do I give it to the children because implicitly, like, that's our responsibility as these 3 characters, the teenager, Clementine, and Duck. And none of those choices affect the outcome of episode 2 or the season. They just have some reaction to how Kenny treats you a bit. And Kenny being the most interesting character in the entire Walking Dead series. And like that's a lot. There's a lot of that throughout the Walking Dead games. Are very good. Like they're very good at making scenes where your choice is meaningful because you're being forced to interact with the scene and take part in the you're having to make the choice that the character is making. And it doesn't matter whether or not that's gonna like change the ending of the whole thing. And on that level, like that's like the angle from which I kind of like to some extent defend Mass Effect 3. Is because people expected the somehow, like the endings aren't great, but I don't know how people expected it to somehow have like 1 million different endings based on every choice you made across 3 games. But like, it does spend a frankly fetishistic amount of time following up on the choices you've made in the last 2 games that you might not have even played before, and following through every single prior character and exactly where they are right now, and trying to close every single thread to an extent that no game has maybe ever tried to do before. And it gets summarized as being the game that has those 3 bad endings, like it's Deus Ex Human Revolution or something. It's like, it's more reactive to player choice than maybe any game ever. It just wasn't in the. I don't know how much I don't think how much Liara likes you is going to change the fate of the galaxy. So, those are 2 different topics essentially.
Yeah, no, totally. And like, I mean, I think that there is, like, again, this is like one of those player choice things too, where like I think you have to strike a fine line between giving players agency and paying off their choices in bombastic ways. A really good example of this, and why I think something like Mass Effect 3 fails, where something like maybe Telltale's Walking Dead or, you know, whatever those games are, like, they do relatively well, is that in The Walking Dead, you do something small and it changes context. In Mass Effect, you know, you have control over your character for so long, and you have very direct control over them. You choose their dialogue options. You choose how they interact with the world. Things might happen to them, but you choose how you respond to them. And then, like, Mass Effect 3 comes around and it's very stylistically different in that, like, Shepard just, like, talks and interacts with things without your input. That was always my big issue with Mass Effect 3, is like right from the start, the scene in like Canada or whatever, Vancouver.
Yeah, immediately they're like the conversations will flow better if he just responds immediately, and you're like, huh.
Yeah, yeah, and it's immediately like a weird. There's like a change here, and then obviously like for lots of people, that changes into, well, the game doesn't value your player choice, and like the ending is clearly a indicator of that, and blah 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 blah. And like I think that that's like a really good example of like expectation setting and like breaking game design patterns, and like that's why you really need to be careful about being like really consistent with how you portray player agency. And that is one of those things that I think that the Telltale games are relatively okay at in comparison to something like a Mass Effect 3, just as an example. But then flipping that back around to like visual novels, I often feel like there's a lot of focus on agency in them, and like character routes, and like picking your husband, and like the player is a self-insert, or the main character is a self-insert for the player. And like I just oftentimes think this is really misguided, because they're also trying to be a story, usually, that is like saying something very cogent.
Yeah.
And like you can't do that if you don't have a character, and like it's really hard to separate the player from the character in these instances when the audience is already expecting to like basically be a shoo-in for them. So this is one of those things that that's
the thing that Password struggles very heavily with, because Dave has a tragic backstory and pre-existing relationships with these characters that are very specific, even if they're not specified. And like, yeah, he is a person with a history and a personality, and goes through things that we have no control over the course of this game, and a name and so on. So like inherently it doesn't even make sense for him to some extent to be a route character person. Like the audience exerts their control over Dave for some reason and picks a person for them to romance for some reason, and it's like, well, like Dave's Dave though, like we can't change who Dave is, so like there kind of is like right and wrong answers, and it doesn't make sense that we're steering him to some extent. And like it's one of those things where it felt clever that the game was essentially balking at our control when we tried to name Dave, but then it forgot like that little moment was not actually indicative of anything. It's just a joke at the idea of naming characters, but not in a level where it actually is like, you thought this was your story? Ha! And it's like, no, it wasn't doing that. It wasn't doing anything really. Whoops. Womp womp. Anyway, back to the thing where we're at unspecified sleeping quarters because we need to make the joins and splits work. Everything came back into focus, and I was right where I went to bed the night before. No headache, heart still racing, but things felt real again. Groaning, I flexed my arms and hands in front of me as I sank into the plush warmth of the bed. In a daze, I reached behind me, feeling behind for whatever it was that was pressed up against me, but ended up just getting a handful of Haas's backside.
Good morning to you too.
I yelped, realizing what I'd done and being caught off guard that he had been awake. I buried my face into the pillow in embarrassment, all the while he laughed quietly and got out of bed. Why are you naked? Because you fucked at least twice. Like, we're past this, Dave.
You saw it all last night. Figured why not jump back in bed after a shower just to freshen up.
You showered already? Why? Because it's my personality.
Dave, we shared a bed together. You're fluffy and warm. Combined with this mane, I was overheating. Been awake for a while, so it was just watching you sleep. Creepy.
Why would you do that?
Because it's cute. Maybe a little unnerving listening to you mumble in your sleep, but you seem to settle down quickly. I'm just like overwhelmed with loathing for this character.
Yeah. Why does it keep reminding us of like traits that can be judged? Like, it's just a huge red flag to constantly be like highlighting things like, hey, maybe you should feel self-conscious about like how you mumble in your sleep and stuff. Think about that. Huh. Well, okay.
How are you feeling after yesterday anyway? You seem to be having some sort of nightmare, I guess.
Not a nightmare, just confusing dreams. I sat up fiddling with my hands. But after yesterday, I think I'm doing okay. I sort of feel surreal still. I feel good, just processing it still.
Do you regret it?
What? No. What? No. Not at all. It's just, I guess I just don't know what to call you.
We're friends, Dave, but we're also dating, maybe? What did you want to call it? I don't understand. Mm-hmm. I don't understand why these people... This is a constant issue.
They're so afraid of this term.
It's not even being afraid of the term. It's like characters... This is like a huge pet peeve of mine. When characters in media are like... overly introspective about the nature of like friendship, as if it is something that is defined and with like stages that
my
you
best
like
friend, like a
yes.
8-year-old.
Yeah. So when people are like, are we even friends? How can we know we're friends? What if we're actually enemies, even though we're lovers? And it's like no one talks like this. Like, what are you talking about? And they're like, I don't know what to call us. We have sex, and I tell you that I love you. But do I? I've only known you for 5 days, Dave. Are we even friends?
Whereas
anyway, let's go eat some cereal. And it's like, these aren't, they're just words. Like, I mean, and people do this, don't get me wrong. Like, people
are annoying.
Do that, and they are annoying. But it is something that bugs me in real life, too. Like, nothing makes my social anxiety worse than when someone is like messages me and they're like, hey, how you doing? And I'm like, I'm doing good. Like, how are you? And they're like, are we friends? I can't really tell. And I'm like, you're messaging me. You're talking to me. I don't hate you. I'm responding. Like, what do you think friendship is? Do you think friendship is like a card that I give out to people? Like, Keith is my friend because I gave him the membership card, but sorry, I'm not in random people's DMs all day, so you're not my friends. Like, no, it just means like sometimes I don't message people every day. It's okay. Like, you don't need to be weird about it. And so like that is just such a huge pet peeve for me before, especially with this. And this is especially with like Dave right here. He says, I've never had a boyfriend before. We're not officially a thing yet, right? If you've never had a boyfriend, why did you have to break up with Dean? Why did you have to, were you dating or were you not? You're going to make a big fuss about like the stages of relationships and whether or not you're even friends or even dating. And then you say you've never had a boyfriend before, but we already made a fuss about you having achieved some sort of grand step in a relationship that needed to be undone. Like, what are you talking about?
Sincerely incomprehensible that that after breaking up with Dean, we're told that he's never had a boyfriend before. You're like, but like Dean is just a nightmare character, just a completely failure, just a failure to launch. Just they did not figure out how to even introduce him to the story, and he never stops coming up, and it's always playing catch up with the fact that they never established who the fuck he is. So yeah, you get lines of this, and you're like, am I supposed to lean on this line as like context for Dean? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? He's never had a boyfriend before. The whole premise of the story is that not the whole premise of the story, but like the whole premise of most of this is the fact that he and Dean were boyfriends. And everyone knew that. So What the fuck am I reading?
It's just exhausting. I think part of this is like, I don't mean to go off too much on this tangent again, but just like this idea of like this like tiered friendship threshold it's just such a false hierarchy.
Are we Facebook official at being my friends?
Yeah.
Whoa.
Well, like, I mean, a good example.
Are we moots?
Yeah.
Twitter oomfies.
It's just like hard to imagine, like when someone's like, when you have a character that does this, or when you have a person who does this in real life, they're like, are we friends yet? And then you like look at their social relationships and like their friends, and then you have to get into your own head about like, are we friends? Are we not? Are we there yet? Are we not? Like trying to actually create like a diagram of like, here are your friends and here are your friendship levels, and here's how we know that I have achieved this step. Like, you can't actually do that, one, because that's not how friendship works, but two, like, there's never actually like a cogent philosophy or like a path. Like, people don't operate like that. So it's not like this is a pagoda you can like ascend the floors of to reach the highest level balcony of friendship. Like, that's just not how it works. You don't do that. And so when you have a character like Haas or Dave be like, I've never had a boyfriend before. What are we? If we're not friends, are we lovers? Like, it's like, what does the shape of this hierarchy look like, Dave? Like, what do you think? Do you need to circle around and like, you know, do 2 laps around the track and then take a left exit into the secret pathway in order to become a boyfriend? Like, what does the Mario Kart map of this relationship look like? I don't get what they're trying to set up. And I feel like it comes from a place of genuinely not understanding how humans relate to each other. And like thinking of it from like an economical, logical, commodified perspective. Like, it's very transactional of like, we are all Sims with little meters, and I have your friendship affection at 84 points, and thus we are friends. Like, it's just like, it's so fucking weird. It's so fucking weird. There are people...
You have allocated enough days of your schedule so that we are now friend-linked in Persona.
Yeah, well, exactly. Exactly. It's just like, I don't know. I just think of it like, there are people that I met at MFF, like at a furry convention that I went to for 4 days out of the year, that I have not spoken to since MFF, and I only spoke to for a few hours at MFF. If someone asked me, is this person your friend? I would say, oh, hell yeah, they're great. That's all friendship is. Like, you don't need to go through like you're not going through like a crazy threshold. You don't get a friend card. It's just like, hey, yeah, I know them. They're cool. We have a positive relationship. We're friends. I don't know if they would go to bat for me if I was pulled into a court case for something. Like, I don't know if I would call them to be my character witness, but friendship doesn't need to be that. It's just like, yeah, man, like, we're friends. We're friendly. Like, that's what friendship is. It's friendliness. You can be friendly to people. And like, I'm sure there are people out there that I would consider an acquaintance or like is someone in my circle, but like, that's like a personal judgment. It's not like a threshold level. You don't get to be my friend because you sent me 50 messages, in as much as someone else gets to be my friend after only sending me 5. Like, it's literally just kind of a feeling. It doesn't matter. I don't know. I just think this way of interacting with like relationships is so exhausting. But maybe that's just me, a socially anxious person that hates being overly introspective about like friendship levels.
Well, I'm a socially anxious person who has a platform and had for a particular reason, a lot of people suddenly were interested in a couple years ago, and I could feel it when people were kind of almost approaching me like a video game character and like trying to unlock a relationship of some kind, and like they weren't like, their interactions just weren't coming from a place of like sincere interest or even like any kind of natural like desire for conversation, but instead they just like desired the end goal where we have some kind of friendship or something and they know me, and so they were kind of like just kind of prompting me over and over again, essentially, And it's just like, it's a deeply unnatural way of interacting, and I immediately don't want to talk to those people anymore.
Yeah, it's just weird. It's like weird to be transactional about this. Like, friendship is just a thing. I truly just consider it like the people that are in the room with me. Not in like a literal, you just sit in the room with me and now we're friends kind of way, but like, I go to a party, I'm at the party, I look around and I see all the faces. The people here know my name and are nice to me. If they said, hey, Toaster, you want to get a drink and talk about something? If my answer is, yeah, sure, then we're friends. Like, it's not that complicated. So I don't know. Like, the complication of it literally triggers my social anxiety. Like, I can't handle it when people...
Yeah, like, why are we interrogating it? Why do I basically have to, like, prove it or something?
Earn your friendship. Like, it's just like, okay, dude, whatever. You're super high strung. And that's how I feel about Haas.
Yeah. Well, it's how we feel about Dave, because Dave's the one that's like, I don't know what this means.
Yeah.
And it's like, Haas is like, I don't know, man, what do you want to call it?
Yeah.
But Haas, if anything, is casual about relationships and sex, and isn't that hung up on the boyfriend status or not, except for when it's suddenly his turn to be this route's reason we have to confront Dean.
Well, that's what I'm saying, though, is like, even earlier, though, Haas is like, do you have a thing with Dean or do you not? Let's confront this. I can't kiss you right now because this other thing that could possibly happen is here. And it's like, dude, just like, what? Are you all about this or not? What is your deal? Like,
yeah, and that's just the writing like being a mess.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just so bizarre.
On the exact same day of this trip, while we're in the throes of it being a very deadly, dangerous scenario, out of nowhere, every single character suddenly really cares about your relationship with Dean.
Yeah, and then even with Haas, like in the Haas in the maze is like, do you like me or do you not like me? I don't know. Is that what we can call this? And it's just like, shut up, dude. Like, shut the fuck up.
I've never had a boyfriend before, but we're not officially a thing yet, right?
I'd say we should talk more about what we need and want from a relationship first before calling it official. Yes.
So, what do we tell the others? Tyson already knows, by the way.
What exactly does he know?
I'm full of your cummies. When I went to get some water last night, I ran into him in the kitchen. He could smell you on me.
Oh, was that all?
Did you think it would be worse?
I'll just tell it like it is to his face. I don't think he'd care so much as long as we don't lie to him. He might have questions, though.
And we answer the questions?
I might let you handle that, if only to see you both squirm, but if I need to step in, I will.
Gee, thanks.
Honestly, I think Tyson's the least of your worries. Sound good?
We'll handle it as we go. Yeah, I think so.
Oh. Now, let's get some coffee into you before you go fretting too much about stuff that might not happen.
We got dressed and started to head downstairs. Sleep was still lingering on me, but Haas gave me a friendly nudge to bring a smile to my face. By the time I got down to the foyer, I had an arm over my shoulder. He had an arm over my shoulder, so he could give me a rousing, if gentle, shake if we wandered into the dining room. As we wandered in the dining room, I was not ready for any of where that sentence was going. I'm just like, the fuck are we talking about? So my predictive text in my brain was not working, so I was just like surprised by each word and saying a different one instead. Almost immediately he turned to Tyson and got his attention, and they started talking about something. I assumed him cluing him in on what had happened. What a nightmare to read. Okay, the one line that matches
Please
the previous
God,
scene.
Let this just skip us to day 24.
I keep wondering when the last Haas scene will be, and whether it'll feel anything like it's impactful at all, or like a meaningful final scene for Haas before he just becomes a background character, or if it'll just sound like they forgot about him. Sorry to ask this, but now that you're both here, what's up? So you two are a thing now, right?
Why? Jealous?
No. It's complicated, I think. But the intention
Is it?
there. I don't know. I have no idea how it's complicated.
What the fuck?
It's explicitly simple. Like, they hug, they sleep together, they fuck, and they talk about their feelings, and they said they're gonna figure out the specifics later about what they expect from all this, and that's distinctly uncomplicated. You're in the moment of least complication in a relationship, potentially.
It's just fucking remarkable.
But the intention is there to see if it'd work, though. You sure work fast, then. It's been 3 weeks since we started this game.
It has not. It has been over a year.
Yes, but for them, it's been 3 weeks of almost nothing happening, and this. Well, I have,
It was a bit of fun is all. Worst possible thing you could say right now, Haas.
Yeah, well, it's kind of gross going around smelling like each other.
If the positions were reversed, you'd have zero issues with it.
Oh, so you and Ty together? What?
Oh, big dog, I didn't know you were into me that way.
Yeah, let's homo antagonize the queer panic character. This will go great. Haas grinned and shimmied closer to Ty, who seemed to be in a rush to push him back so that he wasn't at arm's length. Dude, stop. Maybe you two would be better off dating instead, huh? I swear, you two is going to make me go gray around the muzzle fast. You already are. You are a gray wolf.
Correct.
So we have your blessing? Yeah, I guess.
Not that we needed it, but just good to know.
All right, time to lean in and smell even more like me, pit slut.
Don't worry, audience.
Look how fast it's going.
I'm revoking
scenes.
Keith's talking license soon. It's okay.
You've been
this will
saying
all be
that
over soon.
every session for like 2 years.
Yeah, and I'm slowly being radicalized even further.
My entire job is to think of the worst thing to say that isn't gonna get me canceled, and then just spew that out at random intervals to just
subscribe to Null Playing Games to hear more Keith improv, nightmare improv.
That is true.
Yes, I was shilling the thing that we make.
Yeah. No, you, Ka, and I will take turns saying the worst thing each episode of Null Playing Games. Just the worst ideas, and then Ka has the most high effort shitpost of them all because he'll pay somebody to draw the worst thing. And that's how you get Longhorse. And now it's an emoji set in the Discord where people string together the horses voring each other and a long string of vorse.
You know, it is what it is.
Looking around the table, I checked on the others, but near immediately, Dean stood upon us, making eye contact, slowly leaving the room. What an insane sentence. What am I reading? Looking around the table, I checked on the others, but near immediately, Dean stood upon us, making eye contact.
Upon us making eye contact. He stood in reaction to us making eye contact.
Oh, upon us making eye contact.
As in Dave and Dean.
I thought he stood upon us, making eye contact, and then slowly left the room. I'm like, eye contact with who? Who's he looking at? Everyone at once? Is he just spinning? It has the weird vibe of like somebody walking out of the room backwards with both their birds up, but I'm like, I don't think that's what they're going for.
No, yeah.
Soon after that went Sal, who apologized to the table before wandering off Soon after that went Sal, who apologized to the table before wandering off in search of his friend.
I think this is like... disappointing isn't the word I would use, but like... It's such a petulant way to write a character, which is fine. You can have petulant characters. My favorite Umineko character is super petulant, but like it's just so presumptuous in a game where the player can choose to do like 5 other routes first, because what every action Dean has taken has felt absolutely insane from my perspective, and I think it's just going to be that way forever because we're going to do the Dean route last. So like, why?
You'll never make sense. We'll never understand.
I mean, I guess we could do it next. I keep forgetting about Roswell, but it's just like still crazy. I keep forgetting that we have Roswell to do before the end, but yeah.
Roswell, Dean, and Orlando.
Yeah. Ugh.
Uh-huh. You know, Orlando, the important character?
Literally who? Like, what's he up to right now? All right. So. Now that Dean's gone, may as well tell everyone else as to what's going on between Dave and myself. You literally could have just cut the conversation. Now that Dean's gone, we can tell everyone. That's all you have to say.
Uh-huh. It's also just like, how is this important enough to even bring up in this context? We're gonna die.
What do you mean? Oh, what's going on between you two?
They're fucking. Tyson!
He's not wrong, if a bit blunt.
When did this happen? How did this happen? Is this what caused the spat between you and Dean yesterday?
Kinda.
What spat? You broke up with them.
Yeah.
Whatever.
I mean, I had to tell Dean before any of it sort of happened anyway. It wasn't fair.
And after he'd spoken to Dean, and only after is when we talked it out and decided to see how it goes.
That's not true. You didn't fuck until after, but you definitely did not wait until they were broken up to act like relationship stuff was happening. It went to the bedroom.
Why are you so fixated on that?
Because I'm homophobic. He could smell you on me when I went to get water. It was gross. He was jealous. I'm not fucking jealous. We've already had this conversation like 3 times.
I might be a little jealous. This sounds like a fun night.
Whatever. Dude.
What? Yesterday was a disaster. A little fun in the evening would have been nice.
Didn't even know that Orlando understood what sex was, honestly. What about video games? I still don't think Dave knows what sex is.
Not that kind of fun, Dave.
But it is what it is.
Roswell didn't seem to care. Having been quiet this whole time, he'd started to gather their plates and move them to the kitchen.
Well, I guess if you're both happy, it's fine.
Just remember to take a shower, Dave. I always take a shower.
This would never be a problem for him. Why is this? We've established that Dave showers too much and sleeps all the time. Those are his 2 character traits.
I hope you're ready for what you've signed up for, Haas.
Hey, you should be saying the same to him. Wonk.
Waka waka. Tyson and Orlando looked at one another, and in that moment, Haas started to wander off. Anyway, bye. Bye, Dave.
These characters aren't people, so just who cares, you know?
Ty gave me a look to go follow Haas and seemed to linger behind as Orlando wandered into the kitchen to help Roswell. I caught up to Haas waiting on the stairs, who flashed me a smile before leading me upstairs to his room.
I keep looking at the sides. Sorry, this is unrelated. So for a long time, I thought the squares in the text box were a reference to Password the Game, as in the game where you guess a code and then it is like hit or blow is another term for it. There's like bowls and whatever, where you like, you know, you put in the word and it's like pass, P-A-S-S, and then like one, I guess Wordle is like another example. Fuck, that was an easier example. That like people would know of, where it's like it will highlight the letters that are correct and then circle the ones that are like correct but not in the right place, like that sort of situation. But I don't think it is because we don't play the password like that. So what is the weird squares? Is it just a bizarre UI element that they decided to use?
Just fun squares.
Just fun squares. They're fun because they're squares, and some of them are different squares.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine.
Sometimes there's a black square, and sometimes there's an empty square, and sometimes there's no squares.
Yeah, no judgment. That's fine. This was not a critique.
And the two sides are symmetrical. The end. Tyson really wasn't beating around the bush, was he?
You expected him to be subtle?
Not really, or at least I didn't think he'd be that direct. That's like the opposite. Those two sentences are like the opposite of each other.
Well, at least the others know, minus Dean.
And Sal.
Oh, I imagine Orlando's going to fill Sal in pretty fast. Doesn't feel right to go tiptoeing around Dean like this, but it's better than rubbing salt in the wound.
They did such a bad job at telling everyone, which was the goal.
Correct.
They told 3 people in that scene out of 6. Yeah, you're right, but we need to tell them eventually. It's only fair. Dave, you're the person who didn't think you needed to tell Haas your dad was dead for months. I don't know what standard of communication you're pretending to have.
Oh, I agree, but finding out the day after might be a little much. Don't want to cause waves when there are more important things going on. We should tell everyone, Dave. It is our social imperative to do so. It'll be better to do it now than wait. Except for the reason why it would be better to do it later and not now. All right, Haas. Whatever you say, dude.
I think it's like the characters often just react to what happened.
Yep.
And whatever happens to be the truth right now, they just kind of backwards rationalize that as being the best case scenario, no matter what that is, all the time.
Every time.
So their logic will just snap them in the reaction to whatever actually did end up happening, and they'll just like rationalize what happened, and they'll just say that they'll just be written that way constantly. So they basically just never have a point. Whenever they have like a strong moral stance, if you just like wait 10 minutes and change the scenario slightly, they'll just forget they had it, and they'll if they didn't get a chance to bring it up.
Yes.
The end. No kidding. He lifted my chin with a finger, flashing me a smile.
At least the cat is out of the bag now, though if only to keep Big Dog happy. We should probably make sure you don't go around smelling too much like me in the future.
Or just double down. So I have this spot I'll probably need help getting. You know, being clean is an issue. It's my asshole.
Just get you a proper scrubbing brush.
You gotta clean up my asshole. Wait, those exist? What?
You have a scrubbing brush. What are you talking about?
What?
Is Dave dumb?
Is Dave talking about his asshole?
You can't fool me. Your tone is giving you away.
Okay, fine. Maybe I just like someone else scrubbing my back for me. You have explicitly bristled at every single chance anyone has had to brush your back in this route, and you keep talking about how you have a brush instead. What the fuck? They just forgot?
Yeah. I think this is a weird character trait. Like, this is an odd affection point thing. Not affection point as in the background of the game that we just learned about. I mean, like, every single romance so far has, or at least the ones that are sexual or have like shower scenes, so to speak, have very directly been like, and then someone scrubs Dave's back, which is like, it's just like, it's such a weird thing, I think,
that
to
harlot.
be like, not even, I don't even mean like that. It's just like, it's such an odd focal point. Like, it makes me wonder if this is like a core memory for Grizz, you know what I mean? Of like, and then he scrubbed my back right between my shoulder blades because I can't reach there. And it's like, okay, that's kind of whatever. All right, dude. I mean, that's fine. It's fine. It's just given like reverence in a way that I think is like odd. I don't know. I can reach all parts of my back to scrub them, so I'm not really that worried about that.
It's just an odd detail. Yeah, I don't It's also just like an element of like, it kind of does feel like almost, you don't get a sense that each relationship takes a wildly different form like relationships would, and instead they kind of converge into the same relationship, which is that they weirdly talk about siblings too much and then they rub their back.
Yeah.
It was just Sal's route that was weirdly had a tinge of vor throughout. Then that's been the one unique one so far. Really? That's a thing I can just ask for?
I'd be fine scrubbing your back every once in a while, sure. All this sort of stuff we can figure out and talk about over time. Part of the dating process.
Scrubbing your back? This is... What base is that? Huh, well, okay, I guess I took it for granted with Ty just doing it without asking.
Well, now you have a prospective boyfriend to do that stuff for you. Just don't expect me to go spoiling you like your brother does. I keep forgetting how weird it is that Tyson and Dave shower together.
Yeah.
I forgot that this is a thing that they technically did before they were dating in their route, which is yet another
We're just supposed
thing
to
of just like,
that.
huh.
Very strange sibling and sibling adjacent relationships just throughout these games. I'm trying to feel like the most normal relationship between them was that Sal just watched his sister die. All right,
I think
noted.
I think this is painful.
I found myself chuckling happily to myself as Haas wandered over to the bed.
Now come here. I figure that it's probably better to have a shower after what I think is about to happen, right? Wink.
Much like the night before, we made a mess and collapsed onto each other out of breath, but feeling great.
There's like a phrasing issue, and I just don't love it, and that's all.
No. You could definitely just euphemistically talk about them making a mess, but the sentence doesn't work on some level. Also, like, a more abstract description followed by much more literal descriptions. They're just like, and then we collapsed on each other, out of breath, we're feeling great. And it's like, yeah, I know. No, I get it. That's why you spoke euphemistically first. Was you already said what happens. I know what sex do be. I probably could have fallen asleep right after it wasn't for Haas's insistence that we have a shower to clean off. You already implied that when him saying we should shower after this. Once again, we got a quick brushing in before settling in for the night with a good cuddle. Them showering is technically described more than their sex. In a sequence designed to be quick montage. Oops.
Oh my god, I looked over at the window and it was like stuck on the black screen as it was fading in for a moment, and I thought we ended it looked like credits fading in, and I was like, are we done? Did we just skip to the end of the route? I was so excited for a second. Someone sounds hungry.
I don't think I've been this hungry in a while, actually. It looked like Haas had already been awake when I'd woken, but that was hardly a surprise with how early he was normally up.
Does that mean you slept well?
Pretty well. Outside a strange dream, but that's hardly a new thing.
Anything worth sharing? Maybe.
I'm still just processing it.
Sure you want to not just speak your mind?
Well, I don't want to come across as crazy or anything, but I might know where another metal is.
Why would that make you come across as crazy? What makes you come across as crazy is saying that you think having an idea of where to look for your stated goal makes you sound crazy. That's the thing that makes you sound crazy, Dave. That sounds like something worth sharing.
The problem is that I could also be a trap set by Thanatos. That's why I'm not sure.
Thanatos, your friend who has been working with you this whole time.
I'm not sure what a Thanatos trap is.
The third option, of course, being that it was a dream, right?
Yeah, I guess you're right. I always default to making you doubt yourself, Dave. That's my reflex in this relationship.
You want to head down to breakfast or just to freshen up, but feel free to head down and get yourself some coffee.
All right. Want me to make you some tea?
If you think you can manage, sure.
You think you can manage the difficult task of boiling some water? You get hot water and then you get the tea bag and oh, that's it. It's finished it. Haas, it's leaf juice. I can manage.
If you're that sure, I suppose I'll be down to see what you come up with.
Come up with? They're pre-packaged. I don't think he's inventing tea.
I mean, he's probably gonna make loose leaf tea, is my guess. But like,
gonna go out to the garden and try to figure out what tea is. Like, oh, maybe I'll use these pumpkin seeds. Haas hopped out of bed and strode into the bathroom while I followed suit at a much slower pace. Just my destination was the door to the room instead. Why would you write that?
I don't know. Why
what
would
an
you?
Annoying sentence. Just irritating. I followed suit in that I wasn't doing the same thing. Okay. Nice try. I have notes. It's the one where the people are in the kitchen. These people have they got a sword. I don't want to say that it's a little cringy, but it kind of is.
Oh, the betrayal, Dave. How could you? I feel I am euphorically happy at the idea of ending the Hoss route today.
Uh-huh. It'll
like
any minute now.
It occurred to me that it would be over soon, and I got extremely excited.
Oh no, I like it sometimes. Tyson, help? What do you expect me to say?
I believe Orlando used the word otaku once to describe it.
Okay. He also used the phrase weeb, so go figure.
But it's a good thing, right? Alright, I don't know why this was a slightly different scene from the... Leave him alone. Dom looked across to me, a light tilt in his head.
Not doing anything to him yet.
You can't threaten people like that.
I can. I did anywhere.
That's the input. If you're dating Haas, you might try to stand up for him very slightly in one scene. I pushed myself up. I groaned, sitting back against the headboard. It took me a little bit to figure out where I was. The telltale bomb sitting on the side table, Haas's room. But where was Haas? The telltale bomb. That's how you always know it's Haas's room. I got up, rubbing my face and feeling the blood sitting there, only rubbing in further. I needed a shower.
Me too.
The water ran red from my face. Nose still tender from where I'd fallen to the floor, no doubt. Every breath I took through my nose was tender, but as I cleaned off, I could smell less and less blood. As I stepped out, Haas was standing there with his arms folded.
You gave me a bit of a scare, Dave.
I'm sorry. I just wanted to have a shower and...
Not that. Seeing Dean carrying you from the basement, you unconscious and covered with blood, him looking guilty. Not a good look. That's not Dave's fault. What you're saying is it looks like Dean killed you. Why would you blame Dave?
What do you mean you gave me a scare? Sorry for being covered in blood. It's also one of the times that like Dave gets wounded the most, and it's like you expect it to be impactful, but it's like, oh, he just like fell on his face or something after Thanatos. Just a bad fall.
This is fucking incredible.
I didn't mean for it to happen.
I didn't think so, but still, you were out of it for a while.
How long is a while?
You missed dinner, but I don't know how long you were unconscious in the basement.
Blame the rat.
Trust me, I will be.
Despite me being naked, Haas kept eye contact as he planted his hands on the shoulders, spun me around, and walked me backwards to the bed.
So what happened?
Thanatos and I had a talk, and then he took me to the vault. Then at some point he knocked me out.
And what happened after?
I was knocked out. What the fuck?
That's very funny.
What are you talking about?
Deeply funny.
Yeah,
deeply funny thing that was just said.
And then you were here now. That's when next. What? I woke up here. I had a dream of something though, of Jack chasing me through the woods too. Lightly he patted my head, looking me over with a sigh.
I cannot wait to be playing a route where I don't have to read. As if you didn't have enough on your plate as it is.
Not just me, everyone. In a couple of days we're going through everything again, aren't we?
We don't know that. But probably. I couldn't pick up any lies in what Dom said, but that's kind of terrifying, isn't it? I think we should throw Haas out a window for fun.
See how many points we get.
Yeah, exactly.
He sat down next to me, throwing an arm around my shoulders.
Guess we just have to play whatever game they want to play for the time being. Not like we have any alternatives anyway.
Not that includes everyone, anyway.
Yeah.
We sat like that for a bit, in awkward silence before Haas eventually spoke.
Hungry?
Is it bad if I say no?
Yes, which is why I grabbed you a sandwich from downstairs already.
He reached over on the bed and handed me a foil-wrapped bundle, and I turned it over in my hand.
Come on, it's better that you eat something even if you aren't hungry.
He snatched the sandwich off me and unwrapped it before passing it back. Haas, what do you think is going to happen?
I really don't know. All we can hope for is the best, but we'll talk it out tomorrow with the others.
They're in bed already?
Some turned in, yeah. But more importantly, not everyone's up for a talk right now. So don't worry about it. Get some rest, because even after that nap you took, you look exhausted.
He was right, and he stayed with me until I'd finished the sandwich before ushering me to bed. I was barely still awake as he left the room and asleep when I vaguely woke to him coming back. What? What? He rolled me over onto my side and cuddled me from behind, resting his chin on my shoulder. He mumbled something, and I mumbled something back, incoherent noise, but it seemed to suit him fine, the two of us falling asleep like that moments later. It's the worst day of the game again. I hope we skip most of it.
Sleep well?
I think so.
You seem a little out of it.
I guess they just took it out of me a bit, that's all.
You're understating it by a lot, you know. It took a lot out of all of us.
Shut
okay,
up.
Dude. Whatever.
Dude, you seem tired. Yeah, I guess it took it out of me. You know, it's not all about you, Dave. What the fuck?
What a fucking
how'd you
psycho.
sleep, though? You're awake as normal, so I guess fine?
I just find this character truly reprehensible.
I also feel like we just dropped the entire plot thread about him having trouble being honest about himself.
Yeah.
They just, like, never resolved how to, like, actually express that or express him overcoming it. Much like how they didn't know what to do about Tyson's sexual assault. So in each of these cases, they just, like, they gesture at a problem or a trait for the character, and then they just kind of become the template boyfriend who responds to the fact that things are getting worse every day.
Yeah.
And they never bring it up again.
Not bad, but I wouldn't say great. Woke up a couple times, so I'm exhausted already. Once I'm up and about, I should be alright, though.
At least we don't have to worry about Dom checking back until tomorrow.
Yeah, although that's still not great.
We have today to prepare for the worst, though, so it's something. You will not prepare in any way. I know you won't.
Right.
Haas got up and looked around for a clean shirt before heading towards the bathroom.
Wonder how the others are holding up.
We'll probably see at breakfast, but if I had to guess, not great.
I'm just gonna go splash my face and wake up a little bit. Feel free to get coffee and tea going, and I'll be right behind you.
The prospect of coffee urged me out of the room and clumsily take the stairs down a couple at a time. And I clumsily take the stairs down a couple at a time is what it should say. Okay. I caught sight of Dean and Sal outside chatting, but upon seeing Dean with coffee already, made a beeline for the coffee pot. Not saying hi to anybody. Fuck you. I hope all of day 22 is skipped, because it's the nothing day where nothing happens. They just spend the entire day talking about plans for the next day, and then no matter what, none of the plans that they do say are what happens. So it's just a waste of time for an entire day. It's day 23! Could the game be over? It's like watching a gotcha pull, except the consequences are actually compelling.
That sounds fun, comparatively.
It's day 24!
Yay.
Morning, Dave. In a flash, Haas had rushed over, grabbing me and pulling me over to stand around the sword with him and Tyson. The force of doing so caused me to drop my mug. Tyson had no impact, Haas had no impactful boyfriend stuff for 2 days straight.
Come check out what your brother did.
Hey, it was your idea.
Yes, but once I'd suggested it, you were all too keen on ripping that thing off. Up until you decided tools were more appropriate.
Haas leaned over and kissed me lightly on the cheek, Tyson rolling his eyes. Dude, don't kiss my brother in front of me, it's weird. Only I can kiss my brother in front of me.
You really need to get over the fact that Dave likes dudes, or that he's not kissing you, whichever is bothering you more, I guess.
Why does Haas know that? I don't imagine Tyson's been honest about that. If he even does feel that way outside of you actually being in his route. So it's just like, he keeps saying that, and I'm like, I don't feel like the other characters are supposed to understand that about Tyson, really. It's just very strange. Because even Dave doesn't understand that. It doesn't come up. Tyson grumbled and shook his head, apparently dropping it. And on that level, why isn't Dave even... I feel like given the lack of development, Dave would be a little weirded out by that kind of...
You cut out there. What was that? What was up with that?
Ah! Gunshots. So many gunshots.
Gunshots cut out your internet there for a second?
No, a bunch of gunshots happened in the game, because I can hear the game.
Oh, you dropped out for me for like solid 6 seconds.
I was just thinking about... I probably got too quiet.
No, thinking about how, I heard the call disconnect and I had to rejoin the video.
Oh.
Yeah. Just
maybe the internet
be aware
dropped.
of that. Maybe your roommates are disconnecting the internet again.
That's always a fun thing they do, just to play funny pranks on me. Given the lack of us actually romancing at all, it feels like even Dave should have more pushback to all the weird jokes about Tyson being in love with him that he doesn't have for some reason. Because Dave also hasn't gone in that direction with Tyson, so it's weird that only Tyson gives pushback. It's also just weird that Haas has, like, even has knowledge of that, because it doesn't seem like even they or any other character would know about them having a potential romantic interest with each other. So it's like, what are they doing? I don't...
Yeah.
What's he talking about? It sounds like it's just antagonizing somebody in a way that would be wildly inappropriate to say about something... Someone that you know sees each other as siblings, while you yourself keep going on about your siblings platonically and not trying to be weird about it, supposedly. So why do you keep implying that these supposed siblings would be into each other romantically? That's a weird thing to say multiple times, Haas. I peeked into Tyson's room before I did anything else. The last I saw of him earlier being a little loopy before passing out. With everything going on, I just wanted to make sure he was still breathing at the very least. Oh, so this is all. So Memphis is dead. We're already that far.
Oh, sweet.
Sure enough, he was just dozing, feet occasionally twitching. He needed new bandages, something to help the wounds heal better, but it could wait until I wasn't covered in dust and blood. Strange inserted Tyson only seen in the Haas route. I found Haas wandering around the place and followed him into the conservatory. We didn't say much at first, instead just looking out the world, looking out to world beyond from the window. How long it had been between him falling asleep and me noticing, I have no idea. But when I did notice, I let him rest his head in my lap. His fur was so soft, and he seemed to lean into my touch whenever I stroked him gently. It was nice, just being able to sit like this again. For the brief time that we were allowed to enjoy it, I was going to. Oop, Roswell's dead now. Running out of characters we hate. Good enough, do you think, Haas?
I think so.
He sat next to me as he looked upon Dad's grave, lightly playing with the grass. I know I've asked already today, but are you feeling good?
And like I answered earlier, yeah, I'm doing it all right.
I just figured I'd ask again. Tyson changes his mind a couple times a day depending on when I ask. I'm just gonna compare you to Tyson some more.
Well, yeah, the poor guy got shot. At least he's physically all right. Now, if I could make sure that he's going to his therapy sessions, it'd be one less thing to worry about.
We both have been. It's been hard, but we're recovering.
At least you're recovering. I am too. It's still just hard some days. Hearing the echoes of guns going off, smelling the blood and grime, even a clean house. It's just a lot.
I'm amused that one of Haas's defining traits in other people's routes is his fear of guns. You do the entire Haas route, and I'm pretty sure it never comes up. And significantly, when he does have to face guns in the climax, there are no Haas route scenes about it at all. It's literally, we only go back and address it now after it's all over. Has Tyson given you a hard time for getting the light on when you sleep? Because I'll beat him up when he gets better. Who's sleeping with who?
I'd like to see you try, if only to see if he lets you win.
I chuckled alongside him, and he rested his head on my shoulder. We spent a couple minutes like that before I noticed that we had two familiar faces heading our way. No! God, no! The worst characters. Hello. Amusingly, this is like the first, like the only Oswin had to deal with. We got to our feet and looked between the two of them, Oswin and his sister Florenica, and who we'd met at Roswell's funeral. How are you both today? Better than we last met, I hope. Sure. Are you here to visit Roswell, or? Among other things, yes.
What other things?
What if it was none of your business? You little punk. Silly Ozzy, but it is their business. I'm sorry. It took her only a moment, but she pulled out of her pocket a familiar-looking disc of metal.
Is that what I think it is?
It's a medal.
That was rhetorical.
It's more than a medal, it's a key. Pretty sure it's just a medal. Can we hurry this along? I don't particularly feel up to playing games right now. But it can't be a key, the vault was already open. What was behind it destroyed, so like, I don't have any use for it. Not now, anyway. Then when? Next time, perhaps. Whenever that may be.
If I had my way, I'd never go back to that mountain for the rest of my life. Which, given I have complete control over that, I've decided I'm not going back. He's quirky. He says his sentences in a funny way.
A shame, though understandable. Good thing that this knowledge isn't for you to remember. You mean... You know exactly what she means, Dave. Though for now it matters a ground total of 0%. Maybe a little more than 0. Just let them have their happy ending, Flora. They deserve that much. I'm once again accidentally in front of the love interest character despite being drawn further away. But are you happy, Oswin? Like, you know. Fucking. I wouldn't worry about me anymore, Dave. I'll be alright. Just remember today. That's all I ask. Florenica jostled the metal in my direction, and I carefully took it, looking at it quickly before shoving it in my pocket. Well, I feel that's as good as we're going to get today. Really? That's all you needed from us? Just to deliver the metal? Were you expecting something else? Something more profound?
I guess just getting the Virgo medal now of all times is just strange. A strange thing to happen.
Agreed.
Oh, oops. That
Especially
was
when there was a second one. My sister decided to leave it home. What, another medal? Why didn't we get that one too? That, my dear, is for another day. Another time entirely, perhaps. Took a step back and grabbed Oswald by the sleeve, easing him back. Best of luck to you. Yes. Stay safe. You've earned it. I'm wondering because she has to be manually choosing which one to bring, so it's like she must be doing it based on whether Oswin's alive, I guess. Like if Oswin's dead, bring the other medal, and that's how you justify route A and B or something. Then they left, just like that. We watched them go, at least for a few minutes before I turned back to Haas. Well, that was something.
It's not over, is it?
Why are you being melodramatic?
Because it's fun, and we're in a graveyard. Forgive me for wanting to have a little bit of drama after that encounter.
I'm an actor who's
I'm
afraid of
so
guns.
ready for this guy to die.
So that we can go to Orlando. You're right, though. It's not over.
We're gonna find out that like Orlando's like an ethno-fascist in his route. Like it's like the only.
That's why he's wearing the Japanese wave all the time.
Yeah, he's like an ethno-nationalist. Like yeah.
His previous alternate sprite was like
hardcore imperialist.
He used to wear like the rising sun or whatever.
Oh no.
Is that the one? I just remember that like
the Japanese imperial flag, yeah.
Yeah, it was the Game Grumps got in trouble because their little pencil holder had it on it because they didn't know.
Yeah, the war flag.
It's like whoops.
A lot of people don't know that. A lot of people look at that flag and they think it's just like the cooler version of the Japanese flag, and it is not. It is the imperial rising sun flag. It is very, very bad.
I took his hand in mine, flashing him a broad and genuine smile. We still have a lot of life left in us to live. Finding our way was a little difficult at first, but we made it work. I didn't think I'd end up doing half the things I tried with Haas leading the way, but all in all, it was fun. Things really kicked off with something he was doing online one day, and apparently now entertains people while talking anime or playing games. Like some kind of... I've appeared a couple of times, and apparently his fans like that, or the ladies do anyway. Because they're gay on the internet. Famously, no backlash for being online as a YouTuber and being gay. Tyson shows up too sometimes, but he's been busy as of late helping Sal run a local gym. He took his drive and came back as if nothing happened. Took him about a week to announce that he changed his name and started signing things as Tyson Holloway. That comes out of nowhere.
He actually is able to get the paperwork done now,
he gets retroactively adopted, even though the person doing it didn't finish the paperwork and is dead. And also in this route, it's never established that he was going to change his name.
Yeah, I guess he just changed his name in this route, or he actually managed to do it.
I think that's never been established in any other route as having happened at the ending. And like in this route, it was never set up that why he would do that. What the fuck? It's so confusing. Like, and like Dave doesn't elaborate, even though it's like it's news to him. He didn't know that his dad was adopting Tyson either. He learns that in Tyson's route, which didn't happen this time. With Sal running the local gym, he's had his hands full, but showed some interest in trying to set up some sort of summer program for children. It happened around the time Ayano and Kai came to visit, and now he's Uncle Sal. They have...
The idea that any of these people would stay friends after this is utterly remarkable.
It's also just weird reconciling that, like, in the sequel, Sal's supposed to be a cop, which is what it's pointing at with him talking about wanting to be a cop in his route. But, like, as far as I know, the story just never points in that direction at the end. He's like, I'm just running a gym, and I'm going to do a summer program for children and stuff. And it's like, okay, these are distinctly not how you become a cop. Meanwhile, in a previous bad end we got, we move in with Dean, and we become cops together. Remember that?
Yeah, I forgot.
Remember how
that.
out of nowhere Dave and Dean go into the police training program and become cops after moving in together because I think because we were in the Tyson route and Tyson died or something. So
that
just
happened
spontaneously.
so
Dave
ago.
and Dean become in a relationship, even though we established they have no chemistry and will not actually like each other if they date. But they instead become a relationship anyways. I don't.
That was so long ago that I don't think Milo was even alive. I don't think my cat was born yet.
That was like a month ago.
That was not a month ago. That was like a year ago. Wasn't that at the end of the Sal route?
No, the one where Dean and Dave become cops together was like the last bad end we got.
Oh, I thought the one that Dean and Dave get become cops is when they move in together after Orlando dies.
No.
Gotcha.
That was
okay,
recent.
I had them confused then.
I was very confused because I was like, what am I looking at? I think it was I think it's the ending where Haas dies.
Oh, maybe.
Just out of nowhere, that's the ending they land on. I'm like, what? Doesn't line up with anything.
Milo, don't try to move the microphone. It's not for you to play with.
Dean and Orlando started up a business of their own. If it took a little while, Dean had his cafe, and a few years later, Orlando opened his bakery. They both seemed happy. I visited them every other day to check in.
Yeah, that's the thing I remember about Dean is him opening a cafe. I thought that was what happened.
Yeah, but like the tragedy of Haas's death makes both Dean and Dave become cops.
This is so stupid.
Dave, who famously should want to be a cop after his dad died as a cop, he like can't wait to follow that line of duty. Orlando seemed popular, but never really wanted to settle down. Dean, on the other hand, flaunted off his boyfriend as often as he could, his marriage proposal plans being the worst kept secret around too.
Dean is not a good character.
Who's his boyfriend?
Just some new guy.
Just some boyfriend. It wasn't the life I thought I'd end up in, but I was happy. It was a shame that things had to play out how they did to get here. But at least it was a happy ending. Whoa.
Fucking finally.
We did it.
Jesus Christ, I'm so happy to be done with fucking Haas. What a piece of garbage character. I can't wait to find out how Orlando is all for eugenics and genocide or whatever will happen in his route.
He's a 4chaner crypto-fascist.
Yeah.
He's the third racist from Disco Elysium. Hello, Thanatos.
This is your Thanatos, the cooler Thanatos.
Finally. It's good to see you. Are you wondering what exists here at the end of time? At the end of life? Let me show you. But first, let's check a few things, shall we? Memory reaches across time and space alike, if it's strong enough. Or, if you never die, that helps too. If you're like me, being an observer from the outside has its benefits. In the endless expanse of the dark, it's funny that the pattern repeats in a loop.
This voice is bad. I got like a light scratch in the back of my throat for like the last 2 days, and it's like almost gone, and this is a bad one. Life, asterisms. Even I don't know when I started coming into being anymore. Okay. Aries, Taurus, Gemini, Leo, Virgo, Libra, Scorpio, Sagittarius. The ones we don't have yet, I think. Like there's some of the clues. The swoopy N. That makes 10? A shame, really. There are still some missing. Perhaps you've not seen everything there is to see. I don't need clues about where the remaining ones are because we're just going to play the other routes.
Yep.
No need to troubleshoot yet. Alright. 3 characters down. Ah. That's my final thought.